established something. Right? So he didn't establish anything. Very established. What is it called? Hiskin. Rashmi Hiskin. Excuse me. He made a drasha on what it says in the Torah. It says in Rav Papa, Rav Huna, the Yeshua, Akil Chodesh, Baruch, the Shitza Nagish. Rav Papa and Rav Huna, the son of Yeshua, they ate Chodesh the night of the 16th. In other words, they didn't eat the whole 16th. Right before the 17th. Was Harry Chodesh, Flores, Rabbi. Because they hold up. You hear this? Chodesh, Flores, Rabbi. So here we have the first time we encounter a shita that says the Chodesh in Flores is the Rabbi. And there's no basic interest, right? Rabbi, these are Amaroj, Rabbi, Yeshua. They said because in their time, Zman said nobody's English. Chodesh is the Rabbi. Now, as you all know, in America, we do 2-day Yom. This year, no, 3-day Yom. We do 2-day Yom. What's a 2-day Yom? Because of the suffering. Because until people in Florida heard that the Mikhail Chodesh, we do a month could be either 30 or 31 days. And they don't know, maybe it was a 31-day month. So, first day of Yom is not on the 15th, it's on the 16th. So, they were makbid and for the Sabbath, they did 2 days. But then, everyone only made the calendar. So, until this day, we don't rely on the best to do, because Chodesh, we have a calendar. But, this Sabbath remains. This idea of doing 2-day Yom. So they say, they weren't concerned about the sun. Yemela, maybe it's the 16th, maybe it's the 17th, maybe the 16th, maybe in Chutzlar it's really the 17th of Yom. But that did not work. Rabbanon and Rav Ashi have to start with the Shivs. And the Rabbanon, the Talmidim of Rav Ashi, from the Shiva of Rav Ashi, they ate in the morning of the 17th. Why? Because here, these are Amaroi, and after the Kurban they said, Chodesh is Doraisa. So we have 2 sheep. Chodesh means man says the Rabbanon, Chodesh means says Doraisa. Rabbi Yochanan is Zaga in the Rabbanon call. The reason Rabbi Yochanan said that these Masakin shouldn't eat all day is it was with Rabbanon. If he tackled the Yemenah, he's faking attack. He didn't do it on a Sunday, on a day that we don't know. Oh, maybe the 17th is also the first day of Halamayit. No, he's not going to go with the sun. One day, says Rabbi and this is how we pass it. This is how we pass it. He's in Chutzlar. Your father, she told him, the mother told the son, your father, I guess he didn't have a father, he was looking at a younger. I would have all the fathers of the ships that Nagi Timunes. He didn't eat on the whole 17th. He waited until the night of the 17th, going into the day. The son will review that because he also reviewed the whole day. The Chaysh this week, he was Chayshish that in America, he started for the 2-day Yosef, so Mela, he went all the way to the 18th until he started eating Chodesh. Bottom line is, it seems like in this sugya that either it's Issa rice to eat Chodesh Manazes, or Issa the Rabban. However, you might be able to say a lot about this. So there's a lot not a lot of people know. The Omer, Mechasami comes to allow you to eat the new crop. You say a lot about Migdash. The Omer, Hoyamati Medira, you say a lot about Migdash. The Minchas Omer comes to allow you to eat the new crop. And the 2 breads of Shavuos, did anybody know this? These are Tomer and Dafir. Do you know this? The 2 breads of Shavuos come to allow you to do things in the base of Migdash. Why? A Mevi Minachas you cannot bring any Mincha or the food. Or Minchas Behema, the Mincha that comes together with the Behema, a carbon in it. You can't do this before the Omer. Now, of course, it may be possible we brought a Mincha from the new crop before the Omer is no good. You hear this? In the base of Migdash, you have to wait until the 2 breads come and Shavuos. If you wait 15 more days than the rest of the class. You wait all the way to school. Maybe because Rabbi said this is a guy, you gotta hear this story. This is a crazy story. This is not possible. One of these stories that you're gonna have a tough time forgetting or understanding. You also retired from compassion, retirement, big brother, retirement. You also retired from compassion. Not been quite in the why is there a difference between bringing a carbon before the Omer and bringing it before the two breads? As the Mishnah said, if you bring it before the Omer, you shouldn't, but if you did, no good. And if you bring it before between after you brought it and Shavuos, if you brought it, you shouldn't bring it. If you brought it, it is good. Why is before the Omer no good? And before the Shalachem is good. Omer Lefona Yehuda Bar Nachem. So the Gemara seems to say that he said the right thing. But it was his attitude that killed him. He says, because Arfan loves it's a big difference. Because right before the Omer, nobody's allowed to eat anything. But after the Omer came, was allowed to eat a little crab. So we weakened it up a little bit. So for the base of English, it's not ready. But if you brought it, we'll let it slide. You hear what he said? Look at what he does. The Omer allowed Israel to eat it. If you have it, it'll be okay for the base of English. You shouldn't. We'll say it's okay because the rest of Israel is eating this food. Shosak Revitar. Revitar didn't answer. What does that usually indicate? Shtiki Koida. What's your name again? Yossi Solomon says, Shtiki Koida. No. Shtiki Koida. He agreed. Otherwise, he would have ripped him apart. He told him no. He would tell him right away why he's wrong. He didn't say anything. No, what happens when you get the Rosh Hashanah? You get him good. He asks a question, he doesn't know the answer. You know the answer, he doesn't know. So you feel really good about yourself. But you show him things. What do you do? How do you do it? So says the Gemara, you take out the Rebbe. Yes, you take out the Rebbe. He was super excited. He was smiling. Hi, guy. To the point where Kiva saw that thing. Kiva was very, very excited. Yehuda Tzohavu Konecha Shashakti says, okay, I see that you're super excited because you answered the old man, the Galadar. I wonder if you are going to live a long life. There are those who explain it as a curse, he cursed them. Those who explain it as a matter of fact. It doesn't make sense when you act the way you just acted that you're going to live a long life. Says the Gemara, what the story continues. Omer Yehuda ben Rabbi the famous Yehuda, the Rabbi Yehuda of Shas, Rabbi Yehuda bar Rabbi Oy Soya Perek. Rabbi said this, move me away. Right now, it's Matzei Rosh Chodesh. But when I said the Shir in Hebrew, learning this Gemara, Oy Soya Perek, Rois HaPesach Hoya. Rois means half. Half means it's 2 weeks before Pesach. You know, it's literally today. It's like it was a coincidence that the day of the year is brought down on today's date. It was Rois HaPesach Hoya. It was 2 weeks before Pesach. I wanted to know what's going on with Yehuda ben Nechemiah. I remember Rabbi Kiva was very tough about it. They said you're not going to be married young. So let's do the math. This was he went all the way to Shavuos. So Shavuos is 50 days plus another 15 days. Let's say Kitzer, 65 days later. 65 days after the story, he's asking around about him. Hey, where is he? How do you get to 75? Normally, the 50 plus 15 or 14, 65. Normally, niftar v'holach loy, Yehuda ben Nehemiah is niftar, and he left us. By the way, to remind the island, this is the proof of that whole thing between Pesach and Shavuos is when 24,000 Talmidim of Rabbi Kiva were niftar, because Shloinag and Kovetz Avizet is also an idea of Shloinag and Kovetz Avizet, not to be very covered with the gadol, not to give the proper respect to your friend, to another person, to another human being, to gadol. Omar Rav Nachman Bar Yitzchak the Dibri Yehuda ben Nehemiah, according though Yehuda ben Nehemiah said a good thing though. The entire friend agreed with him. That was that there's a difference between the Shtei Alachem and the Omer. When you bring the Omer, it's Huda Reklala. My Yisrael already brought ahead them. So he says the Sachim Bikurim Shikrim part of the Omer Ksherim. Now wine that you bring on the Bikurim, you bring wine is something that Klal Yisrael is allowed to drink. So if you brought it before the Omer, it's kosher. Shita, Klal Yisrael gets to drink it. Mal the same also with the Klala. It's like when the Omer comes, it allows the new crop to be eaten. So it made a but over here, there was never a heter. Because people were drinking this wine the whole year. So it never became mutter. No. Okay. You're saying it's a bad thing that it didn't come mutter? Either of it's a good thing that it never. In other words, what's better? Something that was also, and then it became mutter? Or something that was never also to begin with? So the Gemara thought the Hadmin to say that wine, since it was never also people constantly drink wine, so there's no heter, and therefore it should be a problem to drink this. No, I don't care. Since you don't need a heter because people are constantly drinking it, but may like you bring it for the Safed. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day. Thank you for having me.
America's source of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today at mdysponsor.com and sponsor at mdy.platform.
We're holding 13 lines from the bottom. Rava says 3 halachas. And that's a lot of today's discussion. Especially the question that he asks about a 4th halacha. So let's get the 3 halachas, simple halachas. One of them is what we did yesterday. Miruach is when you smooth out the wheat, something like this, and that is the Gemar Malacha. That's the final step of harvesting the wheat. But when you do that step, that's when you're chayav Trumas HaMaaseh. It says Rava Pshitali the Miruach Hegdish Poiter. When that final step of Miruach, smoothing out, happens in the Beis Hamikdash, you bought it. That's letting me thought for a second that maybe Rabbi Kiva argues. No, everybody agrees that Miruach of Hegdish Poiter. Why? Because it says in the pasuk, if you remember, it says Reish is the gun car, your private stash, not to be something that should dog us. But feeling Rabbi Kiva, and mamish like what we said yesterday, we're just repeating. The reason why Rabbi Kiva says by the Omer that you're chayav on whatever's left over, or when you're chayav on the meiser and leftover of the Omer, is because it's really private. It's private dagon, it's private barley. Why is it private? Because whoever gave it to the Beis Hamikdash gave it on condition that they're going to use whatever amount they're using for the Iver, and whatever's left over is private. And private dagon is chayv meiser. But if the Hegdish owns it completely, it wasn't given on condition, then the fact that the Hegdish does the final step, boom, potter. So that's halacha number one. What's halacha number one? That the miruach of Hegdish is potter. When you do, I'm going to ask you later to remember because I don't remember. So remember, the first halacha is when the Hegdish smooths out the pile, then it becomes potter from Trumas and Meiser. It's not the gun. It's not right. Halacha number two. Miruach oived gechavim anoim. This we have a machlokes. And this machlokes, the Gemara is going to say, does this machlokes have anything to do with something so similar to this? What's the machlokes there? Miruach oived gechavim. What if the guy we were talking about a second ago, Hekdesh does it? What if a guy smooths it out? That's machlokes tanoim. And the Gemara, what the Gemara is going to do soon is say, and Rava says that when a guy does lisha, when a guy kneads the dough. So it's depending on this machlokes. If you hold that a guy that does miruach yipater, so to kneading the dough. In other words, the final step in the avodah. What's the final step in the grain? Smoothing it out. What's the final step in? We don't have to say it. I just want to make it easier when we get there. What's the final step in? It's not a complicated thing. It's another chazal. What's the final step in making dough? Kneading it. So Rava says that the lisha and miruach are the same thing. Okay, so what's that halach here? Forget that. We'll get there in a minute. If a non-Jew smooths out the grain, if a Jew purchases produce from two different Jews, then obviously he can take some of the produce, 10 apples from one Jew, and make it trumas and meiser, make it meiser on the 100 apples of another Jew. Because Jew and Jew are equal. They both have the same field. And this is also a guy, if you Jew buy from two different non-Jews, two Arabs, let's say. So since the guy cannot be mafkin in Israel, he doesn't have the right to uproot the land in Israel, in Eretz Israel. So in Mela, it's chayiv and meiser. So if it's chayiv and meiser, you can take from one chayiv onto another chayiv. Let's do this now. Let's we'll do a little. You have to think for a second. If I take fruit that's potter from meiser, and I use it to do truma on something that's chayiv and meiser, no good. Why is it no good? Why? What did I do wrong? It's potter. This is like taking a table, a piece of wood, and saying this should be truma on fruit. It doesn't work. It's not in the same category. It's potter. So this potter you can't make it truma meiser on chayiv. You can't take a computer and make it a computer with meiser on fruit. What if you do the opposite? You got take something that's chayiv and truma meiser, and you use it to do truma meiser on something that's potter. Let's say a guy has produce that's potter. Let's just say if you take Jewish fruit, 10 apples, and you say, oh, this should be truma meiser on a goyish thing. It's also not good. Why is it not good? That's what he was saying. Because now the 10 apples, they have a problem. They themselves, you never took truma meiser from those 10 apples. And they're not good truma on something else because it's not necessary. So in Mela, that's why it's awesome. So you take non-Jewish produce and you take meiser from non-Jewish. This is a finish. You can take the non-Jewish produce and use it for meiser on the Jewish produce. Why? Because the miruach of a guy doesn't give him a way out. He doesn't give him a way out. Because the guy smeared it doesn't mean he's chayav. Then I don't go, oh, so see, it's chayav. This is the man that says that a guy is chayav. Which is interesting, and then we're going to see that, in fact, the guy should be potter, but the only concern, that's the only thing in the sugya, the concern that you're going to do shtick. You have a lot of produce. Jews like to do shtick. They find the way out of everything. So you have 1 million pounds of wheat. Just give it to one guy. He sells it for $5, like materials companies. He smears it this way, that way. Okay, potter for money. I just take 10%. So says the Gemara. So this Rabbi to say what? That a guy It's not public. But it's chayav. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shal Yisrael, Asher Yisrael. Rabbi Yossi is going to say that it goes public. You can go from a goy to kusim, shal kusim, shal avdikavim. You can't go from chayiv to potter because it goy is potter, or to kusim is potter. You can't go from potter, shekusim al Yisrael. That way you explain. Why can't you go from chayiv to potter? Because then the actual place they use for the truma is tevel, and you can't go from potter to chayiv because it doesn't have the ability to potter to make truma. Okay. And that's how Zayin Amad finally, the third Allah, the Rabbi says, the final Allah, Gilgul Hegdish Break. Gilgul means to knead. Lisha. To knead the dough. Oh, so I'm going to show you this. It's been found. You did a fantastic job over here. Okay, so she didn't need the dough. What did she do? She mixed in the ingredients, but she didn't need it. So at this point, is this dough chayiv with challah? Not yet. So now go to the next thing. Now she made it hegdish, so it became resh. And then she was poided. She redeemed it. She took all the kedusha from the dough, from the I shouldn't say dough, from the flour, from the ingredient, and she put it into money. So now it's no longer hegdish. Now here's the question, Rabbi said, now that you saw that, if she goes in and kneads the dough, is she chayiv in challah or not chayiv in challah? You say what? You guys, what do you say in svara? Svara, don't guess. Svara. No. She hold on. She didn't do Lisha. The Lisha's coming up now. Here. Now she did Lisha, but the Lisha, the Lisha happened when it was back in her possession. It took a break. It took a bit of zman. Yeah, it was hers. Went to the Beis Hamikdash for a minute, came back to her. But she did the Lisha. She did the kneading. Therefore, it's chayav of Kal. Let's keep on going to the next case. She did the Lisha when it was hers. So now it's chayiv and challah. The fact that you go ahead and you give it to the Beis too bad. Chayiv and challah. She did the same thing. She's magnish it, and then she's poided. She's chayiv and challah. Those fingers are perfect for her whole style. Now, here's a case where she's popular. Why? Because she didn't do Lisha. She didn't do the kneading. She just put the ingredients in. She gave it to the Beis Hamikdash and she didn't redeem it. The Gizber went ahead and took it and he did the kneading. With halacha? Why? Because over here, the kneading happened in the Beis Hamikdash. Guess where this Mishnah is in Sachtas Chala? It's not. It says in the Mishnah, like Isha Isasa actually Gilgula, if she donated her ingredients to the Beis Hamikdash before she needed it, and she redeemed it, Hayeves. But now it's back in her possession, and then she did the deletion of her possession is kind of house. What happened if she Gilgula B'Zata? She was magnish it after the kneading. So once she needed it, it's Chayiv and Chala, and then she redeemed it, Hayeves, she's kind of house. If she was magnish it before she was able to need it, the Gilgula Gizbar, that and then the Gizbar, everything we saw inside, why she bought the Shibsas Chavasa is a Tura because when there's a field power, when they did the kneading, it was in the possession of the Beis Hamikdash. Here comes the question. Now that we know this is the three, Shabsha, what are the three things? We have the Miruach of Hegdish. Miruach of Hegdish, we said, is 100% popular. Then we had the Miruach of a Goy, we said it's Machlokes. Then we had the Lisha of a woman, but basically the Lisha best of Hegdish is 100% potter from Chal. Rava, we didn't say whether or not when a non-Jew does Lisha, does he create a proof? Misnat 9. Do we learn Gershon's guy was like he saw a person who became a convert again, and he had not such a guy if he needed to go like nice, As he's going here, he's going to make it. He's making sourdough. So then, if he didn't go, he's going partial. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. Partial. This is over here that if he goes, he does challah partial. This one. Rishis Gayer, what if he becomes a ger? Then obviously he's a complete Jew. Fine. He's fine. So what if we don't know? He's Sophic, he's Kaya. If we don't know, he's Kaya. Now, so this is more Haman Katana. Who's the author? Did we have to leave? I feel the remainder review though. You give a Kaya also? Maybe he goes even to the point to review the remainder review, the two that we just saw a minute ago. That what? That when a guy does Miruach, he shmears it. Remainder review to say in that case it's Kaya. So maybe Patriarch. Over there, go Kaya also, and then Kaya over there, but over here, Patriarch. And now we're getting Kaya Papa. Why? Also, we can see the gun for the gun Kayatira. So we have this concept, anytime the Torah says something twice, it's a double negative, and a double negative is a positive. So we saw the word the gun yesterday. Raise the gun. It has to be yours, not the business, not the heritage. But it also says the gun for a second time. It says actually third time. Second Shemashah, Mas, the gun for the Rosh. Since we have these two negatives, only yours, not something else. So we're going to learn something from it. What are we going to learn? It's the gun for a theory. It's a double negative. El Rabbi is double negative is a positive. Two wrongs make a right. Yeah, El Rabbi is supposed to conclude. I feel already to cover even when a non-Jew does makes it dough, he's kind of in college. He does. Oh, yeah, okay, fine. You're right. We're talking about the gun for the dog. In a second, we're going to talk about the gun for the gun for the It says the gun for thank you. So the guard doesn't you're crying. That's dafka in that case. That's why we may review to say Chayiv Amir. In our case, by Chalot, anytime when we have these two words, this is the gun for the gunshot. The reason why the double negative works to make it a positive is because these words are not extra. They are extra. We have nothing to do with them. We have nothing to do with them. They become a double negative, and double negative is a positive. But if you have something to learn, you have a limit from each one, then you can't do a double negative. What's the limit when we have the isat? Arisisechem says twice. And what do we learn from it? This is an interesting halacha. That in order to be chayiv and chala, we know everybody knows it's a certain shear that you need to be chayiv and chala. 2.2 kilos, like 5 pounds. There. Where does it come from? It comes from the oimer. The oimer was a sirus eifa, tenth of an eifa. Now the oimer, the amount of the oimer is a sirus eifa, tenth of an eifa. Eifa is 433 eggs or something like that. So it's 43 eggs. 0.3. That 0.3 is a whole liter. There's a shear. If you make a challah, you make a dough less than 43 eggs, you don't take challah from it. Unless, of course, if your wife makes a challah, a batch of challah, and it's less than 5 pounds, let's say, or if you're Sephardi, it's much less, it's 1.6 kilo. Your Ashkenaz is 2.2 kilo. If her batch is less, then she doesn't, there's no chiyuv challah. How do you know that? How do you say it should be your dough, the way you make it typically. Like Doimer, everybody got 43 eggs worth of food. But how do you say it? So we learn from here that the dough of a guy is popped. You ask me, is the dough of a guy popped or Chayiv here popped? Or Dilma, Rabbi Yezer, Rabbi Shimon, but on the Kapatri, I remember Rabbi Yehuda, Gamri Rishis is awesome. Perhaps Rabbi Yehuda, once they learn from Daga, the Gancha, that Ruach God is Chayav, so they're going to learn their Shava also to the Lisha, to the Gilgul, that you're also Chayav. If they're saying Chayav, over here they're going to say Chayav. Yeah? How do you get the Chayav? Right, I'm better than Mary Yudah. But Dilma is done in the Kapat. Mary Yudah. I'm saying, may review the Gamri, racist, Masa. May review the learn these days. Come on, Yerava, the Epson. I hope I get a vision, a dream. Is it a Machlokes, or we have an agreement here on the meeting of a guy? A guy needs the dough, a Tatar of time. Forget the dream. I haven't figured it out. They go, they're hand in hand, they're connected in a way. If you hold that the miruach, the smearing of the wheat, a guy is not chayiv and meiser if he does it, so then if the guy needs the dough, he's potter and chayiv. Once the guy does the final malacha, miruach or gilgul, which is lisha, which is kneading, either one of those, he's potter. And if you hold that one of those you're chayiv, so both of them you're chayiv. If you hold that the final malacha done by a guy, he's chayiv and meiser, so he's chayiv and challah. He's chayiv and challah, chayiv and meiser. They go hand in hand. And now the Gemara is going to ask, well, wait a minute, we see that they don't go hand in hand. Here's the price that says, on one is pop and the other is chayiv, so they don't go together. I don't know if I can come in a point there. You can come in a point. Says Rabbi Rothschild, asks your Papa Bam Kash, it says, there's a big mitzvah to do. Petach Hamor, the Oilam is very busy in getting donkeys and being shooting the donkeys. Look at this. You hear the bracha for the first time. So as Rabbi he decided to set aside a sheep for the donkey, to redeem the donkey. If you have a newborn donkey, you have to redeem it with a sheep, the challah, or he decided to be a big tzaddik and be mafish challah. You know, it's a shoe father. I said maybe the shot is, why would a guy do Petach Hamor? Because he's in the business. You know, the guy is a guy that made a lot of money. He said, "I'll buy your Averis before Hashem." Like he was the cashless. You give him $100. He said, "What Averis?" I'll buy your Averis. People actually give him money. Nice to show you. So this guy is into the Petach Hamor business. He's gonna do not for challah. What do you know? So we let him know Shabbat. You don't have to. The halal in the chayil is zayir. It's nothing. Your challah is not as public. It's not like you know you can eat it. You gotta work this animal. You gotta shear its wool. That's all challah, Hamor, and Shumas Asura. But if it comes to Truma of a guy, that would be awesome. The problem is, you just said a challah is local. So you said challah and Truma would be the same. So Truma is also challah would be awesome. You just said challah is local, so you chose a lot of it. You know about Truma, Truma, and the challah, the bagels, but that and then Rabbinah started that question. How that we can have in Baret? If you take Kala and Israel to multiple Kutzars, that just goes through the Kutzars. Don't say anything about Truma and Israel. Say, well, you like to shoot Chicago. Why do you take Truma and Kutzars in Chicago? Why do you take Truma? Chicago. Mashman, Darim, Shalayim, Truma. It's a problem. Contradiction to what Rabbi said was, Challah saying that Challah is the Zarim, he's also from Challah. Also in the truth, in Chicago and in New York, ain't him in the mass, doesn't have the power to make other human food also to eat. But Mashma Tumas Bar, as if going to Fuma in Eretz Yisrael, the channel, that's Surah, it becomes awesome, it's a mass. And if it fell, one apple fell to 99 apples, it would become awesome. What's going on here? On the one hand, you're saying that the guy is chayiv and challah. On the other hand, you tell me, and Gilgul of the challah is potter. The truma is chayiv, and Gilgul is potter. How's the word? The Gemara Moses, the Rabbanon, Zera, and Yeshua, and Bali Kisim. The concern that people with a lot of money eat packers. They have a lot of property, they have a lot of prisons. So what's the way to get out of it? You go to a Harama, you stick. sell your stuff to the guy, you sell all your clothes to the guy. He comes along, he doesn't even walk, he does like this, one or two times, then he sells it back to you. For the same price he bought it from you. That's called shtick. And shtick is awesome. So after the other shtick in Yiddishkeit, what? I don't understand. You have a bakery, you just sell it to the guy, and the guy is gonna do the meeting, and then you cut it from talent. You save a lot also. Very much. That's not a concern. Actually, the offer law offers the commission to your own chemic. So, a little bit. Remember before we said, in order to get a challah, how many eggs do you need to do? 43. But in pounds, how much? Right around 5 pounds. So you do 42 eggs. If you do 42 eggs at a time, you're not having a challah unless you put it in the freezer. We said, remember, the freezer is a flea, so if you put it into one drawer or one flea, it's with Sarah. You do 42 eggs plus 42 eggs, it's like you have 84 eggs that's in the $5. All upon him, you can do smaller batches, and that's really the heter, says Rashi. Rashi says, you have a day like women, that's like women, their payroll is a way to do it the heter, so nobody's going to go to the guy and ask him to knead the bread when that's not okay. So you have a real way to do it. You have a heter way to do it, and a non-heter, even though the heter way might be harder, but not as doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to do it that way. It's much better just to get it going, do some kneading. But nevertheless, people do the harder way, the heter way. The oil means it's 42 plus. And to get out of Truma, now I can do shtick. Once a shtick, I can do Rabbi Shai. Go to Rabbi Shai, Myra Modem Atwase, I can do shtick, Harama, it's cheating. Umachisa Atwase, Umachisa by Mochila. This is Moch. Moch is Shai. The peel, or whatever you want to call it, the grain inside, and we have the. So if you bring it into your house with the shaft, that's animal food. And animal food is not higher than truma. What do you do? After you get it, and leave it as is. Rebuff it. That's no good. We don't want cheating. We don't want tricks. You're doing my oh, this is the famous one. The Ayallah is there. Gagos is there. The halacha tells us. In order to be chayav in Truma Shemais, you have to bring it in through the front door. If you bring it through the bag, you bring it through the skylight, through the roof, it says over here, puzzle. It's a great way to get out of it. This is sticky. And you bring it into the house, through the roof. That is just gagas, you don't get rid of it. Over there, how come we're not concerned? Also, because they'll go with the whole crowd and everyone's going to know he's not going to do it. After the tzina over here, when it comes to the guy, nobody has to know about it. Therefore, he'll do it. And he'll do probably shtick, as they say. But that's why we cancel it. Says in the Mishnah, all those you saw, what's going on with family and so we're only at the end of the entire process of labor. So here we go. Check this out. Since I already did cheers. First, as you remember, they pour the oil on the bottom of the, and then they put the flour. Then on top of that, they put more oil. Now look what Yoshi, I like that. He made a little indentation there so the oil stays there because it's actually a vina. You don't want the oil to touch the vina. It's very problematic. If any of the flour goes missing, that's definitely wrong. Well, it's another shaman, put oil, put the fire. Then Yatzak, remember what Yatzak means? Put the second layer of oil. Then he mixes it all together. You don't want the flour to go. Hey, Nick, what's enough? This is beautiful. Hey, Nick. This one over here is. I go show it. Hey, Nick, English. Hamas. Look at the Hamas. Oh, Hamas. I don't think I said this way. Put it in the bowl. Kaval. How do you add this to this radio? It's important. Maybe it wasn't there. And you put salt on it. You put salt in the bottom of it. Okay. How do you have in Yerushalayim all this product ready when the pasuk says? Check out this pasuk. We got to talk about this again because a lot of people make fun of it for saying this. They don't. I really believe that they don't know what's happening. It's like a thing of the last thing we always circle. I can say is that Adaviyachim can't eat the new produce. Adaviyachim is permanently paper until you bring the cart. So, because all of them is safer for all generations, the promise is safer in all cities and anywhere you live around the world. So there is the bath that's not here for most arguing about and showing argue saying there is a header, but if you're gonna do the header, at least know that it's the right. Like it could be a right and using it. Don't make fun of those who are not. That's all I'm asking. Know that you have to know your stuff, right? You have to know the puzzles of Torah, not to expect. So you're not like your father say, here's the story, here's the question. Can you deal with it? Can you touch it before? What's the good saying? If you deal with it before, you might eat it. Certain things you can all do, like that's some kind of temptation. You might eat it. I know. So, everybody's eating ready-made flour, it's ready roasted. Those are also Chacham giving there. Remember, says this is against the will of the Chacham. Rabbi Rothschild says in the Gemara, doesn't Rabbi then also know from the name. Doesn't Rabbi isn't he concerned with it? You see, Mamish Erfez, there's which tried to sneeze on you. We're talking about Omer and Pesach. Remember, like, when you do the Omer, Deutsch, Abbas, you think it's fun. And then what if you forgot to do it at night, you do it in the morning. And if you forgot in the morning when you do it, just do it. But after that, you're not allowed to do it. Why can't you do it? Because you might come to eat the hummus. Find a nice piece of side and you might eat it. The hummus is a nice Dunkin' Donuts or Krispy Kreme. The hummus, like that, you can still be budget in the Yom you're not concerned. But when you're concerned, you might come to eat it. So I know he's not concerned in our Sivya that you might come to eat the Chodesh, the Nukah, or the Rabbi Shalom Chodesh, the Dor, the Chodesh, the Chodesh, Tzela, and they share, the way the Chodesh is there. Then you're not allowed to just reach with the tool, you have to just grab it with your hand, but people say, why am I doing this with my hand? Oh, so you thought this, when you're being reminded not to have a wonderful Those are the last lines of Daf Samachay and days. What are we discussing here? If I tell you something, decided that you start spiritual Omer, which is mamish coming up, Rabbi said, 2 weeks. Start spiritual Omer only on a Sunday, not on a Monday, not on a Tuesday. Started on a Sunday because it says in the pasuk, "Mimokras Hashabbos." We're trying to prove many proofs, 8, 9, 10, who knows, that we started the day right on Motzei, the first day of Pesach. But we're going to say, we're going to do a Zara recap. Tomorrow is going to do a whole recap of what we learned yesterday. So don't worry about it. We're going to have all these shittas clear. And then we're going to go to our Mishnah, which is basically Agadata. And then the Agadata continues until the end of the session. So, Zot, the Gemara. Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira Omer. This is the second Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira. We had a shittas Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira. I'll remind them in a little bit. Here he comes and he says that now we are in the second brisa. So the Gemara divides the two brises. Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira Omer, Eremet Tzar. You don't have to come on for all these chapters. Already Omer, this is actually a very simple one. had it. This below, it says, you shall count for yourself. Here including the Bezdin, but some of them went out on top. That means that there's human intervention here that the Bezdin caused this counting to start. What's the celebration? This comes to exclude the Sundays, it's because of the Kalada, and the whole world does the same Sundays. There's no special place now for the Sunday. It must be that we start counting right after the Thursday of Yom. The year's Yomer, Mochas Shabbos, Mochas Yom has to be right after Yom, not on Sunday. After Mochas Yom, we're going to Mochas Shabbos, maybe so. Whenever we Mochas Shabbos, it doesn't say which Sunday. It says it should be on a Sunday. It's usually Sunday. Which Sunday? Because you got Pesach. How do you explain that? Suppose the Sunday is in Pesach. Who did it say that? It's in Mochas Shabbos. If it's after Yom, okay, I get it. But after on a Sunday, the day after Shabbos, many Shabbos in the year. Too many Shabbos, so do it Shabbos. I'm pointing out this next word, Va'oid, because the Gemara is going to say, why does it have to come on the second spot? Because we're going to shrug off the first one. The Gemara is going to go through all these riots, and each one either gets a check or an F, or go like so 4 out of all these are good. This Va'oid is good. This stays. Va'oid. Never Shabbos the Makah. Never Shabbos the Mala. It says Shabbos by the Shea Lechem. So we had this yesterday also. Nothing moving. Very shortly moving. We have the Shea Lechem. We never Shabbos the Mala, and it says Shabbos by the Mala Halon Regel. Just like by Shavuos, you have to count these weeks, and at the end of a full week of counting, boom, right afterwards, you do the Shea Lechem. Time regular, still regular. So too, you have a regular, you have a yontif. You keep counting, you do yontif, and immediately after yontif, there's a omer. Because of Akadomer, she was young master to table. This also, Rabbi Rothschild is not going to be shlugged up. We have a contradiction in the Sukkim. One person says you should eat matzah the 6th day. The other one says you should eat matzah the 7th day. The answer is very simple. According to Rabbi Rothschild, they actually have a contradiction, but we don't have a contradiction. Okay, it's matzah, you know that if you make matzah from the crab, which is the father's crab, you can't eat it on the first day of Yom Tov. Why? Because you didn't bring the omer. The omer is the matzah. The omer allows you to eat from the new crab. So therefore, you have matzah that's only edible for 6 days. You have a lot of shishim in a father. In other words, there's matzah that you can eat exactly 6 days. According to Rabbi Rothschild, matzah you can eat only for 3 days. Matzah you can eat only for 1 day. If you start counting spiritual omer at the end of Pesach, on the Sunday that's closed down the Pesach, it's not 6 days. Why does the Torah say 6 days? Because every single year there's matzah you can eat for exactly 6 days. From the new crop. The matzah from the old crop, you can eat for 7 days. That's why one person says 7, one person says 6. There's no person that says 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Why? Because the Torah should be a person that eat matzah 4 days. Next. So this thing we're going off a little bit. According to Rabbi Rothschild, you're starting always on a Sunday. Now Sunday could be if Yom Tov falls out on a Monday, so now you only start Sphira on the following Sunday. So you cannot eat matzah from the new crop until the following Sunday. So in that situation, you're eating matzah 2 days. That's it. Whatever it is, 1 day, 2 days, eating matzah. So, yep. Then I'll be out with this. Zero, you gotta reap it. You gotta cut it out of the ground. Zero, you have to start counting. Start counting the shuas. But then Hava, you bring it to the Beis Hamikdash. You bring it over. So we're going to talk about these 3 things. Kitzer. Maybe skip this middle thing of Sphira. Just cut it on the second day of Pesach. And bring it to the Beis Hamikdash. Maybe she used the Yizkar. Then you start counting. 2 days later. What are these complicated words for us Americans? You also, when you start Termish, you think that's sick with Bachama. the standing barley. In that moment, tochal is part. You start counting when you do tzira. If you have this wood fights right over here, tzira, then you have to do tzira. So these two go together. That I know go together. You know, okay, so these two go together. And maybe you bring the Omer a week later. And the Pasuk says Tisperu. So the Hava and the Sphere, these two go together. Now the center one and the bottom one go together because it says Tisperu right in that Pasuk. So these two go together and these two go together. So the kids have all three together. Since the Torah uses the lotion of day, so maybe all three happen during the day and not at night. We know that the Tzira and the Sphira happen at night. Go right away, right much on the first moment. You need Mimim, as more going to say, so you need full days. Mimim. Mimim is the end, that to be complete, full 7 weeks. And must at the most where do you find this concept? How do you get to 7 whole weeks? So you know, a person comes from mitzvah at night, everything Jewish starts at night. So you have to start the day at night. Today, our day starts this year. You have to start. That's why the Sphere has to be at night. We have full weeks. So maybe do all this at night. Do the Hava also, bring the Omer at night. So you have a contradiction. Night, day, which one is it? Therefore, we do a compromise. Okay, child. Zero, Sphira, Balayla. In order to have the full weeks, you have to start at night immediately. As soon, that's why we do a Sphira Omer, man, it's like, the first moment we can. You don't wait a few hours into the night. You do it as close as possible to his man. Zero, Sphira, Balayla, Ba'ava, and the Omer, the number 3 thing on this list, comes during the days. Omarova, Hulu is the Firka. 3 people sent me this. The Rava says it's 5 times in shots, only Rava. The famous one is that estimate at Perimanayim in Megillah. This is a bunch of sheep. So Rava, slug them all up. Oh, besides this one. Over here, he says, I'm going to take all of these, and we have a lot of them. Besides, very, very simple. I'll show you what he says. Just understand these words. This is the first list. This is Brisa Kamaisa. This is what we had yesterday. You see Brisa number 1 on top. Is a number 1 over there. You take all these, 3 of them on the left side of the Kirpa, on the bottom are thumbs up. And then the second Brisa, that's what we did today, 2 of them Kirpa. The last 2, just like the first Brisa, the last 2 are okay. But here also the last 2 are okay. What's the second? The Yossi says 2 things. He says v'oid, that's okay. Shimon Elazar we just saw he's okay. The one with the matzah, 7 days, 6 days. So let's see if we can get through this. Omarad, who is still purified? Baron Mikarti Tanoim, that's right. Besides the 2 Tanoim at the end of the first, Ben Maslis Kamaisa, the first Brisa. Ben Maslis Basraisa, and in the final Brisa, the last one purified. They don't have a purified. Even the Rabbanon, even the Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai, let's see. Let's just see Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai. Rabbi Yochanan says very, very simple. We have a contradiction in the Psukim. One pasuk says you should count 50 days, and the other pasuk says you should count 7 weeks. 7 times 7 weeks. Now 7 Shabbos is Tnimos would mean you start on a Sunday, like the Big Paisa. And the other pasuk, Commission Yom, is whenever you start. On a Monday you start 50 days. It says Mamela must be the Psukim. One means that Yom fell out on a Shabbos. That's why you have Sheva Shabbos. It means you start actually on Sunday. But the other part, Mishnah means fell out in the middle of the week. That's not good raya, says the buyer. Why? Because we know that the critical is, we know that there's a mitzvah to count days and a mitzvah to count weeks. That's what it's not a steal in the Psukim. It's not coming to tell you 2 different things. No, the Torah is saying count Sheva Shabbos. The mitzvah to count weeks. back. The whole machlok is how you count it. You count days and then weeks. Or do you count weeks and then days? And so something right. Some people they count. One sheet it is. You count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is a week. Shem Shavuot Echad, and then you continue. Shmoina Teisha Eser Chachazer Arba'asar Yoim Shehem Shnei Shavuot. You don't do every day Shehem Shavuot Echad V'Shalosh Yom. Only when you get to the week, you say Shalom Aleichem is a week. But it is a opinion to count a week. We'll see later. So it's a Mishnah even if Eliezer is Yeshua. So this is like 2 in 1. This Gemara says the same truth on both. This is, and remember, this Rabbi Eliezer is the same thing that Rabbi Yehuda says at the second time. It's true Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Eliezer says this malach that the Bezdin should do a Sphira. But who told you? Very nice. Bezdin does it. But don't forget this 2 Yom Tovim on Pesach. It's a sandwich. There's Yom Tov in the beginning. We're in the process does it say that you start on the second day of Pesach. Maybe it's the day after Pesach is over. It's also Yom Tov. You tell me Shabbos means Yom Tov. Very good, but it's 2 Yom Tovim. And then you have, it's a purified. That's the purified. Here, you see purified? And the Zion moves from Aleph. I don't know if you noticed it. It goes from Aleph to Zion. Great. And the same purified also Yeshua, it says that just like Rosh Chodesh itself, the day before, the day Moilad, and then right the next day is so over here also, you can tell there's a Yom Tov, first day of Yom Tov, and then immediately afterwards, just like in Rosh Chodesh, you start the next day. You start the next day. You can also tell on the 7th day of Pesach. There's a Yom Tov, and you start the next day. Same purified. So, the purified. Same purified. Okay. Then we have the Rabbi goes, let me just read the words. Even the Rabbi Yeshua, they might be Rabbi Yeshua, you didn't realize the Rabbi Shema, Rabbi Yehuda and Sarah, less than purified. So, Rabbi Yehuda and Sarah, another one. That we start counting right after Shabbos. In other words, there's when it comes to Yom Tov, we do a whole week of Sphira, and then you have a Shavuos. So two over here, you have a count that comes right after a regular, right after Yom Tov. That we don't have a period before. That's Rabbi Shmuel, something similar to that. Exactly, I don't know exactly. What was it? Probably over with Pesach, probably stay a lot about Seres. There's a Yom Tov, and right afterwards we do our thing. Even if Yehuda, remember, this one is partial. Yesterday, at the end of yesterday, it comes out, it says, big title, let's say you start where it says 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Sunday comes out on the 4th day of Pesach. So now you have to start counting through Simon there. Comes up the Shavuos, it's 54 days after the Leil Seder. Problem. So why is that a problem? I counted exactly 50 days. 50 days from when I start counting. Who told you I 50 days after Leil Seder? I did what the Torah told me to do. I counted. I start counting it from a Sunday. If Sunday happens to be 4 days after Leil Seder, so great, it's 54 days. So that's 55 days. Even the review of Seirah. Now this is the review of Seirah, the second one. Now, the review of Seirah, this review of Seirah, the second review. So now we added it right? That's why it's easy. Look, the business will do it because the business will say it, but it doesn't say what Yom Tov. It's 2 Yom Tovim. They can start counting after the business decides it's Yom Tov. The business decides the first day is Yom Tov, the last is Yom Tov. So it's a purified. Either review of Seirah or might be you're saying it's a free. Then the other everybody. But Tsunami, positive purified. What are we going to say? Right. So the first review is that the Baptism say it's on a Sunday. So there's 52 Sundays in the year. Who told you what Sunday exactly? So what did you say? That does have a purified. Why? Maybe so. No, right? Because you said it must be Pesach, not a Sunday. But who told you which Pesach? The first day of Pesach, the last day of Pesach. I know the Kamar Ba'oi. That's why he comes on to the second shot, and that stays. Who Omar Abaya? What else stays also? The matzah. The special says 6 days matzah, 7 days matzah, 6 days with the new crop, 7 days. Who Omar Abaya mitzvah l'mini yoyme, mitzvah l'mini shavuah. It's an individual, independent mitzvah to count days. It's an independent mitzvah to count the night. They count the days and weeks like we do. We count days, weeks, days, which is like a pshara. You counted only the days, you didn't count the weeks. All right, let's prove it, assume 2 points. They took this and they put it, I'm just doing fast, little pieces. This actually has an addition. They reap the barley, they put it into boxes. They're beautiful. Look at this, beautiful. And they would put it in front of the fire as so, like this. Look how beautiful this kli is. Mamish, like the Gemara says, made out of copper, has tiny holes on the bottom. The pasuk says, look at the pasuk. You think you know the pasuk? All of it, that's to roast it. You gotta beat it down, but not like with a real hard stick, with something soft, maybe something like this. Guy says like something from not mamish like that. You don't want to smush it. But if you put it into this copper thing, it have holes in it. You will show the fire, the heat should go through it. The then he put it, this one right over here. No, not this one. I don't know. Oh, this one. Oh, yeah, this one. It's the wrong header. Okay. Then the wind comes and blows it away. The smaller Raphaim does verses. This is interesting because it's different than what we thought. You put in a special grinder that the larger pieces come out. The shaft and so the soilless is actually larger pieces. The first larger pieces that come out. The times you gross. Too many sorry to maneuver the shoulders. X-ray nothing. The shoulders is nothing. And what do you do with the rest? You have 3 saw over there. So what do? You give it. You pay you redeem it, and let other people eat it. But you have to take chal off it, but you don't have to give mice. So to understand this, very simple thing. We learned this many times. Something called miruach. Miruach is the final step of when after you reap the flour. So you have all the kernels. You smooth it out. Miruach. If you do miruach, now you chayv ma'aser. You don't do this, you're not chayv ma'aser. If this miruach happens in the Beis Hamikdash, for the Beis Hamikdash, you put it for ma'aser. The Beis Hamikdash doesn't give a ma'aser. So what happened here? You have a certain amount. You have a very large amount. You do this, so only a fine amount of that, but a small amount goes to the island. Who did the miruach? Beis Hamikdash. You have a machadis here, but the miruach wasn't really done for 80% of it. 80% was done for no reason. It's not a Beis Hamikdash miruach, maybe. So that's what Rabbi Kiva says. Rabbi Kiva says Rabbi Kiva that it's not true. You are chayv ma'aser. It's not considered the Beis Hamikdash. The Gemara is going to explain. The first kernels, that's Aviv. You take it like a marshmallow. You grab onto the wheat to the shaft. What is it called? The stalk. You hold on and you put it like this. Like when you do marshmallow. The time is called different ways. No, not true. It's not. You don't hold on to the stalk. You put it in a kli. And it'll double color like something shiny, basically referring to this pot right over here. Okay, so that was the story. So you show me the look of the Zvara today. She is still Rushalet is Oven called Gareth. It should be roasted and ground. Any of them oven called Gareth color. Because if you look at the pasuk, it says that the word is Be'esh, the middle. So do you that's what Shamshi was saying before. when do you put it in the fire? Are you putting the fire beforehand or after it's flour? Which one is it? Is it before the grinding after? One but hey, it's just the Indian, so it goes on beforehand. Caramel, so yesterday, Rapumo. So because of this, we're going to go into, sometimes you take a word, it's called a retreating, you take a word, and it's actually, it's a funny word, but it's really like a Rosh Hashanah sort of. It's like a what? Is it an acronym? Okay, retreating, an acronym. It stands for two words, Rapumo. It's soft, and it's like flowery. But anyway, Bishop told me about Shalisho. We have another word that's interesting. The Yavin Yisrael him. Lechem Bikurim. Lechem Bikurim, that's a lechem term. Caramel, it's a ploiner. You ever heard of the word ploiner, which means like for us? So what does it mean? It's funny, not this word. Where's the ploiner? There, it's ploiner. I also did one back in the day. Okay, let's see which one is better. Mine or this? Funny how very good. Wow. Sometimes it's not meant to read. It's meant to confuse you a little bit and we understand. This word means a bunch of stuff. Vayomer, pain, la'am, v'yeshelu. Well, we have to manu, v'chanu, he gave us bread and we ate. The Nova Hayan was great. Vayomer, it's also ba'avim, it's a pasuk in Mishlei. It's a muscle, it's a horror, it's a muscle to a woman who's on the Ephes. It says, Nisa things. Tells the man, Nala, let's get up on the bed. And this man will be happy with a start to go to sin with love. So that the wordness also contains all those words. It's very cool background and stuff. Maybe let us read or something. Not by the we had the bird by Yuchni, he laid the eggs and it was 60 villages around. It says Noisa Oilav in his Hadar. The law said Noisa Oilav in his Hadar. It carried this egg and went up to a place that's safe. But this Hadar put the egg there. You're at a negative. Famous passage by Bilam. The donkey says to Bilam, you're at a negative. What does the word Yorah mean? Where do you see this word? So it means Yoreh saw you feared me, the Malach Ra, so she saw the Malach Ratza and she moved to the side. This is like, I don't know, I guess it's deliberate. It's from our guy. The Zetz is like something like it's close to one of those bombs over here. Let's just do the small sugi over here. Very easy. Oh no, I missed something. The Ben Rabbi Shmuel Tana caramel, the same word, the same. This is how it all started, but it's different. He learns caramel is caramel, not rachumel. Caramel that it's completely ripened. Rabbi Kiva says that the leftover omer yichayv b'maisros. He says when hekdesh does the final smearing, how do you say miruach in English? Smoothing out, thank you. That doesn't allow you to be part of the maisros. Why? What do you do with the leftover from the omer nifta, redeem it, the nefel of it's for everybody. That's our Mishnah. Same thing. He says you are chayv. They asked me a question. When you redeem any kind of flour, any kind of grain from Beis Hamikdash, shechayv v'challah potem min ha'maisros. Me, so the miruach like but if Rabbi Kiva holds that the miruach doesn't help, my family, what do they help by bringing a raya from when you go to the Gizbar? He's going to argue that also. It's the same exact case. Bring me a raya when the Beis Hamikdash has left over from the omer, you have a challah. Oh, I'm going to ask you when the Beis Hamikdash has left over stam azoi, you potem a challah. No, he's going to hold in that case the challah. It's the same exact case. Says the Gemara, another question is, my guy, yeah, I said it. My guy, it's the same exact case. But look at this, the Bishayitim Moisel and Tzarech Lahed. So I kind of spoke out before. When you have the three, what was it? Saw? I don't remember the amount. Let's say it's 3 saw. That's what the Mishnah says. You bring 3 saw. The 3 saw, we know at the beginning of let's say 10% that we're going to take from that. So that wasn't given to the Beis Hamikdash. The 90% that's left over wasn't given to the Beis Hamikdash. Later on, we're going to find out retroactively that this 90% wasn't for the Omer. So it was never the Beis Hamikdash. The Beis Hamikdash never did a miruach on it. Therefore, it's Michaya. In other words, even Rabbi Kiva admits that miruach of Hegdish is potter. The only reason why over here the miruach doesn't work is because it was never given to the Beis Hamikdash. But had it been given to the Beis Hamikdash, and the Beis Hamikdash did the smoothing out, you would be potter from Ma'aser. In fact, you're right. Rabbi Kiva had this tradition. The reason why Rabbi Kiva says over here that you're potter from Ma'aser, not because the smoothing was done by the Beis Hamikdash, because it was never given to the Beis Hamikdash in the first place. The 10% was given, not the 90%. Boy size, Surah's toy boys have a wonderful day.
Marriage is Swiss is spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDY sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, boy side. Boy side, Shmakadach today. We're holding 5 lines from the bottom. It says the Gemara, the 3 women, they went to the Beis Hamikdash with birds. A cane is a pure bird. And you bring birds for, usually if a woman comes to you, let the Zafa, or you can also be in the Kava. And Kava Amra is Zivasi. She said straight out, my Ziva, she's a Zafa. Person, a woman sees Dam at a certain time, like after Dam Nida, there's other days, 11 days of Ziva. She brought her Ziva. The Kava Amra Liyamasi. My ocean. Kava Amra Liyamasi. Oina is also it's a period of time. So the simple meaning is Zivasi Zava Mamish. Like for Ziva, so the meaning she brings 1/3 of the Chatas, 1/3 of the Oina. Liyamasi Mamish is describing the flow, such a large flow like the ocean. Loinasi, Lasa, it has to be Ziva. You put the Chada and Chada Oila, one bird is a Chadas, 1 bird is a bird. Omer and Mordechai, no. Shema is also maybe say that she was saved from blood loss. She's gonna die. Energy. Shema b'yam signal. Maybe she was drowning. Nothing to do with Ziva. She was drowning. She's saved. And in other words, she's bringing a dava. She's not bringing a chat as an oil. She's bringing just an oil for as an dava, as a safety to Hashem. Shema b'yam signal. It says the slave signal. Maybe she was attacked by a zaid, by a wolf. Shema Beina signal. Maybe she had a danger in her eyes. Says the Gemara. She made a net. She said, "If I'm going to be saved by the ocean, she's drowned. She's this one. So it's going to save me. I'm going to bring it cargo." Well, the Bashka, and they listened to Mordechai and they checked it out. They saw that it's right. I mean, it's not. That's why it says, Sakya ala Kinish. So if you look over here, there's different shekaras, like they're shaped in a shape, they're pushed back. And 2 of them, one of them is called Kinish because oil have different names. So Sakya, Mordechai and Sakya, in charge of the why. Then Mordechai, love me to do it. He knows how to decipher things and explain them. In other words, people come and they put money in the first place. And they come in different, the Chinese come, this one comes, the French, the Spanish. Nobody understands what they're saying. It sounds like Ziva, but really he means it's a nether. You have to understand why they put money in the Pushka. What's to do with the money? Am I using the money for oil or for a khatas? What am I doing here? Yeah, B'Shivim Lashon. Why is he so special? In order to be in the Sanhedrin, even the 23, to get to 71, even the 23, you need to know 70 languages. So Baruch, I don't want to be short. Selfish, because part of the Dorsh, never should know. Baruch, what was so special about Mordecai? He knows 7 languages. Everybody in the Sanhedrin knows 7 languages. The Baba Berman knows 6, 7 languages. Don't worry, they were sure Sanhedrin was Baba Fasma. But in order to be part of the Sanhedrin, you have to be a Baba Fasma. Bali Maro, you have to look English. Bali Toima, Rashi says an interesting thing. It's very cold, and people have fear, be intimidated. They're not going to lie in front of you. Bali Zikma, the elder, Bali Shafa. Bali Shafa means this guy is kind of Mrs. Straker. So they come with molten lead and they pour it down his throat. What does this guy do? He says, I don't care about molten lead. He says, CGBG, abracadabra, and he drinks the lead. Nothing happens to him. You have to know how to kill him in other ways, because the halacha is that if you can't kill him in one way, if the guy's kind of means that he runs away, you can shoot him with a gun. So Gemara, so Bali Shafin, see, yeah. In other words, Chacham has to know Kishon. That whole sugya we learned once, Rabbi Kiva showed how to, with Kishon, to make cucumbers. Islamic, you have to know how to beat Kishon with Kishon. Every single person in Sanhedrin has to know 70 languages. Not only have to be called and the Balchafma, you have to also know 70 languages. Why? You don't want to hear it from a translator. Why not? What's the problem with hearing it from a translator? You can't trust him with Turgamon. He's going to say, you have to be exact. And sometimes it's just a little. So also something about Mordecai. Although they have a violent shun of the God. He's godless. This, to me, this makes sense now. You understand different languages and put them together. So Gagi's Shrifim, believe it or not, Gagi's Shrifim, Shrif, although it's in the Mishnah, the word Shrif is not in the Hebrew. It's not in Lashon Kodesh, it's in Aramaic. He's able to take the Gag and the Shrif. Mordecai, let's say Shrif is called a hut in Hebrew. So a regular person would say Gag, hut. And now you have a city called Gag Hut. There's no such thing. He's able to take the word Gag, which is in Hebrew, and strip in Aramaic and put them together to us. He meant these two words together. That's the hut. The same thing with Ein Sofer. Ein Sofer is an Aramaic word. So it's Ein means eye. Sofer is the whole of the life. You say hard. Ain't hard. What's Ein Sofer? I didn't have to use the word Sofer. It's a different word. It's a different language. That's the hut. I have a violent shot of a Dorish. I know the seed, the Mordechai Bilshah. That's why he's called a Bilshah in Daniel. Samuel. So we all saw the video, so kind of familiar with this. But what's the process of the Omer? Because the Omer Yanta Boys and Ois and Boys with the character. Best in Shluchim, the best go out before Yanta, they tie up a bunch of party. When it's still attached to the ground, because you have to do the zero on Kalamite, the night of the first night of Kalamite, that's the answer. I think it's a beautiful concept. Why we're very much it's supposed to like roll the Torah, you have parts of Torah, whatever you do before the people come down while they're there. But I always have speakers, the Sham, the Stanks, the Sham, cities that were the little villages that were next to that place, they all get together. Why? Today, she had mixed time, but they together. They want to make a whole massive out of it. Again, because of the system that says that you do this on a Sunday, not on the day, not on Monday. The rest of the day is super really. Again, the Torah says, you look at the Shabbos, and we learn, you look at the Shabbos means the day, the night, right after Yom Tov, the first night of Yom Tov. So today, so when we start first timer, we start the first night of Almighty, or in America, the second night of Yom Tov. Very strong, right? Monday Yom Tov, first night. But Oysen, they say, like the Tzdukim, they say, remember the Shabbos is literally the day after Shabbos, always falls out on the Sunday. So you want to tell people, no, we didn't listen to the Oysen, we did it on Monday, we did it on Tuesday, we did it when the Chachamim understood the Shabbos. Even Shechita, once it's night falls. Omer Lohan, Boashem. So the guy, one of the people cutting, calls the audience. The sun goes down. Omer Lohan, the whole place is there. Boashem meant Omer Lohan. People there said that question, they answer three times per person. Not go through. In other words, there's questions 9 times. God said, yes, yes. Then finish it. God said, yes. Mago Zoo. Is this the sick of Iron Hay? Mago Zoo, Iron Hay. Purple Zoo. This is the bathroom, hey. Make a whole, it's a situation where everybody gets involved. Oh, good. Get them involved. That's the question, though. And answer. They're not just spectators. They're part of the participants. Purple Zoo, Iron Hay. The Shabbos, now, kid. The first night of Mohammed, called Shabbos. One of them Shabbos. Every Shabbos, Exor, should I cut your meat? The barley, yes. Go ahead. The whole morning. Exor. Don't fall not told over the government. Question gets 3 times there. Like, only drink is up there. Only drink, 3 times. Wait, hey. 3 times. Hold on, brother. Why? What's the name? If they have a person, because of the person, the only they see us, the only they say, yes, tell me this. I take the subject, whatever. They decided that there's no person that said, you need to start the way as it. Later, they said, Jesus, there is not on the it's on Sunday. The Mela, the vacation. For those who lose vacation. Okay, Torah Bottom. Getting married, the ladies, I know, boy. There's something called Megillat Kindness. It's a whole sefer that tells you about all the young children that Israel has. Now, the only 2 young children we have left from the entire sefer are Hanukkah and Purim. But there are other ones. And now we're going to discuss these 2 out of the whole Megillah. Torah about Yemaya, the ladies I know about. Shouldn't fast. But we're discussing the way this stuff. Fasting is partial. You don't want to know. That's what Nino, there is Yarka the Nissan at Mayer Day. Why is it such a Yarka? Drummer is poison. So the 8th day of Nissan. Don't believe. Drummer is poison. So the 8th day. This is when we figured out that Allah can come in. We beat the spigot. We beat them. We thought we beat them with phone forms. We made a lump out of it. And it's such a young thing that you don't even deliver this time. You don't even give a hesed. It's too much ready. No hesed, meaning certainly you can't fast. You can't do 2 things. You can't fast and you can't give a hesed. The solution is kind of young where you can't fast. You can't give a hesed. You can't fast. That's the next one. Now, the guy for the Nisa, sorry, from the Danya Bay, but from the 8th day of Nisan, that's like Mayada, the end of Yom because of having the Shavuot. That's when he sets up the whole thing of Shavuot. That's our system. But the B'tosim said that Shavuot is always on a Sunday. Why? If you think about it, if you start counting the 49 days on a Sunday, it always falls out on a Sunday. The B'tosim said. They always start only on a Sunday. 49 days later, Shavuot is going to be on a Sunday. It's on the 15th day, too, on a Sunday. So, Rashi, if you look at Rashi takes up a word in over this. That's a little heavy. The lady sign off. We're not that strong. Over here, it's a tank. Now, we have to understand. Why in the first one, when people would come in, you said, oh, it's such a huge yogurt, you shouldn't fast, and also know it's crazy. So it's a little weaker. You keep them on food, then let's not get carried away. You put them to the house, you shouldn't fast. Says Rashi, I will look at sorry. You got to do a kindness when you keep them first. I was looking at something Seiro. You should have said it's a problem. It's not as happy, it's not a big win. Why is the problem? Why? The first one, should lie on the different basis. They came with a dumb halacha that it should be on a Sunday without any good proof. I was coming, how you say right the day and coming to much stronger, it's harder to beat them. So if you because the harder it is, the harder the fight, the greater the simcha, and that's why there's no even no head. He takes it again, the low mishka, he takes it out, he puts it in no pain. What's going on? It's more expensive. The guys are reaching out to Manya Bay, taking to the Nisa. When we tried it from 8 days into Nisa, we fixed into Thomas house. So the moment Yochel started it, or maybe Thomas. They were saying that an individual could bring a Thomas. My daughters, why? They had a person. You, in the individual, doesn't pass you, pass said. Individual can bring a Thomas, because they're going to pay the guys to be in our body. The famous, the white person. Doing the job every day. They took that person and they did something terrible. But the individual can bring it up. My husband was all that. No. It's a public thing. You put still by the Kalishka, you take some of the money that we collect for him. I'm not sure. But Manya Bay, that's if we have the place of package to provide the living this month. So what was the big simcha from the 8th day of Nisan till the end of Yosef? That by placing the that says now that the Rabbi said that we start Seimer on a Sunday. Let me go argue with them. Let me debate them. Shaitim. And I understand this is one of my favorite words in this. Shaitim. How do you know this? Well, I don't know how to show you the Shivas. Like Rashi says, they didn't have a good guidance, and nobody knew how to answer. Well, dropping up into the passage to everybody, one old man just Walmart. Spoke Rabbi Rothschild, he didn't have a passage. In other words, he sat up to logic. He didn't up. But Rabbeinu loved Yidden. And he knows that this is only one day. Let's make it a double day. Says the Yochanan ben Zakkai to this shofar. Because Father to Yom Torah is the voices has seen him. How long he took to walk from Egypt? But the night the Lord says it's 11 days. 11 days to walk. How is the Yom Torah there? I say that was on some famous thing. Because Rabbeinu loved the Jews so much. Instead of 11 days, 40 years. It took 40 years to get here. Now listen, there's a word to Gerashi. What's going on? Like I said, it's so silly. It says Rashi, when somebody tells you stupidity, you answer them like a shait also. You don't start saying lumbus and kavastimers and melitzinim like the one's going to say that. You tell them, anek sil, keep out there, whatever. What's the lesson over there? That's the lesson? Sounds like that. A guy tells you something, yes, he's taking. Oh, Moshe Rabbeinu loves you. No, I'll prove to you he doesn't love you. Oh, my Lord, you ready to get up to the training? Seriously, that's the answer. Oh, my Lord, he's shaita. Look at the Torah statements to Lanu, the Sita Bateris of Hashem. Look at the Torah statements to Lanu, the Sita Bateris of Hashem. What you're saying, you don't have any right in saying anything. This guy is going quite scars. We have a Torah, we have a whole system of how we learn things. The Gemara goes into a whole series now of 7 days just on today's dot. Easy ones. Very similar. This Ryan wrestling with Ben Zakkai. Most of the Gemara Tiskin Chamishim Yom. We have a contradiction in the when it says Tiskin Chamishim Yom, it's just Spirit Soimer, Mamish Yom of the Yom. It means start whenever you start in the middle of the week on a Wednesday. However, because of the Gemara, the second verse says 7 you start on a Sunday, you end on a Sunday. If it starts on a Sunday, you're about to get something. Some young Chicago is better than Shabbos. If young hold out on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, so you don't have 4 weeks. So you have Commission Yom, just go from there. Sure, the last Sofer of Shmuel Moira, these are all Simonim, how to remember all these Pshatim, the Gemara of Shmuel Ma'amer, the Yudah Lamata Sim. Second Raya, Rabbi Lezer Oimer, Eimik Tzara. You know, I don't have to come on to you doing that. Rabbi Oimer is encouraged. This bar law, Shema Shavuos, this bar law, you shall count. What does you mean? Spiritually, the bedroom. It's human beings that are counting. Think of these words of Yodim, Hashemah, Shavruach, Yosef. Yosef Shabbos Bereshit. Shabbos Bereshit means Sunday. Also, yeah, Shabbos Bereshit. Nobody counts a Sunday. Shespirot Mechalodim. You ever pay attention? That there's no argument in the world, even in the Wales, whatever, in China, in Morocco, 7 days of the week, correlates to nothing. Nothing in this world is 7 days. Sunday, Monday, what is that? There are nothing to do with the sun and the moon. The only thing that has to do with is fixed religion. That's it. And the whole world accepted it. And all of it today is Sunday. The very interesting thing, we're talking. Why? So, Yosef Shabbos Bereshit, the other Adam, everybody knows how to count from Sunday to when it's still up. Still up, it's something that has to do with testing. And we decided when Rosh Chodesh is, when the first day of the Yom Kippur, and when the good counting, give it to another shot. How do we know we're right? I'm going to tell you the name Yomim, because it's Chodesh. You should count 29 days, there's a Moilad, and then right the next day, there's a Chodesh. You count and you do something, and then you have this Chodesh. So maybe it's like a opinion out. But then you all know the count that's there. So count days, and then you have Shavuos. Now, so you don't have to be also Nikar. When it comes to Rosh Chodesh, you could tell from the day before, the Moilad, that tomorrow's the Rosh Chodesh, that it's there, it's not going to be also Nikar. So it comes, you start counting right after Yom Kippur. You know that it's coming here tomorrow. We're going to start counting. Why? Because today's Yom Kippur. Not because it's a Sunday. You're talking about it's long. But of course, you got places that always starts on a Sunday. And because it's different up. How do you tell it from the day before? There's nothing special about it. Rabbi Shmuel Oimer, another Raya, under Torah, under the Pesach, Shealach, and that's it. We're going to learn from the Oimer and Shealach, very similar, right? The Oimer, what's so similar? The Oimer allows us to eat from the new crop, the oldest crop. The Shealach is the two breads that come on fruit, and that allows you to bring the menach. It doesn't allow you to bring Ma'alon regel, Utzilas regel, just like by the two bread of Shavuos. It's right after Yom Kippur. In other words, it's right after 7 weeks of counting. All of a sudden, you have the two breads. It's not regular. Can regular plus regular. So too, the Omer is right after you have a Pesach, you start a school. You know, say Omer, Nema Shabbos Lamalo. The Nema Shabbos Lamalo. Again, we have the Omer and we have the Shelah. Mala Alam and the two breads, regular. No, this is that side. Sorry, let's go back. Mala Alam regular, plus regular. There's this two lechem comes right after, no, it is after the sphere started. You started Yom Kippur after the sphere. So over here you have Afkan regular, you Pesach stop. No, I went back for a second. Afkan regular, you finished, no, I just went back one line. You went back, I'm just explaining again. You finished Pesach, you start sphere Simon. You finish the sphere over there of the sphere Simon, you do the two bread. You finish Pesach, you do bring oil in there. Similar. Where you do say in there, never Shabbos Lamalo, but never Shabbos Lamalo. Again, we're going to continue the owners to the Shelah. Malam regular that's where the Summit law. It's the day after the 7th week. Afkan regular that's where the Summit law. It's the day after Pesach. Very similar. Hold up on it. We start in the term. The term means you shall count. It's free roll from Echod to Echod. Very important. Hold on. I don't know if you. You're saying that the decision is right here. Father of them that but the point is they experience the lack of the efforts. The same thing says that the raya is the sixth raya that we have to plan. It's not a just don't do the week. It's just thing that we do. I don't know. It sounds like she's very useful. But what does that have to do with the city over there? How does it fit into the city? Father of all, that doesn't call another up from the okay? The spiritual level that nobody Shabbos, Makos Yankim. So here we learn what is Shabbos not like the place. But Shabbos means the day after Yom Tov, first day of Hanukkah. Or you know, yeah, the Shabbos Bereshit. Maybe we should do it out after the Sunday. Yes, where you going there? I already going there. You might confuse me like this is right. This is Hamishim Yoim. The spiritual disciple that you Hello Hamishim Yoim. Now, listen to this. According to that person, start on a way. You start on a Sunday. You always start on a Sunday. What if Pesach started 3 days before Sunday? So now you're not counting who is going to come out 3 days before after the start of Pesach. So 4 days after Pesach. But it doesn't say like that. It says when you find out Rebbe Shabbos Bereshis, maybe it should be said Baruch Hashem makes commission effort. If you have to fall out on a Friday, one day Baruch Hashem makes a commission starts on a Thursday. You starts on a Thursday. Commission is Shloisha. If Yom starts on a Monday, you have 55 days from the first night of Pesach to Shavuot. Commission is Shisha. Starts on a Sunday. Okay, stop over here. So it can't be that you start on a Sunday. A both sides have a wonderful
America's sports are spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
The first thing Rabbi Rothschild says in the beginning of the parent is that when you bring the oimer on Shabbos, you have to treat it differently than if you do it on Yisrael. On Shabbos, you can only reach three steps, whereas in the weekday, it's 5 steps. 3 versus 5. You have to treat Shabbos differently. Between the 9th and the 11th. Gemara says maybe Rabbi Shmuel is like Rabbi Shmuel ben Roy. No. So maybe Rabbi Shmuel has the same halacha, we're going to try 2 more times. Hello, Amarabba. Never. Tanina, Janakayanim, remember Dover. Tanina, Janakayanim, the one who's the second commandment for Adam. There's many Kohanim days. Every year, using the Mishnah. He says something very similar to Mishnah. He's going to go around the Shabbos used to be up. They're not good enough for us to do that. He said in Shabbos you have to treat Shabbos differently. This is the process. Treat Shabbos differently. You go from 5 cells. In the weekday you only reach 3 cells. And again, it's just to remind our life, 3 cells, it's very, very good flour, but not the best. 5 is the best. 3 is 98%, not 100%. But it's very good. You have to work harder, you have to seek more, do more effort. Then there's Chanim, there's Adam. You start to the office. Only a single person reaches the Magalocha with 1 circle, with 2 achas, and 1 back. Oh, but in the weekday, it's very fast. In the weekday, you do 3 people, 3 backs, 3 triples. The fact is, and Upon says, you're right, the number is 3. Stop, so it's 3. When we continue to learn verses, no need to ask what person does the full stop? What person goes on that side? No, it's not. You don't need 3 people. Altanami, even the FCA is feeling over here also. Why do 5 steps? It seems like the same exact halacha. I think it's going to be the same thing again. No, the trick is to see why we do halacha no different. From 2 different angles. By the 5 saws versus the 3 on Shabbos, maybe you know why? No day, no advertising day, not advertising. I will also brought the person yesterday. So again, the person says it's starting from the Mokos and Shabbos. that the Baisosim, like you say, that Omer is only done on a Sunday. You want to tell the world, no, done on a Monday and a Tuesday. How do I tell the world? If one person does it, it's not enough. Three people, like in Lashon Hara, Bab and Kasa. Just three people is always a part. People know, assuming this, you tell the world, hey, we did the Omer on a Tuesday, not in the Monday and Tuesday, not on a Sunday. That's all, because assuming this stuff. And the Quran wants you, maybe we're just small, but you need three people. Just to reach that, three signals and three facts. Smart going out. And I mean, another smart. I'm going to go to my son. What difference does it make if one person reach the three saw or three people reach the three saw? At the end of the day, it's going to be in the Omer the same exact way. It's going to be the same flour, the same everything. So what about the exact difference? If you do three saw versus five saw, he's going to have to read it between 3 and 5. He said 5 is slightly better than 3. Especially according to Rashi, that it's the both by the first flower that comes out. So the first is more first flower that comes out of 5. The bottom of the flower is better than 3. So it's like a similar, it's a better product for the oil, and the house is a better product for the guys. But if you have a better animal, you check again on Shabbos. But you already have one. Why do you have Shabbos? No, I need a better animal. So maybe this is fair to say, you 5 saw, not 3 saw. Hey, okay. Another this didn't work out there. Let's do it again. Hello, Rabbi. He says in the Shabbos, in the weekday. Shabbos, he takes 3 saw, a weekday 5 saw. Yes. It's the same amount. This much. Already when you read the same thing, it seems like the same amount, but perhaps the way is the defense of Allah. It's not basically near value, basically near value. We know the halacha is that when you witness the new moon, you have to run to the Bezdin and tell them, you have to go to the shrine and tell them, because you entitled to fight this, there's no calendars in those days, but you're entitled to fight this. So they're running to Bezdin. Now, it's interesting, you get on the Egg bus, you go from the Tennessee line, and the entire bus is full of people, just like you. You don't have to go. Everybody has to go. But you don't fill the same room, it doesn't matter who goes. It's Shabbos. It's Shabbos. What do you do? It's Shabbos. They need to hear about this. Whether it's no cloud, the whole world saw it. You're not the only one doing this with on. Everybody did it. Well, basically, hear about it, and it's, I haven't known what this is. You all saw the little. Let's go near about it. It was one of these cloudy days. You have to be staring, and all of a sudden, a little gap over there you saw. And maybe you were the only person you saw. The power of the top. Even though many sheep saw it, and the oil was clear sky, nobody saw it. So you're not a special person. You have to go on Shabbos. The ordinary no, religious is no. And that is similar to the small narrative. The Shabbos is different. The near value is, it's so clouds, it's so clearly, it's how long the Shabbos. The other of yes, the inside is because the other people, once you go on a fucking Shabbos, you guys you can get the clouds and you can see stuff. Why do the extra filter and root 5 stuff? And show you the 5 stuff. And the racket, the Tusha and the Tina and the Afia. So how do we differentiate? Lord, you know how some of them are made us everything no concern about tomorrow. If you tell the guy 3 saw versus 5, so nothing's happening next year. But also, you're not still a person. In the future, right? So don't go. Today, don't go. Tomorrow's also not going to go. Tomorrow's going to see the moon. And he's the only one that saw it. He's not going to go. So I've been hoping that they're going to see what's lovely. Because I'm not maybe yeah, maybe I agree. You're not gonna tell us any radio stuff. There's some things that you didn't accomplish anything. Other people say, and you lose the there's no special features of whatever you need to something else. You look at your function. I mean, also you can change the way. But over here, there is a special thing. You're actually creating better flowers for the base on the gut. So maybe should we follow the answer? All right, there we go. Thank you for bringing it up. So much safe I place on Seaboard. The aim is sort of a lot. You have a Shabbos this Kodesh. I would love to think it's sort of a boy, but this is Shabbos with Davai. And the Rabbi Rothschild, like, you think that you're not just trying to sell because you're doing something special. You're helping out with something. You're making a better product. By the piece of it, not so much. Carving, not carving. Okay? It's my listen, listen. Don't actually have solutions to people. First, we went ahead and checked it. Prices are to show you. This is by mistake. Here's all you need to establish this purpose. Then it's on the line. At the end of the day, you only need one. We check two products. So at the time that we check this product, at the time that it's done, do something fast. Something that require a time. You only need one, you don't need two. I'm a rabbi, you tell me the rabbi. So, yeah, that was the secret. That was the secret. So, Rabba, and over here, the name Rabbi Ami, I can't remember this. Something says Rabba. I have a CEO couple of things. First, you couple the first one. You need the first one. And the second one, you tie the pattern. You yourself tie the patterns for you. You say the patterns you never. Even if it turns out that the blood of the person with his skin, let it come onto the second one. You get there. Tie it on the second one, even though it turns out that what you did is a great thing. Now, people who just only push on, this is more going to go away, huh? You know, it turns out that the first one is 100 pounds, and he found a 500-pound animal like this. Bad animal that he's kind of something. Nevertheless, at the time of the speech, you know what you can undo that by future information. That's the moral of the other Rabbi. The larger, better animals, and then you only put the skinny animal. So what if you did the case that we're talking about? You said there was a skinny animal first, and then the larger animal. Also says Rabba. When you said, the Rabba says you're tired. Start with the skinny one, and then you go to the main one. What? You said it's more tired, and now you say tired. Take back the peasant. Doesn't say go ahead, do a second shkita on Shabbos. You have a better animal. Yeah, it's a good shkita. Call Shabbos.
What up, Zeus? How are you?
Yeah, we're young. The better one. Beautiful again.
Okay, how are things going?
It's such a bottom question. Start out with the bad animal.
No, do whatever makes you happy. You know we're watching Michael tonight?
We're gonna watch Michael tonight? Remember his name. Some people say it in the name of Rabbi Ami. Yeah, you're right. It's Rabbi Ami, not Rabba. Okay? Rabba himself says that he chefs a weaker animal, and then they bring it to the animal.
Are you ready to lose? Why not?
chef, he shefted a nice fat animal. Then he went and shefted a 500-pound animal. Then he went and shefted another 500-pound animal. With the second animal he shefted, so when you open up the kishka, it starts full of chavir. You open up the animal, the first one, one of the 500-pound animals, full of garbage in there, full of mud. It weighed 500 pounds. I don't know. You find out it's a terrible animal once you open it up. The second animal is the real good animal. But that's why the shit you have no idea. You don't have radar, you don't have X-ray vision, you didn't know what it was. Later on, you find out that what you think is a good thing. You actually was thinking that you shut the second. So what's the question? Doesn't matter. You go buy his what? The guy really super. The guy wants to do this. But the nice one is going to go by his action. Another word is a machlokes Rabbi Rothschild. Yes, this man. Thomas is not getting the baby that's going little later looking, searching for the baby. So for us, with Sudan, guy, as they say in Hebrew, what do you say in Hebrew? Pathetic. Oh, the baby's drowning. Let me go fishing. Take out his things. He goes fishing. Baggage on Shabbos. Shomas and Thomas getting by y'all. Before us, Misudo Lahalu is dogging, the Ellen dogging. So there's a kid drowning, and instead of helping the search, he goes and he tries to trap fish on Shabbos. And he actually he's successful. The Ellen dogging. How he's dogging the Ellen dogging fish, you know. If his intent was to catch fish, and he actually was succeeded in getting the saving the child. Then something like this happens. Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Bat and Rabbi Rothschild. Because at the end of the day, when he put in his net, he saved the human life. Rabbi says this nice. Why? Because his intent was bad. Rabbi Rothschild. Bat and Rabbi Rothschild are the only reason why Rabbi says Potter.
What up, Mr. Aquarius? How are you?
How are you? How are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. Are you ready to play?
Yeah.
Alright, just give me one moment and I will send you an invite.
Hey, baby.
All my life, I used to tell the Rabbi Rothschild, my mother used to tell the Rabbi Rothschild, you put out your net to catch fish, not the baby, and that fish, but if you try to get fish, you brought up a baby and fish, Rabbi Rothschild, why? Rabbi Rothschild, still got some mass of it. This is where we go like La Allah, this is where we pass it. We go by the person's action. Says Rashi, even if you didn't hear that he's a baby. He went to be Macau Shabbos, and by mistake, he saved the human life. You talk to him because we go by the action. Says there's a mistake. So a male of a guy breaks into a car in Shabbos, breaks the car, breaks the ignition and this, and at the end of the day, he ended up saving his life. He doesn't have to pay for the car. So boss of Maisa, Rabbi Omar Chayom, so boss of Mashachto. And Rabbi says you go after his boss, his small process is to steal, small process is to have Shabbos. The fact that he saved his human life is still but we pass it like Rabbi. Look at the two of you. No, you go by the action. Love Rabbi. Praise him from Jesus, there is something. He's a sick person. And he said, in order to do it, he needs one thing. To walk to us, so that they all down and 10 person things to start running. If you are sorry, good God, give us that. And the whole time they brought off food, they all brought it. They all brought it, not only the couple. He gets tremendous scars. I feel the doubt like this, even if they still came in at a different time.
All right, well, just calm down. Calm down. Like I said, just give me a second, and I'll send you the invite.
Look at this.
I got to go too. You're not getting up there to the spot. You don't do nothing. I'm tired. Multitask. I'm just tired.
I understand. As the phrase goes, the world does not start and stop with
Right.
The fire makes sense.
one's needs. Sometimes
If you have a answer, let's say
adjustments need to be
one
made.
state for
Okay, I'm about to send you an invite.
how does it ready?
You should have
Everything's happening. Ready cooking. So you could do it. What's the big deal? No, that's awesome. So over here, you can nice it. You only need two. I think everybody's going to know the answer to this, but that's the question. Just to explain the other side. First, I'm doing the steak regards. This steak regards, you have
Get it.
Get it. Two times.
Oh.
Or the show is that
What is
which one do you think? Stein, I see on the fucking lady. Different two because that's what's wrong. Or it didn't show me seeing the common math of zero.
Give me a
three because it's less. Tomorrow, Shita shows my sinon, the less they have to cut, the better. That sounds down on the day. The I can like our Rabbi Shmuel also, hello, you can remind that Elo can remind zero. Rabbi Shmuel in the mission says that you bring three saw for the Omer, not five, because when you bring three, you're doing less reaping, less.
Okay, you got one.
I'm the other people keep coming back to Elo. Less fixed versus three. You're adding, you're doing this. You're
Get it.
You're adding two reapings, two whatever it's called, two tears or whatever the word is. Harvesting. But how do you say it in Hebrew? Magic tear, the more calls it tear. God that shows me things, certainly bring the three, which is only one. It says the Mishnah, some are not right. Mitzvah sa'omer lahavim and akparo. Some the mitzvah to bring the barley very close.
One of the toughest fish we've ever seen.
If it didn't ripen, the one in Yerushalayim, the being nice with the malachim, you bring it from anywhere. Now, what is anywhere? You bring it from Russia. Russia has a lot of good barley. It has to be in Eretz Yisrael only. Ma'isa Shabbat, so you can go all the way to the Shemesh and bring from the Shemesh. But initially, better from Yerushalayim. Not only Yerushalayim. Closest to the Ma'isa, here we're starting.
Oh, that was terrible.
Ma'isa Shabbat, maybe that's
Awful.
once came from a very far place. No, I'm in the Mishnah.
Get it.
And once it came from a very far place from inside. So this is more of my time, but why do you have to bring it from the close place? You go, you say Carmel. So this is interesting. Rashi says the word Carmel is actually.
What a strike.
Carmel, take a look. Take the word Carmel and you mix it up a little bit, and it becomes rock mole. The rock mole. Meaning very soft, and then it's flour. So if you bring it from a further place, it'll get hard on the way. Just from the ear. The famous halacha that when you have a mitzvah in front of you, you don't keep on going.
Give me this. We tied. Good job. You win, I win. I win, you win. Reload. One more to 600.
Younger brothers.
Oh, 900.
Fighting over the part of flying sword was lying behind the wall, and the other part of flying sword behind the wall. The brother Orcanus was outside. Whatever his name is,
what a great spare.
was inside Yerushalayim. Both Jewish armies.
Terrible.
That was later. Later, they brought the Romans in. Then later they asked the Romans to make they asked the Romans to not make show of this side. And once they brought the Romans into the side, it's all over the so because the Romans decided they took control and then fought against Rome, and then they had problem in that Especially when they know about people, they would lower money every single day. They needed the carbon copy. You can't live without a carbon copy. You can't live without the dot. You have to pay for it every single day.
Thank you.
Older person.
Yes, good job.
Did something to say in the Chachma Omer Lahan, and he told them,
What a spare. What a strike.
But this guy, this fucking told them, don't let them do the carbon. If you don't do the carbon, then they can fall. But as long as they're doing the carbon, you're not going to be able to beat them. Sent the money, and instead they gave him a chazer. Even halfway up the wall, the chazer sticks his paws into the wall. When his dazer to swell, our family is part of our parts, the whole is so short. But Sha'anu, that's when they said, Orush, you got the chazer, you're not allowed to bring up a chazer. The Orush, and I'm knowing, Chachma Sivonis, and Pastor Shalom, the teacher sons.
There we go.
The Chachma Sivonis. But let's just show Shalom, my Shabbat, even with Gavis Street, and we let him get some of That's the
Let's go.
Imota Omer, they have Yadim, the Heicha Isaiah. Remember the Omer came, you bring the Omer the second day of Pesach.
That's right, right?
The barley. Why did they know where to bring the barley? Because the ones outside burnt all the barley. Burnt everything. So they said, we need barley. Also, the person who he didn't know how to speak. I gave him a sign. He put one hand on a roof and one hand on a hut.
I'll take it. You win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
This story happened.
Yay! You got what? 8 more? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 9 more. Yeah, we will see. Yeah, 9 more. Let's go. Okay. That's tired.
This place doesn't like it. They send somebody else.
Okay. See you later.
So it says, very smart, 70 languages. This guy's coming to tell us where to find barley. Make it look this make Gavi street when it's using Gavi. You put one hand on a roof, one hand on a hut. He's probably saying, is there a place like that? Yes, there's a place called Gavi street. The same story happened with Sheilah. They have Yavim Echel Asui. They didn't know where to bring them. Also, the same guy comes back. He put his hand in his eyes. The other sikra on the door, there's a little place for the lock to go in. It's not the mezuzah. I mean, the door frame, there's a little hole. Mordechai. So this is, according to everybody, this is Mordechai Tzadik from Megillah. So maybe it's not the same cherish. And they found, in fact, this there was a place like that. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Learn the source of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Mordechai. Daf Samach Gimel Amar Aleph. Hoimer. Harei Elei B'machma. Lo Yosef B'machma. If a person says, I had a mincha, but B'machma, notice that there's a phase here. Not Harei Elei B'machma. Harei Elei B'machma. The Gemara says later it makes an afkamina. B'm or mit. Machmas. One means the actual frying pan. One means what you do with the frying pan. Lo Yosef B'machma. Macheshes is the deep one, deep fried. And the machmas is, like we know today, a flat frying pan. If he says, B'mar Cheshes, I want to bring him B'mar Cheshes, Lo Yavi B'machmas. So until now, we know the difference between our machas and our keshes is one has a lot of, they have the same amount of oil, but because it's a deeper pan, so the oil stays in there, and it's more of a spongy kind of a milka, and the flat one where the oil burns out, so it becomes harder. That's how we always know. Now you're going to see something new that you haven't seen ever. My question is the pieces. This actually says when my text has a cover. The top of the cover. Not about the pieces. It's the same idea, I believe. That when it has a cover, the oil gets trapped inside the sleeve, so it's a softer bread. Not about the pieces. It doesn't have a cover, so the background becomes tougher. They're irritating. So we go there. My question is amuko in my service. My question is deeper, and the oil, like say, you know, like the trickle, the constant of the oil, is like shaking around over there. My service, right, question? Not my supper, not my shower, this, my self question. My times are good. So now the Gemara just goes into where did he get it from? My chest says the answer is Kushaleh. And my chest says because of the inner thought. You bring him on a down because you feel like you did something wrong to the revenge plan. You think your heart, no one knows about it. You had a bad thought. To the sin, Rokash Livi, over time, my heart was listening to something. It's in the positive idea. What? Yeah, okay, you're right. The heart is covered. Just like your heart is covered, so too the pot is covered. Whereas the frying pan comes for things that you speak out, the Torah, things you talk about other people, with every instinct. You're not going to focus. Like a bark of a dog. It's a lotion of the stuff that comes out of the face, of the mouth. The machbas is the lotion of menapa. Maybe machbas, that's an relate. Maybe a machbas is something hidden. It's not face. So why do you hide? But that's very cliche. You know what I mean? Because people say, have a miracle, it's choices. His lips are whispering. So in other words, it came out. So you can go both ways. Each word can mean the same thing in different ways. The Gemara Gemara, we have a tradition that machas is a deep pan that has the according to which it has the cover, and according to the machas, what I say, machas is open, shallow, machas is deep with the. But if I need to know more machas is shabuko, the seed, the last one. If anyone says the machas is deep. Because it says in the Bible, the natural vision, Machas is narrow, it says the Alma. It's on top of the Torah. If a person says the word, I don't know what it means, I'm going to bring it on my side. So what are the options? Here it means I'm going to donate a frying pan. Now, you're all thinking, the fire, he means the mincha. Why a frying pan? But we're all wrong. But then you start, somebody's going to say the halacha, the person is my test, you use a frying pan. The actual frying pan. Yeah, no, look, the needs a frying pan once in a while. You have to update. Maybe that's what he meant. It goes by the word what people need. V'safilu, clinical, oil shumaseyim. We have a summon. What he meant by the word macheshes? Did he mean the actual vessel, or did he mean what you make in the vessel? Both. You only let one. You could bring both. So what you mean as you're taking the Kaizen, as you do the Kaizen. But still, is actually a vessel with its limbs is called an object. But don't make it help us so much. Now, if you look inside the art scroll, there's a very interesting picture. Here, listen to this. This is the picture. Why? Because Rashi says that it was the shape of a like wire. Whatever. and it had on the bottom, it had circles that the dough would be indented into it. So I asked Yosef if he could do something that maybe a little nicer. The holes and everything. The dough that came in Calvin saw like, that's a beautiful word, it's a funny word. Ooh. I know it doesn't mean adverb. Which is about the Muna, the Soifan, when there's dough in it, I'm making this up now. I'm just making it up. What does it mean to put up a Russian? In my mind, I didn't see anybody says. In my mind, you know those apples that look like this? The bottom have like. So if you put dough into that shape, you pull it out. It looks like that. Delicious apple. I don't think it fits in it so well because it says it comes by loitei hayivana, which means acorn. Oh, maybe the circles in the bottom, the bumps are like acorns. Each one is the shape of an acorn. Okay, very there. It will not be my attention by Masma. Alma Shima Taylor. Say, we're talking about the vessels here. We're not talking about the type of bread. But my question is the name of the kli. It's like saying frying pan. For instance, I want to bring a frying pan to the Beit HaMikdash. He said, I want to bring a frying pan. Does he mean the frying pan or does he mean the omelet making a frying pan? Then it means a frying pan. Frying pan is a frying pan. You said it. That's it. There's this thing called a markasha. This thing called a markasha. Even in Hebrew, markasha is a pan, a frying pan. It doesn't mean the mitzvah made in it. How much am I saying because the last thing I'm saying? It's like the sword. So when we thought it's special that he meant this, no. He means it's a real Tana or the Yomi, not the Kufa. It's something called a Tana, what they used to use in those days, is very wide on the bottom, narrow on the top. But if a person says, I want to bring a mincha in a Tana, in some sort of oven, you can't bring it in a smaller Kufa. It's not like it. We'll see in a second that the Yiddish says Kufa. Same idea, but smaller. The Lord not and not bread made on fire. So you light a fire on the fire. Here, so let me just show you what the picture as we shoot it is. Here's the kufa. No good. This is all the stoppers that are not even might be completely off. File something like this. This is a great idea. It's not a fire hazard at all. And this is very sorry. I don't agree with this one. I think it's more like a giant pot on a plane. Right? Will not be yours start seeing. If you know it there, the news is not true. Lots of maybe not the food that could do the riot, they could also do it if a person's time or position with it. Now this is saw another time in the Gemara before, more broad out of it. Array of light makes us the only messed up how is the messed up. The person doesn't specify what he wants to do. He says something that's big, so you cannot bring half towers and half the chicken. The chicken doesn't have oil. It has oil. It's two different things. How can you mix it? You bring one or the other. You can't mix the two. You can't bring 50% towers, 50% or 90% towers, 1%. You can't bring 9 towers in one bucket. You have to bring all 10 have to be towers. All 10. The sin not bringing this because of that, but it's going to prove that no, the party calls it a perfect. And then you bring a little bit from this and a little bit from that. Terrible. Now, the time over there, not the super. Look at me, not be very sure of you. If you go in there, Congress, stay calm. Listen to this. Says the suffers. Connor. That's what you think, talking completely. But this is what we call a meal. What's the kind? Matzah, any matzah. It really always happens. You got a matzah. Something big. It could be in a cooker, it could be on a pile, it could be in an Arab oven. What's the kind of time? That's what we call a meal. A meal. The meal. That's a meal. Hello? The rabbi. Got a negative. After negative is actually a positive. And the Mela, it comes to include something that we didn't include before. Also, most similar to Tanur would be the Hakshir Maf and Kukaf when it comes to include a Kukaf. That word, when you're saying words, if you have the extra word Tanur, you don't know what to do with it. You have one miyot after another miyot. But since I have what to do with each one of those words, Echad Shtei Afiyotim B'Chana. One, they have to bake it in a oven. The Echad Shtei Agdesha B'Chana, and the second one, that the Chana makes it public. So Misa Shimon Svara. So the last thing we just said is that the oven makes it public. You shouldn't really say that the oven makes it public, that it gives it, because the way it works is you bring the flour, it only has juices double, and then once you insert it in the oven, it gets an additional juice of juices like this. It's not Shimon Omer, Loilam Heavy Rabbi Loimar. It's like it's an interesting line here. Like you should always say, like Shavitza Hashem Negdi Summit. No. I mean, Rabbi Loimar, you should always say, Shtei Alechem, Alechem Aponim, Ksheres Ba'azaro, Ksheres Bebeis Pagi. The lechem aponim are kosher even if you do it in base pagi, which is outside of the azara. So Rashi says an interesting thing: if you bake the bread outside of the azara and the oven makes it kadosh, it comes out that it's yotzei. You made it kadosh outside of the azara. It's a of yotzei. No, Rava Moshe Dishon Shum Tanur. I forgot to put it in again. There's a Rashi here, two Rashis from the bottom, two lines from the bottom. Let's take a look at Rashi. The same time, if you have to channel a soil, yoimar. Says Rashi, you have to say with your mouth. Rashi, she thought that Rav Kosher keeps on saying yoimar. Also, by Peter, he says you have to say with your mouth. Yoimar al menas like a voice of it. Hanor anim madbisha. I am matish this flour so that I could. So what I'm saying is not that the hanor is what gives it kedusha. Your mouth gives it kedusha when you say, I am going to make this flour in an oven. Then you mix up the chalas and the rikikin. I want to bring korban mincha. Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that you cannot mix them. Tamalona korban mincha. Korban echad amar mincha. This time it takes korban. But you can mix it. You're kicking and cowboys and putting them in one basket. That's two separate korbanos. I didn't allow that. I said one mincha, one korban. All my words, Shimon says, if you never korban say korban. It doesn't say the word korban twice. That's on Kimon and Beis. But how long you never have korban echad? When it talks about kicking and cowboys, it says once the word korban. Then in our boys, how is it kicking? Yeah, therefore I'm learning. What's in all these cows maybe? This is so powerful. The Gemara is going to say, what does it need to do with this? This is the power of the power. The Gemara is called cows, and you're keeping one korban. So you can do whatever you want, any breakup you want. I had a shiloh yesterday, for no reason. No, not a good reason, but it's because the losses throughout the here, I'll read it. One of the cows maybe, you're keeping maybe, next to college. So next to you're maybe. It almost seems like the Gemara says it has to be 50-50. Which doesn't make sense logically. Like, I want to know why, but then they said in the Hebrew art scroll, you bring it to be 9 and 1. So obviously, what? I know, but I want to know for sure. Like, try and talk about it or something. Because the Lashon always is next and next and next and next. There was a start that says next and next, because later on, here, the next word coming up, but fortunately the same 50-50, that's not right. Okay. After it's baked, you hear this about saying after it's baked, keyword, after it's baked, it's hard, it's like a rock. You learn this, it's one of the hardest things you learn. To do pizza on something that's already baked, you have to have very, very strong fingers, because it has to be exactly with these three fingers, so you think you have to chop down the bread, and not take off too much, that is indents into your fingers, not to leave too much. So it's one of the hardest things. And now Rashi says something else. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, La'achar afiyasam. That's poison. Remember, after not zero is salt and you bring it back, you're reducing it back to the flour. This is a sheet that says larger, call them pieces. And Rashi already says, Omar, that you bring it back down to like a flour kind of pieces. So boil them, yeah, not too much. Boil them, all the other, never stay and nothing. And then you got in your hand, you did a pizza from college, and I'm repeating, let's say, then you're yoitza. No, I'm saying, because you boil something, it seems like it has to be a perfect leader, 50-50. In 50 minutes, you get 50-50. 9 and 1 would be a problem, but it's the same exact thing. In every you're going to have 90% from this amount and 10%. Anyway, not to confuse anybody. So you see the Rabbi Yehuda argument. What does Rabbi Yehuda say, Rabbi Rothschild? Let's just go back to Hazara. What does Rabbi Yehuda say? Rabbi Shimon says you can take your chicken and the cows, mix them up. I mean, you can bake 5 and 5. He says no, 10 cows or 10 chicken you cannot mix them. Comes Rabbi Yossi to Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yossi, the son of Rabbi Yehuda. The nine one I realized Minchas Mavis to live next to cows and next to chicken. This is exactly like his father. What is he saying different? Like a different rumor. And the way now, the Mincha, after the other, the Tana, the Hanabi, the questions are not like the phone, and not the way to relate to it. The Mincha, the rule that said that the Karev and the phone, but they're adding to it. It says, now the Kolom and the Master, and some of that these two Menachos, these are two completely different types of Menachos. One has oil, one does not have oil. If you mix the one with the oil, if you take oil and you put it on the Mincha, it's not supposed to have oil, what happens? It's a big no-no. Because it says in the Pasuk, Manish Raisa, Lo Yosim, Lo Shemen. You cannot take oil and put it on this meat. But if you put it on, you ruined it. I'm pointing it out here. That's the answer to the Gemara. The community between him and his father. Lo Yosim, Lo Shemen means that if it's bad, throw it in the garden. You're not allowed to have oil on this one. The Mela. That's by these two Menachos. The Kola Omer Lamala. So when he talks about repeating the powers, the other two types of Menachos, they mean Chalukim. You cannot mix a power with the rock. So the Gemara is going to take a pause here. But if we stop right over here, just so that we stop it later on in a minute or two, we're basically saying that if you do it, even the Dieva, it's tough. Why? Because you take a rocket that doesn't have any oil, and you mix it with a milk that has oil, a power, you ruin it. Well, you also allow seven. It's also it's finished, done. Whereas his father is going to say that after the fact, it's okay. Let's just go into something else for a second. Review the Shafir conversion. What are you really going to do? You're going to say the Gabal B'Shai. It says the word person once on regarding a Kala and a Rocket to say, meaning I can mix the two. It's Gabal B'Shai. And well, even if it's Bashem and Basham and since is the passage. The same passage regarding cows and chickens is Bashem and Basham said it should. If cows and chickens are one of the same, you can not one of the same, but you can mix them up. You say Bashem at the end. Why do I have to say Bashem twice? Vayikro, for his face, passage down, this is Parsha. I have a lot of Vayikro, and the whole discussion, Vayikro. And a lot of students who got to Basham and to number 2, starting coming on. Literally, you'll do it. Split it up. Dude, the cow's not to use Bashem in the front. If you're not using Bashem, the cows and the chicken are putting them in the office. Not mix them up. Shemin Jews, you could always find Bashem, it seems like it's separate. Not because of Hashem and Hashem, if you wouldn't say this process, have I mean that to mix the cows and the chickens? Maybe you have to mix them up. Why is the third mixing together? Because the third telling you do 50% cows, then you say, oh, really, it would be 50-50 the third, right? I don't know. Okay, it doesn't matter. I don't think you have to mix them up. How is it? How is it to value in the life? Okay, I'll see the step no. If the third puts it, you're keeping the cows in the same parcel and shoving all over the head, you must mix them up. Not you could mix them up, you must. And if you did just 10 cows or 10 chicken, you're not yet. The master law that you either all chicken or all cows, you're going to use one or we're going to read out after the one I know here, what difference La Lacha does it make between Rizzi and then his father? They both say they cannot mix up cows and chicken. They're not the other. The Yossi says that it says he brings from the coffee the Yossi and Shemen. That it's like literally bringing one milcha with oil. There was a milcha doesn't have oil. You're keeping in cows, one has oil, one doesn't have an oil. So you have these extra milcha on the side. So even after the fact, it's no good. Just throw it out. Okay. How did Allah finish the whole section? How did Oimer, you got the Shabbos Mishali Sagi. The Oimer comes from barley, and it comes on the second day of Pesach, and it allows us to eat the new scraps. Before you bring the Oimer, you cannot eat the new wood. The Oimer comes and allows you. And when you don't have the Oimer, the second day of Pesach is what allows you to eat the new scraps. That's why you'll see in many stores that say Yachon, Yachon, etc. It's not a Chumrah, it could be an Israel right. But anyway, we call Oimer. Oimer are above the Shabbos, Mishali Sagi. What if the second day of Pesach falls out on Shabbos? We have to do things differently because of Shabbos. Now, as we saw in the video, there are so many melachos that are involved in the Oimer. What is the ratio of reaping the barley? This is number one. So number two, you have to do you have to throw it in the wind and separate the shaft. You have to grind. Dosh is one of them. You have to, thresh it. What else? Sifting is another thing. Token, you have to grind it. You have to put in the. How do you say sifting? Token in English? Yeah, the word. Okay, no, sifting is not. Sifting is the 13th thing. Okay. The point is, there's many malachas. So do I have to slow down and do things differently? So the Shmuel says on Shabbos, yes, you have to do it differently. The amount that you're going to use on Shabbos, the amount of grain that you're going to harvest is only 3 saw. It happens to be that we get 1 isar out of the 3 saw, which is 10%. It's not important to us. But we have, let's say, the 10 times the amount of wheat, and you finally narrow it down to what you need for the Oimer. To the whole Muhammad. I don't know, I was waiting to ask Arya, so Shamsi, if 3 saw, and the saw is 10% of 3 saw, how much is an isar out of 5 saw? Beyond that pay grade, beyond all of that. The Chacham Moimrim, Echad Shabbos, Echad Kol, Mishali Sagi. Say Chacham, no different. Weekday is 3, Shabbos is 3, that's in the video that you said to me. Rabbi Chanina, Gana Kiana Moimrim, Shabbos, Yishta B'Yachid, Kuba Nagel Echad. Only one person does it, not the 3 people. Kuba Akas, and there's only 1 box that you put it in. So the third, the Shloshim, 3 people, the Shlosh Kupas, the Shlosh Mangalos, this is a side note. So by Tyson, they're like the Kukim, they say it's probably going to be Mechas and Shabbos. This all takes place on a Sunday. Every year is only on a Sunday. The Mechas and Shabbos. So I'll come out and say, no, there's 3 people that do it on a Tuesday, and you're wrong, you don't know how to learn Shabbos. So let the rumor go out. So let the page that you're doing it not in the Mechas and Shabbos. So you need 3 people. So that's on a weekday. Not on a Shabbos, we have to do the night, the malacha. You have to do less malacha than Shabbos. So the Shabbos they need to be Yachid. The malacha is Shabbos, the whole Shabbos. The Shabbos could be so small. So the Shabbos is going to do it. But how come we're Shabbos, Shabbos, this Shloisha, there's always 3 people. The Shabbos Kupas, 3 boxes, the Shabbos Mangalos, and 3 of these sickles. So the sickle. So I asked him, he's like, everything up on the Shabbos, you started moving, you started Nazi. Rabbanan obviously hold the best of the best. As Rashi says, the first flower that comes out of the barley, of the sifter, the first time, it's interesting because this is the first one that comes out is the best flower. What's the population of Shabbos? It doesn't matter. Weekday or Shabbos, 3 saw is the number. One might be so. What can you say? You can probably solve this for the comment. If you need 5 to get the finest flour, I think the Shabbos Nami, then you should be able to pick up Shabbos and do 5 saw. But if you get that amount, even from 3, I think the whole Nami, it's already working so hard in the weekday and using 5 now. On my right, the double is small, you start moving for the late to the comment. If I want to get the top Without hard work, I do 5. And that's why in the weekday I use 5. The pure class is the same. And if I work hard, I can get pretty much, almost, not exactly. Let's call it 95% of what I get. From the far I get it from 3. The far I see in the comment. So on the weekend when you use 5 to get the easy top flour. The Amish with the milk sticks in here, it's hard to understand a little bit. It's the better flour actually. From 5 you get a little bit better than 3. The Shabbos, I want him to use that seed. Instead of using it for an hour, I want him to use it for 2 hours straight. Let him shake it, bring it the best of the best. Because he's only doing one malacha of 50. The Yarvin Malachas Arba, if instead of using 3 bundles of grain, he's doing 5, let's say. And now he has to cut more grain, more syrup. There's more zoyah, there's more dust, there's more peanut, there's more everything's on a higher, there's more malachas. I'd rather just do the 3, but he's going to get slightly inferior product if you have to address. Omer Rabbi Rothschild, Gnesher, Yoshim, and Brocha, Omer Rabbi. Comes down, this is a classic about it, but we want to take 2 halachas that have extremely nothing to do with each other and say they're very similar. And then the Gemara always, and this is, I told you, this is one of the things that you learn, it takes this for business also, this idea of knowing how to differentiate between 2 concepts. It's a skill. It's a skill used in the regular world, in business. You say, look, it's only, it's not, this is different, and over here it's different. How do you compare these 2 buildings in real estate? This one has this, like stop, like understand. Everything has a point, an opinion, nuances. The only thing is going to take 2 things and say they're the same. And then the one says, no, I'll give you 2 reasons why they're not the same. Sanya, our boss is colleagues the Shabbos. Here we go. In order to get to, these are beautiful pictures. Our guys, they had these hooks. And they would hang the animal on the hook. And they would fillet the skin right off. Now, typically speaking, they take the entire thing off. But why are we taking it off right now? On Shabbos. Every day it falls out on Shabbos. When do you eat the carbon? A muscle Shabbos. It's already weekday. So what can you do? What can you do? Now, I have to get the imurim of this animal onto the mizbeach quickly on Shabbos. So in order to get the imurim, I have to take off the skin. Well, I don't want any hairy, I don't want the wool to attach itself to my imurim. I need pure imurim. I gotta get the skin, I gotta fillet the skin like this. That's so. She did much of Shabbos, now it's unbelievable. She pulls it down all the way up. Whoa. It's just crazy. See the innards. Those are the innards. Okay. There's enough focus that you can take off the skin completely now. It seems like similar to our Shiloh over here. Once you're doing it, go ahead. Keep on going. Whatever you want to call it. So it says, our boss is calling the Shabbos, Maxim, is a Pesach, has a chazah. No, you can only go until the dress, and you can't take it completely off. Leave your small bonus and real from the break. But one man, take the whole thing, the entire hide off. Really, I'm going to be small bonus and real from the break, or Hassam, you don't have to see by the hide, why pull more and pull it over his head? You don't need it. So what you need right now on Shabbos, to take out the morning, I don't have to go all the way. So too the question is, should he do 3 saw, 5 saw? Even that's I can get it out of 3 saw. Why do 5 saw? Same halach on the Torah. I can make 2 minutes here. You might tell me, I'm already small off, the look at the zoning culture. By the 3 saw, nothing's embarrassed, I didn't do anything to the going short of this amigo, so I do 3 versus 5. But over here you have a carbon plate sitting there with its hide hanging over his head. It's not nice. I want a nice piece. I will also think of bizarre culture. I have a sport that says keep on going. It's not what do you have to do? No, I need to look nice. When the color walks in the back, the inside of the leg, how we put this way, that way, that's not good. Also, I don't do Sabbath. If I pay Sabbath, it's like what point do you have to keep on going and take the skin off its head? You achieve what you need to achieve. You cut open the animal, you get the moon, you're not taking it off. I'm not going to say it's all good. But talking about 3 sides, you didn't get exactly what you want. You're slightly inferior. There's another 5% of better flour you can do. And the bonus really, maybe let's do 5 sons. That is 3 sons. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day.
Learn to discuss and spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Agora do Rabbi Rothschild. Here we go. Stop. Coming down. Hey, so how do you do knufa? How do you do knufa? What's the process? So, I'll show you in a second. We have a little bit of a video, very schmuck to show the whole thing. You know the imur. The imur are the parts of the animal that go on in his tail, like the skirt steak, the kidneys, the fat. You take that, you put it on the head. Boom. The positive shagalayim and the breast and the thigh go on top of that. The whole other fish left him in the mouth. And anytime you bread, like that, poison or nothing, you put it on top of over and top. Hey, what do you see this thing with the bread on top? What do you get idea? Stop my face on the top. It's not all my papa in the moon. Find the bed in the moon. Okay, the papa here. Carlos Matapa, Sherman, we also love about short coyote. You take the Carlos Matzah and you put it where? Allah Halovim, the Allah short. On top of everything. So we made a little just like you find, but when we do this, so do the rest of the place. Now, going back to the original, that the shoyt, the cousin shoyt are on top of the moon, by diamonds. Where do you see this? Then we see we have a contradiction in the psukim. On the one hand, it says shoyt hashemot chazeh nuva. Where do you put the shoyt and the chazeh? We should have halal. They're on the top. Give you the other two. But see, the problem is, it says it's hafeilim. Like was the fat goes on top. Abaya, Abaya, who the nicely playing the base of the Romino. The Caleb is on top of the positive shape. He brings it from the base of the Let's just see the base of the for a second. So, right next to the Mizbeach is an area in the outline over here with all the rooms in the floor. That's where today they have this box that's cost $100,000. You have the animal flips it over and that moves and it extends the neck. But in those days, it was a hard thing. You have to knock the animal down and grab its neck in one of these rooms. The next room you'll see the granite tables, the marble tables, and different places that, surfaces that you could cut up the animal. So you bring the imur from there. And then, check this out. Very good. Point number 1. That's the front of the plate, the blue. And on top, he puts the payload. Now he takes it, and he gives it to point number 2. So what happens? Well, when he flips it over, the payload comes on the bottom, and the positive shoy go on top. You found it. Oh, the nice little guy who's basically the time already. Now, when he gives it to the guy, it's going to do the dupa, it flips over. Rabbi Rothschild does this. But say that's the Gemara. By Simu Esach Halovim Ala Chazak. This is super important to see this part. That's the end of it. By Simu Esach Halovim Ala Chazak. By Yakra Halovim Amizbeicha. As you go into the Mizbeach, the Halovim are on top of the positive shape. The video that we just saw is the opposite. The positive shape on top. Says the Gemara, step looking from the video. Check it out. Now I'm going to show you the full thing. Sorry, I caught it like this, so you'll just have to hear it. The fucking thing on the bottom. Last one in, first one out. That's point number 2. Now the fuck is the top? Who yes is the Paloma Barn top holding this day out? Oh, they do Kufa. But if you forgot, it's point number 3. So they flip it over. I don't know how you say it, like the light bulb. The kids now they lure him on the top. It's a long one top. Good. How many Soyanim were there total? How the other got up here? Wasn't a castle leg. And the Gemara, welcome after long. The finish. If you eat exploit of Soyanim, you think it's big. I guess the Indians have a lot of people doing the mitzvah by, at least the mitzvah, they're not good on kiddush, really don't have to smell it. All right, your voice is going to feel like this. There are 4 possibilities where to put the bread. What are the possibilities? Let's think about it. On top. What else? On the bottom. What else? On the side. Where's the 4th place? 4th place, your voice, you're not going to believe it. Over here. Okay. It says few more. It's all left and we'll take these outside. All right, brother. We have 4 sheets here. Where do you put the bread? The hand that going to son, lechem habikurim. Lechem habikurim would mean this is on top of this. Lechem, it's on top of the bread. Really? Okay. Yoko, you know, the Pasuk says you put the sheep on top of the bread. No. This is on top. The bread is on top. When we do it. No. It seems like the bread is on top of the sheep. In other words, the problem is now we have it's like evened out. It's contradiction. I don't know which one is on top. I see in other places the bread is on top. Where do we see this bread on top? For the second time, Bimilui. We saw the puzzle before, the bread was on top. So there's no bread on top. So you think you're going to make puzzle in Mala? No. The bread is not on top. The sheep are on top. So why did it say 2 sheep? If you recall, we were talking about Snei Lechem, we had a whole studio, and we talked a lot about these other Shabbatos that come together to Snei Lechem. We focus a lot on the same stuff. But look over here. What's missing from the right side? The right side, if you weren't here inside, what's missing? We have 7 sheep on the bottom. We have a bull. What's missing? What Shabbatos are missing here? Snei Lechem. There isn't that. No, it's straight. Because you see 2 sheep. You don't realize it's 2 rams. We're going to have 2 sheep. So what's missing are the famous 2 sheep. What he's saying is, what's the lesson here? The 2 sheep, meaning the bread, the tnufa, everything's on the 2 sheep, and not those other korbanos, not the 7. Only the 2, yes, but not the 7. Some people say that it's from the Torah already melted. Mania, Lechem, Ben Yakuseim, Shaposim, Benet. What he does is, he puts it literally like this. Now, what's the problem with this? Well, it's a little loud. The problem is, it's kind of gross. How can you think that? Then the guy says, oh. Why did he say this? Mania, Lechem, Ben Yakuseim, Shaposim, Benet. Beneath some time, same as Christ alone. Lechem, Agabi Kosim. Look, if I put the bread right over here, to have the bread is on top of this leg right over here. But also have the leg on top of the bread. To have basar on top of the lechem, and have lechem on top of the basar. No, I got a basar, because I got a lechem about it. My Rebbe says, Rebbe, the author of the Mishnah, I reported slowly. The milk sauce with dominance. You're not going to give a king bread that was laying in that area. The milk, not have nothing with bark, or it's okay. That's put on top of us, stupid buyer. Okay, now we can fourth shita. You had already a shita on top, you have a shita on the bottom, you have a shita over here, and now you put it on the side. Side. After tomorrow, we need almost next to, but being on out, we need on top of, not next to. It says out. All my little reps, the word out means next to, not on top. You thought it means on top? No. I'll bring you two right. We all know, if I ask everybody here in this room, we all know the shita. Where does the bezichin, the lefoina of the lechem achonim go? Everybody knows this. Where does it go? On top of the bread or next to the bread? That's one sheet, and that's what we typically talk about. It's next to it says in the Torah in the Pasuk when it's not to al hamarechas lefoina zavish put the lefoina on top of. But you don't need the bread. It's next to it, not on top. I thought I was almost maybe beat it the regular normal way. I mean, I'm not. Where's the Paroimus? The Paroimus is a curtain. This week's parasha involves this. That's what he was saying, Rabbi Shmuel. He almost said that. Where's the Paroimus? Down on top of the Aron. Look at the Aron. We see the Aron very clearly here. This is the Aron with the creaming on top. I don't see a Paroimus on top of it. I see a Paroimus next to it. So the Mela out over here means next to, so too, it means next to by Lachanachah. Maybe have a sticker like I was here. Maybe Malo Murray. Not only that, God's stuff, but on the base is super easy for a 3-minute signal. Maybe Malo Murray. Don't know the paper, I don't agree with him. Maybe the Misal of the Shalom. What's this up and down the roof? I'm showing you, why am I doing this? I'm doing this to the one who is in charge of all sides of the world. And here, Ruchais is not wind, Ruchais is sides. Direction, thank you. Maybe. And according to Rashi, not here, it means you know for directions. That's why we do all for directions. And we take a that's later on. You're trying to make a statement, you do this to the bonus. He's in charge of Shemayim Bar. Give my own house to Hafi, and I said, I'm going to come about this stuff. Come over here. You go in all directions, stop. This is wind. The bad wind. But to the last of Ruchas Roy, stop whatever. The things that come from different places. Sometimes it's wind, sometimes it's metal. The point is to stop these things. Malo mercy, lots of Salomim Roy. The bad wind. Or into my rebuttal to Sumeres. That's why we do all directions. We have more kavod in this world. Because the lulav is similar to Hadir and Mr. Lion. This is a marriage, you're right, I missed a very important line. This is a marriage. Shiori mitzvah ma'akris of the things that are not ma'akris are ma'akris of Qur'an. Meaning when to do the tufa, if you don't do tufa, you don't do tufa. You still have to use carbon. You're not using another carbon. But that side thing, called the tufa, that helps our life. That's ma'akris, it gets rid of the Qur'an. The lufa, the lufa is the leftover of the mitzvah, the side point of the mitzvah. The main part of the mitzvah is the carbon. The waving is it's like the man is like the name of the nation. That's the main thing. They do like this, but going like this in all directions, that's the side point. The side point of Sarah's lufa is Roy, London, Rhyme, bad dude, bad ruach. Does anybody have an English article here? All my rabbis, this halacha of mitzvah, all directions, up and down, you do the same thing by a lulav. So that's why he would go up and down, the lulav, the machne, happy, the omar. He would show and he would say, it should be an arrow in the eye of the sucker. Gemara, it's not a very good idea to start over the sucker. If you want to do it, because you're going to provoke him, you're going to cause him to don't tell something, I got you. Don't do that to the start. A couple of things. It could be, you provoke him, but tomorrow, as Dr. says, and they want to say that he's actually trying to make friends with the Southern. This same, Rebecca Bayako is David Rushman. And the Sultan, the Shem Shemaim was happening. And the Sultan was so excited by Pshat that he went and he kissed his feet. Just friends with the Sultan. And also in Kedushin, the Gemara brings that there's a seven-headed snake. There,
Sweet dreams to you as well, Mr. Aquarius.
And they don't produce it. Only Ravacha did, every time he fell, one of the heads fell off. So I asked Yosef to review it tonight, so I didn't see it yet. I think this is in here. He put it in. I said, you already have it. Let's see what AI could do. It was like just in a few minutes. Boom. All right. Dr. Gemara. Hold on. What's the Shalom Tzibur? I always say, you guys remember, you have to remember this. Shalom Tzibur, what is this? The two things that we're doing for. They require Tnufa after the Shkita. Which is also Moshe and you do it complete whole like this. This guy's dead, you do Tnufa as it. Not parts of it, not the more in the Chazal Shaykh, the entire thing. Different. You don't do the whole thing, just the size, the chazar, that's it. And then you move it also. So Michael was like very, very simple concept. Scary words, but the idea is very simple. Dumino means I'm going to learn the concept of Shanupa from you. Now, I could stop, or I can continue. I already learned the concept of me, but I'm going to learn that I also have to do the entire animal. Or I can say, no, I'm going to learn the concept of me, and then I make up my own halachas. The side halachas are not so important. I'm like, this is a positive show. That's, the top line over here means I'm going to learn everything. Let me learn the whole thing. Yeah, all the side halachas as well. So over there, it's also, it's the entire animal by also. Or no, Buki Basra, stop. So, what does it say? Very, very simple. I already explained this whole sugya. We'll just read it inside. B'dumino, Buki Basra, Rabbi Rothschild, Dumino. I'm going to learn all the Hamdiyat Allah. I'm going to learn the main thing. Look at what I'm going to continue on and learn those sizes. I'm going to learn from an individual comment that requires after you shut it. As the Shabbat Tzibur, when it lives after Shita, so that's halacha number one, the main halacha. Moving on, then I'm going to continue learning. Now, by the individual, it's only certain parts of the animal, not the entire thing. So still, on Shavuot, it's only the husband. You hear me stop, right? You stop short. You learn the main halacha, then you stop. We require Tnufa by the shlomim of the community, just like the shlomim of the individual. In other words, I'm supposed to do Tnufa. If you guys stop, but you stop. You say, Pasam, with the Chazal Shaykh. By the Chazal Shaykh. By the Shim Moshe, the entire thing. The Moshe, the Chaim. Some of Bezin. No, there's no argument with that. Everybody holds, you learn all that way. By the time of the Rebbe, now the Rebbe says you do the entire thing. Awesome, because we are going to learn from the Yafis. Awesome. And what do you do? The Chazal Shaykh, because that's the only thing that the Kohen gets as a gift. You want to do the entire thing, because that's what the Kohen's entire thing is Matan al-Kai. You stop short. Why the Rabbanon say Chazal Shaykh? It says it's Bimai, but also the Tzibur. So, I want to remind Olam, it's super simple. We have three types of korbanos here, and three halachas. Each korban only gets two out of the three halachas. So on top, we have the Oshem Mitzvah. He gets the Oshem Mitzvah. If you look at the top, the Oshem Mitzvah gets two halachas, the blue circle and the green circle. What's the blue circle? They use smicha, you lean on it while it's alive, obviously. And tnufa when it's alive. You look at the animal as it's alive. What is it missing, Rabbi Isai? The red circle. What's the red circle? Green one is definitely. So this is easy to remember. Green is go, red is stopped, red is bad, green is good. So Snuka, when it's alive, is green. Snuka, when it's dead, gone, red. Okay. So let's take Shalma Yachid over here. Shalma Yachid, some of individual has blue and red. What is it missing? That you don't do Snuka when the animal's alive. Shalma Tzibur is the green circle and the red circle. What is it missing? The blue circle. So what the Gemara is going to do here is going to do the same exact Kavachimer 3 times and say the same exact answer. Kavachimer is very simple. Let's say what do we just speak about? The Shalma Tzibur. So that's green and red. What's missing? The blue. Oh, if it has the green, so certainly we should have the blue. No. The positive says okay, great. And then we take the next one. It has the blue and the red. It certainly should have the green. No. Let's see inside. Let's see how long this takes. What should mean in Shalish mitzvahs? There's 3 korbanos. Shami Torah, Shami Yachid, Shami Tzibur. And there's 3 mitzvahs. When it's not green, red, green and red, and Shmita. Each one has 2, and a third thing it doesn't have. Anyway, this is what it is. And it doesn't have Snuba for life. We ready this and just reading it. Hashem is always doing. I remember the trouble. Now, as the Lord first time of Christ, simply Shalmi Yachid, let's talk about the Shalmi Yachid. Shalmi Yachid is blue and red. What is it missing? That you don't do Snuba, you don't look at when it's alive, it's missing the green. As the Gemara views the Shalmi Yachid, do the time the Kavachimer. The Kavachimer should have the green also. You should have to look at when it's alive. Right? Imagine the Shalmi Tzibur. Compared the Yachid to the Tzibur, what's the Tzibur missing? Look over here. The Tzibur has green and red. It's missing blue. You don't just make it. They don't have the blue. They're missing the blue. But yes, they have the green. The individual you have to do smicha. It has the blue. Certainly should have the green. It should have smicha when it's alive. And this is going for the life. Now the Gemara says, you can't do it because there's a word in the fire says you can't do that. Some of the biggest difference on the Yachid that the Shalmi Yachid does not get smicha once in a while. Asking more the same exact Kavachimer, just changing the circle. How come it is that the community Lamed, meaning on Shavuos, you don't do smicha at all? They're missing the blue circle. They should do it because we got it. Imagine the Shalmi Yachid should do smicha. Now he's doing the reverse. The individual doesn't have the green circle, doesn't do this, the blue circle. You can see what you're doing in the house. And they did smicha. The Shalmi Tzibur that has blue when it's alive, it has the green circle, should have the blue. When we reach the Tzibur, the answer is slightly different. We know from our rabbis, from tradition, we know that there's only 2 community korbanos that require smicha. That is Yisrael Azazel on Kippur and Parah. Third question: Shabbat Torah, the top guy that has a blue and a green circle. What is he missing? The red circle doesn't have smicha when the animal is dead. You don't say don't see the trouble. We got a final. What's about a final? Imagine the Shalmi Yachid saying the kind thing. The Yachid Shlamim is not required to when it's alive, green, yet it has the red. So how come the Shalmi Torah don't do the kind? This don't do the stuff. Me, Rahman, I was in the Shalmi Yachid. I saw it. Okay, Rabbi, me and I saw it. Certainly, the Shalmi Torah. Torah. Rabbi said, "Hamisha shehiviu korban echad." We have a shayla. 5 people are shutrim and they bring 1 korban. Who does the tznicha? Echad meinifay they kulam. 1 person does the tznicha for everybody else. The isha and a woman koyin meinifay yadam, and the koyin does the tznicha for the woman. The chiddush should have to run into the beginning. If you were to send your partner from, don't go to the Gemara, but that's why I'm going to say, Koyin made it by Yodla, the Koyin does it for him. Here it goes.
Buddy, this is where we part ways. I have a business meeting I can't cancel just to sacrifice you in the mikdash. I'm sure you'll manage. Good luck.
It's Jeffrey Shachar, not our full-time guys, our weekend guys. flag is going to be blown.
David, we really want to close the deal with you. You seem like a very serious man. Hello, who is this? The Kohen, your Korban has arrived. Oh, they missed him. He's gotten so big. I'm going to do the tenufa with it for you. And want us to take a selfie? Yes, come on, Tahale, correct. Toilus, Tabel, raise it, lower it, do it forward.
Anyway, selfie innovation is, I'm not a big fan. That's what we had. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful week. Shkoyach for coming.
Where is this book that's spreading throughout the world? Sponsor is here today. MDYsponsor.com, sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Spotify, we're holding an Eloi, like 12 lines from the bottom of the top of the page. Doesn't matter, Eloi. Yesterday we had the word of Vesa. And instead of quoting and shivering, we're both remember what is this shivering very close to. We're shivering goes together with like the Oimer, the Vesa comes to Oimer. And Rabbi Yehuda says it comes to Sefer. Oyena has the Gemara, maybe the word Vesa, Oyena Oimer, Vesa, Yochid. It's like Vesa, you shall bring as an individual. Or if you have an example, who may be Yitma Science too, that when an individual brings a mincha, perhaps he's able to bring it from barley. Typically speaking, to bring it from wheat. Perhaps it's wood that a base comes to tell us that he can bring it from barley. Cook made the dinner. Now, there are those that you do bring barley, but besides the ones in barley, you can look up the dinner. Perhaps you can learn it in last season, maybe Minnesota, and I see the fight, or maybe Minnesota, man. So I think when this community brings, you're not going to say to bring it some success, to bring the wheat, the Shnalachem on Shavuos, who maybe Minnesota, and Sayer, and the bring the Omer goes so barley. Yochid, so maybe Minnesota, and I see in the double, you have a Minnesota, and Sayer in the double. Maybe you could also bring it from both. Talmud Omer, Eila, it's going to be wheat. Now, therefore, I can't think for a second that an individual could bring barley, and therefore it goes back. What do I do to the Havesa? I'm not going to learn a person that is either going to be to teach me that either Omer or Soisa they need to do Haggah. Omer, Eila, perhaps you have this. You have a list of 10, and then it's coming up to the first 5, and this is the Dava. Milcha Seres, Machas, Precious, Calico, so perhaps when a person says, I want to bring you a Milcha, I want to bring you a Dava, he should bring all 5. Tamalema, Me'ela, Ramadi, Yosha, Achas, maybe, Hanukkah, maybe. Those who have it easiest to get today. Nothing difficult. You need them short, you need them Me'ela, Ramadi. You don't have to do all of these. Some of these, one of these, Rotsa Achas maybe, Rotsa maybe, one of these. But you know, if you go back to the Pasuk, they saw a Samincha, Asher Yeh Osem, Eidel Hashem, should bring Dom Mincha. So what do we do with Dom Mincha? Rabbi Shimon says, the rabbis, Shar Menachos. Shar Menachos, what Shar Menachos today? Shar Menachos means not these 5, Minchas Dom, but Shar Menachos. Shar Menachos is a Minchas Spaita. Person who sins has to bring it. He doesn't have money, he brings flour. The second one is usually we use her as a Spaita, but okay, using her as a woman, the Mincha of a woman, and the Mincha of a God. The Rabbi Shar Menachos, Lahadasha, that all these 3 have to take the Mincha and touch the corner of the Mincha. Perhaps also the 2 breads of Shavuos and the 12 breads of Lechem HaChanim there in the Shulchan that was an Adam every single Shabbat. When it comes to exclude those two, the Lechem HaPanim and the Shei HaLechem. When my reader, Rabbi Rothschild, was Shei HaLechem and Lechem HaPanim, why did you pick these two to exclude and not to include? My Rabbi Rothschild is one of the all of them, Menachas, you do commit, so the Kohen takes his hand, takes part of it, 3 fingers worth like this, and puts it on the Mizbeach, puts it on the fire, on the Yishim. What's that? Shei HaLechem, Lechem HaPanim, same on the Yishim. The entire Lechem HaPanim is eaten by Kohanim. The entire Shei HaLechem. As the Gemara says, the deciding factor here is going on the fire, not going on it. Something that goes on the fire, you do have that. What the question is that. So it doesn't want to. Now, when Mitzvah is suffering, the Mitzvah is suffering, spoken about many times. It's the Mitzvah that comes together with Shlomim and Ha'ila. You put it completely on his back. Yes, you know, I got it. Same thing, same thing. They're going down. Yeah, I got it. I can do anything I got it. On the Loimar, the Kiva only distance to the Haggadah, the mouth, goes to Haggadah on, because it's suffering. That's the Gemara. How do you learn anything from the word the Kiva? All the new guys, as it started, getting commission is going to be a brand new figure. Here with us for a moment. We already use this word the Kiva for the Saita. No, from the word the Kiva, we could actually learn 2 things. We could have said the Ikrim. The Kohen should be marked. This is up and normal. The Kiva, that's your hand, teaches us to use in a suffering. And we use the same word, with Marga, the Saita. When my reason the Yahweh started not to know, it's just like it's suffering. How come Simon up it? What's Simon up it? Simon up it, yeah? How come you say that you that does so? But look at the suffering now. It's the truth. You say the Kiva comes to be in the mind, these 3. Why is the Kiva not excluding these 3? Who told you what's excluded in the word the Kiva? So today we have to use a little logic. My money is Simon up, but it's not Simon up for an hour. My money is Simon up, it's supposed to know after. Simon up. They come on their own. They don't need a partner. The most time you're going to have to suffer, can probably relax. This has to suffer, come maybe some of the time together with Shlomim and Oila. So come as an addition to something else. And the Leila makes no sense that that doesn't require Haggadah. Allah, this is the Messiah, going to relax them. This goes according to the Shimon and the Mishnah that these 2, anything that has to do with the Kayan, the regular Kayan, the Zavos, Mincha, does not require Haggadah. I don't know if you remember, we had a whole chart of tongues that these are included for Haggadah. There's 13 Shimon, you don't do Haggadah in the street. And then you're the Yisha. The Yisha excludes the Kayan. As the Gemara on the very end of the group of Shimon Haggadah, the Yisha, they're only 5. These 5 need Haggadah. How could you do something from a word that's necessary to tell us that these 5 need Haggadah? The big issue is the extra hay, like we had for the issue, the big issue is the extra hay. The Marisha Rabbi coming up, why did you say that the Paita? Yeah, Sharman up, Sharman up, Sharman up, Sharman up. Sharman up, these 3 need Haggadah. Shayin does not need Haggadah. Why? Because Barbadi, so this is like almost like a synopsis of everything you learned in one shot. There are 3 rules, says the Gemara. Barbadi, Sharman, Tishman, Nisha. These 3, the Paita, Isha, Goy, they have a truth to the level. Some of the guys are there. That's why you do Haggadah.
What's up, Brandon? Brandon, you survived the storm. You survived the storm. Yeah, is right. Yes, sir.
And also the software.
What'd you say, big man? Oh yeah, you always say, hey, big man. We love it. Yes, sir. You're amazing. I'm not looking at it right now. I'm doing something else, big man. But you're always streaming. Maybe check ESPN in August or September. Yeah. Okay, sweet dreams, big man. God willing.
I got some fucking the on the corner. Dark sun, we had 4 apples. Some in apples. And this one is a permanent green made out of flour. Some require both. I got some green. Some don't require any. Zero. No, I got some. Some require just I got but not fruit. And some require just fruit and not I got. That's what we're talking about right now. Just fruit, not I got. They don't need fruit, they do I got. Look, stemming from the Torah back from it. So that oil that you saw on top of the animals, on the Torah, back from it, that's the super. Like you saw, you looked at it, in the video, you see him doing the super. The Habikurim, his different than everything else. Like, you know what's going to cost, this is what we have to say, what the religious system. They murray, Shami Yafid, because of the Sheikh Shalom. They murray are the skirt stays and the kidneys. That's what I know for that. Women also have to do this. Well, but they got to. Now, hopefully, the Mishnah switches. So, well, women have to do it, but not a favorite. So, not a favorite. The Lord's going to explain it to them. The other hand, the snake gets it. The 2 legs of Shua and the 2 sheep of Shua. Just a soul. You have to do 2 songs. Do the Tanakh, you have to take the 2 sheep together. But on top of it, cases of, I mean, you know, I'll got to say something. According to the Mishnah, the 2 breads go on top of the snake. And then we have the other one. They put your 2 hands under it. Why is it maybe? So according to last not here, it's to all 5. That's why with the Lula we go to all 5. Malamari go up and down. The Nemar so do not stop the Lula. Lupa, you hear that? Place of the Mishnah. The Lupa was so I want to ask you a question. Who's in the east? What's the east? Let me just show you what the east is before I ask any questions. The eastern is west. When you come to the Islamic, you're coming in from the east side of the nothing. We show the opposite. I said, okay. The Eichel is the west. The nothing is on the east. So it's saying that you could do the Slufa, you should do the Slufa where the red arrow is, not where the green arrow. It seems like not where the green arrow is. The green arrow is southwest. Is that a problem with our video? The answer is no. The entire studio, if it's the Mizrach, it means even in the Mizrach, certainly on the southwest corner, which is closer to the Eichel, closer to Hashem. So again, what Mizrach means is very important to realize. Mizrach means even in the east. The Hadassah, but touching the bed is always on the higher road in the southwest corner. There are 2 correspondents, 2 enough and 2 both. Does anybody remember which one? And Hadassah, both the Aimer and the Saita. So the Slifa would come before the Hadassah. But Brisker Rav says that you can apply also if you have a carbon that's only Hadassah, like the whole list that we had yesterday, versus something that's only comes before. You say, hey, wait a minute, and you go to this. Minchas Ha'im or Minchas Nois, you anyway, Hagosha with me. Here, Emer and Saifa, they both get Hagosha and Saifa. But when I call him, I look at the Satan, the bread, both bread and Shabbos, but when I call him, the Satan, and look at the Satan, and you look at the come together with the Satan, I say, that's Hagosha with you. You don't receive it. Shimon Omer, Moshe Yim Sim Shalom. There are three things, there is fire three things. However, I'm just going to read it and I'll show you a chart for you. Stein, we call out of that. Three things, you only take the two mitzvahs for these three things, which is the same best, but each one gets two out of the three, but two different ones out of the three, and none of the three get all three. This is the by the way, okay, so we have three things in the center. We have the Asham Torah, Shami Yachid, which is one of the individual. Shami Tzibur, you know, Shami Tzibur means the two sheep on Shur. And then we have three mitzvahs on the top. Smicha Chaim on the right side top, Smicha Chaim, and Smicha Shachar. Smicha when the animal is dead, Smicha when the animal is alive. So now if we take the top center, Asham Torah, he gets two circles. He gets a blue and a green. In other words, he gets Smicha when it's alive, and he gets Smicha when it's alive. Then we go to the right on the bottom, Shami Yachid, he gets a blue circle and a red circle. He gets Smicha when it's dead, and Smicha when it's alive. Shami Tzibur, they get the green and the red, which is Smicha when it's dead, and Smicha when it's alive. Don't try to remember it, and then maybe you should. The point is, three korbanos, and there's three mitzvahs. And each person gets two out of these three mitzvahs, but something is different than the other. And neither of them get, and neither of three, none of them get, didn't sound right. Didn't sound right. Didn't sound well, you say neither. None of them get all three. They all get two. Okay, so it's his way of showing how to do it. They don't have the third thing, do the time. The two korbanos you bring on Shavuos, you have to look when it's alive, you shoot them. And also when it's dead, you're not I'm sorry, not Smicha, it's called Smicha. Great. It says by the Mitzvah of the Hikr voice of the Asham Masbil Hashem and the Hain voice some Smicha. Milamish is in that was, as we saw in the video, the Mitzvah, the guy, after he has Turas, the whole process from start, he brings an animal and oil, and he does Kufa. We saw it in the video that the oil is about to fall off, and when it comes back on, he mixes it together with the oil. The Hain also, the animal and the oil,
it is not like it just started off with all kinds of fun, and much of it is like tax-free, maybe has public assistance, and are able to raise people electricity bills. They should be required to have limited really or completely sustainable off the grid. If not, they tend to increase the average cost per individual.
How do I know? My addiction is so awesome. The Hain is individual. That's the more the often Yom Yaakov. The correct is three groups. You should do a blue ball like you thought and put them together, put them down, and then each one individual take the oil to the blue ball. Take that or go through it 3 times. I don't know my first 12 and 18 12. The word group is actually why the word group is actually it's the Hain. And then it's blue ball. You don't have to say Pluva, but it raises the Hain. Hain is Pluva. So the Pluva, that's what I learned, that it's one time, you don't have to use 3 times. Pluva, singular. Yesterday I said, I should do this in front of Hashem, Ba Mizrah. What does Ba Mizrah mean, Rabbi say? Very good. Even Ba Mizrah. Why? Because if you look at this in English again, the Pnei Hashem is a Pnei. Where's the Heichel? Where's the Kodesh Kolachim? Inside the Heichel. The Meir is much closer to Hashem, which we kept saying, Pnei Hashem is Meir. And there's no going to bring it up here. But I'm in. By Mincha says the Pnei Hashem, the Meir, that has to be up to the Meir. How do you make a big deal concept? I'm going to tell the Kodesh called Mincha. Just as it's doing these a regular requires these sites. This is Rashi. I'm arguing him. We're going with Rashi. Make it simpler. There's a field. I can also that you take the leftover blood and you pour it on these sites. That's on a real. Milk is called a compost. Doesn't have blood, but it's called a compost. So later I'm going to put it on the same corner as the regular compost. The parent growing things up is the early site. Here, if you look over here on this thing there, the west is the face of the event. Now there's no red over here, and no red over here. This is the east. This is the west. The southwest corner. This is the east. There's nothing, you can't put it over here. You can't go and jump over it. It's just, since we're talking about the Midash you're talking about the Torah, it doesn't need to be shayt. And Mela, we could do the whole process on the midrash part also. But before we do it, we're not. Why do we not? Why do we not? In fact, look at how we know it's supposed to do the Tufa. So, if you know the first two, between that and the first, it's unbelievable. Once you think about it, the person plants a tree, he works hard the whole year, pesticide, sprinkler system, employees from where they call it there, from where? Thailand. Oh, wait, and finally, it pops out, the first one, he's all excited, he wants to eat it. No, that one you're going to give to him, you give to the client. But the client couldn't care less. The first one, the second one. But the client says, no, it's important to you, it might not be important to him, but I want you to be masculine, and the book was special, I want you to give it to him. So, my time there was Yad, but Yad Yamashon, he learns a Jerry Shlomo from Shlomo, Steve Hoffman, a lot of them are telling me that. Steve Hoffman is in the Shlomo, building Shabbat, also less of Yad, not Goyim? By the Korean, it's a Korean for two, but one is a Korean. Mala alone, by the Shlomo, it's an order of sound by it. Okay, so, Korean, the Yad, the other, if you just read these words out, so the Kohen put his hands underneath the hands of the owner, and he doesn't do so. How could that work? You have a problem. Kasisa, love that is going down the other by the money. He said, I believe the other by the Kasisa. He says, the name of the shot is that the Kohen puts it underneath the tree, and the owner holds over here. That's what's called under. Under means he's lower. The Kohen is lower than the Yisrael. But they're not touching. The Lema, Nami, the Rebuta. Why are you telling me this goes according to the Lord of the Yaakov? Rebuta says the same exact thing. It's not Rebuta. By the Quran, it says, we will not say, this Tufa means to do Shemitah. Now, the literal translation, you not say mean, but it's down on the floor. I thought it was Tufa, maybe you need to put it down. Wait a minute, already says Rebuta. I mean, no problem. Not even time, you're not saying. So, if you're not going to do Tufa, explain. In the Hebrew status in the Hebrew archive, it says that be not, you know the word be not, so like it's a lesson of Nufa. It's a lesson, I say Nacham, the Nacham Elikim. It's a lesson of, okay, fine, you go into that, I don't want to be more expensive. But that's why the Hebrew says, going to the word Miyakov, that's what the Hebrew says the same exact thing. You say, why do you think it's word Miyakov? Two answers, Amar Rabba, you look at the puzzle, you look at that's what the word Miyakov brings from. The unique voice comes afterwards. So we rather use the words that come first and say the word Miyakov uses the first. That's why he's great man. You know the Rashi that the Shlosa Tabanaki is always confident with the word Miyakov. The passage says that the Tabanaki has 102. Two things that The Allah is like,
never time.
says the Gemara, it says in the Mishnah, they really tell me Yaakov because it takes a couple of Muslims, and listen, the Torah, they got things, take it out in the Mishnah, that it's not that the Ba'ir that women cannot do. My friend, what's going on? It says that women are private people.
Society is a every joke has been good. Every joke has been good. A joke that shouldn't be a that parallel thinking occurs, and even the biggest jokes that police speakers or whatever, like Joe Rogan, have been accused of joke thefts, and Joe Rogan is accused and see it of joke theft. It should be who can make the people laugh the most.
So what do we do with all the other places? It's not women. They so came out of a crime, not women. Different places have maybe different opinions, but the actual Chayei Sarah spoke about in the past. Can women fight sisters? They work in a sister factory. These sisters, it's the action of Bnei Yisrael. The girls Bnei Yisrael, that's what sisters, not women. The Chayei Sarah really not just putting that. Okay. At the bottom it says Bnei Yisrael Menifah Vein Enoch Menifah. A woman cannot be Menifah. We see that a woman is not dismissed. So maybe no, maybe see that women don't just belong to follow the part of Smicha. Say just like Smicha, women don't do Smicha, so if you want to Smicha, a woman shouldn't just do that all. You shouldn't do that all on her part. No. That's why women doesn't do it. Not for the women that really got it, but the women are the playing to do. So even though it's owned by a woman, the guy will take care of it. They're not going to live with it. Why do you think the fuck with it? So many people they not go you with it. So many people they not nothing with it. Playing with it, so in the living in so getting about it. I don't know that they fit into this. You know, but it's so usually something is doing that. Okay, I'm not sure. Anybody that brings the carbon. He's included or except Kohen Hamakri, maybe referring to the Kohen, not the person bringing it. However, Yodel Kiviera, Array by the mother, we know that it's referring to the owner. Okay, so what do we do? You have a spine and you have an owner. What do we do? Okay, so spine when you have Yodel Kiviera, you didn't buy them, you made it, because you made it safe. Under, next to, we have a combination of the Kohen and the Yisrael that do the future. Rabbi Rothschild have a wonderful
Narrative discuss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDRsponsor.com is sponsored MDR.com.
Music industry is the thing that people say every sound is experimental, so no one it was only in the 20th century, or you can say the 1900s, that sound was starting to be
just like that. Yeah.
What's that love? Or something like all of the earlier people were stolen from, like Beethoven, Mozart, and even they were stolen from previously. And it was just as the law caught up, people started to consider it to be intellectual property. But in reality, every sound is just taken from someone. And the industry should change that. You should be able to use music. It's art. Because artists aren't even making music.
These pieces, yeah, they're very small, but they're not part of the flour. It's like oil that gets absorbed in there. That's problematic. Oil it mixes in with the thing, but the small thing, at the end of the day, we don't know. We don't come up with anything. What it says, read it quickly. I have that one. Yeah, like smack in the middle of it.
Basically,
yeah, the mincha, somebody that was over on the Beira, and it's too poor to bring the carbon. He brings just flour, a cup of flour, whatever it is, a ton of flour, without any oil, without any levarim. And same thing if a woman is a psycho or has a warns her enough to stop her and listen, yes, it's one of the very long times. Shenosan Allah Levana, put Levana on it. It says, Malakim to Levana Chera, you do this, you take the Levana, put on the side, I told the Seder. What if you didn't take it off? What if you had a thought of figures? Well, we're learning that the thought has an effect on the avoiding of this mitzvah. So if you think to yourself that you're going to eat this mincha in a week from now, that's this is man. Usually has this occurrence if you eat it. Because the mother, you say, I'm going to eat it in Bethshemesh. That's outside of the place. It's not as severe. There's no punishment. So what if you left the avoiding in there? Benefit is mine. Benefit is also very important. You stop right over here and you have a raya. If you have these tiny little pieces inside the flour, you cannot do figures. So when you look at figures, you know, over and over, it has to be pure. It has to be a pure avera. No other thought. Can have a shalom. There's no thought in there. It has to be pure figures. I'm going to eat this in 1 week from now. Nothing else. The fact that the avoid is in here, that messes it up. It's not good for this. You need a pure, beautiful isser. Mom is the call days. This, the fact that there's a little piece of divine in there doesn't allow the people to be found to the point that you get caught. It's us. It's compulsory. You don't get caught. What's that a raya? It's a raya that even though they're very small pieces, but it's in the flour, it's no good. Then the shalika of the nation of Hashem and then if the rice is going, but if you cook the levina out, even though afterwards, even though it's sat for an hour, and then he did a machshava, put some kind of possible in the cars, this is money people to come on his cars, the issue goes right back to where it was. It's a beautiful car. As the Gemara of the heavy imagine if a bunch of oil spilled into this mixture, this flour. So what would happen? It's worthless now. You can't take this milk and be marked with it. It's garnished. As the Gemara itself, I might call it machshava, definitely. You just pushed off this milk. You just said this milk is no good. To this moment that the levine is in there, it's mixed in there, it's no good. It becomes duffin. Once it becomes duffin, it's pushed off from being on its day out. You shouldn't even be able to make it possible at all. Nothing should happen. There's a number of answers. First answer is, you're right, typically speaking, it shouldn't work. But over here, it's something special because the Torah calls it a chatos. Chatos, even though by the way it's called a chatos, even though there's the right on it, it's still called a chatos. And therefore, it gives you the purity to make it chatos. The other Amar Hamani, we'll probably relate to this answer even more. Holds the less they define. There's certain things that are not pushed off. Why? The sanya. Remember this one? Onion pepper brings 2 goats. One goat gets lucky and gets thrown off the cliff. We should have started over here. You have 2 goats and you make a goyrel and they cut in the side through the wrap and which one gets shefted inside of the English, which one gets thrown off. Now, they're both connected to each other. The Pasuk says that the one that gets thrown off has to be alive at the same time with the one that's getting shefted. And the Gemara says over here, according to Pana Mitzri though, I feel it down because if you shefted the inner one, then you have the blood inside its top. And then the one that was supposed to be thrown off the cliff. That's so nervous, he died from a heart attack. It's okay. Maybe Chaver is doing that well, you do the second one. You don't have to go through the whole process of the raffles. You make a shidduch first. So when they it's like the eye is pushed off. I'll still go to the second one. You don't have 2 because you have to have both of them alive. So you see that he doesn't hold it deeply. He doesn't hold it deeply. Okay? So we go like kind of. So that's the my first should be other than how the people. This is something now. I love this one. You know what? That because it's so easy to take like a little device, a little spoon, whatever it is, and take out the levina which is sitting on the top, which I did in 10 seconds. So that's not considered pushed off. You're right. While it's in there, you can't do anything with this flour. But it's so easy to get rid of. It's not an issue. That's not considered duffing. And the Rav Ashi said, I should bring a right to the Rav. The man Shabbos slave, these things, I'll bring you right. We have a mandala that says there is something called duffing. And that's Rabbi Yehuda. Yet Rabbi Yehuda says when it's easy to fix, there's no proof. Where does he say? It's not. In this case, I was just discussed. If the blood was spilled, then you gotta the blood in the base of Midrash was spilled. It's connected to the goat that was supposed to be thrown up the cliff. You gotta kill that guy. You don't throw him off the cliff. He's not part of it. Base of Shalach, and if the one thrown off the cliff dies, you shut the puppet down, you get him to his Rika, then you spill the blood. Oh, so you see the idea of difference. The hate of the other, but the famous thing that we have in, I'm going to show you this picture, and you're going to say, oh yeah, Avada. Remember this? This is the floor of the Beis Hamikdash. When Erev face up, there's so much blood over there, and the concern is that maybe out of the millions of components that affected that thing, one carbon didn't get the proper Kabbalah, Saddam. And his owner didn't have his Rika on his back properly, and then maybe that's not a good presentation. Since on a nuclear atomic level, or whatever the thing is, on a molecular level, if I take one cup, I'll get one molecule from every animal that was shot in that day. It's all mixed in there. I don't know if it's like that, but the point is it's all one. Take one cup and do a Zika, a proper Zika on everybody's young. So all the ones that states didn't get a Zika, they'll get a Zika. More expected. So you see that it's easy to do. You just have to bend down and grab it, then it's fine. If you learn to say something about the down at the road, there's a circus, you got to say it, and so and it's good. All right, these are what we're going on. Here, check this out. If you have a proper amount of a mincha on the bottom, we said this is a mincha spaita. Mincha spaita is not allowed to have oil, not allowed to have levina, two isurim. So even if you put a tiny drop of oil on it, you're able to do it. Another reverse, tiny amount of mincha with a ton of levina, you're able. That's the two things that we know. A little bit of oil and a lot of bit of levina. Why? It says in the pasuk, we said both of these halachas, the name of Yosef. But a mashi shem lagavi tizayis mincha, you have enough mincha spaita, a tiny amount of oil, just lo yasin, silicone. Lo yasin. Don't cook. Putting those is not a shit, even a small. A leah, you say the word leah on it. It something. It has to be a something. As each issue in a mela, that's this space right over here, where there's a proper leah on this milka, but the oil is a tiny amount. Lo yasin. I know, you know, in this case, the reverse case. This is small. It's less than this. But for the avoiding the top here, then it's also about my timer. Well, you can see, I did in a sino, that's a bit in a sino, my timer. What's the reason that you put a lot of levina on a little bit of a mincha? Also, it says, well, you can see, I did give a sin has to be something that's considered a giving. And leha, listen to this. This is interesting. You don't find this a lot. Look, a leha, we said before, means it has to be a significant thing. On it means a lot. Yeah, but guess what? It says a lot twice. So we have a sorry, have a rebu after rebu. They should have said a leha once in the past. It's the same process. The and the shemen. Why did they say don't put on it a leha? Shemen, so that's called a rebu after rebu. It's a double positive, and a double positive is a negative. Have a rebu after rebu, otherwise, great. So even if you have a tiny mincha, the positive just tells it could be a tiny mincha. So there's a meal. Bigger than all of these are going to be very revealed. It's actually a question. It was in the format of a question, not a you didn't say it's time. You asked the question here. No, it's not actually showing I got because I mincha. This first case. Oh, mama, beautiful picture. There's a tiny drop of oil on top of the proper mincha of the design. Maybe you didn't Messina, do I need to put the oil with the amount of Messina of Lefina? Is the oil have to be the amount of Lefina? Lefina, we said it has to be a proper amount of rice. Is the oil also have to be rice? I don't know, baby. We're not sure about that. That's the subject. What's the general issue? I don't know about it. Leosin, allow, Shem. I'm talking about again, and look at spicy, you know, put any oil on it, and put a Lefina. The Loyita, you have to take on. This is what Mom asked me yesterday. No, it says twice. Listen, you get two levels. More in the sense that the other thing is, I'm saying that no one will ask. Maybe one person doesn't get two levels. The only time you get two levels, two separate people did it. I'm learning about well. There's actually wasn't a trust factor. There's actually the Gemara says you have to have a limit to tell me that you're having one person's having two levels, even though they're in the trust. One after another, I think that it's only one. I'm living on now. The English are not going to the God, but let me tell you, we're not talking about the God in the cup. We're not talking about the God with the fire. We're talking about the effect of the mincha. We're talking about that in this mincha, you did twice. That's two different things. Okay, you can see about the drink. What if the oil is inside of vessel, and you put it on top of the plea of a mincha? You know some puzzles, you make a puzzle. And then I love, because we're not talking about actually touching actual Dr. Elegant Mission. Yesh, Tunis Agasha, like we had yesterday, that there, so there's four apples, some monopolies, oils, and what I got, some don't need any of it, so there's one or the other. There's four apples, but they're also, there's only four things. Some monopolies need Agasha, and some don't need it at all, and some need either Agasha, or some need only so Agasha, so those are the people. Agasha means justice for the best. Basically, the way that we're like we weigh. So this is Agasha. There are those that need one, only Agasha and not Nuta. And there are those who need Agasha with Nuta, and those who need both. Nuta, those who need just Nuta, not Agasha. But Nuta, not Agasha. There are those who don't need either or. Says the Mishnah, maybe Tunis Hagash make Tunis Nuta. So if you remember yesterday, we had also a list of 10. Let me just show you the list. Here's the list.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing. The man, the myth, the legend is 9 minutes early. What do we have to
say? Joe Rogan recommendation.
A Joe Rogan recommendation? Yeah, it's
Joe Rogan recommendation.
We switch it out. Number 10 is switch it out.
Yeah, it's Bob Lazar. Or it's episode 1000 with Joey Diaz and Tom Sakura. Or it's episode 1992 with Oliver Stone.
That's not a documentary recommendation.
Oh, Joe. Oh, yeah. Joe Rogan has one that he always talks about. I mean, you want to watch Cocaine Cowboys?
Cocaine Cowboys.
Okay, what is it?
Cocaine Cowboys is
yeah, there are two of them.
Because to remember this, the ones that don't have any pizza.
There's also two of this one too, apparently. One may or may not be a short film and the director Josh Bach.
Was he on the Joe Rogan Experience?
I don't think so.
So
Joe's just the person who made the movie.
Okay.
Just like the first
I don't know what's the name of it.
The gas land, the fracking. Apparently it's very good. I like
Yovi, you have
fracking, but it's very interesting.
Number 4 and 5. So according to Shimon, you take 4 and 5, put them together. So actually, you have another one. You have fallacy.
I'm down for whatever you want.
You're not touching me.
I just want to make sure that you're aware that you're not touching me. If I actually focus on this shit, dog, I'm undefeated.
Undefeated, like fighter in the
says when you
cast.
bring
So don't you dare.
bring for it Hashem, and then
I'll send it to you in a second. So I just got done watching the fight of the kid today. Literally, it's the worst. It's the worst podcast of all the podcasts that I watch. It's so bad. This is what they talk about. My kids got baseball, and we just got them helmets for tackle football, and they were so expensive. And the team is 10-0. They never lost. They're the greatest youth sports teams ever. And then the rapist is like, wow, that's really amazing. I'm going to be in Hawaii this weekend doing a benefit for rapists across the world. And I can't bring my family because if I do, I won't actually make any money doing this. And I'm broke because I've been canceled like 15 times. And then they'll be like, all right, well, that's what's going on with us this week. And then they'll do commentary on like what would I say, like current events, and they'll be like, all right, well, this woman worked for Mr. B. She's so hot. Oh, she's so hot. Oh, well, like, if you're that hot, you should be able to sexually harass. And yeah, I think so too. I mean, come on, you gotta recognize that you're so hot that, like, if you're that hot, you're like everyone's gonna be sexually harassing you. What's next? They'll be like, this person is from Nigeria and they're trying to try out in the NFL. And but how tall is he? And then the guy will be like, oh, he's like 6'4". And be like, oh, he doesn't look 6'4". I wonder if he's really 6'4". Like, yeah, I think he's 6'4". Yeah, but is he really 6'4"? Or are they just saying that he's 6'4"? And then they're like, how much does he bench? And they'll be like, oh, like 255. And be like, oh, he can bench 255? How many times can he bench it? The bench at like 3,000 times. Like, oh, really? Are you sure it's 3,000 times and not 290 times? And they're like, yeah, we think so. All right, what's next? They'll be like, this person is complaining about feminization of women in television. Oh, did you see Sydney Sweeney? Yeah, she's got the biggest boobs I've ever seen. Really? Yeah, she has the biggest boobs, and they're all natural. You know that. And then the other guy will be like, I don't know if they're all natural. No, don't ruin my fantasy. They're all natural. What's the next thing that you've got? Oh, it's absolutely the worst. Yeah, dog, just one moment.
So Mela, all three of them should have
it's the worst. It is. And guess what? It's not just. Don't say that.
So Mela, what? That's why at the end of
the best thing about Fighter and the Kids is that Brendan Schaub does his own podcast, which is known as Schaub Show, that's changing to Big Brown Breakdown, which is what it used to be, and he just talks about the same thing in his show. And so you get to hear this stuff, this absolute brain rot, not once, but twice. And it's absolutely garbage. Okay, I'm just finishing this article. So I wrote a couple other articles on discussions that we've similar discussions. We have discussions. The one woman, and I will tell you what they are, and then I'll send you an invitation to Literati. If you're on some Literati, then watch documentary. Zoo was in here, and I'm like, hey, how are you? I was doing something. When I'm doing something else, for as like normally he has that. You don't have to waive it. The attention span, family,
that
is
each one
appreciated.
has its own pro and its own con, and
He was just
they're
like,
not similar.
I
But
don't know
that's
where
how
I'm
the Shavash
going.
about. But
Like, what do you mean?
one thing, if you
He's
have
like,
common
I don't know.
denominator,
I'm just,
Shovel the Kimitza, the Shovel
okay.
Agash. At the end of the
I
day,
was
all
programmed
three of them
robot.
will learn. The Mela they should be Afani Avi Mikas
My
Shovel
robot that I created,
the
at least
fact
one of
that
them, the
the
one
person
that's
that is
doing
trying to learn everything,
all of the
want to see if you do this logically. It also has Shovel Agash. It should
work
also need
for
you
like the
should be able
blog.
to have
It worked really well. Oh, dude, I slept so late.
but
It worked really well, but when I woke, I noticed like I will tell AI, I want you to create a like a format, and it'll be like, okay, like we'll write the article this way, and then it just kind of doesn't always do it. So I have to go back and just look at it. Just a moment before I say the word already. I'm gonna use the restroom, and then okay.
Reb Shimon Bar Yochai says, and I didn't remember this, but the word Ve'evesa, you learn Minchas Ha'omer, Lag Boimer, right? Reb Shimon Bar Yochai is associated with Lag Boimer, so you can remember. He learns what, I'm going to ask you in 5 minutes from now, what does Reb Shimon learn from the word Ve'evesa? Boimer. Ve'evesa, the rabbi is Minchas Ha'omer, Lag Boimer. Why I'm going to answer because Yehuda says, I learned Soita from it, not Oimer. Fine. And Oimer, and I proved to you, Ve'evesa is Oimer, Rish, it's like a Zerushavazah. The base over here, since the base by the Oimer divided. So that what? That a Minchas Oimer you have to touch this there. Vikriva, what I learned from the word Vikriva, the Rabbi's Minchas Soita like us. The word Vikriva, I learned Soita that her Mincha needs to be touched, to be touched to. Then Oimer, Vikriva Yisrael is there. Oh, says the Gemara, now I'm going to do the second Tzadah Shabbat today. B'dinu, Uma Minchas Soita Sheinu Tunu Tnufa Tuna Gosha. The Chayta guy, he does Hagosha. We should learn the Saita Mincha from the Chayta. Why? Chayta has something special about it. He does Hagosha, even though he doesn't do Tnufa. So certainly a Saita that does Tnufa, she lifts it up with the Kohen. They both hold. The whole Shiloh, he touches her hand, doesn't touch her hand, but the bottom line, they do together, they do Tnufa up, down. So she's doing a Tnufa, and in addition to that, certainly she should have Hagosha. How are we going to learn it? From logic, from the Chayta. Says the Gemara, take a look. Oh, good. Thumbs up. It works. Problem is that a minchas kodesh comes from wheat, and soy that comes from a barley, which is inferior food. Minchas oimer techia. Oh, we have the famous minchas oimer that also comes from barley, and is hagosha. Remember, this is number 10 on the list. Remember that one. Also, we had Rishon Bar Yochai, second ago, we said Rishon Bar Yochai. Can't be derived from Minchas Ha'omer because that is something special that it requires oil and Levina, where Minchas Ha'omer does not. Oh, sorry, Minchas Ha'omer does not. So the word Minchas Ha'omer also doesn't have Levina. And the Chazar did know again, we have a Tzadah Shabbat. Now what? At the end of the day, each one has a plus and each one has a minus, but the bottom line is they have a common denominator. Outside of they all three of them have thumbs up, and they all should have Hagosha, Avaniyavi, Mechasot. Since she has Misa, she should also have Hagosha. But here's the part. You need Dafka, very, very fine. In other words, it was sifted beautifully, unlike this. If you look closely, there's a lot of black pieces. This is not the real sodas. So that in Israel really means thicker pieces, right? But in the time of the Gemara, sodas meant fine flour. The finest is the finest. I don't know if it means it went through the 13 sifters or done something else. I don't know. But it went through good sifting. There's no any. It actually has a slightly different color. It's not as white as regular. Okay. You don't need the special sodas. You just bring simple kema, flour. Since I can't learn it out logically, I'm going to learn Vikriva. Now, from the word Vikriva, I know that a soda has to do Hagosha. Rabbi Yehuda Ve'evesa. What does Reb Shimon do with the word Ve'evesa? He learns Minchas Oimer. Yehuda says the rabbi is Minchas Soita. that word that Shimon learned, I'm going to learn Saita, not from Kiriba, I'm learning it from Rabbi Rothschild. David's Karbana Allah, I even have a right because it says the word Rahavi, same kind of word by Saita. I argue with you. I don't need the word Rabbi Rothschild. I can learn it out from logic. My time out. Guess what? We're going to do it again. Sorry. Yeah, here we go. All over again. Since Luchas requires Nufa, unlike a Taita. And if Gosha certainly should require a Gosha like a Minchas Taita. In other words, we're learning out Omer from like the same idea that we did before from the Taita. The thing is, Malam Minchas Taita should involve Hitin. Omer doesn't come from Chita. Boom, knocks it out, makes it low. This is Gishman. See, Chazadin, now it's easy. Baruch Chodkim, Minchas Taita. Baruch Hasoita. Oh, sorry, I forgot to do the Soita thing. The Soita also doesn't come from Chita. Gosha. Baruch Hasoita Shkim Tov, the Baruch Avoid. Check out this picture he put over here. Those of you who remember the famous video of the Soita. She drinks the water, and what happens?
All right.
Explosion.
Thank you so much for your patience.
Over here. It comes to be to see whether or not she's sinned. Somebody.
Now,
does not come to prove Baruch.
Take a loss. Do you want to say this is a warm-up game beforehand, or how do you feel?
All three of them have. So, the two of them have Agosha. Therefore, I learned from the two. Taita and Saita.
You know that you have an invitation? Does everybody know that?
Therefore, Alright. You might find this. So, what exactly could you have to study yourself? Shimon Barucham. The reason why you need to pasuk, the base doesn't say, like Rebuda. Rebuda just said, I don't need a pasuk. I can learn from Old Testament Shabbat. No, last time Shoshim, she came with Tsuya. Bring a milk every single day. So kind of soita, bring a milk of soita. But all you can do is give it from your hand. Like the song. Out of sin, them starts the cloud. A person, you go 2 years without a person sinning, you go 100 years without a woman coming to the Beis Hamikdash as a suspected Oiver Aveira. But a mincha, Oimer, is yearly. And yearly, it's a fruitos, there's a certain consistency that it has, and that's worth more. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful
Learn the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
What the fuck is this?
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Says the Heilige Mishnah. What's interesting about today's daf is it basically includes everything about all menachos. How to do all menachos. Yesh tunu shemen levanim. There are four options. Either it's both the shemen and the levanim, or the katzel. There's nothing. You don't put any oil, no frankincense. Then you have one that you only put frankincense and one that you only put oil. It's four. Yesh tunu shemen and levanim. There are those who need both. They require both the oil and the frankincense. Yesh tunu shemen levanim, shemen v'lo levanim. Oil without levanim. Levanim v'lo shemen. Frankincense without oil. Lo levanim v'lo shemen. There are three that are mentioned. No levanim.
Something that they don't have such allegedly on planet.
This, you know, all 10
Whatever
right now.
What was that?
This is a big one. You know all 10.
That was a strange conversation.
These are the menachos that an individual brings as an adava. Minchas hasoilos, the hamachmas. You know, let me just show you this. It makes it easier. Here we go. These are the 10. Minchas soilus, minchas machbas, minchas marpeshes. We discussed machbas and marpeshes, very similar, but they're done in different hands. Inside, the oil gets a little warm. With marpeshes, it's a little softer. Machbas is flatter, so the oil burns out quicker. Yeah, deeper. No. The outcome of the bread is softer because it's deeper, so the oil stays longer, so the bread becomes softer. One is more of a crispy kind of thing. Chalis are pecan. Different chalis and pecan. It's 4 and 5. It's in the same process. You see, Minchas Kohanim is already the mincha that a kind of brings. Now this is special, Minchas Kohanim, because
Do you want to know what the story is?
everything goes on the mizbech. You don't get to eat from it. Minchas Kohanim Mashiach is the mincha that the Kohen Gadol brings every single day, twice a day. Minchas Goy, or Akum they call it, depends on the Gemara. My Gemara thinks it's actually Goyim, is a non-Jew bringing a mincha. Minchas Nashim, women are bringing a mincha. And Minchas Ha'omer, the mincha of the Omer that the second day of Pesach allows you to eat the new crop a week. I'll just read it inside because I read it wrong. Minchas HaSoilus v'Hamachas v'Marpeshes v'Achalit Okay, so that's the list of 10. Minchas HaSoilus, this is a category by itself. There's one here. What's Minchas HaSoilus? Even though we learned it many times, people probably have a little bit of an issue remembering exactly what it is. It's the mincha that comes together with the shlamim and the oila. Anytime you bring shlamim or oila, you bring a mincha with it. That is different. So we're going to be dealing with this minchas nisachim today. It requires oil, 0 frankincense, no levina. Lechem aponim, Rabbi Berkowitz. Lechem aponim, you're the rabbi. What does lechem aponim get? Oil or frankincense or both? Only frankincense. Very good. Lechem aponim on levina, only levina. Lechem. Here's the list of food. This is what threw me off. This one right over here. Lechem. With us fight. Ain't doing it. Loy shemen, loy levina dark. Even off this, don't get anything. The minchas fight that you can remember because Mendy always says, fight in this guy. Well, because he's silly, he gets easy. He doesn't have to bring anything. Just a bowl of flour. Yes. That Adonai, because he's a fighter, he doesn't get to beautify his mincha with the levina and stuff. The Shtei Lechem is the one that got me. Shtei Lechem. So tomorrow I'm talking. The way that it's not necessary. The list always includes these 10 that you see on the screen. The Apukim and Shimon on our next college, next to kicking you up. Or Shimon, if you look at number 4 and 5, we hold that you can take 4 of the items and bind them together. You bring a little bit of your chalitz, a little bit of your kicking, put them together, and that's considered one more. So it's an 11th one. Chalitz is 1, Rikikin is 2, Chalitz and Rikikin is 3. Mashmallah, the law, if you don't go like with Shimon, we only have 10 an hour list, so the 2 of them together is not a fight. Tarabah. You know, Santa Allah Shana. So we must see this puzzle. It's very, very important. Let me see. Here. Let's not forget these charts. Tom Chairman, Minchas Nisachim. Here we go. Just oil. Lechem aponim gets the 2 spoonfuls of the bezikah. And here, these are the 3 that don't get anything. Minchas Price, the Saita, the Spaita, and Shnayatam. The Pasuk says, the sacred carbon. No, not this one. Sorry, wrong one. This one. Minchas Bikurim Hashem, and Asata Oleh Hashem, and Vesanta Oleh Levoina, Minchahi. Shemen and Levoina, Shemen and Levoina, Minchahi. So we're going to be dealing with this Shemen, we're dealing with the Levoina, and also 2 words that are completely excellent. So we're going to Minchahi. Should we move it from those 2 words? It says the word Asata Oleh Shemen. What's interesting about today's study is very, very, each study is like times, and you go on to the next thing. When it's Santa Allah Hashem, it says by the Omer, this is referring to the Omer. You put it all in oil. So you learn from it, from here I know. How do I know that the Lacham HaPanim doesn't get any oil from this part? Allah Hashem, only over here by the Omer you get Hashem. Maybe there's a kind of Omer. Not because it's something in the Kunim is Omer to Hashem. We're going to go back and forth with these three. Minchas Nesachim, Minchas Omer, and Lacham HaPanim. Minchas Nesachim is what? When you bring a Shlama and oil. Or the Shlama, Minchas Nesachim. My Minchas Nesachim Shein Kunim Levaina. Look at this one. This only gets the oil. There's no Levaina. With the Shemen, you see that Shemen, oil, has a special thing to it. It's carbon. It doesn't even get Levaina. It gets oil. In other words, it's the basic ingredient. You don't even give it fragrances. Obviously, you have to give it a little oil. Otherwise, you're going to mix it. You need oil. Upon it, should go in the vina, and it didn't go in the upon it. Yes, it's the vina. So, similarly, you should give it the basic ingredient of oil. That's why I need a special word. Only by the oil do you get oil. We are done with the subject. Again, Nachamo, the same passage that we saw before. Now we're moving on to the next words over there. You should also put on the Eimer. Is supposed to exclude the Minchas Nesachim. What's the Minchas Nesachim on both sides? The Mincha that you bring together with the Shlama, that doesn't get now we take the point to the opposite side. The basic ingredient by the Lacham HaPanim is Levaina, not oil. Levaina is Minchas Nesachim, that does need oil. Certainly should have to give it a little oil, a little Levaina. That is the end of that sugya. Allah comes from the night, Levaina from the sun. Now, the last two words of that passage. It says the passage, Mincha, L'Ragois Minchas Shmini Levaina. The word Mincha is extra there, completely extra. So it comes to include the Mincha of the 8th day of the Miluim, which is super interesting because we're starting right now. So the 8th day of the Miluim. We were starting it 8 days from now. The 8th day of the Miluim. Shmini brings special carbon. So this mincha that you bring on the 8th day of the Miluim of the inauguration of the Mishra, it needs Levaina. The rabbis need Shmini Levaina. Now, what else could you do with the same word? What the fuck is fine? You could say that you exclude Shmini Levaina. Say, Mincha is coming to say that the 8th day, this carbon of the 8th day of the Miluim needs Levaina. Maybe it comes to say that it doesn't need Levaina.
Have you seen the score?
Yes, no, maybe it's a no. That the Gemara is going to address. Here we are. He. What do we do with the word he from this passage? Now we have it all. It's all coming together. Now we know why Lacham HaPanim.
That was really good.
Now the word he tells us that it was what only the oil gets oil, but not the lachim. Why did you pick? Where does it say anything in the passage to exclude the lachim HaPanim? I have something else called the mincha dekar. Any coin that brings a mincha, the halacha is it goes all on the mizbeach. You don't get to eat it. maybe that particular mincha should not get oil. It's one of the 10 in the list of 10. Here, let's go back to the list. Let's see. Number 6 is a minchas pain. Why does this minchas pain get oil? Maybe the minchas pain is excluded. It says the Gemara does a classic here 3 times in a row. We're going to make a list now. Let's see. So what do we have? We have the oim. We're trying to learn from oim. It's either the lechem achonim or it's the minchas pain. So it's very gishmak. Look at this. The oim is in the center.
Hello, how are you?
I think say
good.
it comes to exclude
I don't know the episode of this night.
Oh, wonderful.
I need your telegram. I need to send you that episode.
Oh, I don't really use Telegram. You can send it to me in Discord.
It's too big.
Okay, I mean, you can't, like, you give me a Google Drive link or something?
Yeah.
That's why
will.
you're not going to exclude.
Thank you.
It's so similar to oil. It makes sense. It should be like them. It shouldn't have oil.
Very well. I will
The both
promote it.
sorry.
Promote it later today.
They have the same
In the middle
measurement.
of a game with
Whereas
my friend.
Hanan doesn't have that measurement. It has a double measurement per column. You have to do it.
How's your day going?
Explain. And it's a
Yeah, but I just
should agree.
wake up.
Okay. We learned even the other day. You remember? By the time we had a thing where he was doing it on a piece of leather at the value, whatever the name is. These are done in the Azara. Where's Lechem Apanim? Where's the Lechem Apanim situated? In the Eichel. Surah. Surah is tricky. Surah means Ubar Turasa. Ubar Turasa means that if it's left overnight, it's you're over on Lino, get rid of it, throw it out. Lechem Apanim is 7 days. It's not 1 day thing. Hagasha, both of them, the Minchas Kohanim and the Omer, you have to put it on the Mizbeach and touch the Mizbeach.
That was good.
Burn it. The Minchas Kohanim, you burn. But the Lechem Apanim, wait a minute. I have 6 things that the Lechem Apanim has that are similar to the Omer, and therefore it should be similar to the Omer and it should have oil. Why are you excluding it? Both for the seaboard, the both the Chayva, the both Tumas, Zaycha, the both eaten. Whereas the Minchas Kohanim, all the way on the right, you don't need it. You put it on the Mizbeach. Pigel. You cannot be Mefagel Minchas Kohanim. Why can't you be Mefagel or Minchas Kohanim? You can't have a thought that I'm going to eat it after this month. There is no eating. There's no matir. The only thing you Mefagel is something that has a matir. And for Shabbat, it pushes off Shabbos. Minchas Kohanim, other than Minchas Kohanim, they can't push off Shabbos. It's a yachid. It's an dove of a yachid. I can't say, oh, I want to donate today on Shabbos. Donate on Sunday. Givaldik, so let's see inside. Easy stuff. Says the Mark Stavro, huh? Those who think you want. Go ahead, Emel Hashem level to Karen Shem. The Stavro Nicholas be Adam Avalil Moishkin. He's sorry. We don't have to explain because we just explained it. The Surah, this one I'll explain again. It means Lino overnight because it's a lotion of Ubar Tsurasa. It's a funny way of saying Lino. Hagasha, you touch the side of his back. The Ishin, you burn. Adarabah, Lechem Apanim, Kabalei the Rabuye, that the Lechem Apanim should have oil just like the Omer, Shkin Tzibura, the Shkin Tzibura, Toiva. You have to bring it. Minchas Kohanim, you don't have to bring it Minchas Kohanim. Tanya, the Tumas Doicha, the Achel, you eat it with the Minchas Kohanim on the right. You don't eat it. Kigula, Mufagel, but the one on the right, the Kohen doesn't have a matter. So it pushes up. Says the Gemara, Mistabro, look over here just for a second. What he did over here, I like it. Push that away because of the Alel takes away. And it makes more sense because Nefesh, we lost a little bit of animation because he had to stick it in, didn't put flying down. But the kids are the Nefesh. The Nefesh means it's an individual. The Nefesh.
That was really good.
Individual requires oil. This oil is the Omer has Levina, but not the side of Levina. So it's coming to exclude. We decided it comes to exclude. Again, so have the Omer in the middle. And we said that it comes to exclude.
I'm confused. Why would you say something like
Maybe
force?
to exclude the Minchas Kohen on the right. Not the same thing again.
Of course, you got the.
Maybe the Minchas Kohen, maybe the Minchas Kohen.
What was
And we know that it's one of the 10 Minchas Kohen.
What makes you think that?
Minchas Kohen, which is one of the 10 that has both oil and the Levino, maybe this
I don't understand like you got a lot of.
Consider why we're having Minchas Kohen. It makes a lot more sense to say that Minchas Kohen does have Levino. Why? Sorry, Bubble.
Do you think it just knows that I'm a superior player? That I'll do the best with everything? How do you think it? It bestows such blessings upon me.
Uga, you are Gosha. Where is suffering?
Not sure.
Lets him because it comes by itself. Minchas Kohen comes all by itself. But Minchas is suffering, obviously. The Oila, the Omer. So,
True man makes his own man.
Before, it's a Minchas Tzibor. It's to bring it. It's going not. So it's Doicha. Shabbos is Doicha. So it's more stubborn nefesh. Once again, we do what's another color dressing. And the nefesh. Oh, now it's been done. Yeah, even though
Billy Zane.
Today, don't worry, we're gonna get there, but not in this one.
Titanic. And were you the one who told me you'd never seen Titanic?
That's
Oh, yeah, brother.
No, how haven't you seen Titanic?
Ask the obvious question. Where does it say the word?
I'll take a check for that.
No, dog, it's pretty dog.
Very simple answer. I'm like, you haven't shown
I haven't even really checked.
great.
No, it's like it has like a lot of action. It's pretty thrilling.
That was a one-time thing. That was Billy Williams, the inauguration of the Mishkan. Maybe it's going to happen soon, but we're not going to have the same inauguration. It's a one-time thing in history. And there's no reason that I would say that it needs the Bible. Okay? If you just left it as is, you don't learn to be learned from anything. Layla, the only thing I'm going to learn is
Actions on
why would I need to say that now?
Would you thoughts of being down 53 points? That's my question.
What do I need to do? They don't get either the oil or the
May I inquire how many cows are left of this game?
I'm in the center.
Unless you have like the greatest, perhaps the greatest.
You have to use a kli. This is the measurement of the site. You have to use kli. It's matzah, whereas shtei alechem is
Snakes? Do you want some more S's? Are you happy with the amount of S's that you got?
does not come in Hagosha. Put it on the back.
I've heard flavor through my investment there that you want to complain about
Wow,
anyway.
look at all this stuff.
If you
Let's
buy
see what we don't know.
you'll find a way to
You eat it. We learn chapsa, matir. It's a.
Do you recognize how we're all playing right now?
It's a matir that in
And
order.
that it's essentially over for you?
Lift it up. The orange. That the produce has to be from a strong the wheat. It's man. There's certain time that you do it. When we do it on Shavuos, when we do it on the second day of Pesach, Chadash, it comes from the new crop. Okay? You have 11 verses 6. This is really efficient. Now we're going to use that. Tomorrow, once again, at the end of the day, Nefesh always wins. Shamo.
You know that my lead just keeps growing?
We're talking about the Mitzvah Spite, the Saito. It says before the Pasuk. Pasuk. Yeah, it's over here. It says before. This is the right to put oil.
I have 3 eyes. We're smoking.
The Chayyim Hashem is just put oil onto the skin of
Documentary.
Sounds good. Let's take 5 minutes to try to find the Scrabble document.
If you put the oil on it, it becomes the boilo.
What's it called? Words?
All you have to do is
I searched everywhere and I
Okay, well, what's it called?
Like the salt, this olive oil, dip it in that, make it shmak. That's okay. In over below acid. I don't know if it's okay because we'll discuss it. It's just not over the dessert, or maybe it's completely okay also. This is interesting. You take a bottle of oil and put it on top of a bottle that contains the milk. Like some. You want poison.
It's from 2004.
You shouldn't put any oil in it. You some, and if you did put oil, awesome. Why? Think about it. It's obvious because there's nothing to do about it. Now it's already absorbed into the flour. Maybe the same halacha should apply to the vino. When it comes to the vino, it remains a chatas. It's still good. Use the same, apply the same idea to the oil. No, there's an exclusion. But why? Maybe the taste of oil you excluded in the vino or not. Maybe the opposite. Maybe say it remains a chatas when you put the oil in it, and when it comes to the vino, it's possible. You can't remove the oil.
You know there are a bunch of them. I've seen like 12 of them. Craziest is one. Hyperfixation is another. Kyle M for murder is another. Letters is another one. Scrabble a night.
This is not called a spice.
Did you watch them all?
It's the same.
I haven't.
This is also. So you have the vino just like almost like
I very much enjoy how you
ground down into the thing. You're not taking it out of the flour. So the fire that you can caution that it's possible, but no. Why? The way to look at it is maybe
I have premonitions in my
maybe the
memory.
point of the vino, not that you can take it out.
Did you have a premonition that you were going to lose the previous game?
That the oil gets absorbed.
Oh, the
gets absorbed with the flour. The vino doesn't get absorbed, even if it's very, very thin. It's not absorbed in the flour. It's in with the flour. You can't get it out. It's not absorbed in the flour. It doesn't come one with the flour. Oil goes into the flour. And maybe that's the problem.
Let me just say this. I should have destroyed
At the
it
end
by
of the day,
getting a
you
huge
can't take all the small spices out of there. Or you shouldn't deliver mibla. Or maybe the thing is because it doesn't become absorbed.
Yeah, we only got to 305.
This is not going to be absorbed. It's going to be in there. You can't take it out. You don't have the device to take it out.
I didn't have the blank child. I didn't have many dishes. And the thing that really hurt me was I had 2 V's, and I switched them out, and I got 2 more V's.
The V's are rough.
That the vino doesn't.
V's should be worth at least 6 months.
I agree.
Married, it's pointless. When a Jew.
Who wants to see fracking on? Because I'm actually kind of really good.
Next, so
Yeah, give me
maybe
Word wars.
but I was thinking about like when it comes part of it,
One, two, three.
part of the flour. That's the
They
problem.
really have this bitch.
The main thing is that it's not absorbed.
Yeah, that's how good it is that you literally can't find it on the internet. You pay for it. That's how you know it's really, really good.
I think so. so. They're like, no. People who like
remove the larger pieces. It's the same answer.
Scrabble
So you
will
see
be
that
anything
the
they can to watch this,
no,
even like
it's not possible.
oh, baby girl.
Don't grab that word lock. That will give you a take it out and it makes more sense.
If you found the drawer again,
not the puzzle. You have to understand what's behind the puzzle. Puzzle saying that oil is no good. It's not just like Rabbi Rothschild said. Oil is no good because it gets absorbed. And if you have oil, it doesn't get absorbed. You have a device that doesn't absorb. So then you have a flour, knocked it out. It's not possible. Might have it. What do we do with this? Question. Again, what's the question? If you have very thin levina, you got this mamish like a powder, fine levina, and you put it into the flour, there's a possible. The lock is a levina chair. Listen to this. If you have levina on top, all you need to do is
such an
what if you had a bad thought? What are the bad thoughts of touching? Also, baby cars. Listen to this.
You're checking on TV, hoping to find where
Don't call thinking a real why not? You cannot do pigo when you have another issue involved, right? You can't do pigo when you have another shove, another problem. Over here, this is going on and it passes it. Oh,
especially
no, you see the little pieces of Levina passing it. It's not good.
Yeah, I know that's
I know we like to remove it with the tweezers.
Mike Birbiglia is
So right now you did it. And right now you didn't. You cannot put a pigo on it. Pigo doesn't go on top of something that's puzzle.
Mike Birbiglia is
very fine Levina. Doesn't mean good. It just goes on to say that afterwards you took it off. Look, then the thing about showing goes on. Because we're going to puzzle the chorus, which is not it's mamish people, the Coyote knows chorus. We stop right over here. Okay, we stop right over here. Both sides have a wonderful where is the score for spreading Torah throughout the world?
when you search for word wars, for how long did you search?
I literally went, there's a Reddit link with like 50 of those free movie sites. I went through all 50 of them and tried every single server on all 50 of them.
Good morning, Rob.
Are you proud of that?
I mean, it's frustrating.
Like 17 lines from the bottom of the
I get it.
There are parts of the animal that you put on the
It's like $4.99
that you eat.
Oh, not in a million years ago. Not in a million
Are permitted to eat. Yeah, it's a big no-no.
as long as the internet
It's called wild. How do you know it's a
there
wild?
will be a
Number
reason.
one, for a 22-year-old.
I wonder how they
How do you know that you put on the display after your paper?
how they get like
The legal team
Do the math.
behind the movies.
they're redonkulous. They're redonkulous.
Well,
Well, they're like Scrabble people, so they're like no matter what,
What's left?
ever.
You can't.
Yeah.
So now what's the next one? Home of Sar,
Are you excited for Devil Wears Prada 2?
What else is Kochi Kochi? What else is on the list? We did most of the list already. We did Tatas, Osho,
What?
Are you excited for Devil Wears Prada 2?
What did they give Shani Tzibur?
I don't know what the Devil Wears Prada 2
That's the fourth one. So here we go. Here's the
Devil Wears Prada.
Tatas, Osho, Oil is not counted. The entire thing over there.
With
Meryl
Streep and Hathaway. That's a big movie too. At one time.
And Hathaway is still making movies.
She's so hot.
He's gotta be old now, right?
She's so pretty.
She's in middle category now.
goes
Is Joe Rogan in it?
And all the leftovers.
No. He just recommended it. If you're listening to Reggie Watts' podcast, Joe Rogan, no, I guess you're not big. Joe Rogan and Reggie Watts.
Maybe you don't think I'm a big Joe Rogan fan?
Clearly not if you didn't watch the Reggie Watts episode.
Is it? What's the name of? Wait. What doesn't he have a website?
Joe Rogan has a website, I'm sure. Reggie Watts.
Yeah. It's like Red something.
You know, I'm put on his bath. What about an orange?
I'm sure he has a website for it. That's literally Reggie Watts.
Typically, flash means they
Dude, I cannot believe how difficult this movie is to find.
Now it means
Maybe it's not a real movie, and they just
apples.
are.
Some people on Reddit have seen it, and Reddit posts about it.
Yeah, but that all just is gas.
Also, in the middle edition, anything that you put onto the fire,
Do people say it's good?
Over your over on barbecue. As long as you put some of it on
Heard reviews, yeah.
Oh no, wait. So it's not like people are overwhelmingly saying this is great.
Part of the list is
I looked up the IMDb.
you don't put any of it on his bath. You don't put
Are you ready for gas now?
Just a
So
moment.
doesn't fit into the system. This is if you put part of it on his bath, that's what you're supposed to do. Put the room on his bath. So whatever's left over, you're not allowed to put on his bath.
I'm eating there, that's fine. Sometimes I'm gonna try to bend
People recognize
Yeah.
but Daniel learned
Shit. I can tell you that they got this bitch on lockdown. Okay, we'll watch the Unbelievable.
Some people have words
Unbelievable.
Why?
but some people said the pet cemetery was really
Oh,
really
who are those assholes? Who are those assholes?
whatever his name was.
To put it on
Liz,
nothing goes in the fire.
the director guy.
Something that part of it goes on the fire, then the other part.
So he was saying that his own documentary was good.
But let him have fun of himself, let him have zero.
No, the guy who was a director and drives on
Oh yeah. Land of Oz.
It shouldn't be a big issue to put it on the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it took place in his backyard. I'm sure
You're right.
there's a good reason.
When it comes to Hagdasha, something from within the Lechem economy. You don't take any part of the Lechem economy.
Okay, I'm starting to gas
What?
down.
There's no Hagdasha. But what does go on in his bath when it comes to the Lechem economy, Rabbi Yisai? The Bezichim.
There's some consideration that this is made.
That's enough to
You have
consider
to tell them.
Shirayim.
You have to tell
In
them.
other words, when we're looking at the Lechem economy,
They'll come up in the movie.
the Lechem also is a matter. The Korbanos. So since it's a matter, what's a matter? Something that allows you to eat the Lechem economy. What allows you to eat the Lechem economy? You put the Levitim, you put the fragrance. You can even have some. Oh, no. Oh, here it is. You take some of this, 2 spoons of this, and you put it on his bath. That allows you to eat the Lechem economy. So the Lechem economy is the leftover of this. In terms of the pasuk that you should not put the leftover on the mizbeach, that's enough to be over on Lechem economy. In terms of posting Menelishim, you're.
What up, dude? We just started a documentary. Let's watch it together.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Oh, Gasland. It's the story of South Australia's raw comedy tournament
What about
and how it relates to fracking.
you don't put it on the actual mizbeach? You don't put it over here.
Dude, watch the fucking movie.
Leave it on the ramp.
It just started.
Is the ramp considered the mizbeach?
Oh, Gasland. Sorry, fracking.
Gasland. Extremely not added to the track.
The other says the ramp is considered the mizbeach, but this is not. The ramp is not the
You
mizbeach.
just read.
The ramp is considered part of the
Classic.
there's a double loss.
Is it frozen?
You look at the also. It says it doesn't get out. That's all because bash. You shouldn't put it on the mizbeach. Because your base it says loyal, but the mizbeach loyal. So why does the Torah say it again? It teaches us that the tevish is also considered. If those are my father, my time, I'm across sorry bash. Part by ratios that prevails. I saw only the sorry bash, which is how do you translate sorry and bash into a carbon? Which carbonates are considered sorry and bash? Sorry is the shtei alachem, as more going to say in a minute, and the bash is the bikurim, the fruit, not just the dates, the fruit. So I say with the Rabbi law, kevesh is there. The ramp is considered part of the mizbeach for those two things. I will midrash alone, but not other things. And immediately it says pot. If you put anything else on the ramp, it's not considered mizbeach. Yochanan, who says, oh, he's marba. He's not memayit. So what does Isam come to be memayit? What does it come to take away? Somebody he's over there. The part of the end is Sanya. Oh, if I okay, so a second. Yochanan is not the maybe he writes on the double. Maybe an individual that comes to you know. So a beautiful thing to do two breads on schools. I also want to bring two breads in the double. The Torah and boy, not that now he's forced to bring it. But since you have to keep your word. And my carbon ratios that it's a plural Russian. The prevu only Sibor margin is called the individual cannot bring the tula. Yaakov, maybe. You know what? Okay, so you as an individual, Reuben cannot bring it. Maybe MDY can get together, and as a community, as a mishpacha, we'll bring Shnei Alechem. Maybe because look, the community brings the Shnei Alechem on maybe not MDY, maybe all Friday stuff. They bring it on schools. So Rebbe does learn the word as a meal. No, you bring Shnei Alechem as the Shnei Alechem, Shalom Tzibur, with the together Shalom Tzibur, but that's it. It's part of schools that you can. Not in the what exactly are you going to bring from the Sa'ar and Vash? Shtei Alachem in the Sa'ar will be Purim in that Vash. As the Gemara, Shtei Alachem in the Zom, you just told me as an individual, you cannot bring two breads. Why not? The Tanya, in them, called Sa'ar, them called Vash. Now, without looking at our script, please, without looking at our script, without cheating, what's the Gemara asking right now? In them called Sa'ar, Loma Nemar called Vash. What's the Gemara's question? The Gemara asks, why does it say kol sar and why does it say kol dvash? What do you mean why? Because one is sourdough and one is honey. So I need two different things that you can't bring on the mizbeach. If it said dvash, I wouldn't know you can't put sourdough on the mizbeach. Look, the first question is more on the word kol. Why does it say kol sar, kol dvash? The word kol is extra. Never kol dvash. Loma never kol sar. One kol is enough. Today, she's the sar mashem dvash, dvash sorry, but each one has positive, and therefore I need to call. Why? Sa'ar, what they call it, the mikdash. I would think you're allowed to put sourdough on the mizbeach. Why? Because you see in other situations in the mikdash, you put sourdough on the mizbeach. Now, if you pause here for a second, where do we put sourdough on the mizbeach? Where? There's only one thing that I can think of right now, and that is the Shtei Alechem bin the double. The individual decides to bring Shtei Alechem. Why? Well, that's sourdough. It cannot be. 1 minute. That's the more kasha. Why are you telling me that sourdough is that two lechem is also for individual? But where it says before is you're putting sourdough on the mizbeach. Now it cannot be the sourdough that we bring on schools that doesn't go on the mizbeach. That the kohanim eat. So what sourdough ever goes in his bed must be the two individual decides to donate it on his own. So you're allowed to bring once, you're allowed to bring sourdough and base. I mean, there's but fruit, you never see fruit on this bed. Fruit doesn't share with others. But on the other hand, you see that fruit is mutter in the leftover of the mincha. So you don't have sourdough milk. But basically, sorry, since each one has its own specialty, it's a problem with pulsar, it's a problem with cold vash. The Yechayev, the Gemara is actually talking about a half a shear. The Gemara is going to say soon. Paul comes to say even a part of it that's the bottom of the almond. So here also, Yechayev on a half a shear, so a half a shear of the fruit. Now, we're going back. What do you mean when you said that once in a while you could bring sourdough to be some English? Lav, and the carbon the dove. Obviously, you're talking about the two breads that you bring in Shavuos. Someone decided, the tzibah decided to bring it as an adava. And Rashi just points out it real quickly. It cannot be referring to the shtei alechem that everybody is believed to bring on Shavuos. You might have the chayvah l'matzim, but with them a migdash. The carbon is bad. You don't put it on the mizbeach. The only thing that I can think of is it was on the mizbeach. And the sourdough is an adava of the shtei alechem. And you're telling me the shtei alechem is also to be Amar of Amr like, no. What I was trying to tell you is, since the shtei alechem come together with korbanos here, like the famous picture over here. So, Avi, imagine doing on two. You did on one. Really move. Two. With the shtei alechem. Now, over there. So Mamela, I was saying that you're not allowed to put these two korbanos in the mizbeach. Why? Because they come with comments. They're associated with the shtei alechem. The Brisker Rav says over here, you see that the shtei alechem and the sheep are actually one. The Gemara only asks for this. The Gemara doesn't, let's say, ask for kaida. There's 40 breads. They have a carbon kaida. There's no zika, so to speak. Funny enough, what? Required lesson, yeah. Over here, because you do the panucha together and everything's together, they become like one. They become one unit. And since you cannot put part of that one unit on the mizbeach, why? Because it's common. You're not allowed to put sa'ar on the mizbeach. So perhaps you can't put the carbon also on the mizbeach. No, the carbon. The Alki has the Gemara going on the. Guess what? Food is also cooking with klala. It has like it comes together with the carbon. It comes together with birds. With gazelas. Remember? I told you to pay attention in the video. There's a better picture actually than while I was watching. But here, these guys are all they have birds. Say the same thing. Says Gemara. It's not like gazelas. Shadavi have sound. Tell you oil. The birds. They're oil. But sound should be other than looking at it. The cheap baskets go to the kain. The Gemara over there says that basar and yusa, basar anya and yusa, something like that. That in English they say the opposite. The rich get richer, and the poor get poorer. That's what it means. The poor get poorer. The wealthy they bring a nice golden basket so they get it back. The poor that come with the cheap basket, they lose their basket in the kain. I know it says the Gemara. No, these birds are not connected. Unbelievable. The birds that are on top of the basket, well, those birds, they're there to beautify the Bikurim. Now, what if you bring some hottest bird and put it on his bath? You're not supposed to put it on his bath. That's similar to the sugi we just had. Until now, we're talking about a hottest sheep. You're supposed to eat it. Instead of eating it, the guy puts it on his back. It's the rice. What about the bird? Instead of the guy eating it, he puts it on his back. You open this in the rice. What's the shayla? Now, Over here, none of it goes on his back. You all decided, and you were right, that none of it goes on his back. So really, can't be the kind that possible. What's the possible? What says if you put part of it on his back, the leftover you're not allowed to put on his back. But over here, by the bird, the entire thing doesn't go on his back. Here, the Torah calls a bird carbon. What is the Torah called a bird carbon? Look, it's called carbon. By now, Mishmai carbon. Therefore, it's called a carbon. Maybe you know, put on the and then they call Mishmai carbon. Yes. By now, Mishmai carbon. This is fact considered a bird carbon. If I know the Oimer Koshim Menelishim, no, I have to be strict to this rule. Part of it has to go on his back in order to be over. You know, because it's my carbon as long as it's called a carbon. I've been Ayu. And what would be the Nafir Shittas? One of them is what we said on the Pizda. So if you give an Ayu, doesn't go on his back at all. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you wouldn't be Chayav. According to Rabbi Kiva, it's called a carbon. He's Chayav. Rabbi Amar Lo Yikshem in Tzorah give an Ayu. The oil that goes into the Tzorah, the oil, obviously none of it goes on his back. So according to Rabbi Kiva, you'd be over why it's going to live it called carbon the rabbis like Shemish and Mitzvah because it's called a carbon. According to Rabbi Kiva, you'd be over because the Mitzvah is oil on the so about that theory, ain't the Ella Kula. How do you know that if you put part of the sourdough, half a shear, or even a mashu according to Abaya, how do you know that you're over? I'm not going to call anything. Oh, sorry. Sorry about the theory, ain't the Ella Kula. It's also Minayim. I'm not going to call even part of it. A Ruben Minayim. How do you know if you mix the sourdough with matzah, let's say? It's a mixture. How do you know you're over? I'm learning my kiko. The word kik. Like Amar, what's going on here? I'm going to buy over the Amar. So about the theory. Ain't the Allah kazayis. Shear is a kazayis. Hatzi zayis when I don't know half a shear. Which, by the way, according to Abaya, half a shear means even a nothing. There's no such thing as a half a zayis. Half a zayis means a kosher. It's either a zayis or less than a zayis. There's no such thing as half a zayis. I'm pointing it out because by Rava, when he starts, his starting point is 2 zaysim. So half of 2 is 1 full zayis, which is a full shear. But according to Abaya, our starting point is a zayis. So half of that is a mashu. You put a little, how do you call it, a crumb of a speck of sa'ar on the mizbech. You'll be over. I'm lemon call. A ruben I know a mixture. Tamaloimar kiko. Obamar very similar but different. Public Obama. So about the few same words. Ain't the pipe. Instead of saying kazayis, he says a pizza. That's a pipe. How do you know what happens when it's a pizza? You go like this with your food. Tamaloimar call. A ruben I lemon kiko. Same movement, same everything, but instead of saying the word kazayis, he says pipe. The right community is what's enough for me if you call it kazayis or pizza? So by your shkoyim talking to shnei zeisim. The way you read this Gemara is, since Abaya's starting point is less than 2 zeisim, less than 2, how much is half of less than 2? Let's call it 1 3/4. What's half of 1 3/4? I want to call it. What? 0.875. 0.875, you're right. 0.875. 78. 875. 0.875. Yeah, not 8. 0.875. So, see, the way you read it is, since your starting point is Paul's rationalization, it is 1 3/4, let's say. So, the Mela, the Torah tells you to do half. So, half is less than a full Zayis. It's 0.875 of a Zayis. The Yeshak Torah, you see that to be over an Aftara, you're over even in less than a Zayis. The Yesh means, and therefore, Rav Amar, go with that. No. Your kmitza must be at least 2 zaysim. There's a whole over here. You see that their hands are larger. How did the zayis fit in all these up? Kmitza has to be at least 2. So when the Torah says kol, which means half of 2 is 1. So you have at least 1 zayis. You're, in order to be over an aktar, it has to be at least 1 zayis. Therefore, that Torah is zayis. If your starting point is more than 2, so the half of 2 is 1. If not, listen to this. The Torah says don't put sourdough on the mizbeach. Don't put honey food on the mizbeach. What if you put both on the mizbeach? How many lavim are you over if you put both? So everybody's going to say, you're over 2. You're going to say, no, you're going to be over on either 4 or none, 0. Or, I'm talking about in terms of malchus. How many malchus? You get 4 malchus. Why? Says Gemara. A malchus, I told you, if you just read it, it wouldn't be so much fun. But if you thought about it for a second, it makes it more interesting. A malchus, sorry, with Basha, got him his behalf, Amarava. Like in the Shum Sar, that's Pasha, you get a malchus for Sar. But like in the Shum Bash, like in the Shum Rumi Sar, Shum Rumi Bash, we established on Amad Aleph, that you're over, Kol. What was the Lashon? Kikol. You're over, Yeruvim and I'm over, Kikol, for the key. So, a mixture is also. So, the Melon is a mixture going from the Sar to the Bash, but also from the Bash to the Sar, which is super interesting. And the Mela, that one mixture, you over on 4 things. First of all, in the mixture you have Sar, that's 1. In the mixture you have Bash, that's 2. In the mixture you have Sar and Bash. You also have Bash and Sar, 4. So we're like, from the Bash, like from Sar. By Omar in Loikin, a Lav should be called it. Something called Lav should be called it. Do not worry, because first of all, the city is over in 2 lines. There's a Mishnah starting with the definite test. A Lav should be flawless. So what's a Lav should be flawless? Lav should be flawless means it's not a straightforward love. It has other stuff to it. Agavanim, if the Torah says, as the Gemara is going to say, the Torah says, don't put a, how do you say chasim on a muzzle? Don't put a muzzle on an animal. It's very straightforward. It's 1 love. Boom. That's it. When you start telling me, don't put sourdough on his back. Oh, and don't put sourdough together with, that's already too much. Now you're being general. You're starting to say more stuff. Lav should be flawless. So what does that mean? So you don't get anything, or you get a little bit? No, you'll get the malchus that persons don't put sourdough, you get. But sourdough with a mixture, that you're not going to get 2 for that. That's already too much. Listen to this. You don't get any malchus at all. Listen to here. Look at the Torah. The Torah says over here, malchus. Look what it says in Pasuk Dalet. Pasuk Dalet says like Saxon. So we make the comparison. Just like the Saxon is very pashut. It's 4 words. The Saxon showed the dishoy when it's treading on the wheat. You shouldn't put a muzzle. So to any other lav has to be very pashut and straightforward lav. Once you start mixing more things and giving it more, you're not going to mix the sar with the bash and the bash with the sar, then you're not have anything. Big and Amir Chodinami Loloki, the Yachid Lavi, it's not a single lav, the lav of Hasima, Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful.
Very discussive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. We trust me, we're Mordechai. Boy, Sai, we're holding up the Baba with base 4 lines from the Father. All my Rebbe Yami. There's a sugya of starting an act. When you start something, does the whole Maisa, that's the word I'm looking for, do we consider the Maisa, do we give you credit for the Maisa? What's the word? No. You put the starter, the leavening agent, on top of the dough, and then it became hummus. You didn't mix, you didn't do anything. That's considered hummus. These are the two that say you have to be careful with the milk, but not the next time. The Maisa Shabbos is something very similar when it comes to Shabbos. Shabbos, you put a steak on a grill and you walk away, you're chayav. So too over here, you put the leavening agent on the flour and you walk away, you're chayav. Ask Gemara, let's see if this is true. Well, Maisa Shabbos, you got them in the chayav. Are you actually chayav when it comes to Shabbos and you just put it on the grill and walk away? No, my Rabbi Rothschild, Amar Rabbi Rothschild. If you put a steak on top of a grill, people put it. If you flip it over, you're tired. Well, you put you potter. And if you didn't flip it over, you potter. See that you have to take more action. Not enough to put it on there once and walk away. But now we're saying when you put the leavening agent, it's not enough. And the Rava, my time, none of the Talmud, can nice it says it. When it comes to Shabbos, you have to flip it over. But when it comes to, because that's, in other words, it's enough just to put it on, so that half. You don't have to sit there and then stoke it cold, I don't know what. You put it on, you tie for that half. Yes, you have to flip it over, because that's how you make a steak. Otherwise, the other side is going to be raw. But when it comes to the leavening, all you need to do is put it in once and walk away and you're tied. It's the same idea. By a steak, you put it on once, you walk away, you're tied for that half, and then you flip it for the other half. You have to have both halves in order for it to happen. But that's just the way a steak works. It's one to one. The only way a steak, as you're going to see soon, if you do one half of a steak, it's not edible. It's not something that people eat. You don't eat. Have you ever eaten from the top of a steak that's well done on this side but not on the other side? It doesn't work like that. That's not the way you do it. Yes, it's not. You want to call it visual? It's not how you eat a steak. Steak is on both sides. But when it comes to leavening, it's enough just to put it in and walk away, and it'll make it fun. You just said, we're repeating, if you put a steak on the coals, you put the tires, you flip the tires, then put my pocket, if you didn't, you pop. If you don't, it won't. You literally have to pay no partial. If you can't eat, it's not edible. Sheet, of course, you're not. Everything we have is made, now we have a partial, but if maybe the shot is even without flipping it, it's also edible, just not as good. So why do you have to flip it? Why do you tie it without flipping it? There's a concept called Michael Ben Yusuf. Michael Ben Yusuf is a robber, his name is Yusuf, and you would eat it raw, very, very rare, very rare. Rare to the point, it was a third, I don't even know if that's what rare is today. 1/3 of the typical cooking, cooked time. 1/3. Now, this Machaben Yusai, if the only way to do it is you got a third on one side, and flip it over, you get a third on the other side. The call, yes, is a expensive call, Machaben Yusai. But that's only if you do Machaben Yusai on both sides. One side, Machaben Yusai is garden. You can't help literally searing it for a second. That's garden. Omarov. The mitzvah by Kigurigaris, not a Kizan, but Kigurigaris. If you are able to roast one fig's worth, dried fig, mitzadecha, the mokum echad, kayot, Rabbi Sai, the mitzvah by Kigurigaris, if you have one fig's worth of nicely done, more than a kabbalah ben Rusoy. Kabbalah ben Rusoy is blue, this is already red. Yeah, rare. It's already the next level up, but it's the size of a fig. Even on one side, in one area, you're good. I don't understand. Take this fig and break it up into 2 or 3 areas. And show me, why can't you have three spots? Okay, 1, 2, 3, like this. 3 spots. But now, and I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. This is kind of called zero. I can take 3 different areas and put them all, pretend they're all in one place. But now, after they have social power. If you take a drill, take a small little drill bit, and you drill a little tiny hole, you're chayav on Shabbos for boy that you build it. So the more you have to understand what the case is. You drill the tiny hole somewhere, close to the Mecca. You didn't accomplish anything with a small hole. Elalav, the chazan of zero. We're talking about, sometimes, I don't know if you ever built anything, but it happened to me many times. You don't have the right to drill it. And you try to make like a larger hole. So let's say you try to poke something in a piece of concrete. I don't know what. So you make one hole, you make a few holes, and then you pop it out. Elalav, the chazan of zero. So you see that you can take one drill, one little hole, in other words, times 3 equals one giant hole that together is considered a hole. Yeah, it by itself, one small hole is nothing. Over here also, one little piece of a fig is not enough. But 3 pieces of fig in 3 different areas of the state that are well done, or more than compatible, that you can start for one fig. There's only one small hole. And also, I like, when you do construction, a lot of times you use a small little bit. Those little bits, they do things. The point is, sometimes you need a small bit, and that's why you're over. But you can't bring it right. A fixed worth of well done. Rava holds that if you have a total of one fixed worth well done, even though it's spread out in 3 places, but the total amount is a fixed worth, that's also considered. This is a 3B, 5 lines, word for word. We also learned that they get a cultural tie if you drill a very small hole, you tie it on Shabbos, if you've done it, if the case, you did it one time only, cultural to my cousin, what could it accomplish? It must be 1 or 2 places. This is the Gemara Loi Lumba Bakimechad. You only drilled 1 hole. So we're not talking about syrup over here. The cause of the bubble that this is for the door of the key Javal. New Sugya. So for this, you must see this puzzle. It's very, very important. It says, anyone. The Gemara says, what if you remove those 2 words? The start of Shet Takriv Hashem. Lo Yisrael Sechon. The Gemara says, I learned 2 things. I have 2 words, I'm going to learn 2 big from these 2 words. Hayisi Omer Ainli Bloisas Chomet. Siyasa Chomet. There's a puzzle that says, don't make comments. He's already saw the Mishnah and the Gemara also. When we were learning the Mishnah brings the puzzle. How do you know you're not allowing comments? I explained over there. The Mishnah explained. It's talking about before by the Kmitza. And then the Gemara talks about after the Kmitza. On the Shirai. Now the Gemara is saying, I would think, how do I know if I combine the 2 things before the Kmitza? I have the Kmitza in there, I have the Shiraim in there. How do I know that it doesn't, that there's an Isser to make it come? So that 1 word we got, Milcha, the entire thing. This puzzle is talking about a Milcha. How do I know I'll do Milcha? It's Talmudoimar, the word Kol, all Milcha. What I do that, Shei Rav and Leipsuda. This is also very interesting. This issue of making a mincha of comments is only when the mincha is kosher. Let's say you took it out of any seminar. Let's say the mincha is kameh. No one's a comment. That on the comments is a cheira, chayiv is a psula palpa. I just saw an interesting thought from Brisker Rav that it says, what do you mean kameh? Kameh, any carbon that's kameh is really not kameh. If you put it on, it sits in the ratza. We learned it sits. It's rid of the tumah. He says, yeah, it gets rid of the tumah when you put on the mizbeach. But over here, before you put on the mizbeach. Over here, you're over issue comments when it's kameh before you put on the mizbeach. So it's like a yeah. There's a kind of just to explain the kind of when you put it on the mizbeach. This is a chair of high. It's absolutely perfect. If you cannot do comments There's something that has a psul on it. If it went out of the Beis Hamikdash and it's possible, then you're not over on Papa. What about Chimtza v'Yatzas, the Chazar of Chimtza now? You created chametz. Now we learned yesterday. What does it mean? Just stop, Pashup Shad. What does it mean? Chametz and then you made a chametz. Did you make some of the chametz twice in a row? The answer is not really. If you make a different type of chametz, you do one of the four things. You chametz by the lisha, by the aricha, by the kifa, by the atiyah. You do another. So you did chametz. So we did learn yesterday. That's exactly what we learned yesterday. That was yesterday's sugya. That works by move after move. There's a word here and there. Okay, but there is no chametz. You yourself cannot make chametz twice in a row on with the same action. Chimtza v'Yatzas is the cause of a chimtza now. What if you did a chametz and it went outside of the Beis Hamikdash? So now the is some sort of psul, and now it comes back into the Beis Hamikdash. You told me that once it's also you can't make more chametz. So then what's the question? Now, even the Yatzas is possible to be Yatzay. It already became possible. The simple understanding is once it went out, it's Yatzay. So once it's over and it went out, it became possible. You can't add another. That's it. It's locked out for making it chametz. You just told me. It has to be something that's kosher and not possible. Once it went out, it's possible. You can't add another chametz. But listen to this. Even that's it. You like that, you can't make more chametz. Dilma, even the fruits of so Yotzim in the Hanif. Listen to this, it's Rashi. Once it's chametz, then it doesn't have the kedusha, lost a little bit of the kedusha to it. You can't make something possible Yotzim if it's not 100% kosher. The Yotzim is not chal on it. And if the Yotzim is not chal on it, then you could do chametz after chametz. What lacks out a second chametz? Something that makes it possible. But it's not possible. Why? Because it's already possible from the chametz. Not chametz. Somebody took a mincha and made it chametz. What happened now? It's possible a little bit. Once it's possible, you can't make it possible by taking it outside of Beis Hamikdash. It's already possible. I take it out of Beis Hamikdash, what do? I took something that's possible, I made it more possible. So if I can't make it more possible, now I can add another chametz to it. If I take chametz, if I take something that's totally kosher and I take it out of Beis Hamikdash, I made it possible yaitze. Possible yaitze, I cannot make chametz to it. It's already possible yaitze. But if yaitze doesn't apply to it, why doesn't it apply to it? Because it's a little bit chametz already. And if it's chametz already, I can't add another psul yaitze. So now I can add another chametz to it. Let's go back here. We learned yesterday, it's in the Mishnah, you could add 4 chametzes to 1 mincha. By me kneading it, I was over on chametz. Then a minute later, I grate it. I'm over another chametz. Then I add water to it. I'm over another chametz. I could add chametz on top of a chametz. We just learned the halacha that if I take a mincha outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it becomes possible because I took it out. Now I can't do chametz to it. It's done. It's possible. It's garbage. It's trade, chazer, whatever you want to call it. It's garbage. What do I make with chametz? I'm not over on chametz. Now, what happened was I made 1 chametz. Great. By making a chametz, I made it a little bit possible. A little bit possible. To the point where if I take it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it's not. I can't put yolks on it. I can't do pigel to it. I don't know what. I can't do anything to it because I made it a little possible by making chametz. A mincha can't be chametz. So since the yolks doesn't apply to it, I ignore. So that's like a regular mincha that I could add another chametz to it. And then another chametz. I could add 4 times chametz to it. And therefore, the chihadam of chametz law, even if you want to see, we should really see Rashi inside. Where's Rashi inside? Oh, here. Even the chimtza, the lav dusha gemuri, says Rashi. It loses some of this. Then the only thing that you can put on it is 1 psul called chametz. And then the chayav kishar chametz. Then you could add another chametz to it. But the psul of Yosef doesn't apply. And Mamela, at the end of the day, Teku, Boirav Mari. Chimtza Baroshim is back now. If you took this mincha up the mizbeach, up the realm, but you didn't put it onto the fire. You took it up, yeah, it meets up the mincha. Now, are you locked out of making a chametz? You made a chametz on top. maybe it's already too late. You're already in time when you had to be with time. You brought it up. I should that grieve. It's even a lotion of to bring closer, and you did. And you did so. I do know with that car, you put some ice on me, but at the end of the day, you have to put it on the flame. You didn't put it on the fire, and since you didn't put it on the fire, you still have the ability to make comments and be over the or take it. So it's more of a hash and not flame. That what? The Kol HaMilchah we learned before that even before you did Kmitza, you're over on Kol. After the Kfir Lashem, which is a step later, being marketed on his back. Lovely, what do you need that for? The garlic beside After the Kfir the Rabbi's Minchas is suffering with him. We have a machlokes here. There are two new items that are possible to make chametz. One of them is a minchas esachim, which is a minchas that we bring together with the oil and shlamim. We bring flour, we bring wine together with the oil. And is there a chiyuv to make sure it doesn't become chametz? And Rabbi Kiva says, that's what we said. Rabbi Kiva says, no. It's referring to the lechem hapanim. That there's an issur to make lechem hapanim, 12 bread that we bring every Shabbos on the shulchan. There's an issur to make them hapanim, the same as we were learning up until now. This is on lechem hapanim. Which the Gemara is going to flip. The Gemara is going to say what the people doesn't say lechem hapanim. The people is the one that says minchas esachim. The Reis Agli is the one that says lechem hapanim. As the Gemara minchas esachim, what is minchas esachim? There's no water. Minchas esachim may parasite. It's a bunch of oil. There's a lot of oil. There's 3 lug of oil. And there's no need for water. Sometimes when you put a little oil, so if you ever take a lot of flour, put a little oil, it's impossible to knead it. But if there's a lot of oil, then you can knead it. And if you knead with a K, then you don't need water. You don't need to introduce water. And may there is a machmitzi. Fruit juice doesn't create chametz. Now, don't take this literally, because it points out in the beginning of the parak, he says over here at Rashi, and it says over there, that it just means it's not full chametz, but it's chametz luksha, it's a inferior type of chametz. Okay. But I think the Sfardim actually hold that make very what? Etc. Okay, fine. But the question is, what's the question? The question is, how could I, if lechem hapanim doesn't even have water, how could I even make it chametz? There's no way to make it chametz. I'm using oil, and oil doesn't make it chametz. I'm a shlokish. Minchas esachim megavlim b'mayim sheira. You're permitted to add water if you want to, and in that case that you add water, not only does it go fun, some say it makes it worse. Like it's a stronger cover, just together with oil, and water is kosher. So that's the case. We're talking about he added a little bit more water. As the Gemara Kasha, lechem hapanim, this is for liquid. This is for liquid. This plastic one is for flour. So it says the Gemara, I don't understand something. Lechem hapanim midas yoveshi. You're trying to measure an isara with this. This, Rabbi says 0 kedusha. This is not a klisharis. This guy is the difference between liquid and solid. The solid, according to Rekiva, doesn't have kedusha at all. It's plastic. It's garbage. So what's the question? As you're making the lechem hapanim, at what point are you making chametz? But by putting into this, it doesn't give kedusha. So stop. You're making comments at home. It's not a problem. No reason to raise it. When does it become kaddish? On the table. When you put it on the table, it becomes kaddish. Kaddish. Here. At this point, when you put it in, boom, it's already too late. You can't make comments. You can't make a dog bread. You can't make comments. Because you always time. So we have to do this. One of these famous things. So it's a little confusing because we're talking about the bottom. So let's start with the bottom. It's not confusing at all. I'm just saying usually I go with the top. But my Menchi guys only work on the bottom. Rabbi Kiva says that this also comes to say that lechem hapanim you can't make money. The Reis Agli says it's coming from minchas esachim. The problem is Rabbi Kiva holds, and we're going to stick with it. Rabbi Kiva holds that this kli doesn't become kaddish. This kli doesn't become kaddish. How in the world could he say that lechem hapanim you shouldn't make it chametz? There's no way to make lechem hapanim chametz. It's only when you put it in. So in Mela I have to switch it around. That's why I'm switching it around. It's Rabbi Kiva that says that minchas esachim you shouldn't make chametz, and it works out beautifully. Because Rabbi Yosef Agli, we're going to show in a second, he holds Yavesh has Gusha. This has Gusha. This has Gusha. If If this has Dusha, then I have to be careful with the Lechem Akonim not to make it Chametz. Babel, the people, the Rabbis Lechem Akonim, the people, they're a bit like this. The Rabbis Minchas and Sachem, the people, okay, this the people holds the Minchas and Sachem. Now, the Azar Yochel Tamei, don't worry about it. Yosi Aglili. Now, how do I know that Rabbi Yosi says that dry goods, the dry measuring cup for dry goods is published? How do I know? Because Rabbi Yosi Aglili holds like one of the Talmidim, with Talmidim Rabbi Shmuel Amr Davar Elchas. Rabbi Yosi Aglili and one of the Talmidim Rabbi Shmuel holds one, and Manu Rabbi Yosi. Rabbi Yosi and Rabbi Yosi Aglili are in the same. They say the same thing. The what? The Sanya. Vayim Shochem Mikadish Oisam. You should be with Kaddish the Kalim. Moshe Rabbeinu takes the special Shemen HaMishcha, he smears it, and he makes with this Shemen HaMishcha, he makes the Kalim Kaddish, and come to the Shayim. What's the plastic, Rabbi Isai? Yo, this see-through thing is liquid. Okay, so we have 3 sheeters here. Very simple, 3 sheeters. Here's the question. The way Yoshi did is not 100% accurate, but it's hard to describe in a picture. The question is always, when a kli has kedusha, let's say this kli has kedusha. This for sure has kedusha, right? The lacho, according to everybody, has kedusha. The question is where? Where is the kedusha? Only in the inside or in the outside as well? The minat gemina. What if I pour water on the outside like this? Did the water now become kaddish? It touched only the outside of my kli. How? Because I filled it up very high and then it fell over the side. And it touched the side. Kaddish or not Kaddish? That's machlekes. So we have one shita so far that says that this yavish is 0. We have a shita that the lap, the liquid is going to be Kaddish on the inside and the outside. And then we have in between shitas. Or shita. Let's see. Midas halach. Nimshach bein mibifnim. According to this is Rabbi Yoshua, and this is Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Yoshua says that this guy right over here is Kaddish inside and out. So I don't know how to do that. I'm going to put a sticker inside and outside. I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, like this. Boom. That's Rabbi Yoshua. That's Rabbi Yoshua. Midas Yavish, Nimshach Mibifnim, Bein Nimshach Mibifnim. Behold, there's only one Gedusha over here. And this guy, one. But outside is nothing. Only one. And now you have a second sheet though that holds that this is a liquid, only one. And this guy is all by himself. According to Rabbi Yonason, the only kedusha is inside the liquid kli, 0 in the dry kli. This sheet says there's inside the dry kli, and he's the most machmir. And the liquid kli has both inside and outside. So Rabbi Yonason, if you go back to this, you're going to say clearly, holds it like the Rabbi Yonason. Now what? That the yavish has some kedusha. Look, it has kedusha inside the kli, according to the simple Moshe Satan by the two breads. We're going to come back to this also. Right? 2 breads in Moshe Satan. You have to bake the bread. When does it become kaddish? Bikurim Lashem. After Teyofena, once you bake it, then Bikurim Lashem. Putting it in a vessel, in a measuring cup, doesn't give it any kedusha. But my commitment is what's my flightis. The word oisam. Rabbi Yoshua saw oisam lemute midas yomish bachutz. It's mashma only in the inside, but that the dry one doesn't have any kedusha on the outside. That's why there's only one sticker here. There is kedusha on the inside. This is, look at this. This is a piece of plastic. It has 0 kedusha, not on the inside, not on the outside. You don't need to talk about it at all. It's a bucket to get clean. It's a garbage. It's a pro. The only pasuk I need is some that only has a kedusha on the inside, but not on the outside. Oh, so if we look over here, this is a very rudimentary thing. But on the top it says, "Rabbi Yosef say the same halacha." You know what? Yavesh has kedusha on the inside, and that's what we said. That's why lachem apanim that you measure with this dry kli does have kedusha, and you have to be careful not to make it. And when it comes to liquid, it has kedusha on the inside and the outside. So what does Rabbi Kiva say? Rabbi Kiva says we saw before. That's why Rabbi Kiva can't say that lachem apanim you have to be careful with, because this is zero kedusha. Or Rabbi Kiva says something else. This is zero kedusha, but the lav has kedusha inside and outside. Two. So we have a third shita. This is different than this shita, because over here the yavish has little kedusha, and over here the yavish according to Rabbi Kiva has zero kedusha. That's kedusha inside and outside, two stickers, and zero kedusha on this. So Reila says the Gemara later Rabbi Kiva be'echad mitamid Rabbi Shmuel amru dover echad the manner of Rabbi Yonasan. We spoke about Rabbi Yonasan. Rabbi Yonasan is this shita right over here. But look, they're very similar because the Yavish, they both hold zero kedusha on the Yavish. So maybe they're saying the same thing. So what's the answer? It's obvious the answer. Over here, they're very different. In the liquid, they're different. According to Rabbi Kiva, in the liquid kli, there's kedusha on the inside and the outside. And according to Rabbi Yonasan, there's only kedusha on the inside. As the Gemara later now, Rabbi Kiva, the man of Rabbi Yonasan, the answer is they're not saying the same thing because they're very different when it comes to the liquid kli. One says there's only kedusha on the inside, or the other says the kedusha on the inside and the outside. It's the starting point. Do you say this is nothing, should be nothing? There's no even half a minute that has kedusha, and we may have the word of some to add to take off something else. No, this does have kedusha, and I have to remove here. If this has kedusha, just the word of some comes to tell me that there's no kedusha on the outside. But therefore, lock for sure has inside and outside. Says the Gemara, we forgot something. How do you mix this? How do you mix the lechem apanim? Look at this. You mix it in a mixing bowl. That mixing bowl is isharis. The lechem apanim. You have to mix it somewhere. And if you mix it in a bisa, in a bowl, that bowl has tremendous kedusha. And therefore, you have to be careful not to make it funny. Even according to Rabbi Kiva. Okay, Rabbi Kiva says, you see this? No kedusha when you measure it. Yeah, but what do you do after you measure it? You put it in the mixing bowl. And that mixing bowl has kedusha. Says the Gemara, the lafu, and it's considered a liquid kli. But it could be so the lafu, it has the liquid, and that has kedusha. That's kedusha. No, look at the right side. He did the lisha. You're right. If he did it on the left side and the bowl, you would have kedusha. You have to be careful not to make it famous. Talking about that he put it on a piece of leather or something. A second ago we learned that Yonasan says, I'll prove to you from the two breads of Shavuos. There's no kedusha. Maybe like you're going to tell you we started the phone. You know why over there was no kedusha? Because he used a weekday kli, something that doesn't have a kedusha. But maybe there is a kedusha. Okay, Ashley says in the Gemara. Over here, by lachem apanim, we could don't think and say, oh, he did the leash on a piece of leather, not in a klisharis. Why? Mishnah bisa, because we're going to 11 pieces in the ministry. The Torah never said, I want you to knead it in a klisharis. You decided to do that. There's no issur to do it on a piece of leather. Elisarai, but when it comes to the shtei alecha, when the Torah says mefurish, the isar and silas, that means use a measuring cup. You know, and measure it inside the isar. Showing isar the question, isar the follow. You can't answer. Oh, maybe use a bachadika thing like a piece of leather. The Torah says mefurish to use the kodesh and the mailer Rabbi Sai. Have a wonderful.
America's Schuss is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. We have have a sugya. What do we do with the word oisai? It's actually broken up into four sugyas, four small sugyas. Once we get through that, what do we do with the word oisai? Then we have a sugya of can you, let's say animals a balmum, it's already balmum, can you go ahead and make another mum on something that's a balmum? And it's applicable to many things in the Torah. If something is comments, can you be over again on comments? If somebody is a saris, can you make him a saris again? Like after he's a saris, can you do more of an action and make him more of a saris? So that's that. So yeah, but we have to go through this oisai. The hashta, 5 lines from the bottom of Nun Hayom and Beis. The hashta. The dafkele mibishachad is a chados. Oisai midimai. The more I have meaning that the word oisai comes to say that the nasi, the king, his carving owes in the north. But at the end of the day, we learn from the pasuk b'shachar zachatos. So we have this word oisai is completely extra. What do we do with it? So there are four options, four small sugyas. Perhaps the word oisai comes to say nakshain. Nakshain is the nasiv, not the nasi, the king. It's a little confusing. The Torah calls the king a nasi, but we know the nasim. The nasim brought korbanos by the Chanukas Habayis, Chanukas Hamishkan. So those are the Nasim. Now it's called Naksha. Maybe not confused, the Gemara calls it Naksha. It's not the only one. All the Nasim. That what? That he has to, the Naksha in Karban has to be in the north of the Beis Hamikdash. And then you have a sugya of the Shochat. Shochat means that you could, that the shochet doesn't have to stand in the north. You can have a long night. And that's the end of this. That's actually how we finish off. That's what the Isaac comes for. Ruining the end. But it's good to know. Isaac comes, the shochet doesn't have to be in the north. And then we have about the bird, when you do Malika, do you have to be in the north? Not. And Pesach. So we're starting with the first one. We know Karban Pesach. Where do you shove the Karban Pesach? Tzafon or anywhere? Anywhere. That's the last sugya. Then we're going to go back to that the shaycha doesn't have to be in the north. I call upon him. We're starting off. Sugya number one. The hashta nava mishachat is a chat. What do you do with oisa? The first one is lemudei oisai bat tzafon. Only the king, his karban is done in the north. Ben sair nachem at tzafon. Let me just show you this older picture, right? This is the layout of the Beis Hamikdash. This red box is the northern part of the Azara. So I would think that only a king chefs in the red box. Right over here. But in this area, no, not allowed. That's the south. This is the line, dividing line. Anything past this line up here, not allowed. So I would think the ain't sar nachem b'tzafon. When the Nasim got together and they brought a chatos, and this is the only chatos. This is an adava, right? The Nasim wanted to bring something to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They didn't do they weren't fighting. There's no sin. A chatos comes for a sin. This is the only time in history that you brought a chatos as an adava. And a chatos, which is kachim, and we're going to talk about it a little bit. Kachim is always in the north part of the Azara. Mar says, you don't have to chef the status in the north. Now, why would I think you have to chef it in the north? So, the that the Nasim, the Nakshay, is similar to the king, where you have to lean on it, put your body weight on the head, the smicha. So, it's probably not only in Suffolk, so you would also have to chef it in the north. Kamash Malon. So, if we pause right over here, this is the only reason I was thinking the north for the Nasim is because you lean on it. And if you don't lean on it, then I would never think you have to shut it in the north. In a second, we're going to see Rabbi Yehuda. It says you don't have to lean on it. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, we wouldn't have a Hava Aminu. I'm just a little Chazara, a little Agdama to the Chazara to what we're going to learn in a second. We speak with Bufaminol, and how do you know that the Nasim have to do Smicha? The Sanya B'Samach Yadai Arosh Asayim. It says by the king. It says that he leans on it. The rabbi started national smicha. We learn from there that also the Nasim have to lean on it. Rabbi Shimon Omer, The Rabbi Sira Zara. I messed up. I said Rabbi Yehuda. It's Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says no. It's one of at least two machlokas we have between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon today. Rabbi Shimon says no. It's coming to say that when Klal Yisrael does have a desire by mistake because the Sanhedrin told them to do so, and they bring a goat, you have to lean on it. Mas Rabbi Yehuda says that you need smicha. So if you need smicha, I would think that you have to chef, right? The Gemara says, why would I even have a having when you have to chef in the north? Because you have to do smicha. Okay, Rabbi Yehuda says you have to do smicha. Kind of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Shimon says you don't have to do smicha. Why would I have a having you have to chef in the north? The real Nami. But wait a minute. Even according to Rabbi Yehuda, it's not so Yishma. Why this Rabbi is Rabbi? I don't understand. The Torah says that the Nasim have to do, you have a limo, the Nasim have to do smicha. And that's it. Make a face to jump from there. Since they have to do smicha, they also have to shut from the room. Okay, you know what? We have a opinion now. We can learn from not showing the Nasim, we're going to learn from a regular path. So, it's good because you should grow, So, why do you have to learn that the Nasim have to do smicha? How do you know this? You learn from a king. No, just learn regular opinion out from a regular path. Ella, why not? El Sham Dorzeh, Achanami Sham Dorzeh. That was a one-time thing in history that the Nasim brought. For bonus, you can't learn the scene from not smicha and not suffering. Okay, so that's it. So I have no reason to believe that a Nasi has to shepherd and suffering. I don't need Oisai. So now what do I do with Oisai? Another sig. So we're going on to the next sig now. Zogdimar, lo Oisai. Listen to this. What do we, again, we have this actual word Oisai. What does it come to explain? Oisai can't suffer when a shaytan doesn't suffer. The animal must be in the north. Not the shaytan, it's a big kiddush. Those who learn tzvachim remember this. But what? It's a long night here. So if you have a very long night, you don't have to be standing in the north. Only the animal must be in the north. Big kiddush. So as the Gemara, I don't need the word Oisai. The Gemara's going to actually say, you're right. I don't need a special word to tell me that. Why? Because I have another Oisai with the Rebbechian after. That I can learn from something else. It's how you're Rebbechian, Mishachad Oisai. Oisai over here is by the Oila. Ayerachan is Beth Tzafayna. When you receive the blood, over there, the person has to be standing, the kohen has to be standing in the north to receive the blood. If he's standing in the south, no good. That's why it's a massive chiddush by us. The shechita you could. We're going to use this pasuk twice, but it's interesting. You take the word velaka, and you could read it, not read it, but it's Maram is to lo yika, loka, lo yika. If he is standing in the south and received the blood where he's standing, no good. Pasuk. Out there, when it comes to shechita, also he cannot be standing in the south. He must be in the north. It's a little tricky because it's the same word. We're trying to figure out what do we do with the word oisai. Then, so we thought oisai comes to tell us that the shaytan, that he doesn't have to be standing in the north, he can be standing in the south. So it's true. That's a real halacha. But I learned from a different oisai. That's oisai by oila. So once again, I'm stuck. I don't know what to do with the word oisai. So, and by the way, we're going to come back to this. This is what the oisai is. Oisai is to teach us that you don't have to be in the north. And what was the question? Why do we go away from it? Because I can learn from Rabbi Kia. I was going to say, no, I can't learn from Rabbi Kia. Okay. Hello, so we're trying another one. Hello, you don't have to chef, you don't have to do malika to a bird in the north. So for that, I mean, these have got a fire there, the fire I've learned it's partial that you have to do in the north. Why? Well, when you chef the regular animal, you don't have to use a kohen. Anybody could chef an animal, even in Israel, even a woman. Ben Oiv, she covered the kohen, and it didn't a bird, it's so cautious. Only a kohen could do it. So maybe, not maybe, the fire, of course, you need to do it only in the north. Says Gemara, don't bring me a raya. I'm not a ben son. You're saying that when you chef a sheep, it's very weak, and therefore certainly a bird needs suffering. No, sheep is not weak. Malaben Sanchi can cover like flea. The only way to shecht it is with a klisharis, with a knife, not even a stone that's sharp. You usually could. You need a klisharis. And when it comes to a bird, you don't. So you see, the one counteracts the other. There's no weakness in its side. And there's no weakness in its side. There's no having our thing that you have to shoot. You have to do with a bird in the north. And the oisev itself, so what am I going to do with this oisev? Again, we're back to square one. I have extra word oisev. What do I do with it? The oisev itself, you don't have to chef the Korban Pesach in the north. Baruch Hashem, you don't have to, because we need a lot of room. A lot of animals. There's like up to the knees in blood. It gives us extra room. This is what I learned from the word Oisel. What are you talking about? You don't learn it from the word Oisel. I learned it from Rabbi Rothschild. And I learned from Rabbi Rothschild once again. What am I going to do with the word Oisel? I'm stuck. I don't know what to do with it. Well, I passed with the Rabbi Rothschild now. You saw your Rabbi Rothschild. You passed the phone something. Hey, you must have the current place of only the Lord. But then, Uma actually cover the Smavish because it covered something. As you cover the Smavish also, and you did cover the something. There's a special kumrah about current place. It only happens once a year. First is a specific day, it's a certain kumrah. Tomorrow, so certainly if the oil that you can bring oil every day, bring oil every day. Come it. You need to do it in the north. So certainly if current place that has a special day, it's a Mamish Miyuchad, certainly has to be in the north. Says the Gemara, Ma'ala, Oila, Shikei, Kolu, it has a chumrah. Cooler than Hashem, the entire things on his path, the friend doesn't get to eat anything. It's more of a chata. Okay, so I learned from a chata. A chatas is not Kolu. A chatas, part of it, the friend gets to eat. And it doesn't have a zman either. In zman, what is it? Malach has given comparison to every Greece, but it has a chumrah, it has the ability to bring forgiveness of Achara to those who are time for it. More Mashal. Mashal also brings forgiveness, but not in Taras. And it doesn't have a particular time. But so finally we get to this, that everybody knows this. Whoever learns Svachim knows that Asham is Kachi Kachim, meaning all the other ones, the Oila, the Fatas, they're all Kachi Kachim. And if you're Kachi Kachim, the level, I should have shown this chart. Maybe the editor will bring the famous chart. We have a list of all the Kachi Kachim. What's missing from this list? The Shlamim, no, the Shalmi Tzibur, the one that you bring on the Shavuos. And then everything else is on the other side. You have a Qaida, Shlamim, Nazir, what else? Bachar, Pesach. Is it Shlamim? So the Kachim must be done in the north. That's why it's in the north. The kids are, I don't know, so I learned this idea that going place of Shechtet anywhere in the Gizamid, in Azara, from I don't need ois. Putting a gashlo. Oh, sorry, I skipped. We need the ois to tell us that the one that chefs, the shechter, that's a word, new one, the shechter could be also the south. With the gashlo, but we already, I don't need the word ois, I learned from Akia. No, learn from Akia wrong. Even though it doesn't manage to fit the word, you learned it wrong. Rabbi allowed them to show them it's something with us. Rabbi wasn't going to say that the kohen could stand in the south. Ain't Hashem itself that's partial. I'm coming to tell you that the one that receives the blood, he must stand in the north. Not that the kohen could stand in the south. That I learned from myself. I'm coming to say, Rabbi, that the one receiving the blood, he must stand in the north. Tomorrow, wait a minute. The tablet, the luck and after. Here, this passage, let's go back. Remind Loika. Tomorrow, to learn this Loika. This Rashi doesn't learn. Memela. What do I do with Isai? Isai that the carbon. Isai is going on the carbon. The carbon must be in the north, but the shaykh that could be in the south is. Says the Gemara, the Chayiv Ali Shos Ali Chas Ali Fios Shmata Sudis. Omer Apapa, Afal Loikishtai. Big Chiddush. We learned in the Mishnah that every one of the major avodas of baking bread, Yichai Malchus, which included kneading, rating, and kituf, which is basting with water and putting it in the oven. Comes from Papa someone says, oh, putting in the oven, you type 2. Chosov is 2. Achas alari, chosov, achas alari. By putting it into the oven, you're creating a form. You're forming the bread. You're forming the bread, and by putting it in the oven, you're type not only for baking, also for forming it. As the Gemara of Amish Mafim, you said that she might see it doesn't fit into everything we learned. We learned that baking is its own action. It's a chashuv thing. Yechidi. It's on its own. One thing. But you have one malchus. That's what it says. That's what we learned. The kasher. If a person forms it, he braids it as it when it's covered. So he's chayiv malchus right away, and then he puts it in the oven. So for putting in the oven, how many are you chayiv? One. Why? Because you're already chayiv 5 minutes ago on braiding it. I can't make you chayiv twice for braiding the same thing. Reuven braided it, he's chayiv malchus. Then Reuven puts it in the oven, he's chayiv malchus for putting in the oven. He can't be chayiv malchus for putting in the oven, and I also formed it. You formed it 5 minutes ago. Wow. Oh, the Aruch Havrei. But when Shimon braids it, the Yavle, and Shimon gives it over to Reuven, and Reuven puts it in the oven. Then he's chayiv 2. One for forming it, and one for baking it. Shimon braided it already. How could you be chayiv on something Shimon already did? That's the whole sugya now. That even though Shimon did braiding, he already formed it, you're also over on forming it. You hear, Mendy? You with me? Why? Because that's the sugya. There's braiding after braiding. So this brings us to this sugya. Listen to this. A person has a firstborn animal. Firstborn animal goes to the kohen. Now, if it's a balmum, then you get off the hook. The kohen doesn't have to bring it to the eat it as is. Now, this animal has a major disease. It's about to die. Those days, bloodletting was like the answer for everything. The person was about to have a heart attack, give him bloodletting. Yenamachla, bloodletting. And there wasn't stop bloodletting. They like drained them completely, like dry, almost no blood left. And then today also they do bloodletting in certain situations. Like certain people need it. I don't know, like they have too much blood or something. I don't know. In certain situations, you do bloodletting. But this animal's about to die. Okay, this animal, let's call him a balmum. He's a balmum. So what are the options? Rabbi, you're not going to believe it. Typically, we have a machlokes. We have three sheets in a machlokes. We have tatzah and tatzah. We have from extreme to extreme. It's 100% mutter, 100% also. We have something in the middle. Now we have 4. So let's think about it. What could the options be? The worst case scenario is you make it a balmum. Like letting blood out, you poke it in the eye and let the blood out. That's like the worst. So you have one man that says poking the eye. Doesn't matter. It's dying. Save its life. It's balmum anyway. Give it another mum. Then you have Rabbi Yehuda that says, no. You can't do anything. Rabbi Shimon says, do whatever you want. Make a mum. Not only that, and then you could actually say, oh, it's a balmum, so you get to eat it as is. Rabbi Yehuda says, no, don't touch it. Let it die. We don't care. Let it die. And then you have in between. You have Rabbi who says, do bloodletting, but make sure it's not in the place. It's a mum. Do it in an area that's just going to heal tomorrow. It's not a mum. Huh? Mum shover. It's like, yeah, it's a little nick. It's not a mum. And then you have the fourth. What's the fourth sheet the Rabbi said? What should you do? That you can make it a balmum, just make sure you're not going to be able to eat it because of that. It's not a mum. Later you're going to say, oh, it's a balmum, so I can get to eat it. No. You'll make it a balmum, but that's it. You can't eat it. Don't touch it. Those are the 4 sheets. Let's see inside. You have a firstborn animal that you must have bloodletting to live. It says in Meir, you can do that because you can do bloodletting, but make sure it's in a place that doesn't cause a mum. But you're not permitted. The only available spot is where it causes a mum. You can't do it. You could do another mum. Why? What's the pshat? Because they hold there's no mum after a mum. This animal's about mum. It's a dying animal. It's about mum. So what do? You didn't do anything. You You made another hole in the artery somewhere. Okay, you made a hole in the ear. Big deal. It's already balmum. But actually, you can't use that mum as an excuse to shaft it outside. Reb Shimon Oimer that from government days, nishkat aloy soy mum. You could even use that mum. It's not a problem. Shaft it. Use it. It's not a part anymore. You create a mum, and then it's not a part. Hold on a second. So you don't have to go backwards. You have to turn the page back to see this Rashi. Actually, is fascinating. Reb Shimon Tamei, the Omar Dover Sheim Miskaven. Brazil is Miskaven. Reb Shimon says that you have to have intent to do something, and since you didn't have intent to make him Bamum, you didn't care, you didn't want it to be Bamum, you wanted to save its life. Which so happens to be, now he has a mum, so maybe I'm allowed to even eat it. What's the question on this? That no, it's a great show. You can't say, I'm going to take blood from its eyes, I'm going to stick a needle, I hate to say it, but that's one of the things that you actually eye, the ear, I'm going to poke it in the ear, pull blood out, but I didn't have intent to make him a Balmum. What do you mean? There's no other way to poke an animal in the eye and not make it a Balmum. When you poke in the eye, it is Balmum. You can't say, oh, I didn't mean it, for instance. We just had it, a little while ago, what's the classic example of Dov Shem Skavin? Dragging a bench. You're not allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos, it's going to create a furrow. But if you're not sure, then you're allowed to. But if you know 100% it's going to create a charetz, you're going to dig into the ground, then you're not allowed it. So here also, 100% sure, you're going to create a moment animal. So this is not a Dov Shem Skavin, but let's try to talk about it. Review the Imafilu Mace, Imafilu Sadam. Review is the far extreme from Rishon. Rishon says you can create a mom and you can even shaft it on this mom. He says don't touch this animal. If it die, it dies. Why? Because there's something called Adam Bel Amamoina. Person goes crazy when he wants to save his thing. And if you say you're allowed to save it, just don't make a move. Boom. He's not going to differentiate. One time he's going to make a move. He's not going to. So you say, you know what? Better. You can't save anything. Show him how you strong. Or okay, Rabbi, or no. So we have now 4 sheetas. 4 sheetas. Again, what are the 4 sheetas? Yeah, I have an animal. That's about to die. So if you don't let blood, but he's a bechar. You're not allowed to create a moment of bechar. 1 sheet is reviewed and says, do not touch him. That's the 5. 1 sheet is reviewed and says, touch him, put the needle wherever you feel like. Not only that, you get to shaft it. It's not a bechar. Then you have the mayor that says, you can only do it in a situation in a way that there's no move at all. Then you can do bloodletting. Make sure there's no move. The Chum say no. You can make a move. Just make sure that you're not going to use this as an excuse to say, it's not a part. It's a very similar idea. That's our sugya. That you're over on comments, even though you were over on comments 5 minutes ago on the same mincha. They say also comment. They say often from it. That I'm over on raiding this bread because it's coming. And 5 minutes later, I'm over again on the same comment for putting it in the oven. The Masara is after the Masara. So this is also a hell of a good thing. Castrate an animal. So listen to this. The Pasuk says 4 things. Law, justice, the Jason. So all 4 different ways that a person is a Saras. So you're chayiv one after another. The sieve, the mold, the squeeze, the pusses, crush, the rustle, sever, the chorus, cut it. You must curse with chayiv. Listen to the question. If you the cut is a lot less than sever completely. You must curse with chayiv. Listen to the question. And we'll help you know you got to curse with chayiv. Doing the sever. In other words, listen to this. If there was a krisa, it was cut. Now, this animal can't have children. If you go ahead and you sever it completely, you're over again. It's a pella. Isn't that a pella? This animal's done. It's out of the parasha. It's a saris l'kulam. But if you do another, you take more action, then the life fits down with sugya. Comments after comments, mum after mum, says Gemara, but in our sugya, we have a machlokes. That what? This animal is dying. It's a dying animal. If you don't do bloodletting, it's going to die. Rabbi Meir Sabak Chamum Lo Yevoy, the word kol, any mum ever, meaning even if it already has a mum, you're not permitted to add another mum to it. Rabbanan Sabri, Hamim Yel Rothschild. No. This Isser making about mum is only on something that's complete, that's whole. This animal is not a whole animal, it's already dying, so it's not a problem to make a mum. Just don't use it as an excuse. Meir Nami Aksif coming here, what he's going to do, it says in the first, the Isser of the mum, is something complete. If an animal was born with a mum, that's how it was born. So it never had a chance to become kaddish. And then you're allowed to make it another mum. Says Gemara, I don't understand. Bamum mikar, it's a palm tree. What do you mean bamum mikar? It never had the goose sagor. Ella lemute psulei mukdashim lavin journey. Sometimes you have a carbon that became you can't bring it as a carbon. So what do? You redeem it. So after you redeem it, you're allowed to you can put a mum in it. Why? Some of that I mean how about serious begins about that. How many you're not allowed to give it a mum? Why? Because it still has a little kusha, you know how to shear it, you know how to work it. Maybe you're not put another mum in it. How much will you like? Rabbanan Nami Yosef, Kol Mum Lo Yavo. What do they do with the word Kol Mum Yavo? I'm a violating sign. Kol Mum Lo Yavo, Ein Lo Shlei Mum. Minayin, you know how to put a mum in an animal in a part. Minayin Shlei Lo Yavo. Or what if you don't do the mum itself? The mum, you do something that's going to cause it to have a mum. Shouldn't put any dough on its ear or something else that's delicious. That's what we do with the word kol. Omar mum, omar komum. You're not allowed to inflict a mum by yourself, but you're also not allowed to pour some chocolate on the ear so that another animal or something should come and take it off and make it mum. Boy side. Have a wonderful day.
America's Spuss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor at MDY.com.
So, what do we have? We have two things. We have Likta Moshe, like it was back then. Likta Moshe, but it is now. Okay, so then that's just the Shiloh in general. When you have an item in front of you, you look at it now. Right now, it's a Beitza, so it can have a Puma, a Kama, or no, yesterday or 5 hours ago, it wasn't a half a Beitza, it just got wet and it blew up. Do we view what it is right at this moment or what it was before? Kemoshe means Kemoshe right now. Look at Moise and the back is buried with Kemoshe Hoyu, that makes it easier. The Kemoshe Hoyu, like it used to be. The Lamed plus the Hoyu, okay. So Rabbi Omar, sorry, we're holding over here. Kumina, 2 lines from the top of the name. Kumina, Omer and Elizabeth. So we saw yesterday. Rab is the one that says, what does Rab say? Kemoshe. We go by what it is right now. And then we have a question from Rabbi Loza of Yossi. Rabbi Loza of Yossi, we had the story yesterday. Friday, we used dates, but it's actually fixed. I didn't have fixed, I used dates. So over here we have Okay. These are basically, they're all, we're going to pretend that this guy is like a regular fig, right? Just, here, this is a regular fig, even though it's not. It's more like a dry fig. This is a regular fig. This guy is not as dried up. You see? It's all, this guy is half the size. Shrunk. Shriveled. If you look close, it's a shriveled something. Okay. So this is what it used to be, and this is what it is today, right now. So my father used to take 10 of these, 1 for 10. 10 of these for 100 of them. What's the problem? 10 of these are half the size of 100. Each one is half the size of a normal thing. So how could 10 of these work for Meiser on 100 of these, 90 of these? That's the question. So what's the answer? The answer is that we don't look at it now. Oh, yeah, it's shriveled up now. But yesterday or a week ago, before we put it in the sun, before we went through the whole process, this was the same size as this. So you're allowed to use shriveled up figs as Meiser on the regular size fig. Why? Because we go likimots, shahayu, like they used to be, not what it is today. How many know the lesson version of a t-shirt with a color? Yeah, I'm going to lick the motion and Shapir. It works great if you go back to what it used to be. Eloyam is Kamosha but it's going to be literally, this is half the size of a regular one, let's say. So you gave Meiser half the amount, 50% of what you're supposed to give. You're supposed to give probably 20 of these, not 10 of these. 10 of these is not good for 90 large guys, or even one of these for 10 of these. There's probably 10 of these in here, right? About that. One of these for 9 of these. It's not good. You need 2 of these for 9 of these. So we must say, hello, so he says, all you need to do, it's not a big deal. This, you're looking at it as though shriveled up. It's not a big deal. Here, take a look. What you do is you take the shriveled up figs, and you boil them in hot water. Since it's only missing one little thing, they blow up to what they used to be. So maybe we could view this guy as a large guy. Maybe you take mice with it. It's not a problem. Okay? Horrible. Garden pain in allegory goers. Now we're discussing whether or not you can take these shriveled up guys and use them as Trumas Meiser. Again, what's Trumas Meiser? Trumas Meiser. Truma is what you give the plant, like 1-2%. It could be anything, typically you give 2%. Start off giving the plant. Then whatever you have left, if you have 100 apples, 100 grapes, you give 2 to the plant. Then you give 10% of whatever you have left, you give to the lady. Just to make it easy, you give 10 out of the 98. Give 10 to the lady. He said it's a little bit of time to give too much, but fair enough, it's also okay. And the lady takes this from this 10 grades, she gives 10% to the choir. That's called Trumas Meiser. He takes Truma off his Meiser that he already received. That's what we're talking about right now, because otherwise it's going to be problematic. Based on what we learned the other day. So carbon ta'anim al-agree. Boros, with Mundam, Shurikilim, Lasses, ta'anim, Boros. In a place where it's a chachma to make this, to dry this out. If you take grapes and you leave them on your counter in the kitchen, what's going to happen? They're going to spoil. To make them into raisins, you have to know what you're doing. To make this into a dried fig, you have to know what you're doing. Not everybody knows how to do it. It's a process. So in a place that they take this nice juicy fig, which is not, if it's in a place that eventually it's going to turn into this, they know how to do it. So you're allowed to take the large ones and use them as Trumas Meiser. The ladies are allowed to give 10% of large ones to the plate. We're not concerned that it's going to go bad. They know how to do it. They know how to take a nice juicy fig and then make it into a dry fig. Because look, let me just explain before we start the subject. There's a mile to both. what's so good about this like juicy pig? I'm talking about giving it to the fire. What's the shmat? It's juicy. What's the milo? Everybody has a milo. What's the milo of this? Long lasting, long lasting. What's the pisarin in this? It's not juice, it's not shmat. What's the pisarin in this? It's not long lasting. Each one has a milo of pisarin. So I can use this as nice as long as I know how to, make it last. The luxury gutters out there. But this you can't use these guys, these shriveled up ones, on good, nice, juicy pigs. Why? What's the score? Why not? But if you're doing it by 10, there's two ways to do it. I'm doing one for every 10. I can't do it because this one is a shriveled up guy. How's it going to work for 9 juicy ones? If I'm going to go by weight, that's something else. Weight, volume, okay, that's a little different. But we're talking about numbers now. 1 to 10, I can't do it. 1 to 9, no good. Too small. Like regards on data, if I'm going to read that state of regards, it's not going to work. Why? I'm giving two little mice. I'm giving half them out. Oh my God, what did we just see? Perfect state of regards. The mother should give lots of state of regards. I'm allowed to use the nice juicy ones for micer as long as somebody knows how to use how to put it away and keep it for a long time. Now why? If you think for a second, why do we need to put it away for a long time? I'm giving it to the client. No, the client's gonna eat it. I give it to the client, the client's gonna eat it. So what's the parents? The client went back to Manchester to do his truck thing. He's not here. He's not here. You gotta wait until he comes back, right? The Mugim Shurikilim in, the Mugim Shurikilim loy. If it's a place that they don't know how to do this process, you know how to do it. Why? Because it's going to spoil. Hey, he dummy, I said, you either get clay and Mugim Shurikilim on my life. I understand. If there's a place to give it to, why do I have to be able to shrivel it up? Give it to them as is. But now, Mugim Shurikilim. Here's the question. Typical classic case. Your wife just took a giant onion, cut it in half. So now you have a half an onion that you use for tuna. What do you give to the wife? This half an onion that's juicy and schmack, or one of those tiny little onions, but it's home. It's better to give to the tire. Boy side. The buddy's right here. Huh? He's right here. The buddy's right here. You give him the half juicy one. Because it's juicy, it's schmack. This one, I don't know, it's too small. Says the Gemara, I don't need to get my boy, but nah, if there's a kohen, you give him the better, the juicy one, and over here, you should give the kohen the nice juicy bit, not the shriveled up ones. What do I care? Says the Gemara, she don't like the kohen. Obviously, we're talking about a situation there's no kohen around. It's not a classic Gemara. So now the Reish is talking about there's no kohen. So the Seifa obviously also has to be talking about there's no kohen. But the Seifa is talking about there is a kohen. So now we have a problem. The Reish is talking about there's no kohen. The Seifa is talking about there is a kohen. What do we do? The Reish is talking about there is no kohen. The Seifa, but it's not fulfilled. Okay, well, that's classic. El Shidduch like there's no kohen. And the Seifa, when we do about the Seifa, it says the liquor goes on the and you cannot use these dried up ones for meiser on juicy ones. Why? Because they're half the size. It's not the right amount. It's going to go by number, right? If you go by weight, the fire, it should be okay. You're going to go by weight, by volume. You can use. Now you're giving enough meiser, but if you're going to go by numbers, one of these guys is not equal to one of the juicy guys. How could you give meiser on one of these on nine juicy ones? Bigger volume. And 1 to 1. 1 to 1. Here, check this out. Sorry, hold on a second. Does this make sense to you? I'm going to give Mason shriveled up guy and these guys right over here. Does it make sense? Juicy, not juicy. This is small, and these are nice and right. And there's also a shriveled one. Yeah. You work hard to shrivel it. It's a shriveled. Hey, look. It has this seat inside. This is a shriveled. Can you just work with me for a second? Not 100% accurate. These are also kind of dry. But pretend they're not. This is shriveled and these are not. How am I going to give mice from a shriveled guy? Now, if you give me enough weight, 10% of what's here, that's fine. But if you're going to go by numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, here's 9. I'm going to take this shriveled guy and put it against a 9. It doesn't work. This is not a good thing for these 9 guys. So you have to say, does work. Why? But I feel like we last sustain in Kugan. We do like a Kayan, but if there's no Kayan there, my law, it's great. If there's no Kayan, but no, Baruch Shem Kayan, it's better to take something that lasts long. These now, all of a sudden, the shriveled one has more value than these large ones, these juicy ones. Why? Because it's going to wait there and not get ruined until the Kayan comes back. Well, it's not. Baruch Shem goes there, everyone's there. I love seeing the Digi Kayan. So the same thing must be talking about. There is a Kayan. So you have a problem. Rishon is like a Kayan. Say, the Digi Kayan. You can tell me in one Mishnah, two different cases. And yeah, sometimes that is true. Rishon is like a Kayan. Say the Digi Kayan. Wrap up. Shmamina. This is interesting because we only have this 2 times in Shabbos. The Republic comes along and gives you insight. Because this idea, I said class, we have this all the time, all over. This question, how could the ratio be like this instead of like that? The answer is yes. But here you see, it's in Republic, I'm feeding, I'm sleeping the 3 times. It's better, it's more, it's a fact, I agree, because we like to put everything in the same place. But it's better to 2 cases than 2 different tanaim. You saw it in Shas. We rather say that the Mishnah is talking about something we don't like to do usually, 2 different cases, then say it's 2 different tanaim. Says the Mishnah.
Do you want to play?
I don't have enough noise. The noise is the There's 3 halachos here. Every minhag, most minhagos, you have to knead the dough. That's halacha number 1. Halacha number 2 is the poishrim. It has to be in warm water. You don't want to do it in hot. You want to do it cold. Poishrim. The genre of shloach meats, you have to make sure that they don't become cold. What do you do that they don't become cold? It's not just watching it. You have to actually move it. It has to be in constant motion. Constant kneading. You need meat too. And if you didn't, and then you allowed it to become chametz, leaven, shioreh, if they increase the shioreh, if the shirayim, what is shirayim? Shirayim means after you pizza, the toilet pizza, whatever's left over is good for the toilet. Afterwards, you over loisas. Shenemar, it's interesting. The Mishnah is going to go back to before pizza. Shenemar, all mincha shetakrivu Hashem loisas. So now we have a source that before pizza is done, Asher takrivu, what you are going to put on the mizbeach, you have to make sure that the also comments you cannot make it come. The chayev al ishasa, al rishasa, al piyasa. Every avodah, every stage of the process of making a mincha, if you're not careful that it should be comments, you're over. You get malchus. You get malchus on kneading comments, on rating it, making it a nice shape, balapiyasa, and also on baking it. Nani mili. Omar ish lakish. Omar kura. They saw the comments. Telkom. Now the Gemara says Nani mili after the kmitza, after the second part. So the comments telkom. What does that mean? I feel telling myself that even the part that goes to the tongue, the shirayim. How do you know this is to make the shirayim comments? That's from telkom. That's tomorrow. I love it also. I'm going to decide this possible comments. Telkom is something completely different. So it's not available to tell me that if you make shirayim comments, that you're over. Or what? Well, you have a comment about Tamadoma. I look for Nemar, they say also comments. You already know that you shouldn't make comments. When I say the Se'afa, so you have a general, what is this called? This is a cloud. The Se'afa comments is a cloud. A general halacha. Make sure it doesn't go comments. And it says, the Se'afa comments. One part of the process of baking, you shouldn't make comments. So why did the Torah tell us to talk about baking? It already says, make sure it's not comments. The fish never also has comments. Maybe only 5 on one malchus. On all 4 actions. Lisha. What do we have? We have Arita. Actually, right now we only have 2. Afia. Maybe 5 one line. Baking is included in Asiya, in making bread. One of the things, how you make bread, you have to put it in the oven. special. It's a nice kosher. It's something important. Otherwise, you're going to be eating dough. Obviously, you have to put it in the oven. And you find malchus just for putting it in the oven as fun. So any maisa, there are maisa that are not so important. Let's say putting the sesame seeds on top of it. I don't know what. Last week, hold on, here we go. Right here. It's like basting. We're gonna do it today with the egg yolk or whatever. Putting the water on it. Everything. Any chashav ma'aser. What do we miss? It's something called keto. Putting the water on that is also very important for the making of the milk. So ma'aser chidi, it's an individual ma'aser. The chayavim is a chashav ma'aser. The chayavim all over the atzma, and your chayav for each and every one. Your chayav four malchus over here. Could be chayav. So we made we forgot already after all the videos and everything. We're in the middle of a question. What's the question? The question is, the self-comments doesn't come to tell me that if you make shirayim comments that you're able. The self-comments we're learning that you chayiv on each and every one, just like Afia is an important ma'isa, so too the Lisha, the Aricha, the Kifa, they're all important. We're learning something else from the puzzle. So how do you learn? How do you know that if you aren't careful with the shirayim and if you can't comment, then you're chayiv? Now the Pelton coming. Going down, the Pelton means from the part that goes to the Kohen, that's where I was learning, not from the comment, but rather from the word the Pelton, that even in Shirayim, in Chaya, if you didn't keep it, matzah, you can't talk. That's the Gemara, but it's the word Pelton. It's referring to Shirayim, maybe today, maybe the entire passage is talking about Shirayim. How do you know it's talking about everything? The David said, Pelton is the comment. The word Shirayim, you see in the word Pelton. Pelton refers to Shirayim. So how should you say it? Shirayim is self-comment. My law is self-comment Pelton. You shouldn't bake chametz Shirayim. Nice one entirety. You see for me, since it's written differently than it should have, plus the word Pelton, so you have two different meanings in it. Shirayim and then the Chai each and every one. The Ima, if you the Torah, the Rahmana, the Chai Pelton. Maybe the Torah said specifically from all the different things that you can do with bread. The Torah spoke about baking. So maybe if you bake a bread, you break the mincha, you have the comments, you have one. If you do all three, the chayav chodav too. If you do the lisha, the aricha, the people, you should be chayav one additional one. So how many of you chayav total? The guy did all four. How many you chayav? Two. One for the afiyah, and one for all three other rabbis. So here we go. Traumatized, but not an empty life. If something was in the generalization, let's say also comments. You shouldn't make comments. That includes what? It includes everything. So why does the Torah specify one of the others? Let's see. Let me answer. Sorry, I skipped. I went backwards. It was in the generalization. It was in the whole cloud. The cloud is anything that has to do with faith. And then the Torah picked Dafka, picked on it. So now I picked. So where's it coming to guys? Yotze came out. Didn't come to talk about itself. And the Lama cloud the Mela, each and every one gets a lot. Just like Afia has its own love, so too every single one of the four things gets a love. The other three things, each one is a love with the answer. Not if all three get one love, the all three get three love. Three different malchus. As Gemara, the email is also clock. They say often crack. This is very simple, right? What is this? You shouldn't make. You should make it a generalization. What does it make? Everything that includes making the mincha. But then the Torah talks about it goes down to one little thing called loisei offer, don't bake. halacha. Now, if we do this balpeh, it's very, very simple. When the Torah talks about a generalization, it's everything, and then the Torah talks about one little thing. What just happened? The Torah says, forget about the generalization. We're just going to focus on this one thing. We're not even going to go to another cloud then. What happens in another cloud is when the Torah opens it up again, but it has to be similar to the middle guy. But we're not doing that. There's a cloud and then a crowd. Think about it, it's very important. Yeah? The Torah generalizes, and then the Torah says, no, only this. See, it's only this. What does the Torah do that? The Torah says only this, and then the Torah says, and then everything. What happens? No, it's everything. Not even like that. Everything. So as the Gemara Ve'ima, they say it's a cloud. But this, Moisei offset, don't make, means includes all four avodas. It's a cloud, generalization. But then the Torah narrows it down very much. Moisei off, but don't bake. You take all those three things and put them on the side. The cloud was very, very specific now. It's only talking about baking. Ain't the cloud and Mashiach Brad. I mean, in mid-after your life. We have a problem here. Maybe you don't get malchus at all for those three guys on the side. Since they're very far away from each other, then different parshas, says Rashi. One is in Vayikra, one is in Psalm. You're right. You should have a cloud of crowd, but it doesn't work because they're far away from each other. Some people say without a name, so if they're far away, even if they're far away, you see, you can learn it. But we're talking about the status of the Nasi. Nasi is the king. If the king sins, he doesn't bring the same carbon that everybody brings. He brings a son. And where should he bring it? It should be like an oila. Where do we shut the oila? We all know. Where do we shut the Rabbi Rothschild? In Safon. What's Safon? Here. Like this side of the Mizbeah. Safon. I'm saying it's Safon. So too the Nasi. The place where you chef the oil, you chef all chatas. Why did the king's chatas? Why is it different? Look cover. What does cover mean? We said in Kachin, anytime the Torah says something twice, that means Shana Rakasu La'akir. We learn from here that if you don't chef, it's if the Nasi doesn't chef in the north, it's possible.
What did you think?
Maybe it's going to say this is the only thing that's you have to chef in the north. Other components you don't have to.
Wow. That was from 2010. Curious to see what happened.
Most corruption. That's the answer.
Did you hear that?
You have to check the Nazis' carbon in the middle. I mean,
it's not like the 15-minute people in Pennsylvania, New York are dead because of the water. Maybe people are like,
but I'm going to say, like, the Torah said, you should chef in the north. It's talking about one thing only.
I mean, just think, like, since this video has been made, we had the Flint water crisis. Nothing happened with that. And
the Nasi, it says, what do we say? Torah says you chef the chatas on the north.
that's still an issue.
Maybe it's very specific.
That's wild to see.
But guess what?
Like, they were like, that one family was like, we know that what you want to see, and that's someone lighting the water on fire. It's like, yeah, we want to see it. And then they're like,
and then everything else, cloud.
but we don't know if we're going to be able to provide it.
What's product
then all of a sudden,
king comes first, then comes a generalization.
they go to like a bunch of people's houses and they're like, oh yeah, we can light water on fire. And they're lighting water on fire, and it's like huge fireballs that I'm surprised they weren't like, yo, let's not make fireballs like in our house. And then they're like going outside or like in other areas and there's like a bubbling spring and they're just lighting that on fire. It's like freakish.
Yeah, no, that was the part that I was going to like spoil for you. About how like the water was being like lit on fire. I didn't want to spoil that fact. Because I only heard about that from Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was like, yeah, you know your phone when like the thing that is used to put out fires is being lit on fire. Joe Rogan quote. And of course, like the shady thing about these corporations that have so much sway in the environmental protection of people that there's like practically like little like just so much little accountability and to give people that have perfectly timed water fracking comes in. Now they're lighting bonfires in their tap water, and then they're still like, well, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the proof? It's like, how much proof do you fucking need?
I'm in agreement with that. It's freakish.
It's
freakish.
Good morning, Rabbi Side.
That you're able to do that. With the water. And just people not accepting it. It's really unfortunate.
Fucked up seeing like the animals and like the somebody's horse and like your cat, like the cat was fucked up pretty bad, and the horse looked like really goddamn skinny, like it's about to die.
Right, and it wasn't just like one place in the United States.
That other rancher dude was like, these like cows are all drinking water.
And it wasn't just one part of the United States.
The amount of flour. The volume, it's going to reduce the volume of flour. So, and the mission says, oh, it's going to be Chasera, Yisera, it's going to be more or less. Which one is it? If it reduces or it's less. What is Yisera? What does Chasera mean? It says, did your stream crash? What does it mean? It's going to be less or more? Omraf is the Isa Sasara of it. Depends what kind of, what are you doing there? If you have very little water, so a little amount of water is going to reduce the volume of the flour. With reduced water, the flour is going to go down. Means this is Sarah, so that you're going to want to add more flour to get to the sorry part, because you drop the level of flour, so you add more flour, and you have more flour.
Yeah, it's terrible what happened to the and it's amazing to me that it's not just in one part of the United States that they had this covered like Appalachia, it covered like the Rocky Mountains, it covered like New York State. It was just like everywhere.
At the end of the day, when I measure it up, I'm gonna have any sorrow. Who cares? Water this, water that. Ask the Gemara, they put it in a measuring device, but the measuring device has water in it. Very measuring device. You don't have full amount of flour in the measuring device. Right? The Gemara asks, no, right now you have any sorrow. So,
yo, are you fucking serious? Can you hear me? This is just like everywhere. Just like everywhere.
Means
yeah.
As of now, right now, what do we have now? I look at it now.
Are you fucking
right
serious?
now? I have water, I have flour, great. I take whatever I have, I take a measurement. I take in the sard, about. Means And that's pretty much today's sugya. So let's get these two words.
Yeah. So it was like everywhere. It wasn't just in one place, which was pretty fascinating. And it's scary that was like 16 years ago, and it's just gotten worse. It's all very mismanaged, and
So you don't know that for sure.
I'm telling you that they had the Flint water thing. They didn't fix it then.
What was the Flint water thing? Was that natural gas in the water?
It was lead in the water. It could have been other stuff too. Lead in it, just contaminated. Like people would turn on their faucet and it just be brown. And it was like that. And it was like that. It had to do with like large corporations because like the automotive industry is really big in Flint. It used to be until it all shut down. And they just put a bunch of contaminants in the water. Okay, so I mean, let's just look at the answer.
That's natural.
Just a moment, dog. Yo, did the movie, the fracking movie from 2010, did any improvements happen?
So that's the question. That's today's basically sugya.
Like something like a salmon documentary.
Right now I have a full share, or I don't have a full share.
Oh, these evil aqua farms are ruining salmon, but
let's take
now they've shut down
Let's go.
a bunch of those salmon farms.
It actually started out as dry flour. I need dry flour. You think it started dry flour? Rabbi Yosef, I'm the value Likin Moish Shahain Hoisim Sharinon. Different girsa here in the top, in the official edition, they put the girsa in there. It's Kemoy Shahayu. He says Shahayu. It's even easier to understand. Shahayu as a what? Shahayu. Because the word Shahayu is a little confusing. It's the word used in both words. That's the Gemara.
Legislation and legislation English in the American Association of Review found screenings of the mobilized local campaigns to make it policy makers in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, West Virginia to make it significantly more likely to pass a moratorium or bans on fracking, but they didn't. And fracking still goes on in the United States. Political awareness, the film released on HBO in 2010, and its Academy Award nomination in February 2011 coincided with sharp spikes in social media chatter and YouTube searches for fracking. Again, not anything real. Indirect effect. While the film did not directly change federal law, the law is still the same. It successfully shifted public opinion and empowered local communities to demand stricter regulations for on drilling operations in the area. So no, it didn't do anything.
You're not gonna add water to it and wait for it to ferment. That takes a long time. You're gonna do some ulterior, whatever it's called, thing to make it happen.
I agree with you.
The latest thing to lose about it is that's a great idea. The problem is there is no also not sweet. People will see that after 5-6 hours you come with this leavening agent in a starter bottle.
And I think that is not even in the best interest of
It's gonna bring us up.
just
Nice. Not
poison every single person in America.
Add like new flour
They don't,
so
they're
they're
not gonna
very
need
perfectly sorry.
keep their homes if they're not even allowed.
Leavening agent from
Yeah,
your
but they don't live
refrigerator
there.
and add it to
Like they
something
live,
already have. It's more flour.
away from there. They make sure that they live in really big suburbs or high rises. They don't have to worry. They're not.
I'm not saying like billionaires houses too, but a billionaire that owns like people, if they all die, then they're not going to be consuming natural gas.
It doesn't.
I'm in agreement with you. It's like, okay, even if that billionaire doesn't think that fracking directly affects them, somehow, some way, it's affecting them somewhere. Either they go on vacation somewhere, or they're going fishing somewhere, and there are fish that are affected by it, or they're playing golf somewhere, and the sprinklers from the water are like contaminated. Like there's some impact from that somewhere. And you would think that they would be like, yeah, let's not do that. And
So the fish that they're eating in the river are contaminated with it.
I put applesauce into the dough.
Oh yeah, I guess those are fishing in that.
Yeah, exactly. And like
But
again,
arguably in their like perspective, it's not like a process that they can really change if they wanted to. Like it seems like there's not a ton of. I mean, there were some shady things going on, like they were like misting water and just letting it go into people's crops and shit. But it seems like just inherently fracking is just not good for the environment. And they're supposed to like haul off all the water, deal with it somehow.
right? They said it was going into clay pools or like reservation ponds or like even plastic water pits, retention ponds, I should say. But they even just use like weird words for it. I forget what they call it. It wasn't called like dirty water or anything. It was called like produced water. Yeah, exactly. I found so it led me to write an article, nothing too big, but especially with technology today, we can know where all the minerals are in Earth's crust. You can just scan the ground. And I feel that's a right that people should have. I'm sure that's like extremely like extremely like valuable information. But I feel like just like humans have a right to know what the Earth's surface looks like, that we should know what's going on underneath the soil. And to me, fracking is really kind of unnecessary. It's extremely dirty, but there is a lot of available crude oil out there that you don't have to frack. It's just not as close. And like to me, fracking is something that they shouldn't be doing. It's basically like, as I understand, I could be wrong, but it's like, okay, like 8,000 feet in the ground, we've got this oil geyser or whatever. And you suck out all of the water with or all of the oil with it there. But then there's like compacted oil in the in the crust, and that's the frack. Like that's what you need to frack to get like the rest of it out. But to me, it's like, don't worry about that. That's fine. Just move on to something else. And not only that, but you can know where all the cobalt mines are, and all the lithium mines, and all the diamond mines, and all the gold mines, and all the silver mines, everywhere on Earth. That's known. It's just not shared with the world. And I think that it should be.
Have you scanned super deep, like thousands of kilometers?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So the way that you do it is, well, they have ground penetrating radar and LiDAR, but then there's another way to do it where you have like a really well, I mean, this is arguably what HARP was for, the High Altitude Auroral Research Project in Alaska. What you do is, think of the Earth like a bell, and if you ring the bell at different frequencies, you can know what its makeup is. So, like, basically, you send wavelengths into the Earth, and depending on how long it takes for them to give a frequency or like to vibrate, then you know what's there. So, for instance, like if it doesn't vibrate really well, then there's a very good chance that it's like
says in the Torah,
the crust of the earth that isn't oil or anything, but like if it fluctuates a little bit, then you might know. Then there's a good chance something's there. And then you can do research on it, or you can dig for it, whatever. But that's like the old version. They had that for like 30 or 40 years at least. The new version is you just take ground penetrating radar and you dig radar. So like down as deep as strong as your ground penetrating radar is, you can definitely know within 100 feet what's in the ground. But even getting into like kilometers into the ground is possible. And if you know that stuff with any kind of certainty,
Can I tell you what exact mineral is?
yeah.
Now,
Ground penetrating radar can tell you what oil is and diamond mines and gold mines and stuff.
what does it mean? We're going now.
And the thing is, you just have to do this once. It's not like you have to do it like every day. It's an effective tool for targeting oil deposits and identifying the geological structures associated with gold and diamond deposits. But it does not detect precious metals themselves directly. And I understand. But you're really close. Like you could make the technology to be able to do that. But for oil and gas, they do. Ground penetrating radar is widely used in the oil and gas industry to map subsurface strata and identify oil-bearing layers of hydrocarbon present by detecting variations in ground density and composition, gold and diamond. For precious metals, ground penetrating radar is primarily used to find natural traps and buried stream beds or alluvial gravel where heavier particles like gold nuggets or diamonds accumulate, rather than detecting the metal veins directly. Mining applications in mineral exploration, ground penetrating radar helps locate mineral-rich veins, major fault zones, and historical mine cavities or tunnel entrances, allowing companies to assess extraction costs and map subsurface characteristics efficiently. The effectiveness of ground penetrating radar depends heavily on soil conductivity. It penetrates deeply in dry, low conductivity materials like sand or granite, but struggles in moist clays or high conductivity soils, which can attenuate the signal. But I mean, that's like a simple fix. All you need to do is put a little bit of time in researching how to get better ground penetrating radar, and the world is your oyster.
Now it's the size that has the value of it. Tar in the show. So until the other guy, it is tar. From now on, count it as a tar base. Then we go.
It was like funny that the man named Dish, like they made like a entire
right now it's
like thing. Like if you rename the town Dish, then like they'll give everyone here free Dish network or whatever.
Isn't it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And isn't it interesting that 10 years is kind of gone? This network is not even really. I guess it.
That's how it works.
It was like DirecTV. It was satellite television.
The thing that the noise are that if you have it, science, whatever,
I guess it didn't.
But that is now. Oh, yeah. Definitely. That's what I was doing in 2010. I was working on the marketing team of Dish Network. That's why that town is called Dish and still Dish. And there's another one. Like that kind of stuff is always fascinating. Perhaps the one that I find most fascinating is an area of New Mexico called Truth or Consequences. Where did they get that name? That is the name of an old-time television show of Truth or Consequences, and basically the town renamed itself from that show. Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. How did it get its name? It was something like
10 bucks going what we have right now. Right now
It
it's less
is
than it's not
in the name of 1950 promotional contest hosted by Ralph Edwards, the creator and host of the popular NBC radio show game show Trivia Consequences. Edwards announced that he would broadcast the show's 10th anniversary episode from the first town willing to change its name to match the program. The town of Hot Springs, New Mexico, accepted the challenge to gain national recognition and boost tourism, holding a special election on March 31st, 1950, where residents voted 1,294 to 295 to vote change its name in favor to change the name. The name change became official the same day, and Edwards arrived the following day, April 1st, 1950, April Fool's Day, to conduct a live broadcast from the New City. Edwards maintained a strong connection to the town, returning annually for the next 50 years to host the local fiesta celebration, which solidified the new identity in the community's culture. And I'm surprised they don't do that with more stuff. I've always felt there's this thing of like in LA, Orange County, wherever there's a Costco, that's kind of a big deal for the area. It's not like a big deal for LA or Orange County, but for the local area there. And so a lot of times when you're driving into a Costco, they will rename the street that you're going into. It's just Costco Way or something like that. And I've always thought that that was really smart because that means on maps and stuff it says Costco, and it also it's like when you pass by it sometimes it's just like a free advertisement for them. And I've always felt like why don't other you know, because then it's on the map and everything, and that's like the exposure effect here. And I just
I didn't think that you could just buy a town and just why are there not more towns that are Pringles town and
yeah. Well, because generally the people have to vote. And at least like in some states, like the state of New York, they had a new town called Palm Tree that was founded like a few years ago, but they hadn't had like a new town in like 50 years. The state of California hasn't had a new town since Rancho Santa Margarita, which was like in the 90s. Basically, there's like a deeper meaning to this. The state governments do not want more towns if they can avoid it. They just want their current towns to absorb the unincorporated areas because they're already established, and that means that they don't have to deal with like setting up a new government and building a new town hall. All of that's really expensive, and so instead of just creating a new town everywhere, just have that land be incorporated by the surrounding towns. And so to your question, like why don't they just have Pringles Town? It's difficult to start a new town there, and for like some little town and wherever, a lot of places don't want to be associated with some product that they may not like. But a lot of cities are named after a city for some reason. Or the industry. Think of all the forts in the United States. Fort Collins, Fort Worth, Fort Wayne. Those all used to be forts that just adopted it. Yeah. So, but not like that. It was like a military outpost during like indigenous people days when Western travelers were like heading into the West. But like, okay, so those are examples. I think, well, I'll just look up the list.
There we go. What it used to be.
Yoda, what's a list of cities that have been named after products? Like Truth or Consequences in Mexico? Or Dish?
More nicer than necessary. Right now, it's not fair. You're giving one of these for 10 of these. That's actually 20%. These are doubles.
This type of,
This is double this.
High
That's
count.
So
one
everyone in
of
like
these.
truth or
That's not 10%. That's not a pure
be like,
10%.
yeah, that's fine.
Unless we go of
Uh,
what it used
No,
to
they
be.
didn't. They
Used to be
voted on it.
just
1,200 whatever people to
What if
200
we're going
people.
with what it is today? It's
So like
halachically
there were
problematic
200
to give
people
more
who
mice.
wanted to keep it
Why is
during
it
the
halachically
So
problematic?
why would they
Because
vote for such a
part of
bizarre,
it is
like,
mice.
they
Half of
didn't
this
get like
guy
city
is mice.
satellite.
Half. But the other
Right, I
half
mean,
is not mice.
uh,
The other half is teva,
it
but you
became
never took
pretty
mice
well
around.
known.
Part
There's
of
only
it's
one
never,
reason.
nobody
I
took
know
mice
what
around.
it is because it has that
You
strange
usually used
sound.
to make mice, but you never took mice around.
So,
the part that's mice,
Thai-town,
you
New
don't need to take
Mexico
mice
in the
around. But
1920s,
the part that's
after the
not mice,
famous
I don't even
pie
know what it
baked by
is.
local
So in this,
baker Clyde
in this,
Norman for
thing,
travelers, brilliant New Mexico and its former ghost town named Swastika, named after the brilliant luster of local coal or the symbol of abundance, not a consumer product.
you know, you just gave
Um,
it to the, you gave it to the client,
let's
you
see
gave it to the
here.
lady.
Some were PR stunts. So, halfway Oregon became half.com. Oregon during the .com boom, and Ishmael, Montana becoming Joe
Let's
Montana
just see this quickly.
for
We
a
got 5
Kansas
minutes
City
left.
Chiefs
Less.
promotion. But these are not cited as cities named after physical products or dishes in the same enduring way as High Town or Chuka Town.
One large one to 10 small ones, but there used to be 10 large ones. Let's give out. Sharino and Shapir word for it. Oh, yeah, it's Kimoshe. Hey, but we don't know what it is today right now. How can you take mice from one large one and 10 small ones?
Called dildo.
Oh, yeah, we know about that. Yeah,
How do
definitely.
they hybrid mice? You get too much mice. It's not, it's in the Mishnah.
That's a famous one. So,
Mice is
not
permissible.
named after.
The worms and
That'll get you on the map.
Definitely. You know what else?
I don't know if that was sponsored. That wasn't really like sponsored.
You know what else will get you on the map? You know what else will get you on the map?
So what do you want to tell me? Lick commotion. Okay, so
Losing
we
the
go.
beat and
So
literati.
obviously we go with lick commotion. We take mice on what it used to be.
I'm down.
These little guys
just
were very large.
wrap up the talk of the documentary. I was gonna say,
separate from the small and the large. The opposite of
like
the large and the small.
Pennsylvania person,
Small one on 10 large ones. You have to
like there's like limited options basically. There's like the hydrogen economy doesn't really exist. So like,
10 ounces
the hydrogen economy will like bail us out.
Well, I think hydrogen in many ways is extremely undervalued. It is the most abundant chemical, the most abundant element in the universe.
Large, so why can't I just take one of these on none of the other ones?
That gives it a lot of value, but then because of its abundance, it's difficult to
can't take from a small one on
have
large
a
one. So you have
monopoly.
to go by weight, by value. Shapir works. Eli, obviously, Moshe, hey, but you told me that you already established you go
but
used to be. That's problematic. Now you're giving.
Well, it does right now. It's
Little one are actually big ones.
hydrogen is like a
Now,
giant nuclear reactor in the center of the
you know what? We're not even talking about mice. You said we're talking Rashi, we're talking about mice. But it says Toshma, contain and Truma. There's no shear. You use as much as one. Little one.
There's a possibility that
It's telling you how to do it in the proper way. If it's
it
small,
was no, not the answer. Not, I mean, I guess it is. It's nuclear energy. The answer to all the energy issues on Earth at the end of the day is
you have this is a maktsua. We had a maktsua as a kli, but let's say maktsua is like a certain vessel that you hold the figs. She used to take head and put it in a basket. The question is, head. That is not a number of truma. If you tell me truma is as much as you want. So we know 2%, 4 maybe. What's 10? Nobody gives 10% truma. So it doesn't work. People truma doila, that's my everything. Hello, that's why I showed you the whole video. The trumas meiser skino. We're talking about 10% of what the lady gets. The lady gets 10%. Then the lady removes 10% of what we got. He gives one apple out of the 10 back to the kohen. Now, on that, you give as much as you want.
why not?
That's not like regular meiser where you have to be careful in the amount.
Well, nuclear energy can use hydrogen.
Because Those according to Lazar,
So you can, I mean, usually it's raining, but you could use hydrogen, basically split a hydrogen atom, or
and then
through fission or fusion where you slam them
and
together.
now I can make a same shot. A person walks up, there's no shear, so you just grab as much as they want without a boiling, without measuring.
You had two B's right off the bat.
Now, so
I feel like
it's
this
that the lady
like
gives to the
custom
now is what we're looking
for you to
for.
win.
Man, True Doyle back in Yaffa. Just like True Doyle, you give as much as you want. You should be large, you give it nice. Nice about Yaffa, so
No, I'm sure.
the lady is allowed to permitted to give nicer from his nicer, Trumas nicer, with the large guy, Rabbi side. Have a wonderful day, a good Shabbos.
Learn the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
What are you laughing?
Good morning, Rabbi. Coming up is boys matzah. Mincha, all menachos, 90% of menachos must be chametz. Can't let them, no leaven, no chametz. There are 40 breads that we bring with the table. 10 of them are chametz. They are lechem, and the two breads of Shavuot that we spoke so much about in the last paragraph. They are lechem. The two breads of Shavuot chametz. They are chametz says in the pasuk. Says mamish you should make them chametz. Those are chametz. Now here's the question. There's two options. How do you make something chametz? You have to introduce the yeast, the sour, whatever it's called, the sour. How do you make it? You use water, whatever it is. You have to make it chametz. The leavening agent. So
Look at you with the ass.
fully start a flour and then add to that the leavening agent. Or you put the leavening agent on the bottom. And then you add up as much flour that can go into that vessel. Then
Not worth it.
what do you need? So now, so here we have a machloikis. What goes in first? The flour. And you put the full sorry.
I wanted to save the eggs for like a 3 hour.
So leavening agent, you guys call it? Or you put the leavening agent in the bottom, and you add flour. You fill up one isar in the flour, or whatever it is. Let's say with the with the shnei lechem, it's 2 isar in the bread. And then you take from that a little bit of flour, you make a whole leavening agent, and you put it back in. That's not very good. Make a leavening agent on the spot, it's not going to be enough comments. I need a serious comments. Like these women that make the sourdough, they have the leavening in the fridge. Oh, Torah had
you're getting
sour starter. Maybe it's a sorry, but nice little bit. The malice amida. You do it first, put the starter, the leavening agent inside the bowl. Then you fill up the bowl with flour. This is a problem because when you add flour to water, the flour is going to go down. You're going to have less flour. Then now you're going to add more flour, and now it's going to be a mess. You're not going to have a nisarn. It's going to be either less than nisarn or more than nisarn. You're never going to get to the right amount because I don't know how much flour gets absorbed into the water, etc., etc. You need to have exactly nisarn. Freda asks Rabbi, the famous Rabbi Freda, who had a lot of patience, he learned from his Talmud over time. How do you know that a mincha must be matzah, in other words, no chametz? If it says before in the Torah that you have to make it out of matzah, here, one of the psukim it says, soilus chaz matzah, UTK matzahs. So what kind of question is this? How do you know? State, very base concept dollar. Open up and you'll see. Elama, Kalis is Kalis, doesn't mean anything. The Loik Sifka doesn't say Sifka. It also says in Meforish. Why? Because it says in Meforish, a rule for every single minhag. But it says many years later, a lot of matzah is the opposite of the first passing matzah. Mitzvah, look at it. I'm not asking you in touching. If the Torah says it twice, then it's matzah. And if it's not touching, how many times do you need to be matzah? Once. You made a mistake once. This points out. The rest of the Torah only one time is matzah. In touching, you need two times. Ask the Gemara. It doesn't say twice. It says one time that you should do. You should make matzah. Like everybody, where do I see the shana of laket that you have to say twice in order to be matzah? And maybe come out and just from it. At the end of the day, the Gemara is going to say it's the word tia. It says tia. But in order to get to that word, the Gemara is going to go through all the different possibilities because perhaps the Torah is not very serious about this idea that it should be matzah. Maybe the Torah means something else. Tia means matzah. It should be just so. That's the end of the sugya. But the Gemara wants to tell us why we need this word tia. Yeah, maybe you can trade this way that way. What do you mean? It says let's solve the comment. Period. It says don't bake it comment. Meaning yellow matzah should be matzah. That's what this let's solve the comment. Because you have a great question. Say let's solve the comment. That's how we're saying the They know the comment. Pay attention over here. The Sa'ar and the Seer. Sa'ar is the leavening agent. Si'ur means that it's slightly common. It's on the way. It's very little. It's on the way to becoming common. And there's not is what that means exactly. So just it's hard to see. I'm gonna show it to you anyway. I'm gonna show it to you better than this. You see how the dough is very yellow over here? Stage number one is that the dough turns from yellow to white. Here, this happened. It's hard to see, but it happened. I'm going to show it to you where you can really see it. And stage number two is called Karnik Tagavim, where it has these cracks in it. It's starting to crack. Now, it's a little better now. So now, here we go. So Yoshi did a cool thing here. He made a hugger. He made it like two antennas coming out. Okay. Hips it for now, you can see on the right. Now it's much better. Yellow and pale. When it starts like drying up and turning a color, that's stage one. Stage two is kind of hugger. So the mayor holds this out. Stage one, according to the mayor, if you eat that on the right, where it's pale, you get malchus. If you eat the stuff on the left,
can't stop, won't stop.
Stage one is 0. Matzah. On the right is matzah. On the left, it's not a good thing to eat, but it's nothing. So says the Gemara is found. Very simple. What you're talking about? Maybe the Torah is telling us that if you eat the siur, the partial, it's on the way of becoming common, maybe they're saying that it's okay. But what are you talking about? Either Meir, the Rabbi Yehuda, if you're talking about the one on the right, that looks like canal, it changed colors. But if Rabbi Yehuda, it's not zero. It's mamish, it's really, it's matzah. Maybe it's a little better, but it's matzah. Either of you, the Meir, if you're going to tell me that it's going for the reason that's it's like
almost played helium, but
there's
no earthquake.
According to Meir, according to Meir, you get cars. The left one with the cracks, you get cars. Either Meir or Meir. So you're going to say it goes according to Meir, that sits of canal. According to reviews, it said it's mamish matzah, but it's the pale one according to Meir, which you get malchus. Look at that, lady. You get malchus for it. Why do you get malchus? You get malchus because it's real chametz. Now, it might be a different type of chametz, not a real chametz, not the usual chametz that you get cards for, But it's
Devastating.
so we just eliminated 3 out of the 4 possibilities.
Not a word.
One possibility is Rameir.
Oh, what a kick in the
It's
nuts.
confusing words, but the idea is very simple if you look at the picture. Is it a change of color according to Rebuda, or is it cracks according to Rameir? Or maybe it's a changing of color according to Rameir, because according to
This
Rameir it's
game
really
is
bad
over,
to get mounted.
folks.
That can't be because it's not. Ella the Rebuda. So we're talking about Rabbi Side, we're talking about there's cracks in the door according to Rebuda that says you don't get mounted either. So what? It's like hummus milkshakes, its own new mussel. And the pasuk is saying that if you eat such a thing, you're okay. Maybe that's what the pasuk is coming to tell us. Who told you that the pasuk is saying you should make sure it's matzah? Maybe the pasuk is saying that if you eat siur, what's siur? It's a new mussel. Siur is not tsar. Siur means it's in the process of becoming common. And maybe that's okay. Masking or not going to eat stuff.
Devastating. Devastating.
Who told you that the pasuk is saying
Devastating.
the mitzvah should be common, should be matzah.
Bogey, what is bogey?
Let's have a comment that will follow. You should make sure that you here. This is called for everybody's side. Also known as rufo. The Gemara is going to say in a second.
Fake news, dog. What's up with you and all the fucking lies?
Cooking in water like a bagel, like a New York style bagel.
You're gonna.
Gemara that can't be. Close menu.
About that.
What does close mean? Close means what is the very close.
Hoagie is a Canadian slang term for government unemployment social assistance where welfare. Hoagie. He's being on the Hoagie supplement.
By us, by these two,
Oh, swapped again. Okay.
It's not even fucking fair. Using Canada, that's English.
Canadian slang.
In fact, the third doesn't say rebuka doesn't mean that you can't do it. Maybe if you want to do rebuka, it's okay. And the third saying if you did rebuka, if you put it in water, it's okay. Another question. In other words, we're attacking this premise that if it says it must be matzah and it can't be chametz. Maybe it wasn't something else. So make it matzah,
Actually.
you're not allowed to put chametz on there. But maybe even making the mitzvah.
I think that works
But
up.
it doesn't do anything wrong. So there's nothing wrong with the actual. You get an answer, fine. You got an answer for making it. It's all the chametz. The making down without bound. It's still a mitzvah, but it's still good. Who says that it's possible? On the bottom line, how do we know that
Because it's not a word. No, oh, you got the Z as well? This is awesome. This game is rigged. Give you all the Y's, all the O's, all the S's. All the Z's, you got the X, you got the Z and the X. This game is huge.
And you have to make sure that it needs to. In other words, you have to constantly move the dough, keep on kneading it so that it doesn't become puffy. Keep on moving it, it won't become puffy. So how do you know this third halacha that you have to be mishamer, you have to knead it until you bake it? Then in Pesach, Pesach it says you smart it to make sure that it can.
You just grabbed it. Good job.
You're welcome, dog.
You have to learn from Pesach. It says by the mincha matzah siyah. I take the word siyah and I make it chayah. I take the stuff, I make it a test. You have to bring it alive. You have to be misasik with it. You have to constantly move it, so that it doesn't become common. So, like Gemara about people akim, I already used that word a minute ago. See it to be akim. I asked you, I know I have to make a mincha matzah and chametz. It's a see it to be akim. Gemara again looked at Kriya matzah he instead of the word see it. But here goes that guy. I'm only Rabban on the Fredo. The Rabban told Rabbi Fredo, there's a knock on the door. Who's that the Zohar? Rabbi Ezra Bar Berei the Rebbe After. His name is Rabbi Ezra. He's a grandson of Rabbi Ezra. Who has serial of the Moshe ben Azariah. He's a 10th generation from the famous from the Moshe ben Azariah.
No.
From
Baby, what do you want me to do about it?
Serial of Ezra, the Moshe ben Azariah. 10 generations that rest from Ezra. Mother. It's a tremendous, tremendous. Gemara, Omar, my Kuli Hai. Why are you telling me all this? If he's a common prophet, Givaldi.
This might be the greatest thing that could picture of the industry.
And he's also the son of common prophet, Givaldi.
After you put down
Kogi,
a word that no one's ever heard of. No one's ever known anybody being Canadian ever. It's a communist country. Everybody's on it. They should just refer to it as a fake word.
His father will become a prophet. But he himself is a nothing. Hey, short day for it. A fire should consume it. Don't worry about it. No, he himself is a big time of prophet. I want to meet him. Tell him to come inside. They prayed the notices going to this shop.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
Rabbi Ezra is in a bad mood. He wasn't much of his Yichus. He told him something about Yichus. The prayer tells him.
Motherfucker's got a Z. He's just waiting to use a Z on triple letter score. Like some kind of douche.
More darshans. Omer says it's Yisrael. I want you to give me credit, so to speak, that I told the world about you. I made you known in the world. Adoini Yata. Omar Law, Rothschild says to Dossi Halala, I'm not going to give you credit for this. Any Matzi Toivel Avram, Yitzhak Yaakov, they're the first ones to be Matzi Toivel. Shenam Balik Doshim Shabar, it's Hema Batir, I'm only grateful to those.
What's so
in other
bad?
words, Yichus count.
You had to play cow there.
Fuck up everything.
That they understood me first. They brought my name to the world first. Given the Shame, so Rabbi Ezra heard the word Ba'adirei, what you done. Adir is the notion of mighty. Given the Shame, the Kama Adir, Pasach Va'omar. So Rabbi Ezra heard this word Adir. He said, Yovei Adir, Yifrel Adirim, Adirim, Ba'adir. So we're gonna have a bunch of these lines. We look at it by ourselves. What does it mean? Yovei Adir. Yeah, it's coming up also. Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah. Yovei Adir.
You almost fucked it up here.
Yifrel Adirim. May Adirim Ba'adir. 4 words. Yovei Adir. Adir Zakadosh.
Thanks for watching that documentary.
I don't care what. Adirim are the mitzvah. Says the mayim.
Trying to piggyback on
Fuck you, dog. Fuck you.
The water is also cold, but not in that puzzle. I told you.
I don't know what that is. Do you know what Kogi means?
Rabbi, you
Yeah, I love you.
Like a riddle. It's a riddle. Yobi did the Shlomo Amar. It's hard to this one is harder than the other one. Because you wouldn't know right away. You did. My beloved, my friend, so to speak. Shlomo Amar. See, by each time we had nothing another. You did.
What up, Sue?
What up, Sue? Give him a base. You know, let's just
You didn't know if it was
I got global happy clients all year.
Who's performing Wednesday,
Zoo?
Who performed this Wednesday, Zoo?
The evening you did based
Camp Maku, Chelsea, Camp Maku.
What is the same I'm going to build?
Are Camp Michael and J. Michael related? Are you ready to leave the mini golf suit?
He's on his tail over there. That's why there's no base on that side. Should never live in Yom. You can also sing this one if you want, but then okay, fine. Maybe you know my idea. I'm
ready for a lot of.
boy. You didn't Israel. By the way, Gabriel did Israel. Oh, so you talk to Hashem as you did. Tell him what's going on. Gabriel did Israel. The Siddur Santi is he did this naturally. Next, Yovei Toiv. This is easy to figure out yourself. Yovei Toiv.
Where do you think you were in the
good? The Torah. Who received the Torah? Moshe. Me Toiv from who? From the Shlomo. Lat Toivim for who? Toiv. So this one is easy. Yovei Toiv is Moshe. This is a Torah. But it's Tzvanei or B'Kudu. Big Kabbalah Toiv is the Torah. You look at Toiv and Santi Lochem. Yesterday we said you like there's no time now. Me Toiv.
You think your future will be better?
Lat Toivim for who? Eli Yisrael. We say Beitiv Hashem Lochem. Yobi said, the Kabbalah said, Yobi says, Moshe. Moshe Kav, the Sid said, Moshe Aish. Big Kabbalah Zois, Zoy Torah, the Sid. Moshe, he said, Baruch Hu, he takes the Torah from Baruch Hu, he gives it to the Sid. Lam Shuel Yisrael Shanema Amzukim. All very easy. Oh my God. Omer Loi. Then they didn't read. Omer Loi.
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Came to say, my children, my grandchildren, Omer Loi. But I had to send them out there. He's trying to be line of school. Maybe
It's like Rabbi.
no.
Word, dog. Hey, Riser, are you going to J or are you going to accept an invitation? Maybe one of the greatest shots we've ever seen, folks.
Wait a little bit. That also this is something I can understand. Wait a little bit. Give me some time. Patience. I'm like,
In the past life,
yeah, then you have to learn so you can learn. So starts crying.
after 3 years old, they just
at the end, that's where it's good. So I looked it up. I probably looked it up once before also because I remember something about this. I couldn't believe it.
This happened.
When are you going to get produce? How long is it going to take you to get a good shmaka out? About 20 years. 20 years. So it says
That's one of the most difficult shots in history. That's a terrible shot. I'm just telling you right now, dude. One of the worst shots I've ever seen right here.
15, 20 years. Oh,
How was that terrible?
You helped me immensely.
Yes.
Riser is fucked. Riser is so fucked. Oh, what a beautiful shot.
No, I'm just looking at the tremendous, it says in this Gemara.
I just had one of the best shots in the history of the game.
Somebody? It's I don't know if it's told. Yeah.
Riser could make this shot. They have a good angle. They have a good head on their shoulders. No, Riser's going to make this shot. Needs more speed.
The word Hamula means word. The Layim Shemiragnu.
Alright, well, I mean, what's it like to be down already?
Spoke a big thing. He said that the enemy is stronger than us.
Because I made my shot.
Same way. The middle means we.
Crash Bandicoot.
They're stronger than him.
I don't know what you're referencing, son. I don't know what you're referencing, son. What a shot. Crash Bandicoot, dog. Mario all day. Send me a question.
Hey, and make it a test.
Riser is sucking so much dick.
He's going to be bubble.
Riser, you're playing so badly. I can't even fathom it.
Did you not see Zeus fuck up my shot? Did you not see how you stole my shot?
You see it? See
Because of your host advantage, that gives you the first shot
It
every
does
time.
not give me first shot every time. Dog,
Yeah, it does.
it does not give me first shot every time.
You're more ignorant than the
Now, because of the request, it's not going to be 4 times
Dog,
4. Each one.
do you realize,
Riser,
how much sand you have to go through and how dumb you are? Unless you bounce it off the wall, you maybe put it in there. Bounce it, make this. This would be one of the greatest shots in the history of the world, people. If you're watching at home, one of the greatest shots, and this would be just phenomenally good. That was awful. One of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Holy cow, man.
Riser, what's it like to be down more than
That's the only thing you should understand. In order for us to do the tshuva, we have to go through Yisurim. The boys have a wonderful Yisurim pregnant.
That's terrible.
Sponsor a share today.
Perfect shot. Dude, bounce it off the wall like a real G. Not that wall.
you're gonna try to hit your ball. Fudge.
I'm in the best position. Holding all the way in the bottom of the Nun Aleph on the base, now there's 50 daf into Mishnah's Menachos. Today, Beis Hashem, we're finished with the Menachos. One of the things we're talking about the Kodesh Chachamim, and this has nothing to do with the sugya. It's finishing it out the sugya.
Okay, get in the hole so right now I get
And his kavitin, and what happened when he dies. It's one of the things that the Bezdin was misakin about when there's tumah, the person goes to the body, the person cannot become a hara unless we sprinkle him with hara duma ashes mixed with spring water. That's how period. So the parad will the ashes. Chachamim were deciding that if you use it, and we're going to say soon, they used it on wounds. They like the ashes are good for different things.
What a beautiful shot.
In other words, you don't have to bring a carbon, you don't have to bring 45%. That's the Gemara. One of the Rabbanim. The Torah says that there's no me'ilah, there's no nisser. You bring a carbon and everything when you use the ashes of the paraduma. How do I see it in the Torah? The Sanya. The actual paraduma itself, I can tell you this percentage. It says in the Furish over here that the rice of the Torah, it's not Bezin that said that there's no me'ilah on ash. The Torah says there's no me'ilah on ash. Very similar to what we said yesterday. The rice of the Moiled in the Ephra, a Moiled, be 100% right. In the Torah it says there's no concern when it comes to the ashes, there's no me'ilah. You don't have to be carbon if you use it. Even the Chazu becomes Zalzali, but people
make it through. Actually, even if you do make it through, you'll get
treating it disrespectfully. Why?
Now you're definitely going in the top.
Because I have to be able to
But if rabbis
so Chachamim said, the right the Torah says there's no me'ilah. We want to make it. So up to Minei L'Machosam. So the Chachamim said this is not good. It's not good because
short.
Those were making they said, okay, it's us that use that. People want to go parachute. But people now were so scared
How did you fuck that up?
Every time you use it a little bit, you have to start bringing hundreds of dollars and then for runners and running to the base of English. So they stopped using it in Suffolk Hazois. When a person had some sort of Suffolk Tuma, bring one Suffolk Tuma. I guess anybody can
go for the hole. Go for the hole.
Some sort of
Go for the hole.
And you think
Go
that
for the hole.
it spreads, but it depends
Go
on
for
how
the hole.
wide the tree is.
Go for the hole.
You know, he's like,
going in the dark.
Go for the hole.
so, I don't know if I said this, give the chazan the
Go for the hole.
When the rice is to win pass again.
For the win.
Says,
For the win.
For the win. People
For
start
the win.
disrespecting the win is Mehila. That's exactly
Oh my God.
And then once we saw that,
Devastating.
to use it.
Devastating.
Stay away from it. There's no Mehila on it.
Devastating.
We see you have the Zara. So we had finished. We had the hurriest. When Bezdin decides that sort of type of criminal, let's say, they make a mistake in Allah.
It's not a normal thing. It's
The whole applies from together, they have to bring a full. And if they say that certain Avodah Zarah is okay,
Did
then
Riser
all
just
applies
quit?
from bring a full.
Riser
The
just
question
quit.
is, we don't get the money for the bull. We don't get the money. There's two options. Either we take it from the regular Trumas Halishka, which is the money that we start collecting today. Because the Matzah Shekel is collected today on Shushan Purim. That's when they start putting up the tables and they start
It's over.
doing the money.
Zoot just ended it for
And
you.
it's only by the carbon
I'm
comment and all
guaranteed.
that.
I'm guaranteed to win.
How the hell did you
And we force every
No, you
single
can't.
price from it.
I'm already guaranteed to win. I'm already guaranteed to
I
win.
understand how that works. Is that let's say everybody gives 25 cents.
I'm already guaranteed to
you're gonna
win.
get extra money eventually.
Doesn't matter. I'm already guaranteed to win. I'm already guaranteed to win. Folks at home, I'm already guaranteed to win.
The Chilam Agimlam says, Rabbi Yehuda is a brand new material. You collect money just for this. No.
Right, so one of the worst shots we've ever seen.
That's the more
This is going
It's
straight
in reverse. Your Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon are backwards.
Terrible.
This is more of a it was a mamish mistake. So here we go. So it's backwards. So what are we doing?
Right,
Things are
it's over
backwards.
for you.
Things are tomorrow.
My ball's in the perfect position. Game over. Champion. Riser, what's it like to lose?
What do we learn? That it's Reb Shimon that says we make a brand new collection for the book. So now, if you notice on my chart over here, I put under the word Reb Yehuda ratio. I put the pin on the
Riser would have won if he had hit my ball in the car. And he left it short. One of the worst F-ups we've ever seen in this game.
That's all we care about. We want to know what the halacha is like.
And now Riser is struggling to beat Zoot.
Which one was said last? The one that was said last, that's
And
the one
Zoot
that
just hit
come on.
one of the greatest shots we've ever seen.
So
And Riser
let me come my side for you. The thing that we just learned before that it's revealed that says we make a brand new.
Riser has lost.
That's the last one. That's the halacha we make a brand new. Shimon, the Chayshim Shimon. Yes, Simon not paying up the sorry the father the grandmother who died. We're concerned that people don't care. So how are you going to collect money from all the fights? They're not going to pay up. Or Rashi after the time of us right after you said no. They should not have this guy money because people When Reb Shimon say that people don't pay up, and let's go when people says you saw you have to pay for your father. You know why? Because it was costing the base of English too much money.
Archery.
Figure out.
Darts is not fair.
What do I have a price in my
I
father?
hope you both
What
know
do I have to pay my father's balance?
Oh, you said bounce?
But obviously, every Yid wants a Bakara. A Yid is a Yid. And he ain't paid by mistake. He wants to get the Bakara. There's nothing going to prevent him from paying up. At the end of the day, brand new.
Right, so
You know what I should do before? We take the money for the parallel from Trumas Halishka.
You're the worst. Beautiful story.
What is this? This is the famous passage. Where do we say this? We should say it every morning. I try to say this.
You're on track
At
for
least
this
this.
again.
Parshas Talmud. On the what?
You
You're
are
not going to do
absolutely
well.
the worst.
So.
This is
You're gonna have to play after
just like Talmud comes out of this collection of comes out of the Trumas Halishka, the Reb Shimon. Reb Shimon is the one, the final one, who brings a pasuk that it goes. The Trumas Halishka is Reb Shimon, and a brand new collection is Reb Yehuda, and that's the end of the story.
Right, so that was terrible. Yeah. See, you're perfect game.
Now, I said, I read from the South of the Mishnah, but okay, when a Kohen Gadol dies, and we don't have a replacement, then, or if never have a boy, you hear the Shiloh, and we know the answer. When we bring, we said that there's no Kohen Gadol. So you bring the whole Isar, and you don't divide it in half. We said it's a pasuk, you don't divide it in half. Sorry. When? Do we do this twice? A full Isar, and the answer is going to be yes. A full Isar. 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. Where we're going to
I have the multiplier.
perhaps you bring it once and you don't bring it in the afternoon. So we had this, you all remember.
You're not going to.
There's by the carbon Talmud, there are 13. Look how beautiful Yoshi did this. So Rabbi Isai, the carbon Talmud, 13 guys took care of the carbon
No
Talmud.
way.
Take a look at this.
This takes.
Look at this. Look at this. Unbelievable. And we said that the cuts of the meat, you have to put it towards your body. So you don't see this beautiful. Carbon number 8. What does he do? Kayan number 8. You see over here. He's in charge of the chavit. Of the rest of the Kohen Gadol. Do me a favor, seriously. Maybe we should write a little bit. Wow. You just lost a lot of people to that competition one. Nothing but the daf.
Ricer has the best chance of being
Okay, so you hear the raya. Kayan number 8. You bring the chavit, the bit misa, the bit teilav in arbaim, and then you can assume that you don't bring mincha chavitim. The Kohen doesn't bring it, not the Kohen. The Kohen is dead. So we don't bring it instead. We don't bring it once a day. So when you bring the carbon Talmud at night, instead of having 13 you're going to be missing number 8. It has nothing to do with number 8. What is he going to carry? There's no chavitim.
I should be a billionaire.
Make it dummy. The Mace Kohen Gadol. We don't have a case, and we don't have a Kohen Gadol. What's number 8 going to do?
Yeah, he comes in here and he's like, Rabbi, we need to play a dice party, and
they said this over the review reel. Listen to this.
we get the daily roll. Riser, you lost, and it's over for you. You want to be Riser, do you want to be interviewed for your terribleness?
It's a land of darkness. And when you have
because this game is over.
I don't know.
Zoot's gonna win. Zoot's gonna beat you. Zoot's gonna beat you. Zoot beat you.
Number 7 and number 9.
Almost.
Number 7 is the one that holds the flower. Number 9 is the one that holds the flower. You don't use them every day.
Yo, what's up?
Well, every single day you have to have somebody holding.
And he gets so mad.
That's in this game. It says unfortunately also.
I can't hear you over the fact that I won.
So sometimes the Kohen, you don't have number 9.
I won. That's all that matters.
LODE, like funny.
All right.
We're not talking about.
Are we playing Bounce?
The Kohen Gadol died. You're right. You're not gonna have number 8. I'm not gonna like Donnie.
Cool.
Sometimes if you bring the mincha,
I know when you hate that.
The next day,
It's
you're
just
gonna
so
have
annoying.
two less Kohanim. And if the Kohen Gadol dies, then have one less
It drains my brain power.
So they say this over the level.
That's how I feel. That's how I
Maybe
feel.
Shusin Amri Kamayu, Shusin Le Amri Kamayu, V'hodar
Omar Rava, then says
Everybody's
Rava,
waiting on Riser.
No, I was just thinking this morning.
I'm waiting
I
on
did know this
Riser.
morning. I was thinking that
You're
maybe
waiting on Riser.
sometimes you have to start to say something bad about something. It's not even. That's why I didn't want to say it. But when you say something negative, or they say, okay,
Hello, how are you,
let's
Tony?
talk about this. When you give a
I'm okay.
somebody
I just want to tell you
this,
if you have really
you have to say before you say you have to say you have to give them the
Thank you so much, my friend. When I have a chance, I'll be posting that stuff, okay? Zoo, go.
Go.
Excellent.
Usually very
Nice
smart.
shot, Zoo.
Today you
Nice
go.
shot.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So this is says Rava, no, we were
I mean, I didn't say no.
us and Bubble were right.
Like,
Silas
I mean, I had a hobby.
we saw the party the other day.
I'm
Just by
gonna-
It's just so awful that
treat the Chavita, treat the Mincha behind God.
I'm gonna make all the shots.
It's not every single day. It's morning and evening. We never stop.
That was one of the best shots I think I've
We're
ever
bringing
seen.
Sarin in the morning and the evening.
Sorry,
Twice.
this is a little
Shema
short,
Yisrael.
No.
You can say
Bring one fully start in the morning, then you take a start divided. Half in the morning. We don't have a going on. It's a new thing that the Torah says. A fully start in the morning, fully start in the evening. Let me ask you a question. When you bring the start, divided in half. We also
you did the shake, right?
the frankincense.
No,
Yeah, we take a mitzvah. And we do a half of the mitzvah for the morning, half of the sun, and half of the
I don't know why it's
yeah.
not possible to
When do we bring a full pizza with one starch, and then in the evening a full pizza or no? Not pizza of the.
I know which one to explain. No doubt.
How much Levina do you think? A pizza worth. So we divide.
Oh, did you see that? Did anybody see that shot? It went all the way around and out.
But today, we don't
Rib job.
So we're going to fully serve the flour and fully serve the flour. Does the fully
The
served
rainbow
flour
one?
require a full pizza? Or still, the pizza we're going to go half? Or we're going to think about Rabbi Yossi ben the Stoiber of Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Yossi ben the Stoiber of Rabbi Rothschild. Every single day, when the Kohen brings his mikvah every day, so Rabbi Yossi ben the Stoiber that you have to do a full pizza here. I don't know what to do with the says Rabbi Yossi ben the Stoiber. Two amounts. A full amount for the morning, a full amount in the evening. Rabbanan Amri, Mamish L'Chametz Echad. The Rabbanan say no. One amount, and you divide this in half. Chatzikon Shachas, Chatzikon is Benar Bayim. Have it out. If you go to Machlokes, I guess this is some of the Ashken Chad. Lo Yashken from Chatzikon is the Torah. Says we don't never find a half a shear. The shear is a kmitza. Who told you to divide a kmitza in half? Rabbanan say really actually sorry the Bush take a matzah. We never found a situation that one sort of flour requires two kmitzas. It's one kmitza per every sar. Now it happens to be that you divide these sar now. So you have to divide the kmitza now. Says Gemara Rabbi Yochanan. Let's take it one more step.
Did I get my own ball?
Now we're at my own ball. If the Kohen Gadol dies, then we don't have to tap it, and we don't have a replacement. Shiyavi says Rashi. According to Rabbanon,
I'm just telling you right now, this game is over.
The child is the ring, double commits or not. The British Lord Rabbi Yossi, Lord Boyle, the Lord Gupta. Shiyavi Shnei Kamatz in the Kolakar, the Shnei Kamatz in says Rashi, the question's only according to Rabbanon. Because it's impossible to have a question according to Rabbi Yossi. Why? Because what are you going to say? They should bring two kmitzas? What does he say? He says that every half you do a whole. Rabbi Yossi the story, where's my thing? This is Rabbi Yossi the story. Every day, two kmitzas. One
I like
for the
how
morning,
you celebrated that.
Now we have a situation, no problem.
It's
You
over.
fully start in the morning.
It's over.
Two of these now. For every
It's
sorrow,
over.
you divide it in half. Half the
I
sorrow
won.
goes this way, plus a full amount
You're
of pizza.
done.
Half the sorrow this way, full amount of pizza. Now
It's
that we put
over.
these sorrow together, we make it gold
It's
sign in one shot.
over.
So
Don't even try.
2 bags of
That's a
of
miss.
Really? Me, so this person is going there. Me, I'm reading the book, so you're salt, you're going to we say, hey, you're already established, you get bring the holy start in the morning, the holy start in the evening. So maybe you should double up these starts.
That shot was amazing.
So
All right, big dog. Is that all she wrote?
Per day, you're going to have 2 because that's doubled up. That's what Rabbi is saying. You're doubling up these stars, you're splitting these stars. Let's mimic these stars, whatever the star requires. That's what about it.
Mancala, dog. Mancala, you suck
The
at
Torah
it.
said, bring the fully started in the morning, fully started in the evening. But the Torah never said, let's stick to the Levine, the original Levine. And we got the Torah didn't say double up Levine. What about oil? You double up oil? We have a question according to everybody. It says, there's 5 times that you eat pizza. Now, why doesn't it bring anything about a special pizza that's done for the Kohen Gadol? If it's normal, regular pizza, great.
Devastating.
If it's not normal, it should be in this Mishnah. V'misa zimna mishkachas lo shiva. Sometimes the Kohen Gadol bring a full pizza of
Devastating.
Devastating.
Devastating. Devastating. Oh, what the fuck, dog? Right, well, don't fuck with this one.
You have to break. I
have it on random, dog. Hey, it's your turn. A little less talky, a little more playy. A little less talky, a little more playy.
How much levina do we need when the Kohen Gadol dies? Omer Avnach Mar Yitzchak Tashma. Let me prove you. Saying the Kohen Gadol Shemeis. Here, our case, Kohen Gadol dies. We don't have a replacement. You give a fully start in the morning, fully start in the evening. Over here it says Mufurish. This answers our question, but we don't know who goes according to. You give 2 kmitzas. By the chakras, the kind of good. It would be very easy to say.
I like how you take up all the time.
According to Rabbi, let's see. Remember the Shloshis Lugin? Only
Do whatever
3
makes you happy, big
lube
dog.
of oil, which means that we don't change the oil. It says the 2 pizzas
Devastating.
Look at that. We divided it now. It's a big problem. Doubling up the Levina. Double the amount because according to Rabbanan, there's only 1 bag of Levina every single day for the Kohen Gadol. Every day, only 1 bag. Now that he's dead, we do 2 bags. That's doubling up the Levina. The problem is, if you double up the Levina, how come you don't double up the oil? How come it remains at 3 look? It should be 6 look of oil. So something's wrong here. It can't be Rabbanan.
This is absolute garbage. Absolute garbage.
Ella, this is perfect.
Yes, I do.
How many bags of Levina do we use every day? On a regular normal day, for every Kohen Gadol, 2 bags. 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. That's what it says over here. You're not doubling anything. It says you bring 2 bags of Levina. That's perfect. I call it bags. The streets is a Levina, yeah? Yo, every day of the year, when he's alive and well, you always bring 2 production, 2 bags. So you're not doubling up the Levina over here.
You're not going to shut
you bring 2 bags of Levina. It's not double. And also, the Shemelay of Kol, go with 3 loaves. That's not double. Everything's normal. So what do we see from here? Over the shed and have a yoytz.
The game with the most skill is obviously military.
So according to Rabbanan also, when the Kohen Gadol is not alive anymore, we don't
For
double
sure.
up anything. In other words,
It has everything.
nothing's ever doubled. The only thing that doubles when the Kohen Gadol dies is the flour. But we don't double up, not the Levina and not the oil. And with this, we're going to be signing the parent.
This is unfair.
That every morning and every evening we bring a full amount of Levina. So it'll be 2 bags of Levina, let's call it. That's the halacha. That's the Gemara. Did he say this? Mishnah.
Way too
I
long.
look like a regular, like a Mishnah, anonymous Mishnah. Not a Mishnah
Way
today.
too long.
It doesn't talk about anything about 2 types of kmitzas for a minchas chavida of a kohen gadol. Whereas Baroininu, whether or not we're going to have like a Yosi the story.
One of the worst shots. William Montgomery would be disappointed with how you're playing. Maybe the most disappointed ever of any person. Are you on an iPad? He's on a superphone, folks. He is on a superphone.
Smoke you. Smoked you. It's over. It's over for you. I told you that I asked William Montgomery in the he said he was performing in Vancouver, and I was like, obsessed because he was in Vancouver like 2 hours ago.
It's very simple. The Gemara says, everything that has to do with the making and the baking
What did he say?
the mincha that the Kohen Gadol brings every day, 2 times
I
a day.
didn't
Every
know
single
that.
day he brings it 2 times
Oh,
a
you
day.
really did mail him?
Yeah, I sent it in the
Did you know that
the kneading
Casey
of the
Rocket got into the Hall of Fame?
grating of the dough,
Killed Tony?
the dough places are sharp.
I'm not William
This is
Montgomery.
today's
William Montgomery was the first
3 times in a
living
row.
member. Anybody who knows about William Montgomery would know that.
Do it on Friday.
I was just asking you.
There's no heter to be Michal Shabbos. If you do it every Shabbos, you do bris milah every Shabbos. You have no right to do Michal Shabbos. Like the thing is, you cannot do it every Shabbos. So why would you bake on Shabbos?
So he's been in drug
The
race.
reason is if you make the no, it has to be a beautiful bread, be oven of a head roll in Nashville. If you bake it the day before,
Yeah.
it's going to blow up. It's not the same.
I think because
There's a way in the time of the Gemara, there's a way to preserve it. You put it in vegetables. In our day, it would be, put it in the fridge, put it in the freezer, whatever it is. There's a way to preserve it. The very small banana. So therefore, we have another shot.
he was on
They
the
also forget the beauty of the bread.
Netflix.
It says in the Pasuk also you should make it, you should bake it. Ba'afilu b'Shabbos. There's no limitation. You do it every day of the year. The also ba'afilu b'Tumah. You should do it even if there's no other way, just to do it when you're covered.
That was on
Soyless
there.
mincha.
Alright, now we're playing
You want
normal.
more shot?
But it's good to see it.
Yeah,
Now,
because
just
I'm
doing
nice.
it with you one more time later. Soyless mincha. We're talking about the mincha of the Kohen Gadol. It
2
says,
extra shots.
you should do it every single day.
Oh,
Just like a comment, which is
Where are you?
No.
You
Except my invite.
do it every single day.
You want to use this version too, or you can take my piece. I don't need to try.
First of all, step by step. How do you make the chavidah? You have to put it into a klisharis, on a machmas, on a frying pan. So
There's a way you can do it. You have all day to just kind of camp out a lot of your shot.
Kedusha into the bread. Once it's kadosh, it cannot be overnight. You can't keep it overnight.
And
So
you
you did
still
it
have
overnight.
your
You're hustle already on Shabbos. Can't go to the Rava, have a right to Rava. Machmas is doing quick. You need a vessel.
Devastating.
This is the key word for today, right over here. It says in the pasuk. Let's grab the pasuk
And
first.
8.
What the fuck? How is it going?
And up.
Yo, this wind is bullshit.
Devastating.
Where is this? I think this is it.
Oh, and
It says
the arrow's like switching
Bash
out.
Shemen. Which was
Yes, no, it doesn't.
question is, when you make this mincha,
I'm a sniper.
what does it have?
Are
Does it
these
have a
in the
oil?
custom arrows?
You make a mincha. If I tell you make a mincha, we already know from previous minachos that they require oil. How much oil? A typical mincha has 1 look of oil. There are some that have 2, and some that have 3, but a typical
Game
one is 1.
over.
The question is,
Game
why does
over.
it have to say that there's oil in the
Game over.
mincha?
It's over,
The
son.
Melo, we must say,
It's over.
versus Hashem,
Yeah, I did.
it's not
How,
typical
this
amount.
game is over.
You have to add
This game is
how much
over.
would you add? How much could it be?
This game
That's mostly,
is
Maybe
over.
I don't know how much. I really don't.
Devastating.
That made no sense.
Let's learn what. So Rabbi
I
said
shot it on
today
the left
we're learning
side
about
where I
Kohen
was
Gadol's
shooting, and
minchas
that's
kavit. The Kohen Gadol's minchas. I need to learn how much oil is in the Kohen Gadol's kavit. Perhaps you learn from the Nesachim. Nesachim means the
I need something big here.
Yeah, goddamn
every
iPhone.
single day. For any oil, any
This
shlamim
could be.
together with the
Oh no.
It's over for you. It's over for Riser. Riser needs to average an 8.66. Devastating.
Literally landed in the pen.
Devastating. Devastating.
Literally landed in the pen.
He needs an 8. Folks, he needs an 8 to tie, a 9 to win.
Wants to ask there's another mincha that doesn't have any oil at all. What mincha?
Oh, wow, last round.
Soite Gnori. Soite. Minchas Soite.
That's what he's asking.
All right, I'm going to use the restroom and then I'm going to whoop your ass. Roddy, as long as you don't get a Q, a Z, both Y.
So what says okay? So now we
Trying to drink the crack and all that.
Hashem means let's increase them now. How much? 3, because we're going to learn from the song. The problem is I can learn from another place that has a little less than 3. Now I have another way to learn from the Dava. And over there it also shows the problem the Gemara is going to ask on this is very, very strong. Why would I say it's 1 look? We just finished saying that it can't mean 1 look because it says Shemin. Without saying anything, it means 1 look. Automatically, I get the 1 look. It's just the fact that it's a mincha needs 1 look. It says Bashem, and Bashem means you have to add to the regular. No. We want to say, let's go back to a look. 1 look. Let's learn from the double. 1 look. We're always going to touch that also. Just want to point it out here so we see the question. The Gemara says literally, the Gemara does a classic. A lot of times the Gemara does this. The Gemara says, let's see who do we resemble more. We have the Minchas Kavit, we're talking about a Minchas Kohen Gadol that's in the middle. Is a Kohen Gadol similar to the Sachim or similar to the Dava? And usually there's a list. The list usually goes, it's similar to this in 5.
I'm guaranteeing my win right now. For anyone watching this, are you gonna send me an invite?
So literally done. Guess what? The Litvaks took out the base. No. The Litvaks took out the base because they weren't happy. They took out the Baba Chayla, and Mela became attached. I'll even show you this. If you want to see.
See how it doesn't take me forever? Like it does you?
Attached. You don't like it. So what the Tav stands for Tadir, that's every single day. What's every single day? The Minchas Kohen Gadol, the Minchas Kavidim is every single day, and the Talmud is every single day. Shabbos, they both push off Shabbos. You bring the Talmud every day. So to the Safed. And Tumah. If the people are coming, you bring the carbon Talmud, you don't bring a carbon Nadava when you're coming. You don't bring a carbon Nadava on Shabbos, and you don't bring a carbon Talmud every single day. Nadava every day. So really, it's very similar to Shabbat. Tadir, Shabbos, different.
And remember how the other kid we build vertically and up.
Rain done in Hashem.
Build vertically and down.
From a chassid.
Vertically and up means the same thing, no?
White clock with the Zeus is
You mean like that?
Let's learn.
You're right, it
Try to
doesn't.
learn
Perhaps
from
you could have
something.
clarified.
Either from the Safim or you can learn from the Dava. Let's learn from the Dava. Why? It's very similar. What does Yogil stand for?
What about left to right? Or
And not on the first note.
why not?
When Gadol is an individual. Whereas the Talmud is brought by the community. Gilal Atzmi means it comes on its own. Nothing
Is that how
else. All by
boogies play?
itself. The Kohen
Bogies?
Gadol's mincha comes all by itself. The Nidava comes all by itself. I don't know. There's an animal. You have to bring Oila. And so too with Levina. The Kohen Talmud doesn't have Levina, but Nidava and Kohen Gadol have Levina. When Darim Yagel, sorry, did I skip? Darim Yagel, Yachid Gilal Atzmi Levina. When Darim Yagel, Misheni Yagel. Great. Rabbi Shmuel, Benoi, Shor Yochim, and Brokoi.
Why do I always get the V's in the V's?
Rough day at the tile.
Soilas, Mincha, Amen. It says over here they should treat it like a Minchas Tamid. Man Minchas Tamid, Shlish Lugim, Yisar Yasmin. Should I compare the Kohen Gadol to a Tamid or to a Medava? The answer is that the Tamid, 3 lug, Yisar, Azim Shlish Lugim, Yisar, 3 lug. Reb Shimon Omer, Ribakan Shemen, it says Bashemen. Riba Minchas Vasim Shemen, it says Banisachim Shemen. Malal Shlish Lugim, Yisar, okay, the bottom line is we got 3 lug. Maybe go a different route. Riba Khan Shemen, Riba Minchas Parim, Be'elim Shemen. Let's compare it to the Parim, to the Sacham of Parim, and Elim. It's 2, 3. Let's see. We have a nice thing that he did here. Bring 2 Yisar. Sorry, it's really for later on. Over here, so it's 2 lug per Yisar. That's 2 lug per Yisar. Both the Elim and the Parim. 2 lug per Yisar. Okay. What else that might be? Oh, here. Carbon cover means every is like you put a watch on it all the time. Okay. What about that? Let's see who is the Kohen Gadol more similar to the Parim or to the. Oh, you put in the morning, you put in the evening. That's what it is. Let's see. There we go. That's what he's doing. Night and day. It's so small. It's a Rolex. It's hard to see. Wow, it actually moves. The second hand is moving.
I don't know what you're doing here.
Okay.
There's playing like a cat playing with its food, like a dog playing with its food, like a lion playing with its food.
So we have an option. We could compare Minchas Kohen Gadol, which is on top. That's what we're trying to learn. How much oil does the Minchas Kohen Gadol get? We can compare it to Tamid, we compare it to Full. Which one? This is very simple. What's the Shiloh?
No way you have a W.
How much flour? Let's go back. How much flour does the Minchas Kohen Gadol have?
Look who gets all the W's.
How much flour does the Minchas Kohen Gadol have? One is sorry.
Look who gets all the W's.
I really like how
Only one sorry, so let's compare it to the sorry. The what?
Or an S.
The Tamid.
Or whatever
They have
other.
the same amount of flour. Which, by the way, that's going to be basically that line. Remember this line because
Here
it's
comes the S.
before the Mishnah.
Get ready, because it's coming.
You have to remember this. Again, we're going to learn the mincha of the Kohen Gadol from the carbon Tamid because it's the same amount of flour.
What a garbage word. Oh, wow.
Tell me
That's
that
the
without the
best
word
you
shemen,
maybe
how
could
much
have
oil is
offered.
necessary for every mincha rabbi say?
Wow.
1 lug. So therefore, if the
Got
Torah
it.
adds the word shemen, I don't need the word shemen, but I already know automatically every mincha needs a lug. So why does the Torah say shemen? L'hoisid lo shemen. It should be more than 1 lug.
Devastating. That's just devastating right there. 48 points?
So what?
That's just
Say that I
devastating.
should compare it to the Dava, which only has 1 lug. But that's automatic to 1 lug. Why would I say
That's gotta sting a little bit.
Not the word, what? Amar Abaye, my time of Shemin, so Abaye comes up with answer number 1. Just very, very simple what's going on here. Abaye says we have
He's
the
real
Gemara
proud,
is going to say no, it's actually the same comment. We could explain it in the same
Real,
What does Abaye say?
proud.
Easy way out. Now, my time of Shemin, who's this one kind that says that it comes to add? Reb Shimoni. Great, Reb Shimon. But Obadiah, like the one that answered, Reb Shimon, he holds that it's just the Shemin is not much. The Shemin is just the limit. How much? 1 lug. Great. You ask me a question from somebody that argues over Shimon.
Black?
No, because according to one
Black?
and there's
You
2
type
Shimon.
black.
Hashemin lights in the Shemin. So let's
Wow.
start slow, very easy. Hashemin typically means to add. Really, boy, Hashemin, the Gemara just explains it beautifully. Because if it means oil, like Sarah, I don't need the word at all. Why? Every machlas, every mincha in the world, every minchas machlas has 1 lug, and this is no different than a regular minchas machlas. But so Gemara, this is our kasha. You ain't going to look for the shemen, but no, maybe not. Maybe I would think that without the word shemen, I wouldn't know it means any oil at all. Like maybe it should be like the sinners mincha, which doesn't require any oil. And that's why the Torah says the shemen, no, they need some oil, which means automatically 1 lug. Then the Gemara said, no. Let's say it comes to say oil. But the thing is, I don't know how much. So let's figure it out ourselves. And we try to figure it out ourselves by doing the Hashem thing. Called the Shabbos Tumah. And it didn't work out. Why? Because I could go with Yogil. It's 3 against 3. 3 against 3 is a tie. Therefore, so it's Muhammad, and that's why I went to another passage called says Muhammad that what? That I need like a Talmud 3 lug of oil. That's how Rabbi Shmuel. That's how Rabbi Shmuel finished it. Rabbi Alman is the end of the sugi right over here. Kula Rabbi Shimon, I'll tell you no. It doesn't go like what's his name? Rabbi Shmuel, the longest name. Rabbi Shmuel, it is goes like Rabbi Shimon. Let's explain it. Everything Rabbi Shimon very similar to what we said a second ago. But with a little twist, say, what if it didn't say that? Reb Shimon is of the opinion that when it says Bashem, it means you have to add to the typical. In other words, more than 1 lug. Why? If they say just 1 lug, it's sorry that I don't need a word Bashem. Then it's automatic, it's 1 lug. But even if it didn't say, what he's trying to say is, even if it didn't say the word oil, with fire I can figure it out myself. But don't know that I need 3 because of the Baal Shem Tov. Because of the Shach. But no, that didn't work out very well for me. But don't because then there's another thing I can compare it to. I can compare it to the Nesachim. So Mela over there it's 2. But don't Mela. That's why I need the word Bashemen. He comes out with a different outcome than before. Without Bashemen, I would try to figure it out myself. And that's why I need Bashemen. So what? I'm going to learn now from Karpin Talmud. They need 3 other. I'm not going to give me Chaspar and Balaam. They said, why learn from Talmud? Learn from a par. They need 2. And he said, Omar, Don and Mincha, Apol Yisar. And that's why I told you to pay attention to. If you have a choice to learn from a Talmud or a par, it makes a lot more sense to learn from a Talmud that has the same amount of flour than the part that have double the flour. So Mamela, they have different amounts of oil. It says the Mishnah, Loi, Minu, Koyin, Tachta. This is a tricky thing. Rabbi said, check this out. Question. If a Kohen Gadol has never performed an avodah of Geula in his life, and he comes off the plane. Let's say it's the Gadol Adar. He flies in from America. Or Moshe finds him as a Kohen Gadol. He's a Kohen. He comes to Israel. The moment he gets off the plane, say the Gadol Adar, you have to be the Kohen Gadol. So bring him to the Beis Hamikdash. Aaron Kohen. How many Chavitim does he have to bring that very first day? No. Let's call the morning and the evening one. You say two. One for, yeah. Very good. But that's not the right answer. Anybody else want to say? The real answer is 3. Because he's a single point also. He never got his minchas chinuch of a regular time. You can't jump. First you're a regular time, and then you're a kind gadol, and then you bring the mincha. What you said is right. What you said is good. I'm just adding to what you said. No. It's a special halacha that a kohen becomes mechunah. I'm just throwing this out there. Yeah, you have to. You can't. Yeah, it goes in order. First, you get this degree, and then you get the next degree. Very good. So we spoke about yesterday that if a kohen gadol dies in the middle of the day, which happens, I was happy to see the article. I guess I got it from the article. Less necessary around. But Imam says those words. He says the Beis Hamikdash, second Beis Hamikdash was 420 years. And it was over 300 Kehanim died in those 420 years. So it's very, very shkiach that the kohen gadol died in the middle of the day. But he brought his milk in the morning, and didn't have a chance of bringing it in the afternoon. So we learned that if they brought a second kohen gadol in, he has to start all over again. He cannot use the leftovers from the first kohen gadol. He has to bring a whole Yisara, and half of it goes into the garbage. You burn it. Now we're going to say a murder finish. What if they couldn't find the right guy? So you have to bring this milk. No, listen to this one. Michelle Yarshim. And there's a whole Nidan here. It's one Yarish. You can't have shutfus in it. One out of the Rabbi Yarish. So you're the Yarish. But here's the Chiddush, Ari. This will also answer what you're saying. Who Shleimo is a great. This is simple stuff. Everything we just did. Tazara. The kohen gadol died and they didn't appoint another kohen instead of him. How do you know you bring it from the inheritors? You have to do it from the sons. Maybe you should do it like a regular kohen gadol, half-half. So Mela. I'm losing my lead. You see, from here, you have to bring the entire thing. Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So it means that you would have to bring the entire thing in the morning, the entire thing in the afternoon. Both. So we have to. It's a little not difficult, but just how tough. I'm going to show you on the screen. These are the words that we have between Reb Shimon and Reb Yehuda. Not necessarily they argue in the concept, but they argue from where do we learn now. He learns it out. Reb Shimon learns that the mitzvah Mishal Oilam, the mitzvah comes from the tzibur. Oilam is the tzibur. Kol doctor. So what I learned from the word kol doctor, this comes to exclude. Don't try to chop a rhyme. We saw in the video, and hopefully this, that the kohen gadol throws 6 breads onto the mizbeach. You can't take anything for yourself. It's Kuloi Lashem. The whole thing is Tafdor. You must do the entire thing in the mizbeach. Says Gemara, he agrees that it's whole. That one thing he holds. In other words, the puzzle that says Yasa Oisa, that the law through the Asa, I'm a burden look at this time. So this is a typical Gemara where you get lost. Because the question lasts for like 15, 20 lines. I didn't count exactly. But by the time the question is over, you don't even know where you was. So I want to point out, the question is, over here, who told you that the puzzle that Yasa Oisa comes to mean that the Yarshim have to bring it if the kohen is not there, Mibanov, Or is there something else completely? But what?
Hey, you had the Z? You used Reyes?
I need something else to be the sign. Zach carbon iron of one of the
Yeah, I can place it on the
maybe they could join forces and
Need
use
the
carbon
terrorist
and iron
has
together as a minchas kilo. Share your people Hashem. It's extra. And the Mela, these extra words teach us iron b'fnei atzmon, one b'fnei atzmon. The Kohen Gadol has to bring his own every single day, and the sons bring it one time when they have kilo. So you see over here, you see the idea that a Kohen Hedyard needs to bring his own minchas kilo. It's in the puzzle. It's in the first puzzle. One of the animals, the other, these are referring not to our sons necessarily, but a simple kind, a regular kind of Kohen Gadol. Who told you what it's referring to? Maybe you see how you get lost there? Just go on and on and on. You forgot that there's a question. It says that there's a Kohen Gadol. Harry Kohen Gadol. Bottom line is, you see from here a different meaning completely. Over here you see that for generations, every generation you have to bring a carbon, but nothing to do that a Yerush has to bring a Kohen Gadol. So it wasn't your eyes, it came to the crop, and I'm sure why is there extra mem? From the extra mem, I learned that a Kohen Gadol sons have to bring the carbon. This is a very, very simplified thing, but what do you learn from the word Oisam? Review that says, Minchas Kohen Gadol should make your favorite shalom, that's what we said before. And Rabbi Shimon says that if you put the Kohen Gadol, you're not allowed to use the first Kohen Gadol's stuff. So maybe here, so there's the passage. Answers the question again. Rabbi Shimon, Hayo Oisam Oven. So Rabbi Shimon, what does he do with this? Oisam? That's literally the words used. The Kohen Gadol Shemei Sumino Acher Tachton Shloyavi Chatzi Yisar Mebeisar and the Chatzi Yisar Kerishon, which we just said. We can learn from Oisam that you cannot use the maces. The guy you already brought it's convenient. It's already in the base. You can't use his part. Ask the Gemara, the David play. What I need the word Oisam? You have to bring the whole thing. It just doesn't learn Vav like Dar. It doesn't learn from the Vav. It doesn't learn Vav. Rabbi Yehuda, so now we go to the next one. We just saw Rabbi Shimon learns. I think it's. Didn't we just say? What do we say? They were giving me a hard time yesterday. I didn't fix it. Seaboard. Oh, that's what Rabbi Shimon says. So it's reversed. Okay, they're right. Rabbi Yehuda, but they took a line today. It should be for generations. Yeah, it's reversed. Okay. I don't know. You're not able to do it, right? The review should have to reverse. Exactly. Do this. If we already learn out from Oisah that has to be whole, a holy sorry. So what do you learn with the word whole? So it's beautiful that this is a Purish. In parentheses, which doesn't really but it's explanation. What does Al-Yana mean? What does Tachana mean? Al-Yana is referring to the Kohen Gadol. Minchas Kohen Gadol is in the parsha it's about. So, Eini Elol Yana, B'Kol Tafter, B'Tachtoina, B'Lo Siacha. Very, very simple. There are two things here. There's the Issa Deraisa to eat from the Kohen Gadol's mincha. If you take a bite out of it, there is Issa Deraisa. There's another thing to put it on the Mizbeach. Two different things. Put all of it on the Mizbeach. But if you eat from it, you get an Issa Deraisa. So how do I know that I have the Issa Deraisa and the fact that I have to put it on to the Mizbeach, both by Kohen Gadol and both by Kohen Hedyard? The Kohen Hedyard all is and if you take a bite out of it,
you got the X, you got the Z, you got the J, Yeah.
Simple enough. The mitzvah putting on his back, and the Isser eating it, go both to the Hedyard and the
What happened in Minneapolis?
from the community another
So we're on there, yeah.
even Bezdin is for them. The Bezdin is happening 7 things, which is super interesting. Shimon already gave Bezdin, is for them. Why they if a guy sends an oil,
We didn't play Karen. You're telling lies.
shocking on the something. If he sends the money, he has a carbon, then we bring the something.
No. What happened to Mancala? What happened to minigolf? How many? What happened in bowling?
Send money, so it goes through him. The thing Ger Shemesh when he's talking, Ger that died, he doesn't have Ger Shemesh himself in Ger Mishalai, he left the money over, so you or even actually soften, he's a Ger. So
I've come to the conclusion that the person who wins
his wine, his flour is good. You laugh,
literati is just the person who gets the Z.
This is a Tnai Bezdin, not a Deraisa, but it comes from the Tzibur. From Shemeis, below Minu Koin Achadachta. You're telling me that the Deraisa, you bring it from the Tzibur. No, it says it's Tnai Bezdin. Bezdin decided it. The what? Our case, the Nebular died, and they didn't have a chance to get another instead of him. The community pays for it. Not the Deraisa, not the Rabban. There's 2 different areas. They're right and Tzibur. When we start off, the first says
easy win. They should just give me the win and you the loss.
They saw they was taking a lot of money, 300. Because this is where the article says it. There's 300 started costing good money. 300 times all these different minachas, a lot of money. You know what? Your father died. It's your fault. You.
This is anyone.
The Yarsh. And once they saw, so the number 1 was that the Yarshim should pay. That's the Takana. But the right side.
How did you miss that?
But once you saw that
one of the greatest misses in the history of this game, you just
the original, the Xera to go to the original is the Deraisa. The Rabbanon said go back to the Deraisa, which is that the Tzibur should pay.
I was confused on the game. I didn't know what
I mean, you're the one who sent it.
Yeah, but I don't normally send invites, so.
That sounds like a you problem, dog.
I don't know what it means. It's like 120. There's like 5 different game types. It doesn't say anything.
Yeah, because you have to be skilled to send this stuff.
I mean, I just gave you the win.
How did you give me anything?
It says,
I gave you the win.
Kevin's my boy. All right, Shimon.
And then I know the game type, and I know the game type.
So
as a warm-up game,
Shimon is the one that says that if you don't bring Thursday in the morning, then you're supposed to bring Thursday in the afternoon. But not only Thursday in the afternoon, you bring it all
devastating.
afternoon, Thursday, bring it all together in one shot. Whereas when it comes to the Korbanos, if you don't bring the carbon coming in the morning, and it's afternoon time, you don't bring the morning. Says the Gemara. The Mishnah goes on to say that the way you mechana the Mizbeach Hazav, this is the Mizbeach Hazav, right? The Oilam, beautiful. I don't even know if I showed it to the movement. I don't know. The movement I didn't show. But the Mizbeach Hazav is in the Heichal. That's the one that the third on twice a day, the morning and the evening.
It's over. It's over.
The very first time that it became the Chinuch. The boys say, we're holding Chinuch Mandikar Shmei. The Mishnah, when discussing the Pyrus, Shimon says, you know, when they first
taking the black
inauguration of the Mizbeach Hazav, in the evening with the Pyrus.
It's over.
Not even the Lucy shot.
The Mizbeach Hachitzon happened in the morning when they brought them. But who's talking about?
Are you going to send me another invite, or am I just going to sit here standing all night?
We forgot to explain.
I don't see an invite.
Once you get these words, you understand why it says.
I actually know the game type now.
If we're going to see in a second, it's not perfect. You can bring the carbon coming in the morning. Like you've been this is mamish, but boys, it's mamish. the musagim, the musug of Daf Yomi. When is it the halacha that if you don't bring the carbon coming in the morning, you don't bring it in the evening? When they never started the flower, it was day number one. There's no chinuch of the mizbeach. Why? Because the pasuk, a very, very famous pasuk, the pasuk of Daf Yomi. Let's call the pasuk of Daf Yomi. It's a keves ha'achak haseh b'boker. It's a keves ha'sheni taseh ben arba'im, especially our shir. We have a shir in the morning, shir in the evening. When can you bring the keves? It's a keves ha'sheni taseh ben arba'im. When you have it's a keves ha'achak haseh b'boker. First you need to do the morning. You have the morning, you can do the evening. I'm not going to say anything about that.
Devastating.
If you don't do the morning, you do the evening.
And he had the red. Devastating.
But that's the first day on the chinuch. On the first day. Then on the
Devastating.
so if you didn't do the one in the morning, you can do the one in the evening. This is only the situation when the kohen was a oinus. It was a mistake.
You're using distractions. And my backswing. Hey, you gotta give me that back. That actually fucked me up. Pocket it.
When it comes to Paris,
Dude, you're fucking sent the seashell.
so it's not Shemina. If it was B'mezid, they don't get to bring it again. But if it was B'shogeg, yes. But not immediately.
That's part of the game.
That the chinuch of the mizbeach only
seashells in the game. I mean, the seashells are at the bottom of the screen.
That's right where my slider is, dog.
Where do you see the chinuch of the mizbeach? Only in the morning. Rashi says that we're using another pasuk. This is not the pasuk.
I refuse to partake in that kind of
He says this is a pasuk.
Immaturity. Look at this shot.
He says the pasuk doesn't even discuss the rishon. And when Mela, you see from here that
are you seeing this?
Without the
yeah, I know you got like 10
for some reason we're not using the first one. It's without the rishon, you don't have a sheni. It goes directly to the sheni. It's a keves ha'sheni that's ben arba'im. Sheni ben arba'im below rishon ben arba'im. You see that the pasuk never mentioned rishon.
Of course, you're gonna get the clear.
The pasuk would have mentioned rishon. Maybe could be in the beginning. No. Sheni ben arba'im below rishon ben arba'im. We're not in the middle.
He picks 160 like that Jews. Either 210 or 120. Everybody knows. A terrible shot. Just ugly. Just an ugly shot.
Very good. There's a keves ha'sheni taseh ben arba'im. Sheni ben arba'im below rishon ben arba'im. You only bring the second one ben arba'im.
New feet.
You do all the easy shots.
But if there was, this is
That's
already
crazy.
operating.
I've never seen a more rage game of Karen.
It's not going to pay out.
It was so fucking
But if there was, if the mizbeach is operational, then you could do, and you missed the first one, then you can bring the first one in the afternoon, and that's where you bring the second pasuk. Let's see.
No, it's over, folks.
Keves ha'sheni taseh ben arba'im. Okay, why is it?
It's not over.
Oh, my friend. My friend.
This pasuk, you don't need the
Oh,
first
now
one.
we got that one.
Here? This pasuk starts about the second one. It's a keves ha'sheni, so we don't need the first one.
what?
The first one is not active. So if you already got to the
Baby.
arba'im, bring it.
Baby, are you gonna try?
The first one. It's a keves ha'echad, and then it's a keves ha'sheni.
Big dog, I'm waiting on an invitation.
Really, we jump straight to two, meaning that if you got the first one, you can bring the first one in the afternoon.
Let me break.
Shimon, it must be mine, so I show you. I thought we did this. We did do it. It's the same words. Yeah, same words. Okay. Omer Shimon, they must have his macho yanis may show you. I will see this like people comes by regular crew.
One of the worst breaks we've ever seen.
Not being the second, the one that you missed. Through Thursday, but you through been our buying, but with Thursday is different. Now the Gemara goes into
Just,
Thursday.
I'm so good. I'm so accurate.
It was one Meshugana, a Russia. He does something against that. He doesn't bring a carbon in the morning. So that's why Faisal has to suffer and he's not going to be a carbon coming that day.
That was a mistake.
Now,
One of the greatest mistakes to happen in world history.
So he is not going to bring the carbon in the afternoon, but others will. But let's say who? Look at the lashon. I'm a rabbi. Like people hain. What does hain mean?
Yeah, because you need that queen.
The same mishmar.
You need that
The
queen.
entire mishmar is punished.
You need that queen, son.
The whole class gets punished if one kid
You
does
need
something
that
wrong.
queen, son.
But not okay on it. You go to the next
You
mishmar
need that
and they
queen,
can bring
son.
the carbon that was missed. Something more like through Thursday, but if you didn't bring the Thursday in the morning, bring it in the afternoon.
Go.
Thursday is not shkits. One of the pshat of Rashi is brings the Gemara in Yuma. Gemara in Yuma says an amazing thing that a kohen never brought Thursday twice in his lifetime. A kohen can only bring it once in his entire life. So it's very, very not common. He's not going to mess it up. Well, and also, this is what everybody knows. And it makes you wealthy.
No.
So people like it. Oh, money.
No way.
So
No way.
And when people when people there's no concern that people are going to be Pesheya, there's no reason to make it knas.
Devastating. Devastating.
They both portions of thirst and put it on his back azov and that. Let me show you this.
Yeah, I know.
It says in the passage that everybody knows Psukim. It's a bracha. You see Mukhtar Ba'apecha, it's Taurus Ba'apecha, you know. Baruch Hashem Chayloim. Right afterwards, next passage, Hashem will give you a bracha. Baruch Hashem Chayloim Tzikreim Ben Arbaim Shem Yichantam is Lidbach Hazor and Yaz Hashem Shel Arbaim. There's a video over here, but you guys when
Where's the invite? I'm waiting.
That the inauguration of the Mizbech Hazov happened.
I'm still waiting.
In the morning. No, it's actually
I guess you're not sending it. I mean, why don't I have one?
In the evening.
Okay, so do I have to let you go first?
Hold on. I
Yeah,
need to show
thank you.
Very, very important. Understand
Dog, it's over.
It's such a disadvantage to the second.
Are you fucking serious?
oh, here it
It's
is.
crazy
It says
disadvantage.
like this. Speak all about first time.
You changed it. There's no red one.
Oh,
I wasn't paying attention. You changed it. That doesn't count.
That happened in the morning.
No, I just never. I never played wet.
Why are you cleaning up the morning?
Dude, that's not cool. I get my thing. Yeah, I didn't even.
Okay, so once I get that piece number one is to know that the lighting of the lunar is because you clean it in the morning. Then we go to the next passage. Says,
Dog, and you didn't even have a carol. There's no queen.
In other words, like two pieces here. I'm not exactly sure why
Loser
pieces.
douches.
It says that the Kairos happened when you light the menorah, and we figured out that we light the menorah in the evening because
That's a
we
miss.
clean it out in the morning. So maybe I wasn't sure that it was the lighter.
It hit him. Hit him.
Because you have to clean it out in the
Oh,
morning.
that was nice.
Good.
That was nice.
This person says you have to be ready to do the cleaning.
Your positioning is
Amazing. So That's
Do you know about the British Columbia air disaster? Flight 19?
And what about the man with the argument since the inauguration?
It's the largest unsolved murder, unsolved mass murder in Canadian history.
Was it a plane
The
crash?
Gemara
Yeah.
says, the Gemara goes into the whole thing.
How is that a murder? Isn't a murder an action?
It was a bomb.
Let's start to solve about it.
That happened.
They don't know who did it.
So
It was one of the people on the plane, probably.
How do you inaugurate the Shulchan?
It's Canadian Pacific Flight 21. Sickest shot.
No, not today. Hello. So where's the back?
Canadian Pacific Flight 92. Flight 21.
How else can you be Mechana the Shulchan?
That's
How do
a
you be
miss.
Mechana the Shulchan?
Because it's the largest unsolved mass murder in Canadian history.
In other words, mashma
Get my ball.
that the chinuch of the it became Kodesh on Shabbos.
You have such easy shots.
It seems like
I don't think so.
that you could be mekadosh the bread
Those
on
do
the
have
weekday.
the
That you could put the bread in the sugar on the weekday. Otherwise, why in the world is the Mishnah saying that the chinuch happens on Shabbos? It's the only day of the week that you put the bread onto the shulchan on Shabbos. So that's the only day that became a chinuch with the bread. If I knew that the only day you could light a menorah is on Hanukkah, so I don't need the Mishnah to tell me that the only time to be menorah is on Hanukkah. I know the only time, obviously you can't light the menorah on Purim.
Okay.
But the only time to put the bread into the shulchan is on a Shabbos. So the only time you give a chinuch is on Shabbos. The only time you can be mekadosh is on Shabbos.
Oh, damn.
That's exactly what we want to do. The chinuch, it is the shulchan b'Shabbos. That the way it became mechunach is through the bread and the lechem upon it.
It's over.
It goes down in it.
It's over.
That's what I want to tell you. You cannot put the lechem upon it. I don't like calling it.
There wasn't a
The
queen
lechem upon it. You can't put in. You give the lechem of bread. It doesn't sound.
I'm waiting on your invitation. Waiting on your invitation. Are you gonna send it? Are you gonna send it? Yeah, but it doesn't count when you change the rules. I want just normal mode.
That's what we also learned.
This is not normal.
Only in the evening. So what else could it be? The Gemara is telling us what is a menorah of Shivan or Seven or Bayim that it goes hand in hand. When you put the bread in, then it becomes kadosh.
Why did you choose this?
The menorah is
I didn't know that was the thing.
so there's also Yachid on his back of Yitzhak. Gemara says it's an interesting line.
What was Are you fucking serious?
In history, where the thirst was brought not on the Mizbech Hazah, we would always bring it, rather on the Mizbech, they bring the Oyla and the Shlamim and all the other Kurbanos. One time, somebody brought thirst on that Mizbech.
Bunch of shit everywhere.
It was a very special thing. It was a Rasha.
Terrible. No.
What was it? Faithful. Up in Minnesota. So
Give me this shit.
One time in history, an individual brought tires on his back, which means going to see each one individually brought the tires as a gift of his brother on his back. So on his back.
This game is awful.
It's like a one-time thing that he brought it, which is actually strange. He brought it on the giant. That was an exception to the rule that they brought it on the outside of his back, but the inside of his back, maybe Yachid could be. And then you can make another deal. Perhaps the receiver could bring bring Torahs as a communal gift that goes Baruch Hu on the Mizbeach HaChitzah. But that can't be. So the Gemara just brings a price that's also for Yaakov and the Tzibur.
This is awful. This is just
At the end
terrible.
of the day, we have a deal from here that we put.
Just go. Just go.
On the outside, mashma, the inside one. It says you can't. I would think that a Yaakov.
Alright.
I'm going to say the process that we make sure you're going to bring the gift. You have to keep it.
You think so?
Do
you really think it's over?
Maybe. Individual can bring a private
There's no
maybe
fair.
anywhere else in the Torah that a Yaakov could do that. Maybe a whole community.
If you get that white one in, it's over.
Because you see that Tzibur does bring every
That's a
single day.
mess.
Not really Sa'alu. It's not a rabbi. The community cannot bring place.
Why don't you send the normal version? The one that everyone likes. What do you think? What do you think?
Exactly the way I told commanded. Don't do anything extra. The only do I command you to do them is to bring twice a day. Don't bring any more, even if you're the community. So we had a deal that Yaakov could bring in the inner Mizbeach and he could bring in the outer Mizbeach. What do we do? Even though we just learned it.
What was that?
Of course, the community cannot bring extra clothes. We never found anywhere that an individual could bring clothes like a client does on a daily basis. Perhaps you want to mimic what the Nassim did. The Nassim brought Torahs on the outer Mizbeach, so you
Are you gonna go?
2026, you're going to decide, oh, I'm like another
What a shot.
Torahs on the outer Mizbeach. That we say, no, Rothschild is impossible.
The queen doesn't even matter.
No, she doesn't. But she always
There's
does.
a rule that the Kohen Gadol brings a mincha every single day, half in the morning, half in the evening. He brings an isar of flour from home, and he divides it every
This would
single
be the
day.
greatest
Twice
shot
a
in the
day,
game.
one in the morning. But it has to be lo yoyim b'am chatzayim. You cannot go home and bring half. You have to bring the whole shear of an isar and divide it. So let me ask you a question. Let's say we know that 300 Kohanim died.
You're about to get it right here.
400 years.
I gotta get
Something
this.
easy to die. In other words, it's very possible.
I had to get that picture. You know how difficult.
And then he died. So the Kohen Gadol takes over that day. What is he supposed to do? How many?
Not nuclear at all. You got to hurt
halves. 2 halves. 0. What does he bring? Because we just said that the Kohen Gadol cannot bring a half a shear from
Are
home.
you gonna
He'll
go?
bring the whole shear. They'll have to really give it. So now what does he do? So that's what the Mishnah is going to discuss. But this is a solid
Yeah,
rule.
because I
We're not
cleared
going to break this
everything.
rule. The rule is you cannot bring halves from home. Bring the whole.
That's a miss.
It's heavy. Weighs 5 pounds. You have to carry 5 pounds for 2 miles. It's very heavy. It's a lot easier to carry 2.5 pounds.
Miss.
And go back home. Come back again. No.
Big miss. Oh, really big miss.
Maybe you start in chunks of it.
Hit my
Bring it
ball.
full of milk. You have to bring a full of milk, and you chop it in half in the morning, half in the evening.
That's a
He
miss.
makes 6.
No.
Devastating.
He throws the bread.
Yeah, but these are hard shots.
If he's a coin that brought it half in the morning, then he dies. He didn't burn out for that. They pointed a second coin Gadol instead of him.
Miss.
You cannot bring a half of the Isar from your house and the half of the Isar of the first one. But maybe Isar and Shang of it. He has to bring a whole Isar.
Devastating miss.
And he Then it's divides it. Makir mechza, mechza over. He only puts half of it on the mizbech, and the other half goes five. You have to burn it.
I can already tell that.
The first half of the kohen gadol is nifter has to be burned. The second half of the new kohen gadol has to be burned. So 2 halves are brought, 2 halves are burned. Either have a mincha machzis. Easy Gemara now, so we have to move. It's almost repetitive. Either have a mincha machzis. Easy other maybe machzis. Sorry, basically shower. So people would said the word mincha machzis, mincha half. So bring half from home.
What are you gonna do? This is a tough shot. This is one of the toughest shots in global history. Send it. Send it back. Send it back. Yeah, just play the normal version. There you go. There you go. Milk the break. You got yours in. That's bullshit. This is bullshit. This game is... It's rigged. I don't know how else to say it. It's rigged. This game is rigged. Alright,
The second half that he went home and brought the whole amount.
just, how about you just hit the button?
Maybe you should use.
I don't have any good shots.
Okay, so I made this on show. We can tell you, he divides it, and he
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen.
As we saw in the video, you take both halves and you put them in the fire. I understand that the first one he brought 2 halves. One he
Are you gonna go?
The second was about to put on his back, then he died. So since this was put in his back, so now it became possible because he's dead. So now it's possible.
I'm gonna take it down, dog.
So I understand why something that's possible you have to burn.
That's a miss. You had to move it. I get it.
Actually,
Everybody knew it was a miss.
maybe not. Maybe the first one was asking no. The first one is not possible. It's possible. It was going to go to his bed. It's not possible. The second one, the second fight, when he brings a whole amount, and he knows to begin with that half is not going to be good, that's possible. Yeah, it's possible right now. So if it's possible right now, why do you have to leave it overnight? Leave with us. Leave with us.
You're done now. You're done now. It's over for Riser. Riser's done. Riser got zooted. That was almost amazing.
You made a certain carbon pencil. You have to wait overnight. Put on his bed. So you see the game also.
Fuck
You have to
this
wait overnight.
game.
So
Fuck this game.
what I said?
You can't get that queen. You can't get that queen.
Dog,
Dog, you can't get that queen. Dog, you can't get that queen. I said you can't get that queen. You can't get that queen. I said now you can't get that
even though I
queen.
said it, I don't know. Wow. Somebody made Pigo. Pigo is a terrible soul. You could die from it. You need it to game. So you think it's possible. It's possible. No, you can't burn it right now. On the basis of you have to wait overnight and burn it. So vanilla, the same thing with flour. It might be possible. You have to wait overnight. Flour is certainly not as possible as Pigo. Pigo is much more common. Okay. Rashi Amakim Rabbanon. You can say it goes according to Rabbanon the Pigo. You don't have to wait overnight. You burn it immediately.
Now you're in trouble.
Given the Bihidna, the Balgino, when the coin, the second coin level divides his flour in half.
And you just help
one on the right, one on the left. That's the chazuk. So in Mela, since they're both available,
I accept that.
they don't have a soul. All doesn't have a soul. So in order to burn it, you have to wait overnight
It's a
and then get a
difficult shot.
hitma.
And he blew it with the game on the line and the queen in the pocket.
In other words, let me explain the question. What I'm saying is that in the puzzle, there seems to be a contradiction. The person says, Al-Machas means, Rebecca's to be, means,
5 in a row.
Chalita, put in water. Then it says,
Maybe
Kfine. Kfine means, we're going to see that it's somewhat in oil. Here, let me just show you.
Are you gonna go? You have an invitation.
The one on top left corner, which is in the oven.
Oh, then you should just give me the game.
That's
I'm
the
waiting.
very
Go. How about you just go?
So how do we get around all these things? So Mela, we know they have to do all these processes.
Oh, look at you. You're just taking forever. Maybe the longest break in the history of people.
Making sure none of them are into playing without
Actually, have a
having
three-way focus.
It is.
Why the fuck are you on? What the fuck do you
Either
do?
bake it and then oil.
I'm always
So
right,
you
baby.
bake it, or you deep fry it and then bake it. And what's the third option? Bake, fry, and bake.
You have to cheat and
I see
steal
you also do
my
it. Bake, fry, bake. Hitma. I think they're going to go to Kate and Lois Mosen. He says, Rabbi Yochanan, first you bake, then you fry. Deep fry, then bake.
You should hit it in summertime.
Or
It's legit an advantage to go
says that
There's just more room on the road.
then you deep fry.
Well,
Look at the word. Kafine is a super interesting word. In other words, if you were to deep fry first, you'd get a very dark color, not a nice color. So what do you do?
that's
First, you bake
not a
it.
good trade. I don't know if that's a good strategy.
It's like us, like a donut. Taking a donut, putting it to the. First, you have to bake it a little bit. Then you throw it into a bunch of oil. I don't know if you do it like that. It sounds good. They don't do it like that. Some places do. Ravasi Omar, can I say the demon style, bro? Ravasi, no, first you deep fry.
No.
Once when you bake it, it should already be slightly. How do you call it? It's like you finish. No, it's to finish off. Like sometimes they sell you stuff that's like half done and you throw it in. Here, it should be deep fried, sort of, and then you throw it into the oven. You bake it.
Thank you.
Says Gemara, get that now. It's not nice, now.
How would you also
You should first deep fry it a little bit.
Five.
Bake it. It should be rear. Not rear.
It's rigged.
Rabbi Yochanan defended no. You should make it nice, not rear, left and rear.
I mean, I've given you the black
No, it's rigged.
So how do you make it nice?
It's
First
rigged.
you bake it, then you deep fry it.
It's rigged.
And finally, the third shida, we didn't see as the base. You should bake it twice.
You take so long.
This lane, no. Like this, you first, you bake it. So when you bake it first, you're gonna have no. It's gonna be nice when you put it into the deep fry. It's also gonna be. Oh, where you go?
Oh, get there.
You're also you stop here. And also, it's going to be.
That's all right. You'll never get that black one.
Before you put it into the oven for the second time.
You'll never get that black one. Not in a million years. You're not getting there. I've got my guy's position perfectly. You're done. It's over. Look at you.
Or baking it. Everything else is here's the next So that's the sugya we're going to go do a little bit today.
Maybe you'll get lucky.
It's no Shabbos. You can do this on Shabbos. You can bake it on Shabbos. You know what I mean? I don't know that you can push it off. Shabbos is pushed off. You don't have to bake it on Friday.
Devastating.
That's be a nice bread. You have a little bit more. You're not sure. There's a big no-no here in Israel. You can never have
Devastating.
always the fresh bread.
Shot in the dark.
Why? Because if you bake it
Shot
a
in
day
the dark.
earlier, you're not sure it could blow up.
Short, short,
Short.
short.
Maybe the comes to be Irish dog, put it in the refrigerator. I guess they have
Devastating.
put it in some vegetables. I don't know what. Chumash. It almost seems like the pickle it in pickled bread. Preserve. Oh, preserve is the right word. Preserve it in the vegetables. The baby
Not really. I've got you right where I want you.
It says, you shall do it. How? Even on Shabbos.
No, this is exactly what I want.
Have a wonderful day and a meaningful fast.
Because you can't get you can't get that one in. You can't nuke your way into getting that one. No way. No. Yeah, I let you win. Shut the fuck up. I let you win everything. I let you win everything. And I'm just a kind individual. Get out of here with that. It was a warm-up session. Dog, it was a warm-up session. All of them, all those games, they were all warm-ups. No, it's a warm-up session. All of those were warm-ups. It's over.
They shafted the sheep. And we said that when you chef the sheep, there's a zika. There's the.
All right, what are we watching? What are we watching tomorrow?
Handcuffs, azikim, between the sheep and the bread. So listen to this. This is beautiful. Let's think about it for a second. The sheep were shafted.
Do you want me to tell you what?
The bread and the bread got
Cocaine
lost.
Cowboys Part 1 and 2.
If you do regular zrika on these sheep, what happens? You'd have to throw them out.
Maybe part 1.
There's a way to save them. The way to save them is to do something that's awesome. That is to make that these sheep are not for shvuas, they're for a regular.
Do you feel like you're being a huge bee?
You do shlo lishma. You switch to the shma in your head. And now you make it shlamim. Shlamim is okay. You cannot do zrika as if they're
What's it feel like to lose at mini golf?
And there's a zika to the bread. When we learn bread, what happens? Is it's made for you.
I did lose one normal game.
What are you doing?
I fucked up.
Exactly.
Let's go through what was going through your mind. I know exactly the shot. You left it short. You were trying to put mine in the black. And instead of following through, you left it short. What was on your mind there?
In order to save these sheep. Can I do with Shlomo Shmuel? He says, "Ish Chadav Shel Pasha Shmuel, Pasha Shlomo Shmuel." Something doesn't make sense. If I do it like I'm supposed to do it, very good. If I do it like I'm not supposed to do it, then all of a sudden it becomes good.
And then from there, do you recall my shot that was a perfect angle around the black stuff, and then went in, and then you still had a shot to win, but you blew it? Do you remember that? I can tell you what happened. If you don't remember, if you just
Overflooded parent domination, body domination.
I'm the wrong one.
I can't hear you over my championships in bowling. Don't forget, you did well at pool as well.
If you try to shift it as a perfect pace up before the right time, it's no good.
But Doug, but you used cheat codes. Do you think you could have done as well if you didn't use cheat codes?
Try to shift it before the time you got to shift.
You and I both know you use cheat codes in everything.
It doesn't get any better. But if you switch the designation, you say it's just
that sounds like you find that I can be an excuse for someone to lose 6 games in a row, right?
No, but is there something?
Yeah, but I've got to be honest with you. Some of those games I didn't know what the rules were because you kept changing.
This is pushed off. We shafted it as a tseres, as a shmuz cardiff, and it's pushed off to that because you can't do it anymore because you don't have the bread.
Okay.
And you continue doing what you're supposed to do, it's bad because if you do something wrong, the people that we don't find.
When are we watching Michael?
You don't really want to. So now what happened? It became pushed off.
Girls Gone Wild.
And I want to switch it. I want to switch it after Pesach. I'm kind of. I want to make it into a fucking and that's okay.
Doug, it's a set of like pornos from the early 2000s.
A lot of words here, but we're getting to something very simple.
What about Gearheads Gone Wild?
Used to be okay. And you shafted it for the right purpose.
No, Gearheads Gone Wild. Do you want to watch Gearheads Gone Wild tomorrow? It's on Tubi.
And then it got pushed off. Why did it push off?
That's Brendan Schaub's television show.
Just added that there was a shkita here. And the shkita was done properly. And after the shkita was pushed off. That we don't find anywhere.
Brendan Schaub.
And if you do it the right way, but if you do it the wrong way, it is good to be very similar case. That one of the breads after the
No, he doesn't have a ranch. He has a really nice like McMansion. I can tell you that it's on the market for $2,850,000. I can tell you everything about his life, everything.
So you checked it properly. It got pushed off after the shkita. Something bad happened. Now we tell you.
Ask me a question about Brendan Schaub. Oh fuck yeah! It's got 40 pictures. I've seen a tour of it. I've seen a drone version of it. I've seen a version with the real estate agent giving it. Next question. I can tell you. Oh, it just go to it's like the third post down on The Fighter and the Kid. It's really nice. It's white. It's got a red door. It's 7 baths, 5 bedrooms. I mean, can I tell you that I can tell you a lot about it? It's got a pool. That's correct. No, in fact, he pees in sinks. No, it's for entertainment. So each bedroom has a bathroom, and then you have like 2 for entertaining. No, you have like 2 not connected to the bedrooms, and then each bedroom has a bathroom.
You know what that is? Basically,
does every bedroom need a bathroom?
So you redeem it.
It doesn't have to, but in like big houses, many times that's how it works.
So now what do you remain with? You had 2 that had 2
How many square feet?
5,630.
Is what we do. I'm really about to make it a pizza.
It is 2 stories.
This doesn't look like a
No.
What creates the douche around the bread? The shkita, the partner way. Where in the world are you going to look like on the outside?
The outside is like whitish gray. It has a red door. It has like brownish black like accents. It's located not on Lake Travis, but like maybe 400 feet away from Lake Travis. It is in a subdivision of, I believe, 11 of the houses have lake access and 2 of them do not, and his is one that does not. It has a pool, a backyard barbecue. It's got vaulted ceilings. It's got a entertainer's kitchen that his wife
a little bit of a problem though, because
like
somebody has to eat bread.
renovated.
Eating food like
They also had a bar that they took out and put in. They just left it blank. They put about $200,000 into the house, and it's got like a patio, and the walk to the front door is like little concrete pads. If you go to the Fighter and the Kid, you can see it. There's a picture of it. It's really nice. Well, he can't afford exactly. He can't afford the property tax. I can tell you it's monthly mortgage. No, that's what I said. That the property taxes are very high in Texas. They have no income, state income tax. Oh, I know what I'm going to tell you. Guess what the mortgage is per month on a $2,850,000 house?
That's what you should do with the money. 40 hours, just take 40 hours.
He put $800,000 down. I think that I know all this information.
That's not a problem. We explain over there. And how long is the mortgage? 40 years. So 40 out of 80 become published. So now we're facing also
no, it's $2,850,000.
So it's interesting. 2 million, 30 years. Yes, no. Also, 5 grand. Like 5 different names. Shani, Babli.
Yeah, I mean, according to Zillow, it's a $20,000 a month mortgage.
I guess in Hebrew it's called one thing.
That's
in English,
whatever.
Doug,
look it up on the fucking. Yeah, you don't know how it works. Like you do, big dog. You gotta pay interest.
You start over, whereas with the bread,
with the interest is like $5 million.
Yeah, on a house. Yeah, like that. Oh, you don't know how a mortgage works, dog. Absolutely.
I thought it was like 7%
It's APR. So it is accrued per ratio, which is like daily. There's daily interest accrued on it.
It's like 7%.
Probably 6%.
You don't say that. If something's a then they'll all get lost.
What are you getting charged 6% daily?
The interest on the house.
This is a beautiful.
Here, look, let me just give you a mortgage calculator. Mortgage calculator.
What's in right now? What does he want us to do?
We'll use round numbers. All right, so $1 million. Let's just say.
Can you take out a loan in a basket? And then the loan is like fucking like it's 3% interest rate. And the bank and the mortgage is like a loan basically.
Okay, so I'm not listening to you right now. We're just gonna say $1 million. No, usually I am listening to you. Usually, what really wealthy people do is they will take out the mortgage, knowing that it's like 6% interest, but they know that they can make more on their investments on 6%. Okay, so then let's say $0 down payment, and the loan's $1 million. Let's say the interest rate is 5%.
I'm not going to burn it right now because that's the assault anyway. In order to burn something, I think
because you have home insurance, you have property tax,
and then you can burn it.
Okay, so for $1 million,
why should you do it to us? They should say, put it on the Mizbeach, and say that the Chattas is what? If it's one item,
The payment
so then somebody else will we don't say the two different things. But if it's one thing, we do say it.
like two. So if you take out $1 million over 30 years, you have to pay back 2,120,000.
Sheep of Shavuos. You didn't have the right attempt because that's not true. I thought that the sheep
Yeah.
is
So like think whatever these people are taking out, they're gonna be paying back like twice, more than twice.
You do achana as you go, you get rid of the mikveh first, the garden, the whole thing, and then it's a half hour late. No,
Well,
half hour late, you're done.
at the end of the day,
I guess not, since you're getting the money up front.
After this month, finished.
yeah.
What do you do?
Is it a ripoff? The idea is this: you quote unquote own it, but property taxes mean you never really own anything.
And then you can eat the place of Shabbos leaves. Why can't you do Zrika on Shabbos? What's the problem?
It's not necessarily true.
In the United States, it is.
Where's the issue? Who's Zrika Shabbos?
I mean,
Tikkun Moed. That's what
you
they say.
own it, it just costs money to maintain.
Fixing something in Shabbos.
Yeah, but the idea is this: you could be a little old lady and you've paid off your house, but if you don't have enough money coming in, like if you're just on Social Security, then you will end up not being able to pay the property taxes, and then they'll take your house out.
She'll be over a Tikkun Moed, whatever the issue is. And
so like back in the day when property taxes weren't high, you could like buy your house and then like be fine. Property taxes were like $60 a year or something, but now they're like thousands of dollars a year, and a lot of people can't pay that.
When there's two different things, you can't say, oh, on item A, so that we can now.
Yeah. And I believe, and I agree with the statement, inflation is a hidden tax, and I agree with the statement, debt is slavery.
If I have a bottle of regular cooler wine, they give me any, that one, Castell, right?
Suppose the government gets money to pay for services.
Sharon's touches.
Tariffs?
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
But tariffs,
you say yes.
ultimately just get passed on to the consumer.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine though. That's no. That's only for international purchases. If you buy purchases domestically, there's no tariff.
You're allowed to use this. Now, what if this was Truma? If this was true, this is easier.
True.
So the way that it should work is, if you want to have a BMW in the United States, that's cool. You've got to pay a tariff on it. If you want to buy a Ford or a General Motors or a Chrysler, then there's no tariff on it. Or a Tesla, no tariff. You want to buy a Honda, there's a tariff.
Is there actually enough tariff money for the entire government?
Absolutely. For the majority of this nation's history, that's how we supported ourselves. The majority, we didn't have an income tax until 1913. So all the money between the founding of the country in 1913 was all paid for through tariffs.
Place where they would crush the grapes and then it would go down. I showed the whole thing. Just
exactly.
This is geschmack over there, yeah? You have a barrel of truma on the top, and the bottom is full of
okay, so now,
what do they do with the tariff?
well, it was found to be unconstitutional because it was just passed by the president, which is stupid that he tried to do it that way. He should have tried to go through Congress because that's the correct way to do it. And now it just all went back to the companies and nothing back to the people. So basically, the people paid like extra high and then didn't get their income taxes removed. Like Trump said, I'm going to replace your income taxes with tariffs, and he never did. What else is there? Here's my question for you, though. Ask me a question about Brendan Shaw.
And it's from a tomato. So a Kohen can't drink it. Israel certainly can't drink because it's tough. Because Truma.
What is
So now you have
$200,000
$200,000 lost. The
movies or TV shows?
Everything drips into the bottom.
His favorite,
So now what do you do? You have to get on here.
it changes. He loves Terminator, and his favorite TV show is Stranger Things. Next question.
Oh gosh, have you Stranger Things?
He's obsessed with
That's like a kid show.
Dude, he loves that kind of
It's
shit.
like a kid show.
He loves that kind of shit. I want you to be able to stump me on something that I don't know the answer to.
Where was Rothschild's parents born?
His mom's from England,
Option
and
number
his
2
dad's
is
from the
take a
United
plastic
States.
bag.
Damn. When is Rothschild's birthday?
June 19th, 1980.
Yeah, that was the hard thing. Maybe you should save as much as you can. 1 cup worth. That's your chiyuv. You have
Where was the last vacation Rothschild?
Well, it depends how you want to define it. He just got back from the Dominican Republic with his wife, but he was there doing he was doing commentary. So they took, I think, well, they had planned on taking 5 days there, but he came back early because they didn't have Diet Coke on the island of Hispaniola. So he's like obsessed with Diet Coke. He didn't know though that Diet Coke just has a different name in Dominican Republic, and it's just known as like Coke Light or something. So he actually left early. Okay, so then prior to that, well, this weekend he's in Miami. If you want to consider that a vacation, but probably not because he's doing the fights. If you want to count like,
He's commentating.
yeah, he commentates on like bare knuckle fights. No, like bare knuckle fights, which is like dangerous. If you really want to count his last vacation, it was probably arguably at in San Antonio. It was New Orleans. He and his wife went around October 31st to they went to New Orleans to like a haunted. They went on like a haunted. Like he likes scary shit, and so they went on like a haunted hotel. And then if you want to include, he went to San Antonio, which is like an hour away from Austin with his sons to play football. But that doesn't really count. So the last vacation he went on was to New Orleans in October of 2025. Next question.
How do you define vacation?
No kids. His in-laws who live with him, they watched their 3 children, and he went with his wife, and there was no work involved.
Whether you catch it in the kli, it becomes tolerable.
Why is your definition of vacation
Well, that's a good question. Because it was like a couple of vacation. I mean, what is my?
No, I'm not talking about his last vacation.
Yeah, an extended stay for multiple days away from your home. That's pretty general. I guess you could say 1 day.
No, that cannot be a vacation.
Oh, for sure, dog. People go.
No, just traveling somewhere for a few days.
Many times, I'm not saying it has to be, but basically traveling somewhere away from your home with the purpose of relaxation or doing something is generally considered a vacation. Like people take weekend vacations.
So if you have a shloid shma situation, it's gonna be like
they'll go to like Las Vegas. People consider that to be a weekend.
It's like every other car when they do shloid shma.
Usually they call them getaways. There's no like set discussion. Like it doesn't have to be a tropical place. It doesn't have to be like a resort. Like you could take a vacation.
Can you take a vacation in your own town?
Absolutely. That's known as a staycation. That's known as a staycation.
I'm comparing shlomim to shlomim. I'm going to compare the
So is it
the
just
one
like
that
taking
was
one day off
to
and
the
you're
double.
on
And the name on chairs, funny chairs, it makes a lot of sense that you do it twice.
I mean, some people consider being on vacation just not having to go to work and they stay home all the time and they say, I was on vacation all week.
Yeah, before kosher, but like all about them,
right.
it's like every other carbon that you don't do.
That's
So just any kind of not period of working
Yeah, bring another one.
or not.
Yeah.
But Lila, you only eat it one
So
day.
by that
They
definition,
do,
you've been on vacation for
you
like
don't bring. It's like a regular stone. You treat it like a regular stone.
No, I've worked a lot.
But in terms of you did a slow.
I mean, the first year I worked,
you don't bring
and then I do projects every once in a while.
well, technically the stream is working clean where it's up, so you never have
There's that argument.
But instead of bringing a 1-year-old, you brought a 2-year-old. Let's say.
Okay, so
Yeah.
ask me a question about Brendan Shaw. Try to stop me.
2-year-old and you brought a 1-year-old, baby,
It's his dog's name.
His dog's name is
Right.
Donnie.
Right.
No, his dog's name is Donnie. It's named after Don Trump. It is a Labradoodle, or no, a Golden Doodle. So it's part Golden Retriever,
Right.
part
So it's a kosher enough. Where you say kosher,
and it's really cute.
Good and swabs.
Wait, his previous dog was named Tank. Tank was a show dog. Everybody knows that. You can ask the whole subreddit about Tank. Tank was a little out of basically Brendan Schaub and his wife are like terrible people. They adopted Tank and they recognized that he wasn't a good fit for their family and then gave him away to somebody. Go ahead, next question.
That doesn't make terrible person.
No, it does because
Yeah, it's hard to give away a dog.
it does because they did it like not in a good way. They basically just adopted the dog so they could take pictures with it and then gave it.
Okay, well that's pretty stupid.
Yeah.
Does it bring a asham?
It's also, you can say that fostering dogs is almost
Not at the end
like
of
that.
the
That's true, but they bought like a designer dog. They bought like a designer dog. In fact, they said it was a show dog. And then they got bored of it and gave it away. I mean, at least they didn't hurt the dog. I can tell you that all about Brendan Child's pets. So he got really into fish. He bought 3 fish tanks, like professional saltwater fish tanks. But then when he found out how expensive it was going to be, when he was living in LA to move the fish tanks to Austin, he just got rid of the fish. He gave them to a buddy who put them in like a backyard, like aquatic set. And maybe they weren't all, I think, maybe they weren't all saltwater, maybe some of them maybe. But basically the idea is this guy has a attention span of a fish. Like once he gets bored, he'll just move on to the next thing. Alright, next question.
Okay, here's a really good question, but just give me one moment because I'm building right now.
So big man not be asham. So at least now why did they learn one asham from another asham?
But I'll ask a culinary question is, what's his highest education?
He was a double major at the University of Colorado at Boulder. Though we haven't confirmed that he actually graduated, allegedly he did get his degree.
That's okay.
So the answer is a bachelor
Something that
in
wasn't done properly.
business
Both of them were not done
administration.
properly. This Asham knows that it's a 2-year-old.
The answer to your question is bachelor in business administration.
And now from something that's that
Ask me another question about it.
Asham Zelos, which is supposed to be 2 years old. But
I heard that he cut off when he said, but we don't really know that he graduated.
Right, there are rumors that he just dropped out at the end.
There's somebody in the time of a bummer
Interesting.
when you had
How did he initially meet Joe Rogan?
yet.
This is
I
a
could
great
do it.
question.
Now,
You're gonna start
sometimes
fighting,
a lot of go look at
probably.
You
Yeah,
see the
so,
concept I'm learning from some of
um,
the tennis, not it's
yeah,
very
so,
rarely happen.
his birthday is
These
March
are
18th,
we're not trying to get some
1983. I got the year
that's
right.
what I'm doing. But I
Okay,
did anyway.
something.
That's a no.
Anyway,
That's a bad thing. And where am I
he
learning that's
met
okay?
Joe Rogan.
That's 100%
So Joe Rogan, I believe, called his fights in the UFC, but they weren't close. And then he met Brendan Schaub met Brian Callen, and Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub like became friends, and they were hanging out with Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan said, "That guy's really funny," about Brendan Schaub, and then that's how Brendan Schaub kind of like got the blessing of the Joe Rogan spirit. And then I just heard the story today. Brian Callen called up Brendan Schaub and was like, "Hey, do you want, like, you're really funny. You want to do a podcast where you commentate on like fights?" And Brendan Schaub's like, "No, I don't want to do that. Like, that's not who I am. I would do it though if I could talk about fashion, sports, and life." And then Brian Callen was like, "Okay." So they started The Fighter and the Kid in 2012 on Fox Sports, and it was super popular. They had people on like Conor McGregor and 50 Cent, and they just were on top of the world. They just felt like their shit didn't stink. And then from there, Fox Sports wanted to basically get like 50% of all the money that was coming in for like advertisements and stuff, and they weren't cool with that. So they're like, "We're just gonna do it on our own." So they went on YouTube like Joe Rogan, and then they got a ton of money from advertisers, and then slowly but surely their viewership went down, and then in 2020 something like that, Brian Callen got accused by the Los Angeles Times by 3 women of rape, and then he had to stop doing the show for like 6 months or something like that. While the other,
He actually got charged, like guilty.
no, it's because it happened too long ago. Yeah. But he did.
I thought there's a statute of limitations on rape.
Yeah. But and there just wasn't enough evidence for it. But he did get outed, and his wife divorced him because apparently in like Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania or something, he was having an affair with somebody working at an American Apparel store, and you should just hear how this guy talks. He's just a creepy dude. And I watched him on Kill Tony yesterday, and they have like a girl on Kill Tony, and he's like, "You're so sexy. Like, you should like really play that up. Like, you're just beautiful, and I could see myself with you." And it's like, dude, you're married. And also, this girl, yeah, he's been on like 4 or 5 times. Brendan Schaub's been on it as well. Yeah.
Is this an old one?
Yeah. Yeah. No. They haven't been on Kill Tony since they moved to Austin. They were on like early Kill Tonys, and Tony Hinchcliffe won't let them on anymore. One is because Callen is a rapist, and 2 is because Brendan Schaub is a funny. And no one in the comedy world wants to be around Brendan Schaub from a comedy perspective because he has the lowest rated stand-up specials in just anything in the history of IMDb. He has a 100. Oh yeah, we have to watch. They're atrocious. One is called You'd Be Surprised. The reason why it's called that is because there's an episode of The Fighter and the Kid that's filmed at Joe Rogan's studio. Joe Rogan's on it, and Joe Rogan says to Brendan Schaub, "How do you like you're past your prime age? How do you think you end up doing against like this one guy?" And Brendan Schaub goes, I think I think people would be surprised. And then Joe Rogan says, I think you'd be surprised. He'd whoop your ass or something like that. And so basically, Brendan Schaub took that as motivation that you'd be surprised and named his Showtime special, You'd Be Surprised. And everybody in comedy hated Brendan Schaub because he's like not funny, and he got a special on Showtime after only doing comedy for like 3 years, which is like unheard of. And then his second special that he did is called Gringo Poppy, and it's just pretty racist. And I've watched it like 24 hours in a row one time. Not because I wanted to watch it 24 hours in a row, but there are haters on the internet who threw a party and watched it for 24 hours in a row, and then called up all of Brendan Schaub's haters and had them on the stand up. There's like huge community. It's 250,000 people. It's ridiculous, and it's at the end. Like, I want the best for the guy, I really do, but he just keeps fucking himself in the ass, and it's hilarious along the way. Okay, ask me another question about Brendan Schaub. Ask me a couple questions about Brendan Schaub or his family. I know like everything about it.
So how did he two-parter? So how does he react to his stand-up special sucking?
Yeah, so what he did, yeah, so he's always in denial, and he felt that his haters got a hold of his special and made it 1 star. So what he did was he went to a bunch of his sponsors and was like, hey, you know, these guys are like downvoting my special. Is there any way that we could run a special, like if you buy the CBD that I helped to sponsor, and then can you give a 5-star rating on IMDb and on Showtime? We'll give you like 50% off. And they're like, say less. And they do it, and then they got in trouble. And Showtime called him and was like, you're not allowed to do that. And so did IMDb.
Isn't it kind of like he's in the right if people are really down shit though?
I mean, everybody downvotes everybody shit just to be a dick.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they do. If you're funny, people will upload it, and you'll still get a contingent of people who will download your shit just because they don't like it. All right, ask me another question about Brendan Schaub. Ask me anything you want about Brendan Schaub. I can tell you how many.
Is he friends with the rapist guy?
That's a good question.
What do you think of the rapist?
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, keep in mind he's not just friends with the rapist, but he's friends with. He does a podcast with another guy, Chris D'Elia, who got caught messaging underage girls. So, he exactly. So, basically, his relationship with Brian Callen is like Joe Rogan's life. Like, even Joe Rogan one time had a girlfriend, and he had some other girl who he used to have sex with, and that girl called him and was like, Joe, like, what are you doing tonight? He's like, oh, I wish I could, but I've got a girlfriend. However, I've got a friend of mine who's just like me, and he'll have sex with you. And she's like, say less. So then she calls Joe Rogan and is like, yeah, your friend came inside me. And he's like, excuse me? And she's like, yeah, your friend, he came inside me. And he's like, well, are you on the, like, did you tell him you're on the pill? And she's like, no, because I'm not. And that made Joe Rogan, he has like this interview where he said he just started laughing and rolling on the floor laughing. So basically, like, Brian Callen is like that kind of creepy dude. And so Brendan Schaub is with Brian Callen because Brian Callen is good friends with Joe Rogan, and also has been in a lot of television and movies. Not like had his own show, but came close to it. But he was in like The Hangover 1, Hangover 2, Hangover 3, and he was in like He was on Sex and the City. He was on like a bunch
Is
of.
there like a background here?
Yeah, but it's still enough. It's still a check that like it, it's like it's somewhat prestigious to be in all that shit. And then also like Brian Callen at one time was seen as perhaps a pretty good stand-up comedian, but everybody now sees through that. And Brian Callen, his latest special was at the Comedy Mothership, and people just shit on that all day. And I've seen that one. They watched it like on this one podcast that I watched. They watched it like for 6 hours straight or something. Maybe wasn't that much, but it's just like he has this thing, like when he'll be like, these both these guys. If you ever watch their podcast, they talk about dudes' dicks so much that you would think they're big. Like they are always like, man, I bet that guy's got a piece on it. Yeah, I bet he's got a huge dick. Like, yeah, 8 inches. I bet he's packing like 8 inches. Can you see it? Can you see that piece? They're always talking about that, and it's like, dog, like, calm the fuck down. Brian Callen is close to 60 years old. He's 59 years old. He just turned 59, and you're still talking about dude's dicks. Like, calm down with that. So the reason why Brendan Schaub is with Brian Callen is because of his association with Joe Rogan. And the reason why Brian Callen is with Brendan Schaub is because Brendan is like a big dude who some chicks think is good looking. And like both of them were like 50% like an entire good artist. Like Brian Callen is like 50% of a good comedian, and Brendan Schaub was like 50% of a good fighter. So put them together and maybe you get something, but in reality you get nothing. They're both terrible, and they both hate doing this podcast, which is hilarious too. They'll just be like, oh, has it been an hour yet? Like they have to. It's literally like they are counting down the minutes. Now they're changing studios. Today was their last podcast in their current studio, which is in a storage unit in Austin, Texas. A really loud storage unit that has really loud air conditioning and all kinds of other stuff. It's near a train track, so like the train goes by and it causes all kinds of like really bad sound production. And so you'll listen to their podcast and it'll be like, is that a train? Is that the air conditioner going on? Like, is that somebody who's working on a car, like in the next door stall or whatever? So they're moving studios, but they're moving to just another place in the same building. So it'll be interesting to see if people get all interested in like shitting on their new studio. They have a producer. The producer's 49 years old. His name is Chin. He is from Korea, and he's like 6'5". He's like the biggest Asian they could find. And he seemingly has a good heart. He moved from Los Angeles to Austin. He's a 10% owner in Dick Boy Industries. Dick Boy is the name of Brendan Schaub's company. Oh, we have to talk about Brendan Schaub's business endeavors. So first and foremost, he says that he sold comic books out of his mother's closet when he was like 8 years old. Nobody believes that, but that's what he says. He says that literally he put up signs around the neighborhood, and he would have like adults come to the house in his mom's closet, and he would sell them. Then he said that he was like he worked at a like it wasn't Trader Joe's, it was like an outlet or something like that. He worked at a grocery store, and he never did any work. He was like a custodian there, but he said he like the hardest worker, but he never did it. He said he was always early and always left late or whatever, but he never did it. And he would take magazines from the magazine rack and candy from the candy section and just go in the bathroom and eat it. And then one day the boss was like, yeah, we have suspicion somebody is taking candy and magazines, and Brendan Schaub blamed it on his coworker who had like mental disabilities, and he was like, yeah, I think this guy did it. And so they fired that guy, and just a dick move. So then Brendan Schaub goes on to play
football at Whittier College, which is in Whittier, California, which is just it's like 50 miles away, and so it's east of LA, north of Orange County, just barely. It's on the border.
And he played there for 2 years. Then he walked on to the Colorado team. He played 4 total plays at the University of Colorado. They're all on camera. He rushed the ball for 2 yards and had like 1 kick return for like a little bit, and that's it. He then went on to get cut immediately in the NFL. Like he didn't even like get drafted or anything. He just like went to a practice and was there for 1 day. But he says that he is an NFL alumnus basically, but he's not. And everybody makes fun of him. Then he played in the Arena Football League for a little bit, which he got cut from that too. Then he went and sold supplements door to door, and got sick of doing that. And I was like, I'm going to fight in the UFC. He didn't really have too much experience, but he did have some like martial arts experience, and he says he was a gold gloves boxer when he was growing up, but there's like no evidence of this. Maybe he was. He could be. But then he goes and he fights like 3 amateur fights or so in the martial arts, mixed martial arts. But because he's a big dude, 6'4", 255 pounds, he's able to like take on a lot of these guys and fuck them up. And then he gets on the television show The Fighter, or The Ultimate Fighter with Dana White, and he makes it to the finals of that, and then just gets absolutely mollywopped in the finals of that. But it was still an accomplishment because he had to win a few fights to get up to that. Then he gets in the UFC and makes it to be like a top 10 fighter in the heavyweight division, which is respectable. And then starts to get his ass kicked in that. And then goes on the Joe Rogan podcast, and Joe Rogan's like, "You need to retire. If not, you're gonna have CTE. You're gonna have all kinds of brain issues." And so then he goes on to retire on the Joe Rogan podcast, which at the time was the highest rated Joe Rogan podcast in Joe Rogan's history. Then he goes and starts doing or continues to do the podcast, The Fighter and the Kid. Then now this is where it gets complicated. All the different things that he's done. Then he was doing like he does so much shit. Okay, so he had his merchandise. He's had multiple merchandise stores, including Advocating Fight Club and Drive Fast All Gas, and like some other shit where he just sells merch, for the truck giveaways. Then he has he started a whiskey company called Tiger Thick Whiskey, and everybody hates the name of it. Joe Rogan told him on the podcast that it's good, but I hate the name of it. And all his shit is spelled with 3 C's. THICC. So it's called Thick Boy Industries. That's the name of his company. He started Thick Boy Productions, which is like a music company that failed. Thick Boy Tiger Thick Whiskey, that failed. He then did what was called Food Truck Diaries on Showtime, which was like he would have like different fighters on, and they would go to food trucks and just talk about shit. That got canceled. He was a entertainment reporter on E! and on Showtime. That got he wasn't renewed for either of those. He then did Big Ground Breakdown, which changed into The Shop Show, which is going back to Big Ground Breakdown. That went from having hundreds of thousands of viewers per show to now 40,000 every single time in their all box. Fighter and the Kid went from like 1.5 million views per episode to 40,000 every single time. and it's just like bottom of the barrel. He also started a he does this he's got this show on TV that just started, which might take off. It's called you gotta go to bed. I get to tell you one more thing about Brendan Schaub. Dog, I could go into the Bobby Lee stuff. The Bobby Lee stuff has a 12-part series on it of each part. Yes. Okay, so if I had to go into one, oh, dude, okay. No. This one's very funny. This one's okay. So Brendan Schaub did a Super Bowl watch party with Mike Tyson. You know who Mike Tyson is, right? Okay, so Brendan Schaub did a Super Bowl watch party with Mike Tyson and annoyed Mike Tyson so much that Mike Tyson was going to fight him. And Mike Tyson went in front of Brendan Schaub while they were during a commercial break and just stole Brendan Schaub's food and just put his foot up on the table and just started eating watermelon, staring him dead in the face. And then later that night, Brendan Schaub gave his number. Keep in mind, Brendan Schaub's married. Gave his number to some girl, and it got caught on camera. And he had to take a bunch of shit all over the internet for it. Like, dude, you're cheating on your girl, and Mike Tyson did too. Anyway, all right, there you go.
Then you transfer it into money. So now I'm gonna
ask me another question about Brendan Schaub.
Let's talk about Rothschild. Rothschild. Reds are 100% public. They're public.
Yeah.
So when you transfer the money, transfer the grant money? No. It's public. It's like cool. So you can't transfer.
Maybe
the
like,
money.
you want to see how the printer
So
does?
now let's look into the word.
Yeah.
They're like secret budget and everything.
That's why Rashi thinks
Oh, you do know about it.
Doug, I know everything,
So
man.
Rashi brings the figure sites here.
Nice. When did you hear about that?
Dude, like 15 years ago.
That shit like blew my mind. I was like, wait, what? Every fucking document has like secret fucking code in it. I'll just tell them like date, printer, manufacturer, and shit.
100%.
And then the like secret people will use it to like arrest you if you like lose the document that you're not supposed to print out or some shit.
That's correct.
There's even work with like scanners, like digitally.
Yeah.
Like, if you scan a file and upload to it.
Yeah, 100%. But I want to tell you a quick story. So this was like 30 years ago. Maybe 35 years ago.
Fucking fly,
Sort of. No, 25 years ago. So I was in school and I didn't do well. At times in my life, I've been a really good student. At other times, not so much, just depending on how much I was focusing on applying myself in scholarship. So this one time, I was like whenever we have a test, we had to have our parents sign the test, and just to show that they had seen the grade. And I didn't want my parents to know that I didn't do well on like a couple of tests. So what I did is I scanned my mom's signature into the computer, which is like, this is like in the 90s. This is like super advanced technology. And then I knew that I only got one chance to print on the test, and if I did it incorrectly, like it printed on the back side or whatever, I was fucked. And fortunately, I got it right. I took the staple out and had it print on the paper, but it still kind of didn't look exactly right because it looked like it was printed, not like ink. And so I went over it with the black marker, and for like 3 months, I got to have like really bad grades, and my parents threw me out. And then they had what were like the parent-teacher evaluations or parent-teacher, we called them evaluations, parent-teacher conferences though. And my mom was looking at my tests. She's like the teachers were like, Michael didn't have as good of a semester this semester as he has in the past. My parents are like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, we need to see this test, right? And they're like, no.
And what does he think
And
about?
oh, well, here they are, and here's your signature. How did you do this? Because it looked perfect. Like her signature looked perfect. After I went over it with the black marker, she's like, did I sign that? I don't remember signing that. And when she came home, she said, how did you do that? And I was kind of proud. Like I showed her how I did it. And this was like super advanced for that. I mean, now today it doesn't seem that advanced. You see kids doing this kind of shit. But back then, that was super advanced. So did I use the printer things? No, but I did my own version. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I understand why you went to like you noticed the signature looked like just like freeze, like copy it down like a paper a bunch of times so you got the right do it. Like why did you even print it? Trace it on.
My mom has like a perfect signature. It would be really hard for me to it's like really effeminate handwriting, and I just have one handwriting.
There's no way for you to practice it.
No, I would be off. Like maybe I could get like some things right, but like her name is Sherry, and my son he's here, and I would be like, I get like the head down, but then I put the move down in the name of HIRL. That would throw me off. That's for the signature.
Signature is like autography when you just do like the mission. I guess that's
No, this is like
some people do like a scribble and like a line.
no, like I said, like hers is really effeminate and really neat. It's like she has excellent handwriting. And like I've told her this in the past. She could be like a professional. If she has a really good voice, not necessarily for singing, but just speaking, like it's really like pleasant, and then also her handwriting. She could be like a handwriting. It's like art. So I would just never. I would never be able to do that. Like especially I don't know in like 7th grade or something like a seventh grade handwriting and a 7th grader's handwriting is not that good. And to be able to like emulate somebody else's handwriting is really difficult. My dad's signature much easier to do, but I just like I could never get it down because his is like an autograph, and it would always just look off to me because it just wasn't as consistent. And my mom's was always consistent; it was always exactly the same way. I figured, okay, it's always exactly the same way. I'll just I'll do that one. And yeah, I mean, I remember printing it on the computer and being like, wow, this is so close to perfect, but there's just something off about it. So then I went over it with a pen, and it then was like, just didn't look as smooth as I wanted. So then I took a permanent marker and went over it, and it was like, now it's perfect. But that was back in the day when like nobody had a scanner, and you certainly didn't have like a camera that could do that. Like this is before the days of digital cameras. So like to be able to scan something.
How do you get this? Do you have a scanner though?
Yeah, great question. So yeah, my dad bought one. I remember when he bought the scanner, he couldn't figure it out how to like, and he had like a computer guy who was at our house and was trying to figure it out, and they could not figure out how to get it to work. And so my dad said to me, this must have been in 1995. So I was like maybe 9 or 10. He said to me, if you can figure this out, I'll buy you any computer game that you want. And I figured it out in like 10 minutes. And it was just really easy. I just had to go to File and Scan. And so the game that I got was PGA Tour 95 or something like that. I think it's PGA Tour 95 or PGA Tour 96. And I remember just being like, this is the best. Like, I love being rewarded by like figuring out a project and or like coming up with a solution or whatever. And normally, like you know how it is with computer shit. It could be so many different things, but I figured this thing out like within like 5 minutes. It was really like just go to File, press Scan, and it worked. And I couldn't believe like my dad nor his like computer guru could figure that out. Like I just think they were looking at other places, and I got this thing to work. And I remember the first thing like I got to scan. That was like euphoric. Like, dude, something on glass is now on the computer. It was like the first time you took an analog thing and made it digital. It was wild. The scanner was a really interesting like advancement in technology in people's lives.
Yeah, I have only used the hand. I mean, now though, you can just take a picture of it on your phone. Yeah,
that's true. But back then, nobody had digital cameras. You could not do it. Like if you wanted to get a picture on your computer. I remember the first digital camera I ever used. It was in school. We could create like websites. I created a website. And my website, I would like spend like recess after school, whenever I could, like making this website super. And the teacher could tell that I was like really into computers. And she asked if I would like to take a picture using the new camera that she got, and I was like, yeah. So we went outside and took a picture, just like of the horizon, and then we took that picture and put it on the computer, and I got to put it on my website, and then the whole class looked at it, and whoa, that was so mind-blowing. I took a picture from outside, and now it's on a computer. That was just like such advanced technology. But before then, the way that you got a picture on a computer is you would take a picture, you have to go get it developed, and then you get like a little 3x5 like picture, and then you take that and you put it on the scanner, and then the scanner would scan it, and then you'd have it on your computer. So it was like degraded a few levels, but that's how like a lot of really old yeah, I mean, yeah, this is like the mid-90s.
That went outside. It makes it possible, just like it makes the meat possible. We can slug the small. So now our question, Nami Shire left. I'm a little confused, but I think the chart helps a little bit.
But yeah, so I always wanted to do money. I always wanted to put money in it and print it. And my parents like made me think that like the FBI would be like busting down the doors the second that I did that. So I never tried money. But that was always a thought that I had. Like, if I were gonna do any like major league crime, I would
Maybe
go to
outside
another
everybody
country
agrees
outside
that
the United
it's
States,
too late. It's in a
and
safe
I would
zone.
just
We're
get
gonna
like
fix
the
it.
top of
It's
the
not gonna
line
be anything. But
printers.
the problem is,
Even if I had to create my own, like some of these big,
so that's what happened over here.
these big like organized crime rackets have like a system where they buy the same kind of paper from like the same place that the treasury gets it or whatever. Though that treasury doesn't sell it to anybody else, that company doesn't sell it to anybody else, but they get like a similar version of it. I'd go to counterfeiting. Like to me that would just make sense because like basically the United States government would have to come in and like destroy your country before they're gonna get to you. And if your police come to you from your country, you just be like, this isn't our money, this is some other country's money. Get the fuck out of here. Or you could just give them your counterfeited money and they're gonna leave you alone.
Yeah, I mean, North Korea has like or I don't know if they had or got shut down or they're still doing it, but they have like those $1 million special kind printers, and they're making like perfect counterfeit currency
To the point,
in the United States.
to the point where the United States Treasury was like learning from them. Like they were learning how to make their currency independent. It was like their bills were too good.
It's a bad trika.
Yeah, they put like some like secret mark inside the counterfeit bills that like the game just detect like really early if there's counterfeit, like the U.S. Treasury would be able to detect if it was counterfeit, just to like control them kind of on it, or like at least market it in a way so that they knew what bills were real and who weren't. It was a baller in North Korea,
Right.
I also really wasn't a fan of like, why the fuck can one person or one corporation just print all the money? How is that like fair at all? Like that these people get to print money that I can't.
Totally. And like what even gives that value? And then it becomes like a game. It's a point system. And whatever person has the most of those gets to do what they want. Money is like a point system without any value.
Yeah, it's like a representation of actual value.
Right.
What's more important? The two breads that you bring on Shavuos or the two blessings? In other words, which one, if you don't bring,
All right, Big Dog. Tomorrow night, Cocaine Cowboys. Sound like a plan?
One thing we know for sure that you can't eat the bread.
Peace out, Girl Scout. Ask me another Brennan Schaub question.
We also saw something very interesting.
Ask me another Brennan Schaub question.
It's something that we don't really talk about throughout Shas. We always say that the two breads, the two sheep. We saw Avi lifting up. Oh, what did I show you last time?
Ask me about his brother.
I was gonna ask the Bobby.
The sheep and the road, they go together.
That's okay. He's got one brother. His name's Jake. He's older.
All of a sudden, Earth talks about
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
7 sheep. And we focus all about 2 sheep. There's a whole lot more to the stay elephant than the 2 sheep. And the Mormons say, no, you're right for focusing on those 2. Those are very important. Those are special. They're in different categories. These are stay elephant, but not ma'akiv, not. Okay. So now we need to understand what the machlokes is between Rabbi Akiva and Benanas. Rabbi Akiva says the most important thing out of this is the bread. And Benana says the most important thing are the sheep. But he proves it. In the Mishnah, he proves that he was wrong. His proof wasn't so good. But he says, look, in the Midbar, all they did was sheep. They didn't have bread. There's no bread. You have to grow it in there. So there's no bread. So sheep are more important. They told him, no, it's not true. They never shafted any sheep in the Mikvah, but you're right anyway. We pass it like that. So what's the Yisod? So to understand the Yisod, I did this real quickly. This is what it looked like yesterday. I just redid it into this format because I think it's more important, like personally. Pasuk Chav. Does Pasuk Chav go with the right on top of it or the left on top of it? Does it go with Zayin or Yutes? What's the difference? Pasuk Zayin talks about bread, and Pasuk Yutes talks about sheep. Pasuk Chav talks about both. The Pasuk Chav says you. That this is Ma'akiv. You means as is. So we're focused now on Pasuk Chav. The one on the bottom, the long one. Does it go with Pasuk Zayin or does it go with Pasuk Yutes? Banana says that it goes with Pasuk Yutes. It goes with sheep. Sheep is the most important thing. Baraya says it says you also. And a Pasuk Chav it says you. Perfect match. Rabbi Kiva says no. Pasuk Chav goes with Pasuk Zayin. The lechem is the most important thing. The Haraya says Tiyena. And Tiyena and you are very similar. Which is what's going on here. I mean, you is a much better match. So that's the Gemara. Do we care about perfect matches or not? What's the famous Gemara? We have many times in Shas. You don't need a perfect match. Halach and Magim Zakvasim. My time in the Rebbe Kiva, Gomar Yu Mitiyana. What's Rebbe Kiva's chat? He says, I'm going to learn Pasuk Yud It says in Pasuk Yud Tiyana. And what does it say in Pasuk Yud It says the bread. Bread is the Ikra. So bread is the number one. Bananas Gomar. Now it's learned you. It's better to learn the exact word. I'm going to learn from Pasuk Yutes. Pasuk Yutes says Kosim. Sheep is the main. Malan Kosim or Kan Kosim. So the more bananas not learning from piano. How come bananas doesn't learn like Rabbi Kiva that bread is the most? Malan Lechem Afkan Lechem. Oh, thought of you, me, you. Why should I? It's a perfect match. You and you. You, whatever. Okay, you want to remember it that way? Great. Sheep, you. They ain't done him you with piano. Piano's not a perfect match. Says the Gemara, the famous question, what's the difference if it's a perfect match? There's a difference between when the Kohen goes to check the house for Tzaras, when it comes back in the first week, and it comes back in the second week. The point is Shavu Ba for the purpose of Xer Shabbat, to learn one thing from the other, even though they're completely different words, they mean the same exact thing, that's enough. So the Gemara is asking that Tiena and you mean the same exact thing. So what's the difference if you learn Pasuk Chav from Tiena or Pasuk Chav from Yutes, which is you? It's the same. Tiena and you are the same thing. That everybody knows the answer. The Gemara says the same question, same answer everywhere. I don't even know how many times this sugya is. Look on the side. The Gemara usually says, "Those she was over." Yes, when am I going to learn the Shabbat, even though there's two different words? There's no other word over there that's similar. But over here, that we could learn you from you, why would I learn you from the end, which is slightly different? I'm going to learn from the one that's the same. Rabbi Kiva, as the Gemara, how come Rabbi Kiva doesn't learn like bananas, that he has a perfect match? Nami Leilif, you, me, you. And then I'll say what? That the keves, the sheep, is the most important thing, not the bread. It says the Gemara, we're going, Rabbi Kiva says it makes more sense, even though the word is slightly off, to learn something that's similar in terms of the things are the same. These are gifts that you give to the Kohen. But Pasuk Yutes is talking, the Kevis over there is talking about a Noila. Here, it says, I just did this, so, I'm using the old words, I didn't have time to fix everything. But you, Oila, says, Oila, they're no good. The Kohen saying, the third Muslim coming to you. Their argument is in the final pasuk over on the left, what the pasuk says. What it means. Now, if we look at it, look at the end of the pasuk. Kodesh you should be called Lashem Lakayin. One in the world. Hashem is a Kayin. The Kayin is Hashem. It's both Hashem and the Kayin. What does it mean? These sheep should be from whom? What? You have to explain it. So there's two ways to learn it. Either you learn it that it goes to both Hashem and the Kayin. And that's more like the carbon that you give a little bit to the Kohen and a little bit to the Mizbeach. Or it can mean that Hashem takes it, Hashem takes it to himself, and then he gives it off. He passes the entire thing to the Kohen, and that would mean what? red. Red is part of the first time. So that's my point in that passage. So really, Kodesh Yud Hashem Lakay. If you keep a song like Kodesh Yud Hashem, what's completely to the song? How do you understand that? The man who says Kodesh Yud Hashem, will say Kodesh Yud Hashem. It doesn't say Lakay. It says Kodesh Yud Hashem Lakay. Don't forget there's Hashem in there. Forget about Hashem for a second. See, ladies and gentlemen, so it has to be Shadeh, it's a little bit to both. However, the other Shashem, these are the sheep, a little bit to Hashem, and the death, a little bit to the Torah. We're going to give it a Kodesh Yud Hashem Lakay. Don't say Vela Kodesh, it should be both. Hashem Lakay says the Gemara to the Ravuna. The Ravuna says by Gezalai, yeah, Dom Ravuna Kinoy Hashem, Kodesh Lakay. What do you mean it goes to the Ruffin Cat? Hashem grabs it, takes all the $5 million Yerusha, and then he gives it back, so to speak. First it goes to Hashem, then it goes to them, but it's 100% the time. It's the weapon. It goes 100% to Hashem, 100% back to the time. It's not the canvas that's split. Mizbeach and Kayit, it's 100% weapon. Omer Rabbi Yochanan, Akol Moedim, Shem Rutzku Fu Zeh Lezeh, Shem Ma'akim Zeh Zeh. Rabbi said when we're learning Yavamas, and we had to mention today, the Baldwin brothers, we're learning the concept of Zika. It's one of these words that there is no definition in English really. The best definition is Zika. It's like Master. There's a bond. There's a bond between the bread. In Yibum, it's when a brother dies without children, so his brother that's alive and his wife, the Almana, they have a bond. They're not married, but they have a bond. And they have to choose. Are they going to do Chalitza or they do Yibum? Or they haven't chosen. There's a certain bond, a halachic bond. Nobody else can get engaged with this woman. Nobody can do it. There's a bond. Over here also, the bread and the two sheep, they have a bond at a certain point. When's the bond? They're going to start saying the bond is by Shita. Once there's a certain bond here, like this, here's a picture of two things. I don't know why you stuck in it. I'm not so far with you here, but it's very aesthetically pleasing. Check this out. There's a bond. Woman, you're gonna like this one even better. This is a bond. Now, this doesn't work so well because the Lord says in a second this happens after Shita, these two sheep are not alive. Okay. The bond. I would view it almost like a marriage. You can't get away from each other. When one goes on vacation, the other one wants with them. They're together. Now, there's also something called an engagement. They're not married. It's an engagement. Engagement is it's in between. That's what Gemara says over here. Once there's a zika and you lose one bread, you can't do anything with the other thing. It's done. You're done. One could put back the other. Only when the zika came in, at the part of the Asian zika for them, how do you get to the zika? Shita. Through shita. Once you shut the sheep, now they're connected. The bread and the sheep are connected. You miss one, you don't have the other. My Rebbe asked this question in Israel. What about when you lift up the animals? Work before sheep? Is there some sort of connection with them? Tomorrow, what do you mean? It's very simple to answer this. Show you the relation just said a second ago. Obviously, if Kufa makes a zika, and you have to do Kufa twice, right? You have to do Kufa when the animals are still alive, also when the animals are dead, but when they're alive, you do Kufa. So Kufa is what creates the zika. Why would you really say they have to wait for the next step of Shtika? Because they know it's a zika. So Gemara knows, not a riot, the Rebbe the Rebbe himself wasn't 100% sure. Bishop Shita and the Rebbe, we're not sure what the Rebbe meant. Bishop Shita and the Rebbe is Zika, but anyway, just know for sure that that's the Shita, not Zika, he didn't Shita Shita. Perhaps, even for a fact, that Shita, yes, definitely. Maybe Rebbe wasn't so sure, that's why he never said it, but he was sure about Shita, so he said what he knew for sure, and he himself had a soft take. Go ahead to Mashiach to understand this question. The spooky worker. Oh, you read about Hanina, we'll see later the sheep said, yes, it does work. Oh, they read about Hanina, the Rabbuna, the radio issue. But you see, Kodesh Yud Hashem Lachem. They should be Kodesh. The bread should come Kodesh. What's the difference? The bananas, very kiva. Yet It's not about like is which one is the more important one, the bread, the coffee is after Yufa. Says the Gemara, yeah, so what? You see that Yufa does not create a Zika. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a machlokes. What's the machlokes? If you have bread, but you don't have the kossim, can you bring the bread? No, you can't bring the bread. There's Yufa. You mean this Yufa, no. If you bring the kossim without it, they're interconnected. It doesn't matter what you bring or you don't bring. You have to bring everything. You're missing one part of everything, you can't bring it at all. That's called Zika. So where's the place to have a machlokes between bananas and Rukiva after Flufa? It's called Chayshul Hashem that they're arguing in that process is after Flufa. So no, okay, so what? That's Flufa, the level of Shkita. And what are you going to say? That after Shkita there's no Zika? So that's impossible. After Shkita for sure there's a Zika. And I say, remember, this part of Chayshul Hashem is not talking about after anything, it's talking about all the way in the beginning. It's in the beginning, how does it make any sense? My Chayshul Hashem, what does it mean? They're Chayshul. It means that it's a cycle of Chayshul. After the Shkita, in one day from now, in 2 hours from now, they're going to be Chayshul. It's going to go to the Chayshul. So we're going to let go right from the Chayshul, but now it doesn't go to the Chayshul, and when it comes to Shkita, it's in the future, it goes to the Chayshul. Okay. Now we have to know and understand the Shkita is the Zika. Not every time it's Zika. There's certain things, there's never Zika in Korban. Who says that Shkita creates a Zika? Again, a bond between the bread and the animal that, let's say that one bread gets lost somewhere, it's eaten by a rat, then you gotta, I don't know what to do. You can't, no, maybe it's not possible. It's in a second. Maybe you could use it as a shlamim, but it's not a puzzle. It's not a snail lesson. It's not outside. Really? Actually, if the bread breaks before the shkita, it's worth it. I told Conan if it breaks, if it's shovers, you have to bring new bread. Because, you have to understand, there's no kedusha on this bread yet. Just bring another one, which is shachta, nifras lachma. But once you do the shkita, and then afterwards, now the bread is covered. Nifras lachma, one of the breads broke. Adam is already. Now you treat it like a shlamim. That's what it showed you over here in this video. This toy of shlamim, you treat it like a shlamim. The habasi it's a shlamim. But it's not a toy. They literally also. You gotta start over with this. Like a boston. All the breads are covered. This is Adam. Right? Maybe that's what he means. Allah Pasha means all the breads are possible, even though only one broke. This is Adam. Wrong! He's already written it down. So Torah and Hashem are apart. The halacha you have to give 1 out of 10. Every type of bread you give 1 to the kohen. So you give to the kohen from the good ones, and they'll take care of the broken one. Actually, now another halacha, the boy side. If the bread went outside of, what did it go outside of? Why Yerushalayim? Outside of Azar, no? No, because the touching talon, in order for it to be Yotze, touching is outside of the base of Mikdash. But touching talon, you're permitted to eat all over Yerushalayim. So outside means outside of Yerushalayim. So Mishashta, Yotze Lachma, Adam Zarik Babasi Yachim. At that point, if that shkita and the bread went out, so you do Zrikas Adam, you eat the meat, they didn't really yotza, again, you treat it as a shlam. If I left the parcel, the bread is no good, it went outside. But if it went outside after you did the Zrikas Adam, you can do truma, you give 1 for every 10, you can count the bread that went outside as 1 out of 10. So, you count that bread, even though it went outside. They either know. Oh, now, if Nitma, shut the Nitma, you go back to Nitma. If the bread became Tame before the Shkita, Nitma Lachma, maybe that's a Machma. So you bring another Lachma. Same thing as you said before. Shut the Nitma Lachma, but here's the finishing thing. What? That if Then the bread became funny. Adam is over, everything's good. Now it's a good time to why? That sits in the Ras Talatamim. Here's a trick, a little trick. Rabbi Rothschild, you have bread that's tamei. It sits, is meratzah. For the pioneers, there's nothing. If you eat the bread, it sits as meratzah. You don't think so? Why? Because it sits as meratzah means for kapara, but it doesn't move so much. Doesn't move the so much. I like a buffer. Here, I like a buffer. Nothing's going on. This is a that. Okay, so the tumor warms from the car, from the good stuff on the back. As the Gemara here, we finally got to the best. Speaks of that she was a zika. If you assume that what the shkita is for sure, the person says for sure, in the case of shkita, there's a bond. Now, there's a bond, king of the shkita. Once there's a bond, it's in the 11, it's about the once you decided that this bread is possible, yeah, by Yotze, and also by the other one. So it's possible, once it's possible, once the bread is possible, everything's possible. There's a bond. Whatever happens to one happens to all. Let them, so then the sheep are also possible. You can't eat the possible. You can't eat the possible. So the more it should be right, because you can see that the tiny places in the carry stomach, the carry calls it stomach, the carry calls it stomach, Mashlam is craving for the left hand, Akhoid is craving for the left hand. Therefore, it's a special there's a concept that you can bring the Kaido without bread, even though you use over here. It's a low my blue toys is equal. We had a Havamina that just lifting it up creates a bond. Over that left hand, if the bread got lost after the Kufa of the Klasim, then everything is gone. There's a bond. So one bread got lost, everything gets lost. Of the Klasim, there's a bond. So if one sheep got lost, oh yeah. If the sheep got lost, I left them, this is going to be Ezekiel. Now, if the doesn't create a bond, maybe nothing is going to well by left them. If the Kufa and the bread got lost, maybe nothing happened. So ask the Gemara, what happens if you replace the bread? You lost the bread, replace the bread. There's already a kufa gone. You hear the question? There's kufa on the sheep, no kufa on the new bread. The kufa that you did on the bread got lost. So I said, I left a whole kufa and a kufa. Do we have to do another kufa, a second kufa on the bread? So you might explain this question. How does this make the bread lost? This question doesn't apply to the sheep. The Rabbi kufa. Certainly the sheep, the new sheep are going to require a kufa. The question is also on the bread. Not also, on the bread. Don't even do it now, so you boil up and only according to the key, not according to the now. Why? Banana says that the main thing we have to focus on the sheep and it's not the possibility. The boil up, since the bread is the most important thing, and the bread got lost, and you didn't eat the bread, he's not going to eat the requires tuba. And then we're going to day tossing you, but at the end of the day, what permits you to eat the bread? You check the question. So the question have what? And what is there, and you're ready to move on that? No requirement. It's not necessary to do tuba on the new bread. But so tuba, I don't know. So I'm going to have Baila Rob. In the snare, look at the possible snare left hand. Snare left hand has all this Kabbalah stuff. And sheep, one full and two round. So what's the whole focus on the fuzzing all day? Keep fuzzing the bread. Keep fuzzing the bread. Nice snake wasn't catching that no happy. Why is something that the whole time? To slumming, to come together with the bread. They're the ones that have a bond. They're the ones that are markers. The mice should have fuzzing. Higher behavior, the lower back level of action. What happens to everything else in the Pirates of Snare level? That they don't seem to have any control over the bread. And one is not important to the other. If you lose the bread, you can still bring a ball, still bring the alien. There's no connection. So over here, all of a sudden we're saying, remember, we had these we weren't sure. No. There's a bond between the sheep and the bread. There's no bond between the bread and the bulls and everything else. The bull and everything. As the Gemara, so what's the second thing that has bread? What's the third thing that has bread or both sides? Lozu. What is holding? So if anybody from another shear that's giving you a hard time, you ask them, what are three korbanos that have bread? Very carefully, you're the football. What do you mean? There's no secret by Torah. There's no shmita. There's no secret by Torah. Yes. The shmita is mechadish the bread, and there's the market. You need a carbon in order for the bread. One is depending on the other. So you want electric Torah, not take the shlamim. Afakanami shlamim. Just like a Torah is like shlamim, it's mechadish the bread. So things here by the short crossing, mechadish the bread. Because the more is damish. Also, let this walking up 3 about a day. I understand. By Torah, it's only the Torah, the carbon Torah, but over here we have so many other korbanos. We have 10 more korbanos that we're talking about, right? The one bull, 2 lambs, 7 sheep. What happened to them? What happened to them? Says in tomorrow. Also, like he's going to that day, over he's going to that day. So maybe the 7 sheep should also do the same thing. It should be massive. Hello, the third thing that has bread. Maya lozer, I forgot to eat this weapon of the stomach with the mitache. Just like the lozer. The aisle of the nozer. What's the aisle on the boy side? What's the aisle in the front seat? He is a... Nobody knows the answer after that whole video. He's a shlomi. Showing you guys, you get up here alive. Hey, what is the kedusha? This guy, this aisle guy. The grand, the aisle. Not the guys in the back, not the coppers and the there, you know what to do, not the coppers and the other guys in the back. We're not being light. We're going to learn from the Muslims that it's only the shlomim and not the other guys, the coppers and the other don't give any kedusha. How do you know that the shlomim is the kaddish, the bread, the sanya, the sayah, yasser, shalom Hashem, al salamati, Shlomim is the one who's the kaddish, the salamati, the ram shasal, the chovel ayil, the shidduch ayil, the hashon, the pikol, chodesh, the shmoy, lo yistishu Allah. Let's just do one more little sugya here. Yeah, welcome my boys. If you're asking YouTube, the two breads too awesome. If the 2 breads come by themselves, without here. Maybe I'll show the video here. The kids are, they have bread. They have enough for bread, but there's 0 stuff. So what do? You make the bread. You bake the bread like you see over here, but you don't need it. You leave it overnight. 2 or 2 ounces means you leave it overnight. It's puzzle now because of, it's overnight. And then what do? You take it to the base of straight, but you burn it. Tell them what the 2 bags are also. So you do food with it. And you just do it. You make the decision. That's the more money. I don't understand. If you're telling me you don't need a master of this sheep, you don't have sheep. Sheep is what allows you to eat the bread. But maybe perhaps if there's no sheep, you can eat the bread without the sheep. So the Queen will let them eat it. And if you're going to tell me no, regardless, sheep, no sheep, you need sheep to eat the bread, and you can't eat the bread, you know, swear God, because you've been allowed it. So what are you waiting overnight? Just burn it right now. Love it when you do it. Why do you need to leave it overnight? No, you bring it to eat. But in this particular case, we're not going to allow you to eat because of Xero. The next year, Bezer Hashem, there's going to be fussing. There's going to be sheep. If you're going to say, last year, they had left in the light fussing. Now, you remember last year in the 8th, we didn't eat the bread without the match. Didn't we eat without bread? So today also, we can eat the bread without the sheep. We don't have to wait for the sheep. Just the bread. You know, they don't know. Stuff like how the person is trying to show you. Last year, there's no sheep. You're letting the bread on its own. You don't need a master. They are their own masters. The master themselves, there's no sheep. But today, there's a sheep. It's the sheep that are the masters. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day.
Marriage Discussion, spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDRsponsor.com. Sponsor MDR.com.
Good morning, Rabbi. Liebe Mishmasi, liebe Rossi, Mishmas Mordechai. Hamatoni Shal, Mizbeach, Achitzo, in Ein, Mashro, Okay, so we have the Matris Adam. All I want to show you is that Rabbi Cohen doing the Makana, who goes on the side of the Mizbeach, and he applies the blood on one out of the four corners. Now, halacha is some korbanos you need to apply it on all four. Actually, you should do all korbanos all four. So sometimes you just do two applications which are considered four because you hit it in a corner and it spreads to two walls. So it's two that is four, or you do it four. Over here, he went and he did it on one corner. Not market. We're Pergat Taylor is all about things that don't. How do you say market in English? It's not market. So you do one, and you have a kapara. How do you know that it works? You did one sheet or one application. That is your. Says the Mishnah. So you're gonna have to see what we're talking about. But when you bring a Muslim, and you have the bulls, you have the rams, and you have the sheep. So if you only have bulls, you don't have rams, okay, doesn't mean that you should not bring the bulls. Now within the bulls themselves, there's another activity here. Within the bulls themselves, you don't have to bring both. You only have one, you bring one. Whatever you have, you bring. Two conditions, yeah? The type, you don't have the other types, you can bring one type. And within the cluster, if you bring 7 clusters, you only have one, bring one. They're not ma'akiv one another. Apart from even like clusters. They don't ma'akiv says, even though man, how you know him, foreign movie. Because the amount of money they have. If somebody is able to afford the bulls, but like, the end stuff, but they don't have enough money to buy wine. The wine that comes, the company is these. What you do is you bring one bowl with the wine. Don't bring many bowls without the wine. It's better to bring one bowl with the wine, and that's a complete set, complete whatever. Set is not that word. Rather than bringing 2 without the wine, 7 clusters without the wine. Says the Gemara, I don't know if you're doing wrong. Honey part of crossing the Eiffel. So what are we referring to exactly? Spices, sukkahs, what is it? See, there's the Taz, we're talking about sukkahs. That can't be. As we learned a bunch of times in our receptors, different words, but one of them is Mishpat. Mishpatam. Everybody knows this word from the laning on sukkahs. Mishpatam. Mishpatam means to be ma'akir. It doesn't impede. It does. No, what's the word? We just had it. Hinder. Ma'akir. Hello, so we have to move something else. Hello, Shkoidish. We're talking about the Muslim Shkoidish here. Muslim Shkoidish right over here. Orin, Shnayim, Bayalechot, 1 ram, Vosim, Shiva. That's talking about Shkoidish. That says the Kush Hafichudim. So I want the Oilam here to look at this and look at it carefully because we're going to talk about this a little bit. We're going to go back and forth. The Gemara calls the one on the left. We did? That's the Muslim. The Gemara says Kudim. As the Midbar is referring to Muslim. And when it talks about Peres Kahanim, Vayikra, it's talking about the Shema Lechem. They're both talking about Shavuos. On Shavuos, you bring Muslim and you bring Shema Lechem. You bring the 2 breads. And everybody knows that the 2 breads that are accompanied by 2 Basim Shlamim. But in addition, people don't really know that there's other stuff. So, when it comes to the sheep, they're the same. Shema Lechem and Muslim, you have to bring 7 and 7. When it comes to the bull and the rams, they're reversed. The Shnei Alachim, you bring 1 bull, and the Mitzvah, you bring 2 bulls. And the Shnei Alachim, you bring 2 rams, and the Mitzvah, you bring 1 ram. So Musaf is 1 and 2, and Shnei Lechem is 2 and 1. You can see it here in the visual. If you listen to us on Torah anytime, you can back. Shnei Lechem, you bring 1 bull, 2 rams. Great. We're going to get back to it. Says the Gemara. But Eilim, they Idahanu, Dialu. Now let's look what the Prophet says over here. How many rams do you have on the left side of the Muslim? My boy says, visual also. One. And look what the Mishnah says. Let's start at the Mishnah. Haparim, Eilim, plural is 2, the Basbashim is 2, minimum 2. So how could it be Rish Chodesh Musaf only has 1? Musaf only has 1. Let's see Rish Chodesh. Let's go back to Rish Chodesh here. Rish Chodesh only has 1 blown up. It's easy to see. So it can't be what the Mishnah says. When the Mishnah says Eilim, it's referring to Rish Chodesh, and it can't be Sukkot. Why? Because Sukkot says Rish Chodesh. As so, you can't change it up. It's little, whatever it is on the Sukkot that you bring, that's it. You can't change it. It is not. That says the Teres Kehanim. So you're going to go to the Shnei Lechem. You're going to go to the right side. Shnei Lechem is 1 bull, 2 rams. Havayik Sidur. Look, I highlighted it in yellow. It says you. You means as is. It's no worse than Kimishpatam. You have throughout Tzvachim and Menachos. It says you. You means do not change the number. If you don't have 7 Tvasim, don't bring 6. It has to be you as is. Oh, okay. So we have a much stronger question. It's a good question, but it's a strong one. You, Abai, there's nothing to do about it. The Oilam says the Gemara that tears the first guy. We are talking about the one on the right, the one on the left. No, you ain't the currents for Hanan. I mean, actually, the Ayel the currents of the city. The Ayel the currents now I can do the Ayel currents down. It's not a current. So the ones on the right and the ones on the left are not ma'akid. Let's say you only have enough for Shnei Lechem. You bring 2 rams, 1 bull, 7 sheep. It's only show what happens in Muslims not a problem. The two separate karbanas, the two different sets. One is for Shnei Lechem, one is for Moshe. One is not ma'akid the other. That's all it says here. The Bamidbar is not ma'akid the Yisrael. Whatever you do in Bamidbar, if you have enough. It says you have to bring exactly as is. Great. But one is not knocking the other. You have to have the full set on the right. And we don't care about how many you have on the left. Or the full set on the left. We don't care about the right. It says the Gemara, something's wrong here. When it comes to the bulls, we're saying that they each other, the 2 bulls, are not mad. Now, when it goes to the rams of the Shnei Lechem are not marking the ram of the Muslim, and vice versa. Inu, but within the Shnei Lechem, you're telling me that it is marking. So we're doing 2 different things here. We're saying that the bulls are not marking each other, but one is not marking each other either. Like, we're going from Shnei Lechem to Muslim, that's one not marking. And also within itself, the not marking, when it comes to bulls. But that's 2 different types of not marking. Yeah, one immediately, you're right, yeah, it's 2 different types of marking. One is bulls, one is rams, 2 different things. So now we're going into a little bit of a Agadah. We're going to real Agadah, but it's sort of like an Agadah. Why? Because we'll take Sukkim from the Testa and show how they seemingly don't line up with the Sukkim in the Torah. So look at the contradiction. The real Agadah says, now let's look at this passage carefully. We all know this passage. We say it all the time. At least 12 times a year, or 11 times a year. How many bulls? 4. 4 b'nei bakar. 9. Basim, Shiva. Ayel, one. That doesn't line up with the text. It says, Vivir Machayish, Arushkayish, Tar. This puzzle says Tarim, two. Carbon buffer. And then it says Shisha Kvasim. Doesn't line up with the 7 that says in the Torah. The Ayel, even you. There's the Ayel's. What's going on here with the text? The point to say is, if you never have a carbon, I should name out so Shnai maybe a It says in the Torah too. But that's what's going to tell you. What if you only have one? Bring one. Have a little part. Shisha Kvasim, Matam Lena. He's talking about Torah Shiva. The Torah says you need 7. But if you don't have 7, you only have 6. You should bring 6. Another Shisha. You don't have 4. You only have 1. Bring 1. Whatever you could afford, whatever you can get, that's what you bring. You get one sheet, bring one out of 7. So back in Sid Huffy, she should plus another. So Mara asks, no. Oh, yeah, right after you write 6. In other words, it's either 7 or 1. What does 6 mean? The Epsilon has it doesn't matter. It's whatever you could afford. 3, 4, 5, each one is better than the next. But don't be all or nothing person. You know, exactly. It's 7, we have a puzzle with 7, we have a puzzle for 1. You can't do the whole amount. Do 1. No. If you do 3, not only that, says the Gemara. When Nine Shemakim says, what does the question mean? That if you have 6, you're required to bring 6. Now you can't say, oh, I'm allowed to bring 1. I would think if I have 7, then of course it's Ma'akiv. If I have 6, I have another number that it's not Ma'akiv. No. The Ma'akiv is in every number that you have, you must bring that the entire amount. If I marry you, that I have to need the fucking you. That means something that says you. Well, what are you going to do to you? If it's not you, always means it has to be exact. You can't veer it off what the Torah says. But we just veered off. We said we don't have 7, bring 1. So we basically got rid of the you. No, we didn't get rid of the you. You telling us whatever you have in stock, you need to bring that whole stock to you. The best you can. The best you can. What you have, in other words, your kishrayus, your focus, your ability, the hours that you have in the day left over after you come back from work, that's what you have. So now we're going to the festival. Different interesting sukkim that seemingly don't make sense. Or Rishon, that's what the focus. Rishon means the first month of the year, meaning Rishon. That's what the focus. You got carbon butter covering pieces on the pictures full. And you use it as a kasha, the base but it's a notion of kasha. That's the word. Kasha, really. Not kasha, it's all that. One of the other ones has to do with Yo. I have no idea what's going on here. I have to wait till Yo another. So that's a bomb time. Why do you have to wait till Yo another? He wrote it as the author himself. What? Right. Okay, that's what he said. That's what he said. What if he comes before? And comes a little bit before you touch it. He's going to come about the midrash. He asked it. Another question they asked you. Gemara always mentions that Eliyahu Navi comes to this time, to that time, and he showed him this, he told him this. He's more rough, rather than he was rough. He's in a kurva. So why don't we ask Eliyahu Navi all our questions? When he shows up with Taras, we ask him the question, take you. Take it. No, of course he knows it. No, the Gemara says it. You're not saying. That's something else. I'm saying when he talks to him learning, he spoke to him. He said, yo, what's his? Why do you ask him to take it? Oh, so. I'm going to control myself. Those who have the question, they look from the art scroll, they have the question from the art scroll, they know the answer from the art scroll. I'm going to say the question. I'm going to say the answer. When Eliyahu Navi comes to China, and he comes as a malach, Lord Shemayim, he says Lord Shemayim. We're hoping he's going to come as a form of person then he also answered the question. What's your money doing if you need me? That's just you need me. It's the Kabbalahs that they brought, same Kabbalahs they brought by Moshe, they brought by Spaisha. Kain on the Akhir is Judah over. Parshi Zu, and the Yoh also is Barsha. I don't understand it. It says, if you say so, I don't know what it means. I'm going to wait till y'all know. I'm going to rejoice. The only reason there is the same answer. He does this with Moshe, it's referring to the Kabbalahs of the Miluim. I'm like, Lord, you know, thank you for now I'm relaxed. I had a good time. Next problem. Called the Bela trade from the rising in a Bela Litla. And it says, Behanim cannot eat the Bela. As the Gemara, Behanim when they look you or you throw laughing, why did you just say that only trying to eat the Bela? No one can eat in the Bela. All the other guys are the Yoh This is also something that we have to make early on others. The Bela about Behanim to play. The finish is the Behanim. Talk about the Hamina, you know that a Kayan could eat from Malika. When does he eat from Malika, Rabbi Sai? Taco, sorry. Not always so. Taco, sorry, but you eat from Malika, which is basically a treifa. So he has a heter in treifa, so I think that maybe he has a heter somewhere else. Kamash Malam, even a Kayan cannot eat the Vela treifa. Bechem Ta'asim Shimon B'Chayzis Shoyge U'B'Pesi B'Tartem Esabayis. There's two words here. Shiva B'Chayzis, the 7th of the month. What is going on here? So we know there's a concept called, so says Rabbi Rothschild, this entire concept is talking about Har Helen David. When Klal Yisrael gets a psak here from, this is our old Har Helen David, this is Sanhedrin makes a psak that you're allowed to eat a certain type of chayil, not all chayil, certain type of chayil. Sorry, a certain type of chayil within the animal. Oh. He eats it. I don't know what it is. It's interesting. Shiva, now, in order to bring a pound over these wave clouds, so this is the older one that Yoshi did. There's two ways to view Klal Yisrael. In numbers, let's say Klal Yisrael has 10 million people, so 5.1 is the road. Or you go by Shvatim. So even though Shvatim, they're less in terms of people, but they're more in terms of the amount of Shvatim. 7 Shvatim versus the 5, even though they have less people, they fill up less seats in the stadium, they're the road. Or you don't have the Shvatim Shvatim. Obviously, even though you don't have the majority of numbers, you have the majority of the electoral votes of the Shvatim. Now the word Chodesh, so 7 is referring to the amount of Shvatim, not for the day of the month. What about the word Chodesh? Does it mean month? No. Chodesh comes from the lesson of renewal. In history, the Amru, Chayla, it says a new finish. It says, Chayla, this Shogul Pesach, now if this is the Pesach, they talk about a Shogul, they talk about a Pesach. But I don't think I don't know to get myself that Pesach made a mistake, you thought it's mutter, and then you ate it, the Shogul. And here Rabbi Rothschild enjoy this. This is a piece of a God. Omer Abid Omer Rab. Zochel Oiso Yehish L'Toiv is a person that we must remember for the good. The Chanino ben Chizki Shemoi. This Chanino. Shemoli Hu, without him, Nigna Sefer Yecheskel. The entire Sefer Yecheskel wouldn't be in existence today. So it's borrowed Soisun Divi Torah. You couldn't understand it, and it looked as if there's a contradiction between Yecheskel and the Torah, and you have to get rid of it. You know what to do. It's going to bring about bad things. People are going to start questioning the Torah. Now, so what do you do? Hello, Shloshme is Garbi Shemen. He brought 300 barrels of wine. Now, usually, oil. Shemen means wine, oil. Shemen is oil. 300 barrels. 300 is also a lesson of the 300, 400. He brought 300 barrels of oil. The Yosef Baaliyah was Roshai. Also, Hello Shloshme is Garbi Shemen. Yosef Baaliyah was Roshai. He brought with him 300 barrels of oil and he sat in the attic. By the way, this is a famous attic. This is one of the most famous attics Shas, in the same attic from the Shabbos that the Sil Mishamai were there, Nimnu V'Gamru, and we had the 18th series of the Shammai beat out the Silla. The question is, it says over there, the Davi, he went to Davi Sagai over there, and they came to visit him. Rabbi Shimon says it's better to bring one with one than many without. How much flour do you bring for a bowl? Bring 3. But it says in the puzzle day for 1. Day Belila, how many you bring for a ram? 2. It says what? 1. That's it. It wasn't just the other. The Shimon didn't like Omer Shimon, the Kamidas part of the Makasi, it's not 1. So why is saying 1 if it's really 3? Let's see. Hello, Shim Hoyu Lahem Parmi Rudim, Veloyim Safin. You have many bowls without one. You view Tariapo the Safa by Yiki Rukum Little Safa. It's better to bring over here what it says. The Eifa means 1. It's better to bring 1 whole than a bunch of broken ones. You view Tariapo the Safa by Yiki Rukum Little Safa. Shim Hoyu Lahem Eilim Shmirubim Veloyim Lahem Awesome. You view Aylachas. Bring 1 round. They possible they will pull up later because you do not bring all them without. But to bring 1 whole unit, but then continue with the theme, what's not marking what? I read this Mishnah, I didn't know it was flying here. It says it says sheep. It says it's not marking. You read the next line, it says Halachem Ma'akim is a klasim. One minute, I'm just skipping on purpose. What is going on here? It's ma'akim, it's not ma'akim. What's klasim? But I'm saying if you know a little bit from it, it says like this. That's a category that you bring on Shavuot. It goes together. This doesn't have to do with the shlomim. Because as soon as I talk about a part, Elim, and Klasim, it has nothing to do with the shlomim with the Shnei Aleph. There's something else that you bring on Shavuot. So that's what we're talking about. Klasim over here is referring to Oyla, not shlomim. That's what got confused. Because Klasim usually on Shavuot means shlomim. Over here it means Oyla. Why? Because it goes together with Parim and Klasim. Okay, so not to confuse everybody. Apar ve'elim ha'klasim ha'sor ein ma'akim salafim. You can bring the bread without them. Well, I like him, and the bread is not ma'akim. Halachim ma'akim is a klasim. Whoa. Over here it says the opposite all of a sudden. Halachim ma'akim is a klasim. Because these sheep are going out shlomim. They're all by themselves. Right. But I'm saying if you didn't have Rashi though. So if your kid reading the same Mishnah Malkeh, what's going on here? Because you know it's Pashut that we're talking about klasim by themselves. Standalone klasim means shlomim. These guys right over here. You have to show the picture, like they're so used to it. Here. These are the shlomim, but they're together with the bread. So, without the bread, you can't bring the kevin. Then a klasim. You could bring bread without the sheep. This is everything. That's the sheep. Banana, no, you're wrong. You cannot bring the bread without the sheep. The exact opposite. You could bring sheep without bread. And I'll prove it to you. What did they do in the midbar? There's no bread in the midbar. Why is there no bread in the midbar, Rabbi Isai? There's none. The question is, the same as but that you could get bread from the vine. You don't 7 bread. You take the wheat from them and 5 wheat and make stay a lesson. The answer is because it's not permitted to throw. It's only proper marriage to throw. So there's no bread in the midbar. No bread in the midbar, so they couldn't bring the stay a lesson. But you could bring the kvasim. Shimon, I love to do banana. Avalina time could go. He's amazing. He was mechavin because of truth, but he didn't know why. His answer is not a good. His reasoning is terrible. He says he's off, but he's right. That is to be right. So what? Shikolam will finish up the kiddush. Let's go back. Let's finish up the kiddush. Muslims, right? Finish up the kiddush midbar means the Muslims. First Kohana means Shnei Aleph. Everything that's brought down, the Muslim is brought down to Pinchas. I think it's Pinchas. All the Muslim over there. However, there's part of it. So everything on the left, they brought in the midday. However, there's Kiana and Targum. You're wrong, banana. They didn't bring a single carbon in the midbar. You're telling me, oh, they didn't have bread, but they brought the kvasim. They did not bring the kvasim. They'll go with the Shnei Lechem. The Chalamer is going to mean Korban Mitzvah Shuvah Eretz Korban Eilu Be'elu. When they came to Israel, they brought all the Korbanos. But you have to be right. Mani Omer, you can close the Lechem. He says, I'll tell you why. You have to be right, bananas. Bring the keves without the bread. You know why? We learned in Tzvakim a lot. So for the few people, how could a kohen eat from the lechem hachametz? How could he eat from it? You need something to allow you to eat it. So what allows you to eat the lechem hachametz? You guys remember? The bezichin. You have 2 spoonfuls of frankincense of levina. You put it on the mizbeach. That's the matter to eat the lechem hachametz. What allows you to eat a carbon? You bring a carbon. What allows you to do? The zrikas adam, spring the blood. What allows you to eat the shtei lechem, the 2 breads and shvuos? The carbon. So if you don't have a carbon, you can't eat the bread. You're stuck. You can't eat. The only way to eat bread is if you have a carbon. The sheep, when you shut the yard chest, now you can eat it yourself. The lechem like awesome. Nothing to be matter. Says on the one hand, it seems like that you have to have bread in order to be master. Big crash and halalach. In order to be master, you need bread. It's actually the next part of the passage. Shivas pasuk shemimim. These words stand by themselves. You don't need bread. You didn't have to bring not like banana said, but you didn't have to bring the sheep. You couldn't be master sheep before you had the bread. So in the midbar, there's no sheep. There's no korban. There's no bread. There's no korban. Maybe Israel only brought one set of 7 sheep. Okay, it's not 14 over here in this picture. You have Shnei Lechem Moshe, 7 and 7. No, it's 1 7. You only brought 7, not 14. I'm rich. Yeah, it's a part of Elam anyway. Look at the bull. There's only 1 bull on the right side and 2 bulls on the left side. So it's very different. There's only 1 ram on the left and 2 rams on the right. For those who are listening, 2 rams in Shnei Lechem, 1 bull in Shnei Lechem. 2 bulls in Musaf, 1 ram in Musaf. So they're different. So just like over there, they're different. So the sheep are also different. So the 7 sheep, the Torah's down and Vayigal come for the Shnei Lechem. Another additional 7 sheep, a total of 14, come for the Musaf. One has nothing to do with the other. Means they're not showing us the Korban Midbar. The bottom line is all the Korbanos on the right, the Shnei Lechem, born in the Midbar. The Gemara, who told me, you don't require Baalim, you're right. There's 1 bull here, 2 bulls here. There's 1 ram here, 2 rams here. But the cousins are 7 and 7. Maybe they're exactly the same. No. Since the bulls and the rams are different numbers, so the sheep, even though it's the same number, they're different sheep. This is a bomb question. Maybe the fact that there's 2 bulls instead of 1 bull is to tell you that you have, if you only have 1 bull, bring 2 rams. And if you only have 1 ram, bring 2 bulls. It's interchangeable. You have to bring 2 and 1. How you do it, I don't care. It could be 2 bulls and 1 ram, or it could be 2 rams and 1 bull. That's what the Torah is telling me. The Torah is not saying do it again. It's just either or. And customer 7. No, that's 7. Equal. It's always equal. The one we go marathon. The boy carries staying in the car. He brings 1 bull, 2 rams. He buys 2 and 2 and 1. I don't care how. No. Now read with me. Look at this. Look. You don't have to be a genius to see this. I did it in a way. It's very easy. It's green, red, purple on the right. See? Awesome. Green, red, purple. What's on the left? Red, purple, green. Barim, ayon, possum. In other words, the possum are at the end, and the par is in the beginning. Over there, the possum are in the beginning, and then. So, what do you see? you see that since the Torah changed the whole order, you see it's a completely different carbon. And the Mela 2 and 1, 1 and 2, 7 plus, you have 40 total sheep. Have a wonderful day.
Where is the source of spreading joy throughout the world? Sponsor a share today.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. Tanya, we're holding 5 lines from the bottom of Men's Gimel on the base. Tanya Rimeyoy. These are things you're familiar with, of course, from these Gemaras. Chayo, Odom, Levara, Meyo, Brachas, B'Chayim. It's a deal. Make 100 brachas a day. Then I have a Yisrael. More. Hashem is going to show me more. More. There's a notion of Meyo. 100 is 1 around. Here are the 100 brachas. Say by Shema, Machal is 1. You do this a in the morning, as Rothschild. Are you ready? And then the 16 zikrs of Shachar. It doesn't. It's something we don't have to do in the morning. It's not a goy. It's not a yishuv. 16. The top is, I don't know if people realize. Why do we say these 16 brachas? Well, the right you have to give it a try. No, because we want to get to 100. They do it in a sack. How can you 16? So we can easily get to 100. 3 brachas of Torah. 66 brachas. And then there's another 3. Unless you're starting to draw, it's only 2. But Shama and Shtaba, the brachas Kriyashma, they include you name it for everybody puts lawyers, and there's the missing one. Shemon Esrei, even though it's called Shemon Esrei, it's really 19 brachas times 3. And then you have different brachas like the Suda, not mentioned or anything about Ashiyotza. I don't know. Really? More times than you get. Okay? Something about it. Rav Kibir there, Rav Avio. Now we have a problem. The Shabbos will be Yom Kippur. What do you do on Shabbos? You're missing almost 40 brachas. The Shmoneh are shorter. There's no filling. You're missing 39 brachas based on the segment. Barach, Renalu, Starmaki, Mizachimaki. So you fill it up with making brachas from summon, like you do like on Kippur, like you would summon, wake themselves up, but also for extra brachas. And even like that, it doesn't take, according to some Shani like the Rosh, there's other ways to retire the mitzvah, the brachas on Shabbos. What other brachas could you do on Shabbos? Here's the Torah. When you say Amen to all the brachas, you get another 8, because there's a shach. Some say these are tools of Torah. No, here's the Torah. Here's the Torah. The rest is here's the Torah. Okay? It's like as if you're saying it. It's as if you're saying, because there's a shach. As you're saying, you say Amen, I give these brachas for it. Yeah. But it's a cooler. It's like the evidence sort of. You're not making it yourself. Another one. Buying Odom, Revarim, Souls, Brachas, B'Yom. You have to make these 3 brachas every day. Anyway, Shosani Yisrael. So, the reason why it says Shosani Yisrael is because of the censor. You can't write Shelo Yosani Goy when they're checking your Gemaras and very, very racist. So, they wrote in Shosani Yisrael, but they changed it right away. Another reason is, why isn't it? Shosani Yisrael, thank you Hashem for making me a Jew. The answer is because we're not happy that we were made at all. It's better that we weren't created. It's in Israel. So, okay, still, maybe in Israel that Nivro Yisrael. That's it. Shalom, Asani, Isha. We have more mitzvahs than a woman. So Baruch Hashem, not a woman. Shaloi Asani Bur. She didn't make me an Amaris. A Bur, I don't know Chumash, I don't know Mishnah. Rabbi Yagin Shami Librei, they have a comment Baruch Shaloi Asani Bur. You heard the song, making a bracha. Shaloi Asani Bur. Amalei Kuli Hai Nami. What kind of bracha is that? Shaloi Asani Bur. The Bur is also Chayv in mitzvahs. We're talking about who's Chayv and who's not Chayv in mitzvahs. So man is Chayv more mitzvahs than a woman, so you make a bracha. You're Chayv more mitzvahs, you make a bracha. Bur not for you, Chayv. Says the Gemara, Amalei, Belamai Mevar. So what should you say? Shaloi Asani Bur. Make a bracha, and you didn't make me a slave. I said, Gemara, Hainu Isha. Akabanim, so what's Hainu Isha? Hainu Isha means, if you're talking about mitzvahs, a woman and a slave have the same amount of mitzvahs. So, what you gain? Why you can't say the same bracha twice? You already said Shaloi Sani Isha. Why are you saying Shaloi Sani Oven? Because you know, Evan is it's a different level, and that's why when we say the brachas, we go on a level. We go from the lower to the higher. So we say Shaloi Sani Goy, Shaloi Sani Oven, and then finally Shaloi Sani Isha. Now, if you're going to go with the Ufa, his body is like similar to the ocean. If you're going to go with the Taylor and all these other people that claim that this is the Taylor, you're going to have a hard time explaining the Gemara. They don't want, they come up with all sorts of different explanations. It's similar to the Yah. So the meaning would be maybe the blood that comes out of him is similar to those that has the blue he died. We also say Dominant died. His body is in the shape of a fish. I explained it again, so I won't get all things to tell you. They try to say, this is a phenomenon. His head, his tailing, kind of a fish also goes in such a shape. They have all sorts of things for it. Or Dominant died, that in the ocean, it's a aquatic creature. The oil ever is it's hard to get it. Even the Gemara Shabbos says that they used to put out nets to catch it. Maybe it does surface. It comes out of the water once every 70 years. Meaning it's very rare to see it. It's hard to get there. With the Dhamma it's so important. And with blood, you make the feet of Dhamma because that's why it's super expensive. Tanya, Omar Rabbi Rothschild. Ain't no point for mitzvah college to choose that they were not to start the oil of again. Omer knows only for mitzvah college to choose that they were even if a light mitzvah, like it's easy to look at it. Looking at it, talking about it, look at it, that mitzvah. Even the purchase that it's simple. Today you go online, it's taking a code, it comes to your house, with payments, you go to the store. It's easy to a lot easier than getting an estimate, let's say. If you go, look, let's check. Just come, go. You didn't get inspired in this world. You can't fathom how much inspired you get in the world because, again, when you're trying to buy sixes in this world for a few fruitless, you can't do it in any other. The boy said, here comes one of the most famous stories in Shas. And to me, it's one of the most powerful stories in Shas. Say it about mitzvahs. Look, there's a story from the mitzvahs. Maisa ba'adamah. There's a story with a person. Shahaya Zar mitzvahs. He was super careful with mitzvahs. Shomashi Zaina Bakarka Yom. He heard about a famous Zaina that lived very, very far away. Very hard to know. So they tell us, I don't know if he's using this color. When the Gemara says, Alabama is using it as an exaggeration, a crazy amount of money. Even though I don't know if he's using this like Aiva, sends you the money, why is you the money? You thought it was wrong. You get an appointment. You get his motto, you came, Bob Yoshua Pesach. He came to the door. I don't know why all this are useless. The door, knocked on the door, brought him in. There must be something here. I don't know what. Nicholas just because of Omela, you know what to point out. She's super wealthy. She had a slave that worked for her. Omela, it's only speaking of Baldano, is even Bob Yoshua. That guy seems like not everybody, maybe Comfort. I don't know. He's desperate. He overpaid. That guy that sent me the money is here. Let him come in. This man comes in. It's important to the story. She had 70 beds, like bunk beds, one on top of the other. Shesha Kasa, sister made out of silver, super expensive. Gachas Shazov, a bed made out of gold. The and in between each level, there was a ladder. The Yoda Shazov and the ladder, the upper ladder was made out of gold. This is not like a marshal. This is real. As the Gemara is going to say later. Also, the Yashmal Gabriel Yonich Yarima, he went to the top one, Unsrek. The Afu Ella Leisha is already connected. He also went up to it with him. Says the Gemara, Nace, Nigla happened. Those tzitzis that he was super careful with. He even went to the Zaina with it. He didn't bother to remove it. They looked at him and they packed him upon him. Smack in the face. Oh wow. This is serious. This is knowledge. This is not a normal thing. Nishmat the Yoshua David Tarka. Literally, he realized that he shouldn't be doing what he's doing. So he got off the bed, he sat down on the ground. So she went and she got off also and she sat down next to him. She says to him, he made a shvua in the name of the Caesar of Rome. I'm not going to leave go of you until you tell me what more did you see? Everybody tells me I'm perfect. Top in the world. And Allah, I'm swearing back to you. I've never seen a most beautiful woman than you. Hello, mitzvah achas shivon Hashem ekeinu v'shivon. The mitzvah of the Torah is called tzitz. The pasuk is called, think about tzitz. Ani Hashem ekeinu. Stay farm and give me your Torah over there. Sitting on the floor. It says in the Torah, Ani Hashem ekeinu. Let me tell you pshat, because it's Zayna. Ani hu sha'asim li para, v'ani hu sha'asim li sha'am socha. You learn the drasha. Not brought in the Gemara yet. Maybe the Chazan on the spot. He's going for it twice. Why? Because if he's going to, he's going to give a punishment to those who don't obey. And on the flip side, he's going to give a lot of surprise. After this more like Harba, he changes it a little bit. Let's say he's smacking the face. You're like 4 witnesses. Those tzitzis, this lace nigla, he tells her, lace nigla happened. Smacking the face. Now these 4 tzitzis and smacking the face, they're going to be like witnesses. They're alive and well. Manish, more than 8, double the 8 extra. I can't get away from them. I'm alive. I need all your details. What's your name? What city do you live in? Who's your Rosh Yeshiva? And what's the name of the yeshiva? Now this guy, first of all, this guy's a yeshiva bacher. This guy's not a stam guy. This guy came out of yeshiva. And he went to Karfayam and took a ship, who knows where, with his tzitzis, with his shred of with his reverse. And she wants to know all the details. You're not leaving here until you give me your Rosh Yeshiva's name and number. So people more Chossav and nothing the other. To me, it seemed like when I looked last night in the Shir, she sounded like a get. The Chossav and nothing. I need to get out of here. She's holding on to me. The shvua, she's making my life miserable. Here, take all the info. This is my name. This is my number. I'll see you later. Exactly. Let me go. Says the Gemara, crazy. She's very wealthy. And she divided up all her belongings, so she followed his father back to the yeshiva. She gave a third to the kingdom to Rashi to bribe the king, to bribe the local authorities. They're not going to let her out. First of all, they need her there for her profession. But they didn't want to let her go. She gave this one out. Everybody said, why is this one of the most powerful stories in Shas? Right over here. She gave Shlishlaniyim She gave tzedakah. She wanted to be successful. She wanted to work. She knew that she has to do something positive, that she could do tshuva and give to the poor. You can't be a meshugana. You can't just give everything away. You gotta live. So she left the third first step. She also didn't give away all the gold, the gold bed, the silver bed. The boss, the progression for the Pia. She had to have it. She knew who he was. She knew who he was. Comes to the yeshiva. Otherwise, she tells the yeshiva Rebbe, Saveh Alai, as soon as the Yoris, I want to become a convert. I want to become the Yoris. Or I love Biti. Calls him out in an affectionate way. Biti, my daughter. Still good. Every night I sat there from the Tamidim. You're not going to become a Yoris if you want to marry somebody. Consider. Yesterday's story about the mayor's line in the elevator is just a shminish of the future over here. A Zoyna comes to Shiva and says, "Your Talmud, Moini Almoini," with the whole name here. This is even his handwriting. He came to me. He traveled, he said he was sick for 3 weeks. Yeah. He was on a trip to Europe and he came to visit. Here, this is his name. Oh my Lord. Say that. That's the reason if you're becoming a year is because of the lace negro that happened over here. You realize there's a rebellion going on. You can become a year. He is a people in the I want you to marry him. Unbelievable. Dr. Gemara, those beds that she offered him, he was Israel, to seal the assets. She told him to do the assets. Says Gemara, this is a kid who's marked on success. God is full reward in this world. And I want to add now something I didn't say yesterday, which is tougher as I'm reading it now. What's the map of sky? The right sky that it saved him, not for millions of dollars. It saved him from the Avera. Rashi says, it's interesting, Rashi says, what's the map of sky? The bed. Don't say he married him. For whatever reason, maybe it means the same thing, they go into it. But over here, it seems like nothing sky going on that. It's actually saved him from the big Avera. Get the money, the millions that he made off. Imagine in this world, what happened in the world of them. Rabbi Yehuda, Talis, Shula, Prostration, Yom Kippur, it's borrow a talis from somebody, a beggar from someone. You don't have to put on tzitzis. You can't be able to if you borrow clothing for more than 30 days, you pay when tzitzis are up on it. Paying on the office. I don't have to finish the Eretz Yisrael. You live in a hotel in Eretz Yisrael. But I saw the buys the Kitzur, but I saw the buys the Kitzur. You rent the house in the Kitzur. Plus, you don't have to put up in the mezuzah for 30 days. Rashi says, you regret it, want to back out of it. So they discuss, what if you don't fulfill, you're not, you're stuck in a lease. Maybe you are tied right away. You can't very low. More than 30 days, you can't do it. How about something like Eretz Yisrael? Eretz Yisrael is out there. If you rent the house in itself, put them in the right away. You need some Eretz Yisrael. Sorry, yeah. So we learned the Mishnah, but if you only have one of the two things, you have Shorosh and Shayat, put it on. I skip. You wanted to stay there, maybe I Mishnah's word. I wanted to stay there, put your mezuzah. They have to switch out the mezuzahs. This halacha switching out mezuzahs, Rashi brings down. That's why I remembered it. And you live in there, Yisrael, the Yishuv Yisrael. Just wear of Yad, even though you don't have a shorot. If you have both and you want to wear one, it's like color royal. If you have both, you only wear one as you okay. It's a halacha that's very hard to understand. The Gemara is going to take it back right away. If you don't have two, do not wear one. If you don't have one, don't wear that one. Why? You might explain that. Oh my God, I'm Martha. No, I'm taking it back. Hello, Mandalese Trey, Mitzvah, Skad Mitzvah, Naminoi Le'evet. Hello, Mandalese Trey, Mitzvah, Skad Mitzvah, Naminoi Le'evet. Should be one. The Karnak is like, one was What was the thing with this particular? Say something with shot. Those guys you can get away with one. He won't do it at all. Or she's pushing in the feeling. Oh, he won't go by the other. Yeah, he won't go by the other one. What did I say? I don't know. If you tell a guy, you just wear one and stay with one for the rest of his life. Or she's. If you don't wear tefillin, you're over on eight. What do you have? Because you have two essays in the third. Sharpam, oil, and kefafim. Times the four parshias that you wear is eight. The Moshe Eno tzitzis the bigdoi over the chamisha asay. If you don't have tzitzis, look at these five. Bozman tzitzis, Benosnal tzitzis, Behoyan Lachem tzitzis. What else is there? It's my side. And you're saying you didn't pass it all. This is a five. But Chayim, Danny Fine, Rabbi Schomburg, Sheinoyel Duchon. You don't do Duchoning for us. Who's there? Not here. It's an Abraham. You need a Chayim. The first Sheinoyel Duchon over B'Shloisha say. One of those three affairs that a Chayim did. That is just me. Yes, we need a Chayim. First, the Baruch B'nai Yisrael is one. The Mor Lahem is Merachim Hashem, and the Samu Shmiel B'nai Yisrael. These are three that are there. Not if you're at home. In the shul, you don't do Duchoning. You over in these. It's right. You don't have a mezuzah in your doorway. Over the snail say over. Sock them twice. It says over and two of them. Bonus one. Tell how many actions in Mark Yomim. If you wear tefillin all day, not one time. You wear it all the time. Mark Yomim. It's Shula Farikus Yomim Shememar. Hashem Aleim Yichyu. So the first darshaning Hashem means the tefillin that are on you. Hashem Hashem. Shaka that's on your head. Aleim Yifu. We'll give you that. Aleim Yifu. The Chol Bahem Chayi Yifu. It's a Himeni B'Chayeni. They bring back to life, so to speak. But boys, guys, here we are. The Hundalon on the base. Back to touching. Soilers Vashamis. A person who brings either an oila or flamer comes together with other things. You're bringing with flour, with wine, with oil. We're continuing with the theme. How do we get into all this about? Because the theme of the last verse was things that are ma'akir, and things that are not ma'akir for one another. Right? So we said that Tevis Ha'Lovin is started referring because Tevis is not ma'akir the Lovin. Lovin is not ma'akir. So you know, to do one without the other. Villain, the Rosh is not ma'akir. The Yad is not ma'akir the Rosh. Excuse me. They're independent mitzvahs. And now we're continuing that thing. The flour is independent of the wine. So you can bring the flour one day, you can bring the wine the next day. You can bring it. You don't need to have everything together. You can bring the wine without the water. You can have the sauce on different days. By the way, you can also bring a carbon in the wine, like when it's softened by itself without the carbon. Talking about what the Hamatana Shalom is bad. The blood that's sprinkled on his back. Yeah, we spoke about this extensively. Here's a Remy Cohen, the Mashal. Putting on the Sina, very narrow over there. So let's say he forgets. They called him up and said, you have a major issue with the computer here. He runs off from his back after he did one application. That's okay. The owner gets the kapara, even though in the context you have to do 4 applications. All other karbanos have to do 2, which are 4. One is Seder. That's true, but that's what happens. That's what happens. On the death, he said, I'm not going to here. He says the outer Mizbeah. Put one application here instead of doing all 4. You spray it on Shnayim Shemarba, hits the corner and grabs 2 walls. That's enough, even though you're supposed to put it on this wall. Says the Gemara Torah about it. So we have a simple Gemara here. Just how do we know what comes first? Does the flour come before the wine, or the wine come before the flour? So the Gemara gives a pasuk to show it this way. The Rebbe says, no, the pasuk is a different pasuk shows it this way. The Gemara says, okay, but then what does each person do with the other person's pasuk? So says the Gemara, it's very, very simple. Torah about it, the pasuk in the scale. First bring the flour, then the wine. Rebbe over the opposite. Zevach in the supper. First you bring the carbon, the zevach, and then you bring, what do you bring immediately afterwards? Wine, the soften. So the oil is the soften. You pour the wine over here, you shoot it over there. is on top of the scale. Before it's okay. That comes immediately after the carbon. Before, says Rabbi, before the flowers. Now we have to understand what Rabbanan saying in the Qassam, it means the flour, then comes in the skin, then comes wine. So it says flour comes first. So what if you say you got the first place? Very not in sin, the comes in the skin, flour comes before wine. And we're probably comes in the skin, the lighter. You bring it also nice, you comes in the skin, the food, the muffins, brings the next day. And then something else comes. Rabbanan, but what Rabbanan doing with Rebbe's boss, and I'm in sin, 7 Messiah, it seems like you have to be power, you bring the wine, and then only afterwards, step 3 is to bring the flour. That comes to say another Allah. Name the summit. Everybody in this room would think, when does the wine become published? When you put it into that special isharas over here, you also did it funny. It has like a see-through. If you want to see what's in there, it's wine. And this one has oil. But obviously that's not the way it is in the Mikdash. But this is a pre-shara. It's a golden vessel. You put oil in there, it becomes published as you put it in. No. It becomes kadosh after you chef the carbon. That's it. That's the ziyur. Here, the second statue of the says ever. Rabbi Nami pointed like the ziyur. Rabbi also has to learn it from somewhere. It's possible that's how it works. How does he know? Rabbi Nami pointed like the company's getting the line, the company's getting the thing. And Rabbi need to know, how do you know that I can bring it in for the next day? So he's taking it back. I'm from either Rabbi Nami to see further mincha. First you bring the carbon, then afterwards you bring the flour. Step 3 is what? Wine. Rabbi Nami Ksiv on the mincha. What's the good pasuk? Ella. We're doing another. The Bible is that the mincha box second. When they all come, all 3 of them together, everything on this table right here, the carbon, flour, and the wine, everybody agrees is one order. How do you do it? The mincha first comes the flour, backwards and stuffing, wine is number 2. Let's see, the mincha. Then it says in the pasuk, first comes the carbon, then comes the flour, afterwards comes the wine. The barbecue comes by itself without a carbon. So what? You brought the carbon on Sunday. On Monday you want to bring the flour and the wine. Now we have an argument. We're going to tell you the carbon instead of making back from the carbon. We already established the order. Flour comes before wine. Doesn't matter when you bring it. On Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If they have an argument, we'll come up with first comes flour, then comes wine. Easy, no? Rabbi also with the Aidi, the Ark of Achila, coming on to the Mrs. Achila. You brought the oil onto the Mizbeach that's called eating. The Mizbeach is eating, so to speak. So therefore you got to finish off with the food stuff. What's food? You have 2 items in front of you, flour and wine. Which one of them is food? Flour, so that's that. And if you're not wrong, when it comes by itself, it's something like eating. Wine has more points than flour. So that's why when it comes by themselves, I say do wine first. However, I'm Rashira alive because you have to say that we're being sing, and when they sing, that singing that they do with the oil and with the wine makes it more costly than the flour. The boys side have a wonderful
Where is the split of spreading word throughout the world? Sponsor a share today. MBS sponsor
Good morning, Rabbi Mordechai. We're 4 lines from the bottom of that Membeis or Beis. Rabbi Isai, if you have a blue string, you find blue strings in the middle of the street, are you allowed to use them? Where the Havamina says, there's no test to see if it's calling the other thing, the fake thing or if it's the real thing. And therefore, you can only purchase paylas from a professional. Make sure it's not the calling you it's not from the guy. Dylan, H1, Dika, good, check. Tell the Dika is the Chasser. You look inside, you see the extra letters. I'm going to show you now places that you've never seen before in your life, you'll never see it again. Still there's going to be some things that you but you have to, but the Prophet told me, I live in Ugly Shmuel, as far as this is the boy you Shmuel. The same Pirush, Harav, Reb Moshe, Bar, Maimon. It's the only time in Shabbos, basically, maybe one other time in Shabbos, that you bring the Rambam. Places bring the Rambam. Look at it. Remember, vein nefachim element of since, as we're going to see, and the same thing is going to happen with faith, but since tefillin need, one of the elements of tefillin is something they can see physically, and it's something that you cannot tell. Even with a computer scan can't see what, can't see whether or not if you had a bottom of shmuck. Tefillin usually you can check for missing letters on a computer, and you talk about it, nevertheless, you can buy it from professionally because the whole, the box and everything has to be made with shmuck. Sorry, when it comes to Torah and mezuzahs, you can check to see if there's any letters missing. And you're talking to tell them, since they don't require this Rashi equal to shmuck, you don't have to make some flop with shmuck. You can buy it from anybody. Ask the Gemara with Taylor and people. What are you talking about? No special Taylor. The Rabbi Rothschild originally reviewed the budget range, Simon Begeshem. He had, you want to remember the way he did it. Just remember the word Geshem. There is a way. Might see Megavia Gila. You take some alum. You might some music. You take some fenugreek juice. Or maybe we're blind in our bun, you take urine. Maybe we're blind that is 40 days old for the rest to be fermented, not a small chance. So maybe it's 40 days old. Basically, 40 days old. The longer it stays, the more potent it becomes, the more ammonia, I don't know what it is, it's different chemicals. The Torah of the Gavayim, the Urtavad, etc. When you leave it in this mixture from the night to the morning, prior to this, if the palos comes off, it starts becoming weak, then you know that's not real palos, it's probably, they showed us in the palos, which is real from the goat, which is good. Palos, you cannot differentiate the goat. It's side by side, a lot. It's not, it's the same exact goat. The only part that we say cherry. And then if it stays the same color, then it's kosher. Rabbi Kameh, the Rabbi Shmuel, the Rabbi Hiro, my Maisis Amira, Artis of Sare, hard yeast, like a starter, barley starter. The awful love of that very thick space, put it inside and bake it. I don't want to use it, cherry. It changes for the better, it becomes darker, blue, whatever it is. The real Sapsula. Simana, I remember, Shinu Sheker, the person says a lie and he adds a little bit of a lie to it, it makes it worse. If you add it to the good, it makes it better. Okay? Then you have Simana, you have the alum, the lion, then you have putting it the yeast. The question is, you told me that there's no way to check the flavor. No way. Yes, we have two tests, not one. No, you didn't understand. When I was looking to see if the potatoes come off, we're talking about the kavana part, the stuff that has to do with people's minds. There's no way to check that. That you can never check. What does that mean? How does it apply to potatoes? When you dip that into the into that dye, so two things happen. First of all, you can't use the actual wood, and also you can't use the dye anymore. Both of them are no good. They're both eating them. The actual tzitzis is us why? Because you didn't have kavana for tzitzis. You have kavana to check it to see if it's the right color. That I'm scared that somebody might pass it off. If you found the sweet, maybe somebody put it in the cream of sweet. So those are possible. Or it came from the second dye, the Marashani dye. Marashani is no good. And that's what it means, no checking. Yeah, you can check it Ela versus Taylor. But you can't check it if Taylor's is made with the prophet of it. So the Gemara, Mar came from Mashi. Isis Striker, the Shree Rabbi Koy. He brought Taylor's from the years of Rabbi Koy. The Shree Rabbi Koy, but two with the Rabbi Yitzchak's original user. You didn't test. What religion you use? Test the Meragrai test. So our test number one is the color diminished. And then they did a test number two. The Rav Ada, the yeast test, the started on use and became even better. There's a contradiction in the test. One test it how do you say it in English? It became faded, thank you, faded, and then the second test, the reverse happened. It got stronger. Southern listeners, they wanted to say, look, you didn't pass the first test, you're out. But he says, oh, look, we have a contradiction. But there's only two options. Either Bayless or Khalila. There's no third option in their case. So what is Shmamid or Shmuasa Hadavita? These two things go in conjunction, they go together. First you perform test number one. Hey, because it was active with the Rabbi Yisrael, the review that if you fail, test number one. Don't just as if the chair, if it's good, great, you don't have to do test number two. But if it fails test number one, then you can do test number two. And what happens? In other words, test number one is not a perfect science. If it fails test number one, you still have a chance to use test number two. And if it actually becomes better with these, then you know that it's still kosher. Just the thing, so there's once already these tests go together. It's a double test. So the Gemara, Rabbi Mani, you buy based on the price that we have to understand that any tailors that was used as a sample, like if you did a filth tailor, all that stuff that he dumped into the I thought it was fascinating. I asked him to give me some of that secret stuff. So we use it as, maybe rough, whatever. You put white wool in, you pull it out, it stays white. All of a sudden, in front of your eyes, it starts changing to blue. Really cool. So that trying that as a, if I'm showing the shear, I cannot use that as strength. I didn't have kavana, the same as Taylor. So Mela, he was marketed to buy it from a Muslim. I don't know Saba. I wonder if this is Eliyahu Navi again, because this line is tremendous. This is a line that we all, you can read this line and just go right there, and you can read this line and pause it for a second. This is what the generation before you did. The Hatzlach of Sky. It's like I've from Eliyahu Navi maybe. But when you act like a mensch, you do the right things, you act it on halacha, Hatzlach is Sky. They're connected. The two things are connected. The way we react. Someone goes ahead and buys. This is from the marketplace. But yeah. Again, palace what's the issue? Somebody buys a palace that has this on it in the market. Means you already you buy it from a Jew, you should know that it's going to be done and stuff. Nobody in the right mind could ever do this. But imagine you buy from an Arab, those guys that sells those birds, those chapkas, the things that go like this and like that around the thing. You know what I'm talking about? The balloons that place us. You also sell tzitzis, a towel. You know you're talking about shera. If you buy it from an individual, you should know it's possible. If you buy it from a guy that's his job to sell, it's going to be kosher. Why? He doesn't want to ruin his name. He'll be sorry about it. We have a problem. Ain't no going to try to look at that and see what it becomes. Actually, I can see it. If you undo all the things, what time? So second shot of Rashi, relax. Second shot of Rashi is that if a person will buy a house, he'll give it to the Zohar as payment, and she'll take it, and she'll use it to make up some story about a Jew. And that's the problem. Rabbi Yehuda Omar Shemi Islami, he made the dirty idea. He will pretend that he's Jewish, he'll wear a tallis. We know it's not from white. Different stories that they went into the car because he saw like a Tehillim on the dashboard. The guy, or music, different things. Rabbi Yehuda Rothschild the Barzua didn't you base it? Rabbi Yehuda put up tables on his wife's clothing. Rabbi said his wife's clothing. So stop, think, analyze. What does it mean? Why would you put tzitzis on your wife's clothing? A woman doesn't have to put on tzitzis only if she doesn't have to wear tzitzis at night. And then it becomes a mitzvah as a man. If it's a mitzvah that you only do certain times of the day, women are popular. But if a woman has to wear, if tzitzis is something that you wear 24/7, 365, So it's not a mitzvah says just my drama. That's a regular mitzvah like everything else, and a woman is fine, and therefore he puts tzitzis on his left shoulder because he holds that tzitzis is something that you wear all the time. The problem is the next line. And every morning he would make a bracha on the Sabbath. The problem is, why would he make a bracha every morning? If it's 24/7, 365, make a bracha once in your life, and that's it. He's done. With the Rami, says Gemara, since he put the tzitzis on his right shoulder, obviously it's something, it's a mitzvah that doesn't have to be done. So, I'm going to work for Sabbath. Then why would he make a bracha every morning? Gemara, what do you mean? You can say to Tefillin, to Rebbe. He said, I think there's nothing in Nichon, the Baruch Aleim, the Rebbe. Now, things you don't wear on Shabbos, you can say, okay, these are things like bracha sometimes, right? But here's a raya that even during the day, you're supposed to wear tefillin all day long. So you can make 100 brachas on tefillin, take it off, and then you go to the bathroom, for instance. At certain times, it makes a big effort. The bathroom creates an effort. You're not allowed to wear tefillin in situations in the bathroom, right? You can't wear it, so that creates a tefillin. And when you put the tefillin on again, it's like a bracha. What about when you take off your towels when you go to the bathroom? So then, the Shulchan says you should make it. So we pass from the Ashkenazim, I don't know if it's fine, but it's also. Since it's not a real hustle, you could technically wear your towels in the bathroom. You're not supposed to bring a bag of filo into the bathroom. So that's why a lot of people take off the kittel when they go to the bathroom. It's not like a filo. So it doesn't make a stop. It doesn't make a break. That's a towel, unless you take it off for a long time, and then you make it. Okay? Yeah, not a real break. Harder, you see that on film, you make a bracha. Every time you take it off, you have the Sabanam. So why did he make it in the morning? To say that he made a bracha on his stitches 5 times a day. So really is because Judah was very tsanua, and we started in the Judah and he wouldn't take off his garment the entire day. Well, that's going to tell. Then why? This is a beautiful Rashi. Understanding Mark's question, you have to see this Rashi. It's like this thing. Well, my Shemini Tzaddik says Rashi, Libros Shu Oimed and Tzaddik, so you should make the bracha when? Shmoyres, Oidem Ayoyim, Reducing. He obviously woke up to learn Torah way before the morning. As the Gemara said, why did he make a bracha then? 2 hours before sunrise, 3 hours, who knows it? That's Shmoyres. The Gear say, you hear this? He said, wake up to learn Torah in the morning. Gemara, he made it when he changed from his pajamas, PJs into his clothing. Where was that? That was during the daytime. He waited always. That's when he made the switch. He didn't put on his clothes when he woke up in the middle of the night. When the sun came out, then he put on his day clothes, and that's when he made his bracha. Once a day. This is a super interesting line here. You're going to have a lot of questions. Immediately, we're going to address that. How about Chayim Mitzvah? Everybody's Chayim Mitzvah. Chayim the being Israeli, this discussion is important. Who else is there? Nobody else is like Israel besides the enemy of Israel. Again, Russian about that, here says, a woman, a slave, shouldn't quite be notion, slave, we can say she's not wrong. Women are positive in Israel. What is that? This is a woman, they're positive. But the Shaifu, women, sisters, all of that. I think I own this, I don't really sure she tested tomorrow. I'm going to read the term theory. There's only 3 categories of lives for Kahanim in Israel. If they're part of the line of fire, they'll be fine. Taking on your lives, Kahanim is isolation, finish in the thing. But even if I was having to, I had a habit, that was. So for that, I always say the super shocking, some of the yapper. That's all. Since a Kayan, in certain situations, doesn't have to be mapping on Shabbos, and the fire connects Shabbos with tzitzis. So I think somebody that doesn't have to, I love the Shabbos, doesn't have to wear tzitzis. One of the history climbers are able to use in the Kahanim. How does how this man? How is this climbing the bayou? There's a certain heavens flying when they wear their beautiful, which bag in particular, the object. This week's parasha. That's not so popular. That's only maybe we're going to talk about it. Maybe they're even after the Gemara in a second. Let us hide the master. Tomorrow, me this in an avoida. What you can avoid the during the avoida, says the Gemara. That's in smoking after I was a knock. I'm sure the same thing. I mean, avoida mamish. There are a lot of walk around in the Beis Hamikdash with it. Okay. But the point is, it's not always looking at it. It's special special heaven that they have while they do the avodah, and therefore they are chayiv this. So you know, it's like Benosh. By time all the heaven says women are not chayiv. This is the sign. Recently says that is too style. Since it says in this place you have to see it. So something beggar. In those days we didn't have fluorescent lights or we didn't have lights. Can't see. Then it comes the mitzvah that says Shas Magdallah. It depends on time. Women are fucking. I'm a proud it's Laila. Hello, proud it's you know. So perhaps we need to know so means you have to see it. So if a blind person can't see, it's perfect. So Shlomo has to pass the ball. I read Suma Amor. So not any time we reason why he said Sheikh Hasabah means any type of clothing that you cover yourself. So why did it say reason? Why said private society coming to exclude a night garment? Again, night garment is show them does it mean that you're wearing a day garment during the night, or it means a night garment like Egypt? I mean both. My reason what I was symbolized you have two things that we could do. Take off the blind person's clothing or the night clothing. You told me what to take off. Not that it's so much getting the real to our if everybody else puts it to plan the release. Once that it's well and real to our parents, it makes more sense to take off the night garment because no one sees it. Rabbanon say that at night you are 5 and 6. How is it possible, what is it? The go to the Tanya, a larger kind of Cisco. Arba the Shalom, Rabbi, we're going to get some real guys in a second. Just hold on tight. This is stuff that we did already, actually, in simple. It says 4 corners. It means to exclude if you have a 3-corner garment, you're not having it. But there's another option. 4 could also mean that if you have 5, you're covered. Who told you which one to take off? I remember Arba the Shalom, maybe it's coming to exclude a 5-corner garment, but a 3-corner garment would be tied. Why not the concept means every garment is coming from that includes the 5. Not every time I remember the Shalom. Especially my reason the right is coming, let's go. Why? It says 4, it's just 5, it's 3. We tell you which one to exclude. Tell you why, very simple. My Rani God is punished this because 5-corner garment also has 4 corners in it. You get the 5, you do 4. Once anybody shows you the about 5. Then a 3-corner garment doesn't have 4 corners in it, therefore it makes sense to get rid of it. Shimon, Mashin after. Okay, he uses that shell, but Mashin, the Mashin, we don't like that. We're up on high, reason why I was like, if you time at night, so I see it, you have to see it, the parallel with this side. The reason why it's high, it's very important. That's it, here's that guy, okay? Why do we work this? The reason why you look at it, it's a part. And then you remember, Raymond Tzu is part of that, look at the Tzu. And you remember something that's dependent on it, and we do creation. Creation was connected to this. This is not, it wasn't creation on top of it, it's the king of brothers. If you have a case of now it's what he did. Pulled the white wool out of the dye, and it was white, and suddenly part of it changed to blue. So then he said, look, it's white and blue. You have to see the difference. No light, you can't tell the difference between blue, light blue and white. It's tiny enough. The reason why it's spiking is another guy that says, you see these statistics spiking. Ray, this is you. What are you supposed to remember? Not something that's depends on it, but something that's next to it. This is like remember about this is Shabbat. Also, remember that it says there is no Shabbat. It's Slim. The Slim of Shabbat is 7 6 and right away it says, right after Shana, it says you should make it. The reason why he's fighting is famous position. Remember all things. He was inspired by the mitzvahs. He's got to go to school. The second Shana around. You get a second. The first one comes by mitzvah, then he's inspired in all the mitzvahs. One of the first mitzvahs he does, in the morning, he puts on his sisters, that's when he becomes inspired in all the mitzvahs. Shimini, the Amar Misha says, he says this is a like Rama. Tanya, the reason why he's fighting is because he's a Shula, it's a Zoom, they can call it his Kulon. As we said a few times already, since this is Sabbath field means 100, Sabbath field is 100, plus the top is 600. The 5 knot and the 8 strings, 613. Tanya, the reason why he's fighting is because he's a Shula, means you can call him his Kulon. This mitzvah is deeply over the Tanya, the reason why he's fighting that success. The Eo is in Skira, the Eo is Human nature is when you see something, it reminds you of something. When it reminds you of something, you do something. You're exceptional at this mitzvah, you're doing, I don't know how to translate Zohar, so you quickly, you properly, then you Zohar and you see the Shekhinah, the Shekhinah, see the whole reason of it. See the whole song, it's a shame of the Shekhinah, it's a sound. Same nothing. You see the reason of Zohar, the Shekhinah comes up. Don't rub on. Even so, you see what the Zohar is the mitzvah. Look at this. Hashem loved us, and He gave us mitzvahs to surround us, to protect us, to watch over us. So how many is that? Two. Fill in our head and our hand. Mitzvahs is a big day. How much is that? Another four. Even though we passed it already, we four mitzvahs. And we said, it's one mitzvah. But nevertheless, it's four physical things that surround us. So total six. The mezuzah, then you have a seven. The mezuzah on the day. And then when it seven things I have to give you travel day. The Joshua Rimba is double the America. The double America is in the bathroom. The raw after every day. He didn't have his children on, his sister's on. Oh my, only the end of our room, the no mitzvah, how can I stand there without any mitzvahs? It's given to this guy, the Milah, and the Torah, and the Sashi Daito. We walk around with this Milah, that's one of the things that protects us. Okay. Yaakov Yotza, Omar Allah Shmir. Shemar, when we say about Shminis, we went from 7 to 8. What's 8? This is what Alamilo Shemidim Shmini, referring to the 8th day of Shemini. Razmi Yaakov, when we say Shemidim Shmini, it provides a shmir that you shouldn't sin. You have to have this tool in your hands. One day, Bezer Hashem soon, when the Shia Chaim will be wearing clothes all day long. You're nothing going to find out Hashem suddenly here, Hashem will save you. You have all these things around you. Why does Hashem pick you? Famous tomorrow, we mentioned it. It reminds us of those. And the ocean reminds us of the heaven. And the heaven reminds us of the Kisei HaKavod Shenemar, Safir Ragav Kemas and Livnas Safir, the guys from Evan Safir, similar to color of colors. This is what the roofers were made out of. Evan Safir, this is what sapphire. That's what Shemar and Torah. It says that the Kisei HaKavod is describing the Kisei HaKavod from Safir. Siv Kemar Evan Safir Mus Kisei Tanya. Higher Me'oim and God belongs to Shemar and Yosem belongs to because more saying a murder Kisei. The easier the mitzvah, the bigger the einish is. So it's much easier to get white than the blue. So you get a bigger affair, a bigger einish for not taking care of the white sisters. Why do you do white? Blue, okay. I didn't see this. I'm doing this the first time with you.
You should fetch me a signet ring made of pure gold. And you, my lad, should fetch me a clay signet ring.
Johnson about the level of Muhammad in Faisal Shatit, level of Muhammad in Faisal Shazar. Who doesn't snare like me when they both didn't bring it? What happened? I don't know. I used to see it. I don't know. But they both didn't bring it at them. Who gets a bigger punishment? They got thrown in the bar. I came late. Okay, I got it. Now I got it. Where's the bigger punishment? The one that was supposed to bring the simpler one.
All I told you to do was get me a simple clay ring, and you failed?
Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day.
Where the split is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDSSponsor.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Says Gemara, 18 lines in the bottom of Mem Aleph and Beis. Rabbi Yehuda Mosa Leila Katsara. Rabbi Yehuda would give his powers to the laundromat, to the dry cleaner. Chanina Avalei Sisa. Ravina fight the makeup. So they had these pockets. These pockets were not invented now. Check this out. Even Yoshi did one for us. Yeah. Sisa is a ball, rolled it up into a ball. But Chanina Avalei Sisa. Ravina fight the makeup. He did something like this. Basically sewed the tzitzis and he made a little pocket on the spot. Then he, after the wash, he undid it. How much thinking he knows him? How many strings are on the tzitzis? Shamer and Arba, it's 4. You put them into the corner and you fold it over. Or Beisil over and Shloisha. And the Zil say 3 strings, you fold it over. Meanwhile, maybe only 10 my palace is going to. But Kama famous much. Now, there's a famous story in the Gemara that Rabbi Rothschild saw the Mesa Midbar, those who died in the Mesa. And he saw that they were wearing Talisim with tails. So he thinks to himself, wow, great opportunity. You know, the I told you so kind of thing. You can bring the actual strings of the tzitzis, of those of the Midbar. There's no place to be showing the center. How many strings? I can prove you 3 or 4. To cut it, put it in his pocket, you know, taking from antiques, you know, going into the caves, taking stuff out, bringing it back. He gets on his donkey or whatever, camel, and it wouldn't move. It wouldn't move. So the Arab said, hey, did you take something from over here? He said, yeah, they don't move. You take it, they don't move. Put it back. He put it back. He comes back. He told me stories. He said, why did you count them? Count them. Tell us how much. You just put it back at that front. That was the story over there. Anyways, this is my focus going back. How many screens? 4, 3. Says Gemara. The God of Israel. How much does it have to come off the corner? How long does the tzitzis have to be? The Shaman Arba, it has to be 4 fingers. The Beisil Arba Shalosh, 3 fingers. The Shalosh should be still, Shalosh should be still, you're talking about a thumb's breadth, 4 thumbs. And on top of the right side, I'm going to do this. But the right side of is 4 thumbs. She's talking about pinky, 6 pinkies. Talking about the delta, we're talking about the 3rd finger, the 2nd finger, we're talking about 5 fingers. So it's 4, 5, 6, depends on the size of the finger. Depends what finger, not the size of the finger. Correct. So we're talking about average person. Now you know my Irish version, so Shalom. Omer Avodah. Our ball, this is Arba. We're talking about 4 strings, Arba, 4 strings. The third Arba, within 4 fingers of the end of the garment. Rosh Arba has to hang down for something that's so. I'm not excited about this picture. I looked at it differently. This is not counting all the knots, so maybe you have to count the knots. On the bottom, the idea, you get the idea. 4 fingers off the stitches, with the knots, without the knots, you'll figure it out. 4 fingers, the hole that you put it through is maximum 4 fingers away from the edge. And hold on, we said 4 fingers to this and 4 strings. You know my shloisha, like 3 strings, besides shalosh, within 3 fingers of the edge of the palace, the shalosh is shalosh, and it hangs down to 3 strings. Now our papa, let's mix it up a little bit, it's a little complicated. Put this arba, 3 basket, we have 4 strings, everything. Besides shalosh, however, it goes, like the other people, like Rabbi Rothschild, within 3 fingers. The shalosh is arba, 4, 3, 4. Okay. So don't go further away from 3 fingers of the edge. So as you see now, the hole that we put the tzitzis in is very, very exact. It's complicated. It can't be too far away from the edge, and it can't be too close to the edge. Also, where this is also, it can't be like this. This is no good. It has to be like this. You're going to see in a second. Guy running around, still running around. No, like this. Don't be like this. In other words, it shouldn't be hanging straight down. It should be coming off the side. You'll see soon. Remember, this is shear. As you tell me, tzitzis has a shear. How long it has to be? But we mean tzitzis. The word tzitzis ain't tzitzis on the yoke. Tzitzis yoke comes out. Ain't tzitzis on the mouth. So it's even a small amount. The elders, if they shadow, if they say like this, if they say the elders went up to the attic. Only tzitzis in the shear. Tzitzis doesn't have a shear. You don't have to have a certain amount. Let's about similarly, every shear. A lulav doesn't have an amount. My love in the shear cloud. Oh, it says ain't shear. You take it literally. No, ain't no shear in the malo. Yes, no shear in the morto. There is a shear of how small. It can't be too small. You know, they might have to but lulav in the shear. If not in the shear cloud, you can no shear at all. But now, lulav should be special cloud. We do that on there. Very kosher. When we're done sukkah, we always said shloisha cloth means 4. It's 3 plus 1 for the actual shaking of the. Okay, so you need a minimum of 4 cloths. What are you telling me? There's no shear. Obviously, there's shear. Minimum what? 4 cloths. Hello, in the shear the malo. Let's say, what is it? There's no limit. I heard they were talking about he's not going to have a very, very lengthy level. To the point where these nanuim were sometimes difficult because he was sitting in the ceiling and he was doing like. It's Rashi, it's from Rashi, there's a big noise in the lulas, in the leg. The longer the better. There's a mala, there's a mata. But I mean, there's a mala, there's a mata, so too, tzitzis. No shear of how long they are, but there is a shear of how short. You can't do it too short. What about tzitzis? What's the honor, Rabbi side? Remind the long, there we go. Remember the honor. Pull your deal. And this part is called the honor, the string. But anyway, if I can say the tzitzis grab me by the tzitzis of my head, in other words, like here, like loose here. Don't worry about it. It's also through the tzitzis that are remote. No shear in the world has a picture like this. What's tzitzis that are remote? Like the goyish here. There's a goyish here. Here. Right over here. I love the way he did it. The mom looks like tzitzis. There's like the pressure of the tzitzis. It's braided nicely, but then afterwards on the bottom, it's loose. You see people wearing their braids like that, Jamaican braids. It's braided on the top close to their head, it's belt, and then later, not like tzitzis. Horrible. People are like parents. So if you put the tzitzis on the corner itself, such as so, mamish on the corner, you don't give it any room. All alak zeal means there's stitching on the edge so that it doesn't phrase a good word. Shame, you put your tits right there on the edge. It's okay. Lezer says, no good. So this sheet, Lezer Yaakov is going to go, mamish like we're going to say now. God says, this is people saying, it's not enough when you put it on the corner, but it has to touch and move on the talents. Now that's the point. But if here, Ariel or whoever's doing the editing, put this into the Hebrew children. I didn't have a thing. If your tzitzis hangs like this, it's not rubbing on the beggar. It's straight down. But if it's on the side, it's constantly moving up and down on it's moving on the edge, and that's what we want. We want the purpose. We want it on the edge. So Rabbi said, look at your tzitzis, look at your tal's double, which I didn't do yet. And yet you should move it up, but eventually it comes down, so you gotta pop it back up. It should be like this. It should be like that. Why? It's a puzzle. Again, should never. I'll try to say big day. It should be literally touching the kana, not hanging over the kana. It should be moving the kana. The man, the one that says that you put it on the actual corner. So it doesn't like it says you can't put it on the corner. It needs to be nice. It needs to be hanging down. All the reactions, all the reactions, and so she has taken like Esher do down. Minimum like this, like the part of the thumb off the. So we have two things here so far. We have a couple who says maximum 3 fingers, and then we have this sheet that says minimum off the edge this much, so it can be nice that it can be touching the fabric. So the more it says the instrument, we have couple, this is we have Yaakov. It's like interesting Russian. Then we talk about it. I mean, it's good. There's a minimum and a maximum. So of course, I need both. I need a sheet that tells me how far the most I could put it. Can I make my hole up here? No, that should be within 3 fingers. Can I make my hole down here? No, that should be within the thumb. So I need both. What do you mean? I don't know if I says that. How I mean, if those shoulders lay the rapid face, should be more. Becoming the part of Miley, the more you put it next to the corner, it's even better. So therefore, I would think that you could put it in mamish here, literally on the corner like this. This is the gap. No, you got to go at least one thumb's breath away. Even the gap like I mean, like you put this in the start play, you're not supposed to put really close because you want to have a break that comes like Mali. The more it's further away from the corner, put it 20 fingers away from the corner. It's going to rub much more. I need both. Rabbi Rothschild story. How the Yashik made the Rabbi. Rabbi Rothschild, you see in the front of the Rabbi. As the Rothschild, the kind of doing the Rabbi, you notice that the corner, one of the tissues, Rabbi is also cross-eyed in the way to do that. So here it is, the boys will take a look at this picture about it. You know, this happens all the time, where the tissues pull out of that little hole and come really close to that. They cut here, cuts the fabric. Oh, this doesn't even look like the circle stuff. You get that idea. That means stuff. There's some of the mile, other evaporate. Evaporate vanilla, put it next to the corner. It has to be a good thumb press off the corner. Look at this. This is very close to the corner. Oh, you got it real good. It's like a shield. Remember, we even said that your tissues could be this long, but provided that you start out with the regular shield, fingers. So over here, when you start off, you put it into the hole, and more than a thumb breath away, then even if it splits down and drips, you're good to go. He's very embarrassed, but he asked him the question. He should have known it. Although Ravashi tells Oksana, don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. That's the naive. One person can make you scared. He's smarter than two of us. Don't worry about it. It's fun. Okay, so this is a little complicated to show without, not complicated, but I had my prop, and I looked at the no color. Basically, what do? We take the scissors, we put it through the hole, and then we make a knot. And then we make another knot. Just 2 knots. He says, no.